Liu Tian, infused with the memories of a lifetime, yearns for nothing more than to cultivate the land and tend to chickens in the comfort of his family. Alas, his frailty renders even the simplest of tasks elusive. Despite possessing a naturally weak spiritual root, he remains undeterred, vowing to lead his family to prosperity. Whoever impedes my farming shall find themselves cast into the soil. Chapter 1. A Dream of a Lifetime. In the southern wilderness, in Yenzhou, at the foot of Funyo Mountain, lies the Liu family of Qi refinement. In the stillness of the night, a piercing scream abruptly shatters the tranquility. A 5 or 6-year-old boy, drenched in sweat, rolls restlessly on his bed, clutching his head with both hands. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and a young couple in their 30s rushes into the room. The man waves his hand, and a flicker of flames swiftly shoots forth, igniting the candle on the stand with precision. The woman hastens forward, enveloping the anguished boy in her embrace. Tianer, your head aches again. Mother is here, do not be afraid. It will pass soon. She soothes him, her eyes filled with concern and helplessness. Yingu, Tianer has been suffering from these headaches for nearly a year now. What are we to do? She anxiously turns to the man. The man, equally weary, replies, we have consulted father and even the local physicians, but none have discerned any issues. I have scoured our family's library, yet the reason remains elusive. Perhaps he will improve with age. He may simply be too young and weak in spirit. Tomorrow, I shall seek herbs in the mountains to nourish his spirit. The herbs that nurture the spirit are exceedingly rare. They are not so easily found. Just as they exchange these words, the boy grows quiet once more, slipping into a deep slumber. As dawn breaks, rays of sunlight filter into the room, gently rousing the boy. He recalls yet another dream from the night before, one set in a world entirely distinct from his OW. In that realm, there are no cultivators. The people lead lives of relative safety and happiness, where diligence often begets a blissful existence. Yet, there are many who suffer from hunger, poverty, war, and disease. Nonetheless, the nation he inhabits in his dreams is powerful and stable. In his dream, he too is named Liu Tian, yet he is a middle-aged man, living an ordinary life. His existence is devoid of tumult or great fortune, living instead in moderation. He has raised a pair of children, who are on the verge of graduating from university. One evening, after work, as darkness falls early in winter amid treacherous snow, he finds himself caught at a traffic light. A small truck, unable to stop, collides with the vehicles ahead, trapping him like a filling in a cookie. Thus concludes the simple and unremarkable life, free from concerns over mortgage payments, utility bills, or the cost of raising children. Fortunately, the children are soon to enter the workforce, completing much of their parental obligations. They are dutiful and should care for their mother well. Even though he harbors various sentiments of attachment and reluctance towards his family, it ultimately bears no consequence. Have I been reborn, or am I merely reincarnated with memories? Or have I awakened the memories of my past life? Liu Tian muses. This dream has plagued his mind since his 5th birthday. Appearing nightly, he relives his life from birth to the untimely disaster that befell him, feeling as if he has genuinely lived an entire lifetime. In accordance with the narrative of that other world, this story should have concluded, for the dream self has already perished. For a year, Liu Tian has endeavored to unravel the mystery of this dream, attempting various methods to stave off sleep, only to unknowingly succumb to slumber once more. Family members have inquired, and he has attempted to share tales of the other world, yet his youth and limited expression often lead to dismissal after only a few sentences. They say everyone dreams. It is nothing extraordinary, and then they recount their own dreams in great detail. Grandfather, father, and others have speculated whether he might be a reincarnated prodigy, but upon careful observation, they discern no abnormalities beyond his dreaming, and the matter was left unresolved. His mother mentions his midnight headaches and fright, yet he remains unaware. Liu Tian recognizes that his dreams are unlike theirs. As he matures within the dream, his understanding deepens. He ceases to mention his dreams to others, instead visiting the family library to explore a myriad of texts. From the age of 3, his parents began teaching him to read and write, and during his dreams, he discovers that the characters in the books bear a striking resemblance to the ancient script of that dreamt world. Since the onset of his dreaming, his memory and comprehension have significantly strengthened. Where he once struggled to grasp the content of books, he now understands, and often comprehends their deeper meanings. The knowledge he has earnestly reviewed seems imprinted in his mind. Retaining clarity with ease, he has inquired of his parents and others in the clan, yet none share his experience. He even asked his grandfather how one might remember after a single reading, avoiding the need for repetitious study. Grandfather explains that only a few geniuses possess such abilities prior to awakening their spiritual roots. Most cultivators, upon awakening, grow stronger in spirit and can achieve this level of retention, but he reassures Liu Tian not to fret. With time and cultivation, he too shall attain this skill. Thus, Liu Tian realizes that the fusion of his dream memories has endowed his spirit with greater strength than the average individual. Suddenly, a series of signals from his lower body interrupts Liu Tian's morning reverie, prompting him to hastily dash to the lavatory. Chapter 2. The Liu Family of Qi Refinement. Tianer, come to breakfast. Coming. Tianer, did you dream again last night? His mother inquires softly. Mother, how did you know? My head aches once more, Liu Tian replies, taking a hearty gulp of spiritual rice porridge. Do not worry, mother. I believe I shall no longer dream. This dream has concluded. Good, good. Though skeptical of her child's assertion, she feels a sense of relief for his understanding. Tianer, today marks your 6th birthday. Soon, we shall visit your grandfather to test your spiritual root. Understood, mother. Fear not. I shall certainly awaken my spiritual root. Over the past few years, coupled with his extensive reading of the family library's diverse texts, Liu Tian has gained a certain understanding of this world. It is a realm of cultivation, where individuals are inherently classified into various tiers. Only those possessing spiritual roots may cultivate and become cultivators, capable of transcending the mundane, defying gravity, and accomplishing the impossible. Those without spiritual roots, regardless of their efforts, cannot cultivate and remain mere mortals, constrained by the cycle of life and death. Faced with calamities, disasters, and the threats of demonic beasts and evil cultivators, they are utterly powerless. The region Liu Tian inhabits is known as the Southern Wilderness, surrounded on the west and north by towering mountains that reach the sky, impeding the passage of birds. This range is referred to as the Honghuang Mountain Range to the east and south. It is enveloped by an endless sea, rumored to be a place where even Yuanying true monarchs can only venture a few thousand miles before being met with perpetual fog, making navigation nearly impossible. This vast ocean is termed the Endless Sea by the populace. The Southern Wilderness resembles a colossal cage, the nature of the outside world remaining a mystery to all. Yet, this Southern Wilderness is far larger than the world Liu Tian dreams of, comprising 6 prefectures: Qingzhou, Yinzhou, Haizhou, Songzhou, Lanzhou, and Yanzhou. It is said that the Southern Wilderness stretches millions of miles in both north-south and east-west directions, and even foundational cultivators would struggle to traverse its entirety in a lifetime. The Southern Wilderness is governed by a Yuanying sect known as Qingyun Palace, with each prefecture under the control of a Jindan force that answers to Qingyun Palace. Beneath the Jindan forces exists a multitude of foundational Qi refining sects, families, and various rogue cultivators, coexisting in this realm. The Liu family, where Liu Tian resides, is a Qi refining family in Yanzhou, perched atop the highest peak of the Funyo mountain range, aptly named Qingzhou Peak. The Funyo mountain range is situated in the southwestern corner of Yazhou, stretching over 800 miles, with its highest peak reaching an impressive height of 200 zhang. While this may seem considerable, in the vast expanse of the Southern Wilderness, it resembles merely a small mound. The Funyo Mountains are connected to the renowned Shawandishan, which serves merely as the outer region of the primordial mountain range. Shawandishan is home to countless perilous peaks and teems with a multitude of avian and terrestrial creatures, rendering it exceedingly treacherous. It is said that even golden core cultivators find it challenging to traverse freely. Liu Tian's great-grandfather, Liu Dafu, was originally a guard for a modest escort agency. During a transport mission, he and his companions fell victim to an ambush by a pack of swift wolves, resulting in heavy casualties. Just as his great-grandfather was being torn apart by the wolves, flaming orbs descended from the heavens, vanquishing the ferocious beasts and securing his rescue. Having never encountered such celestial prowess, Liu Dafu, regardless of his disheveled state, knelt and beseeched the immortal to accept him as a disciple. The immortal, finding his countenance agreeable, conducted a brief examination and discovered he possessed spiritual roots. Though they were of mixed quality, the immortal agreed to take him on as a disciple. As Liu Dafu's horizons expanded, he gradually realized that the so-called immortal was merely a loose cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, eking out a living by crafting and selling talismans in a small marketplace, classified as a mid-tier talisman master. Having only mastered a handful of the most commonly used low-level talismans, his success rate was meager, barely sufficient for survival. Occasionally, he had to venture out to hunt demonic beasts to procure resources for cultivation. Under the tutelage of his master, Liu Dafu learned the arts of talisman crafting, drawing, and hunting demonic beasts. Despite lacking exceptional talent, he managed to absorb most of his master's skills over the decades. After an expedition with his master and a friend to hunt a rare demonic beast, his master was treacherously slain by that very friend, leaving Liu Dafu to narrowly escape death. Fearful of returning to their marketplace, and now over 60 years of age with cultivation only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he realized he may never establish a solid foundation. The betrayal of a friend with whom he had shared decades of camaraderie left him disheartened and disillusioned with the realm of cultivation. After nearly 40 years away from home, he returned only to discover that his parents had passed. Overcome with grief, he wept bitterly and resolved to remain in his hometown to marry, raise children, and continue his lineage. Having witnessed the myriad wonders and complexities of the cultivation world, how could he resign himself to a mundane existence? In pursuit of a brighter future for his descendants, Liu Dafu scoured the vicinity of his homeland for spiritual veins. Eventually, he discovered a superior-grade spiritual vein over 300 miles away in the Funyo Mountains, thereby establishing the Liu family. Liu Dafu took multiple mortal wives and concubines, fathering 27 children, 4 of whom possessed spiritual roots. He established a family motto: cultivate oneself, pursue the Tao, aspire for longevity, be loyal to family, protect the clan, strive diligently. This became the guiding principle for future generations. Thus, the first generation of cultivators in the Liu family emerged. Liu Tian's grandfather, Liu Xiushan, aged 75, achieved perfection in qi refinement, possessing the 3 spiritual roots of fire, earth, and water, and currently serves as the family head. His second grandfather, Liu Ziyuha, aged 72, has attained the 8th level of qi refinement, endowed with 4 spiritual roots, fire, earth, metal, and wood, and holds the title of the family's grand elder. His third grandaunt, Liu Xiuzi, age 71, is also at the 8th level of qi refinement, with 4 spiritual roots, fire, water, metal, and wood, serving as the family's second elder. His fourth grandfather, Liu Xiuqing, met his demise while hunting in the Shawandishan, passing away at the age of 45. Grandfather Liu Xiushan fathered only one child with spiritual roots, Liu Xinyun, who is the eldest of the Shun generation, marrying a woman from the Jing family, who is also a cultivator. Liu Ziyuha's lineage was fortunate, producing 3 individuals with spiritual roots: Liu Xinming, Liu Xinyun, and Liu Xinyu. Third grandaunt Liu Xiuzi remained unmarried for the sake of the family, although it is said she once had a connection with a loose cultivator who harbored lofty ambitions and was unwilling to marry into the family. Only those who have been tested for spiritual roots within the clan are granted a status, allowing them to reside in the clan's territory and focus on their cultivation. Those who fail to manifest spiritual roots are sent to Liu family village, over 300 miles away, where the divide between mortals and immortals is pronounced. Though it may appear somewhat callous, it is a necessary measure. While qi refinement practitioners cannot achieve fasting, it is not uncommon for them to go 3 to 5 days without food during their cultivation. When hunger strikes, they may consume a fasting pill, which can sustain them for a day. Mortals, on the other hand, require 3 meals a day. Although consuming a fasting pill occasionally may suffice, their frail bodies suffer from frequent consumption, which can damage their organs. Cultivators devote themselves to their practice, often losing track of time, while mortals, lacking such pursuits, can easily find themselves embroiled in troubles. Thus, children in the clan who have not manifested spiritual roots by the age of 6 are sent to the village below for communal upbringing. Children in the village undergo testing every 3 years, and those with spiritual roots are welcomed back to the clan for a life of cultivation. Chapter 3. Awakening of the Spiritual Root. The breathtaking Funyo mountain range spans 800 miles, nestled adjacent to the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains, where demonic beasts frequently roam. The spiritual energy here is scant, with merely a single first-tier superior spiritual vein extending over 20 miles, rendering the land unappealing to cultivators of considerable prowess. This circumstance is precisely why the family patriarch, Liu Dafu, chose this location. Finding a good unclaimed spiritual vein is a rarity, and safeguarding it is even more challenging. Although proximity to the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains poses risks, it also facilitates access to cultivation resources. The pinnacle of Funyo Mountain is dominated by the towering Qingzhou Peak, a majestic edifice standing 200 zhang high, named for its abundant production of the first-tier inferior spiritual plant, the Qingling bamboo. The Liu family estate is situated atop Qingzhou Peak, which today buzzes with an energy far more vibrant than its usual tranquility. All members residing within the estate have gathered at the summit's assembly hall, for today marks the awakening of the family patriarch's grandson, Liu Tian. The Liu family's lineage has flourished for over 70 years since its founding by the esteemed ancestor Liu Dafu, who passed away 20 years ago at the venerable age of 116. Following his departure, his most gifted eldest son, Liu Xiushan, succeeded him as the clan leader. After decades of development, the Liu family now boasts 11 cultivators, 3 from the Xiu generation, 4 from the Xin generation, 1 from the Xiang generation, and 3 who have either married into or been adopted by the Liu family. As Liu Tian ambles along the stone-paved path to the assembly hall, he holds his mother, Jing Tongru, by the hand, moving neither too hurriedly nor too slowly. After a year spent within a dream, Liu Tian has seamlessly integrated the memories of that dream into his being, rendering them indistinguishable from his current self. That past existence has now drawn to a close. Despite the myriad attachments and lingering sentiments, they serve no purpose now. A new life beckons, and he is determined to strive within this captivating realm of cultivation, reveling in the world's myriad wonders. At this moment, Liu Tian feels an intense wave of anxiety. In this world, the realms of cultivation are categorized as qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, with whispers of further realms such as God transformation and integration. However, in the Southern Wilderness region, the pinnacle is the nascent soul true monarch. Spiritual roots are classified into 5 elemental types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside variant spiritual roots such as wind, lightning, and ice. The singular attribute spiritual roots are deemed the best, referred to as heavenly spiritual roots. Due to their pure attributes, they allow for rapid cultivation and refined spiritual power with minimal bottlenecks, thus making them favored by the Tao and exceedingly rare. The emergence of each singular spiritual root often heralds fierce conflicts, as those gifted with singular roots are relentlessly pursued by rivals or envious peers, who will stop at nothing to extinguish them. Following these are dual attribute spiritual roots, known as earthly spiritual roots, which are also exceptional talents. With careful nurturing, they are sure to coalesce into golden cores. Those with 3 attributes possess superior spiritual roots, serving as seeds for foundation establishment. Meanwhile, 4 attribute roots are classified as intermediate or mixed spiritual roots, with potential for foundation establishment, while 5 attribute roots are categorized as inferior or useless spiritual roots, which, despite their rarity, can still surpass foundation establishment. Although the probability of cultivators birthing children with spiritual roots is significantly higher than that of mortals, Liu Tian understands that probability can be quite capricious. Among his father's generation, which boasts over 10 siblings, he alone has awakened 4 spiritual roots. His mother possesses 5 spiritual roots, but has only attained the 4th level of qi refinement. Liu Tian also has an older brother, Liu Yu, who is 16 years old this year. Second sister Liu Yan, aged 15, along with Liu Tian, both of whom had been devoid of any spiritual roots at the tender age of 6, now reside in Liu family village at the foot of the mountain. Their parents, having borne the weight of sorrow for many years, would clandestinely descend the mountain to visit until the birth of Liu Tian, upon whom they subsequently poured all their hopes and aspirations. May the celestial deities bless me with the awakening of spiritual roots. I ask for nothing more than a chance. Regardless of the quality, Liu Tian fervently prayed in his heart. Upon entering the grand assembly hall, Liu Tian beheld 3 venerable elders seated at the head. In the center was Liu Xiaoshan, the patriarch of the Liu clan, flanked by the grand elder Liu Ziyuha, and the second elder Liu Xiuji on either side, while others stood respectfully along the periphery. I pay my respects to the patriarch, the grand elder, and the second elder. I greet my father, my second uncle, and my third aunt. Liu Tian bowed to each, acknowledging their positions with the decorum befitting the occasion. Tianer has grown. I am confident he will awaken his spiritual roots and bring forth a new prodigy to our Liu family, exclaimed Patriarch Liu Xiaoshan with a warm smile. Indeed, my brother speaks true. Tianer will surely succeed. The grand elder Liu Ziyuha replied, his expression brimming with hope. He understood that Liu Tian was the last glimmer of hope for their lineage, and he genuinely wished for the Liu family to nurture more cultivators, thereby strengthening their clan. Tianer is precocious. We need not worry. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of an immortal, the second elder Liu Xiuji remarked, affectionately ruffling Liu Tian's hair. The clan members were aware of Liu Tian's frequent dreams, and the second elder's words carried a hint of jest, albeit with an undercurrent of hope. If he were truly a reincarnated being of great power, the Liu family would indeed soar to new heights. When one achieves enlightenment, even the humble shall ascend. Liu Tian merely smiled in silence. Based on his experiences and dreams, he understood that such moments required composure. Let us commence. The patriarch Liu Xiaoshan addressed the grand elder. Traditionally, the assessment of spiritual roots was conducted under the direct supervision of the patriarch, but today, given that the subject was his own grandson, an air of anxiety enveloped him. Should Liu Tian lack spiritual roots, their lineage would face the peril of extinction. The grand elder retrieved a spiritual root testing disc from his storage pouch, resembling an oval-shaped piece of white jade. Tianer, place your hand upon the disc. Do not be anxious. The grand elder spoke gently. Liu Tian took a deep breath, slowly exhaling to calm his racing heart, and then extended his right hand to rest it upon the testing disc. The assembly held its breath, fixated on the disc. After 2 breaths, the disc emitted a soft green glow, which gradually intensified, igniting excitement among the onlookers. Liu Tian was the first to notice the change. His face flushed with exhilaration. I have spiritual roots, echoed in his mind, drowning out all other thoughts. The disc then radiated red, gold, yellow, and blue light. And as all 5 colors emerged, the crowd was filled with a mix of elation and a tinge of regret. Ha ha ha, truly my splendid grandson. Patriarch Liu Xiaoshan's face turned rosy with excitement as he rushed forward to embrace Liu Tian tightly. Heaven has not forsaken me, Liu Xiaoshan. At last, there is someone to carry on the legacy. Though his qualifications were somewhat lacking, it was suggested that he find several companions for his grandson in the future, to nurture more seedlings of immortality. A chorus of congratulations erupted among the crowd, and Liu Tian's father, Liu Xinyun, was particularly moved, tears welling in his eyes. Nearly becoming a source of disgrace for the family, it was truly overwhelming. Liu Tian's mother, Jing Tongru, was already in tears. Congratulations, little brother. We can cultivate together from now on. Liu Xianghao, the eldest of the Xiang generation and the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder, was currently 12 years old, possessing a 4-spirit root and at the 3rd level of qi refinement. All right, big brother, Liu Tian replied, his face alight with excitement. After a flurry of well wishes, the clan leader, Liu Xiaoshan, called for silence. All right, you all go back and celebrate properly. After the tests for the clansmen at the foot of the mountain next month, we will bestow names and enter them into the genealogy. Tianer, come to my cave tomorrow. I will guide you in your cultivation, Liu Xiaoshan declared, addressing the assembly. With laughter and joy, everyone made their way out of the hall. As a bustling day drew to a close, Liu Tian lay in bed, both exhausted and exhilarated, feeling as though a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. He sensed that his parents were also much relieved, especially his father, whom he had never seen smile so genuinely before. In the past, even his smiles had seemed devoid of true warmth, to be unfilial in 3 ways, with the greatest being to have no descendants. Failing to bear a child with a spiritual root was almost as grievous as being without heirs altogether. The burden that had weighed on his parents for over a decade had finally been lifted. Alas, how can I possess 5 spiritual roots when I thought I only had a single wood root today? You 4 little ones, do not appear, Liu Tian murmured to himself. Nevertheless, compared to his elder siblings and the myriad of mortals in the world, he felt exceedingly fortunate. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall deliver a miracle for the family and this realm. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu Tian gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber, experiencing a night free of dreams and sleeping soundly. Next door, his attentive parents, who had been listening intently to the sounds from his room, finally relaxed, relieved to be free from dreams and headaches. Chapter 4. Invoking Qi into the body. The following morning, Liu Tian hastily finished his breakfast and hurried to his grandfather's cultivation cave. I pay my respects, grandfather. Liu Tian bowed deeply at the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, a wave of air rippled before him, revealing the grand open door of the cave. Come in. Liu Xiaoshan beckoned with a warm smile, seated at a table. Today, I will teach you how to invoke qi into your body. Follow me. Liu Tian felt a rush of energy, as if his feet barely touched the ground, being whisked away under his grandfather's arm, soaring through the air. In a moment, Liu Tian found himself brought to a secluded valley, shrouded in a light mist. Tianer, this is our family's spiritual field, the most vibrant source of spiritual energy aside from our caves, Liu Xiaoshan explained. Here, we have 10 acres of spiritual fields, where we cultivate spiritual rice, an essential resource for our family. Liu Xiaoshan meticulously described the spiritual fields as they leisurely approached a 2-story bamboo building at the valley's entrance. This was your elder brother's cultivation space. He has since been assigned to other duties, and now it is yours to use. Thank you, grandfather. Liu Tian expressed his gratitude. Liu Tian surveyed the tranquil surroundings, finding the bamboo house to be profoundly enchanting, a space he cherished. Most importantly, he finally had his own sanctuary. Following the merging of memories, he increasingly found it difficult to coexist with his parents, not due to any shift in affection, but rather a growing fondness for solitude. The grandfather and grandson arrived at the bamboo house, which featured a kitchen, a living room, a restroom, and a livestock pen on the 1st floor, while the 2nd floor boasted another living area, a bedroom, and ample functional spaces. Settling cross-legged at a table by the window, Liu Xiaoshan produced an array of items from his storage bag and placed them upon the table. Among the items was a cultivation technique known as the qi refinement method, commonly employed in the realm of immortal cultivation, renowned for its safety and gentleness. By pressing the jade slip against his forehead and focusing his mind, one could absorb its contents. There were also 10 pounds of spirit rice, a monthly allowance for family members, serving as their stipend. Additionally, he presented a low-grade spirit stone and a vial of fasting elixirs, where 1 pill sufficed for a day's nourishment. He also handed over the storage bag, which could be utilized once one had initiated qi into their body. Liu Tian meticulously introduced each item to Liu Tian. Thank you, Grandpa. Liu Tian exclaimed joyfully, bowing respectfully. Now, memorize the qi refinement method. Should you have any questions, I shall clarify them for you. Liu Tian pressed the jade slip to his forehead, concentrating on the contents within. After 2 breaths, he indeed felt a text materializing in his mind. He read it word by word, completing 2 readings and feeling confident in his retention. After a thorough review to solidify his memory, he carefully placed the jade slip back on the table. Grandpa, I have memorized it. Impressive. You've grasped it within a cup of tea's time. Follow the practice as instructed, and feel free to ask me if anything is unclear. Understood, Grandpa. With that, Liu Tian positioned himself as per the jade slip's guidance, adopting the 5 hearts toward the heavens posture, gazing at his nose at his heart, and his heart at his dantian. Gradually, he entered a profound state, seemingly oblivious to his physical form, as if suspended in an ethereal void. Continuing to focus, he perceived myriad tiny, colorful specks of light swirling throughout the space. Following the instructions from the jade slip, he cautiously approached the light points, attempting to draw them into his body. Yet, as he neared, the lights would evade him, eluding his grasp. He decided to cease the pursuit. The lights then returned, teasingly drawing closer, as though he were a fish on a line. After numerous attempts yielded no results, impatience overcame him, and he abruptly awakened, filled with regret. Grandpa, I sense the spiritual light points, but have yet to draw the qi into my body. Haha. To achieve tranquility and perceive the qi on your first attempt is remarkable, Tianer. You possess considerable talent for cultivation. Liu Tian replied, his face beaming with satisfaction. Do not rush, take your time. It took me half a month to draw qi into my body when I started. As you embark on your cultivation journey, manage your time wisely. If it feels overwhelming, do not force it. The path of cultivation is long and cannot be rushed. It requires gradual accumulation. Thank you for your guidance, Grandpa. Liu Tian said solemnly. You shall cultivate here. I will inform your parents. As you embark on the path of cultivation, you must rely solely on yourself, for no one will be there to care for you indefinitely. Liu Tian rose and gently ruffled Liu Tian's hair, then swiftly leaped through the window, departing on his sword. Grandfather, I bid you farewell. Liu Tian bowed respectfully towards the window. Do remember to come to the ancestral hall next month to enter the family register. A clear voice resonated in Liu Tian's ears. He meticulously explored every corner of the bamboo house, where provisions, firewood, vegetables, dried meats, bedding, clothing, and toiletries were all abundantly supplied. Once again enveloping him in the profound affection of his family, he wandered through the spirit field. At the end of spring, the spirit rice had already grown over a foot tall, standing robustly in the field. Although the spirit field spanned only 10 acres, the surrounding vacant land was still considerable. Not far from the bamboo house, there was a fist-sized spring, gently exuding clear steam as water bubbled forth, flowing into a moderately sized fish pond. Within the pond swam a dozen red koi, leisurely drifting, their species unknown yet distinctly extraordinary. Bending down, Liu Tian cupped his hands to collect some spring water. The moment it touched his lips, a wave of coolness and sweetness washed over him, bringing a sense of comfort throughout his body. This must be a spirit spring. Truly splendid. It can be used for cooking and brewing tea. Liu Tian mused, growing increasingly fond of the valley's ambience. Having rested sufficiently, he resumed his efforts, swallowing a grain of fasting elixir before commencing his cultivation. In the mountains, time seemed to stand still, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Liu Tian diligently attempted to draw energy into his body each day, yet success eluded him. Whenever his mindset shifted, he did not force it. Instead, he watered the spirit field, prepared meals, and engaged in conversations with the spirit fish. One day, Liu Tian whimsically decided to meditate by the spring. He sensed that the spiritual energy here was notably more concentrated, and the number of light points he perceived increased. He quietly approached a green light point, which felt more welcoming, unlike the others that would flee at first sight. Liu Tian further focused his mind, striving to emanate goodwill and even affection, fearful of being rejected once more. In his previous life, he had never been a sycophant, yet now he felt humbly diminished. In a moment of inspiration, no longer hesitating, Liu Tian's consciousness finally made contact with the green light point. As soon as they touched, a refreshing essence enveloped him, infusing his body with comfort and a vibrant life force. He did not dare to be careless. Cautiously, he guided the green light point into his body, traversing through his meridians and acupoints, inching toward his dantian. He proceeded with utmost care, fearful that even the slightest disturbance might cause the green light point to flee. He had never felt such tension, not even during the time of welcoming a bride, now dreading that the preparations would be in vain. At last, the green light point entered his body through the sea of consciousness at the crown of his head, traveling through his meridians into the dantian. The moment it reached the Dantian, he felt an explosive surge, as if the entire universe had erupted in a cosmic upheaval, sending waves of tremors throughout his being. After the tumult settled, Liu Tian regained consciousness and distinctly perceived a space emerging in his Dantian, where luminous orbs instinctively flowed into him. No longer did he need to cautiously entice them. He observed the Dantian intently for a while, but as soon as he relaxed, he unintentionally exited his meditative state. There was no urgency to resume his practice. His excitement made it difficult to calm his mind. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. As if a single blow could fell a bull, he leapt gently, nearly colliding with the ceiling. Expanding his consciousness, he sensed everything within a 5-meter radius, perceiving even the tiniest specks of dust and the intricate patterns of wood without the need for sight. He retrieved a storage pouch, and although it measured only 1 cubic meter, he excitedly took out and put back various spirit stones and items. After toying with them for a moment, Liu Tian hurriedly exited the bamboo house. In the valley, he ran and jumped with abandon, throwing punches and kicks, occasionally performing somersaults. After 18 days, he finally entered the first layer of qi refinement, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. The first step of a 1,000-mile journey in the realm of immortality was before him. Liu Tian silently shouted within, his breath quickening and his face flushed, his body trembling with exhilaration. His silent cries resonated deeply within, deafening in their intensity. Chapter 5. The Spirit Testing Conference. After more than 10 days of meditative practice, Liu Tian stabilized his cultivation at the first layer of qi refinement. Each day, he watched spirit energy flow into his Dantian, gradually enhancing his physical attributes, which kept his spirits high. However, compared to the vastness of his Dantian, the amount of spirit energy he refined daily seemed minuscule, leaving him wondering when he might fill it completely. Only by filling his Dantian could he break through its barriers, thus expanding it further and advancing to the second layer of qi refinement. Tomorrow marked the Spirit Testing Conference for the common folk at the foot of the mountain, and Liu Tian resolved to return home today. It had been a month since he last saw his parents, and he missed them dearly. Unable to restrain his eagerness, he bounded towards home. The valley spirit field was set with a low-tier mist formation, lacking any defensive or offensive capabilities, serving merely to obscure vision, deter wild beasts, and prevent mortals from straying in, while providing some early warning. Beasts capable of cultivation were referred to as spirit beasts, while those unable were termed wild beasts, much like the distinction between cultivators with awakened spiritual roots and ordinary mortals. The valley was merely over 10 miles from home, and having grown up in the Funyo Mountains, Liu Tian was well acquainted with the route, now endowed with cultivation, albeit without any skills yet. His current physical prowess allowed him to sprint and leap back home within a mere quarter of an hour. Upon his return, he spotted his mother in the yard, feeding a flock of colorful phoenixes. Named for their vividly colored tail feathers, these low-tier spirit beasts were gentle by nature, their meat rich in spirit energy and devoid of any offensive capabilities. The family had purchased a dozen colorful phoenixes in an attempt at breeding, but after more than a year of trial and error, they had failed. Fortunately, the colorful phoenixes were easy to care for and not picky eaters. Ordinary feed is consumed, as well as the spiritually enriched grains and herbs. However, the growth of those nourished solely on common feed is notably sluggish. The hens lay but a single spiritual egg in half a month, while the roosters require 5 years to meet the market standards. When fed with spiritual grains, the family's mere 20 acres of spiritual fields yield limited results. One area is a valley of spiritual land, and another is cultivated with premium azure bamboo. The clan members are reluctant to indulge in the spiritual grains themselves, as over-reliance on them could lead to losses. Thus, the poultry business appears rather futile, and the family has entrusted the care of the chickens to my mother in the backyard, where the occasional spiritual chicken egg can nourish young Liu Tian's body. These spiritual eggs, rich in spiritual energy, provide gentle nourishment, particularly suitable for practitioners in the early stages of qi cultivation, promoting the enhancement of the physical form. Even mortals who consume them regularly may enjoy longevity and immunity to ailments. My mother, hailing from the Beastmaster Jing family, has been surrounded by various spiritual beasts since childhood, and thus, it is she who has tended to these colorful phoenix chickens. Mother, I have returned, Liu Tian exclaimed, rushing toward her with exuberance. Jing Tongru embraced him warmly, filled with joy. It was their first separation since his birth, and she had missed him dearly over the past month. Several times she contemplated visiting him, but her husband advised against it, fearing it might disrupt his cultivation. Seeing her son having successfully channeled qi into his body and stabilized at the first layer of qi refinement, she praised him for his accomplishments. She then decided to slaughter one of the colorful chickens to nourish him. Mother, after such arduous care, let us refrain from sacrificing one. We can simply enjoy a few spiritual chicken eggs for dinner instead. Liu Tian urged, realizing the impracticality of carelessly slaughtering a family asset. Jing Tongru thought to find other spiritual beast meat to prepare for her son. That evening, she prepared a sumptuous feast, and Liu Xinyun returned home, delighted to see his son, and inquired in detail about his progress in cultivation. Tomorrow is the clan's spirit testing conference down the mountain. I have arranged for us to attend, and both of you should join me. It would be an opportunity to see your two siblings as well, Liu Xinyun remarked, finishing his meal and sipping tea. Upon hearing her husband mention the two children, Jing Tongru suddenly fell silent, realizing that her focus had been solely on Liu Tian for the past few years. The clan had restricted visits down the mountain, and she had inadvertently neglected her other children, not having seen them in 6 years. Noticing his wife's sudden melancholy, Liu Xinyun's heart grew heavy. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. There is a distinction between the immortal and the mortal. Even having them near may not necessarily be beneficial for them. We will ensure their safety and prosperity throughout their lives. Father, mother, I too shall strive to cultivate diligently and protect my older brother and sister. Liu Tian empathized with his parents' sentiments and felt for his siblings. Had he not awakened his spiritual roots, he might have already drifted through life, aimlessly separated from his parents. Without the ability to safeguard himself in this perilous world, reliant solely on his family's protection. Good child, rest early tonight. Tomorrow I shall take you to the spirit testing conference, where you will also meet your brother and sister for the first time. Understood, father. On the following morning, Liu Xinyun set forth in the family's sole flying spirit vessel towards Liu family village. This first-tier, middle-grade vessel could traverse 3,000 miles in a day, making the mere hundreds of miles to the village a journey of but a single hour. As it was still early, he did not disturb the other villagers. Within the village, there existed not only the Liu family of cultivators, but also other relatives sharing the same surname, all stemming from the same lineage. For many years, Liu family village had thrived under the protection of the Liu cultivators, free from the calamities of nature and human strife, exempt from labor and taxes. Furthermore, with the potential for cultivation, the villagers had diligently procreated, resulting in a population exceeding 3,000 over the decades. The 3 members of the Liu family stealthily arrived at the ancestral home, now inhabited by descendants of the Liu family who possessed no spiritual roots. Under the care of appointed guardians. After marriage, they had moved out, with the family making other arrangements for housing. Liu Ming and Liu Yan, the sibling duo, resided in a small courtyard, currently preparing for breakfast before attending the measurement conference. Suddenly, they noticed 3 figures standing at the entrance, causing them to feel uneasy. Jing Tongru, gazing at the unfamiliar children, could no longer contain her tears and rushed forward to embrace them, weeping profusely. The siblings soon realized that their parents had brought along their younger brother, whom they had yet to meet. The family exchanged warm greetings, and the atmosphere finally returned to normal, dissipating the initial awkwardness of encountering strangers. Liu Tian affectionately called out to them as brother and sister, bringing great joy to both. Father, I am already 16 this year, and wish to request that you arrange for my marriage at the earliest opportunity, so that I may bear children with spiritual roots for the family, thus honoring my parents and serving the clan. Liu Ming declared with a serious expression. My son has grown up, his father replied. You are still young, there is no need to rush. In the coming years, I will gradually seek a suitable match for you. The mundane martial arts I leave for you and your sister must be practiced diligently to strengthen your bodies. Very well. The time is nearly upon us. I must go preside over the spirit measurement conference. Once it concludes, let us all dine together. With that, Liu Xinyun vanished into the air, stepping onto his spiritual sword as he soared towards the village's central square. A vast platform had already been erected in the village square, where a long line of parents accompanied their children, all over the age of 6, awaited the commencement of the spirit measurement conference. A crimson light suddenly appeared in the sky, heralded by a colossal flying sword radiating fiery hues, characteristic of fire attribute spiritual energy. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe hovered gracefully above the square, exuding an air of celestial elegance. Greetings, master. The villagers collectively bowed in reverence. Do not stand on ceremony. Let the spirit measurement conference officially commence. A commanding voice resonated, instilling deeper respect among the crowd, while the children gazed on with unabated envy. Father certainly knows how to make an impression. Liu Tian stood alongside his mother, brother, and sister, attentively watching his father's performance. Master, this year there are a total of 212 eligible children in the village. An elder at the side of the platform reported with a bow. Village chief. No need for formalities. Let us begin. Having spoken, Liu Xinyun retrieved the spirit testing orb from his storage pouch. The orb, resembling the size of an infant's head, was crystal clear, akin to an oversized luminous pearl. This orb could only determine the presence of spiritual roots. The specifics would require further testing within the clan. This precaution was to prevent the unfortunate leakage of information regarding promising talents, which could lead to calamity. One by one, the children approached, placing their hands upon the orb, urged not to be anxious. Among them, a small boy, guided by his father, stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and placed his hand on the orb. After 2 breaths, the orb remained unresponsive. No spiritual root. Next. The announcement echoed. No spiritual root. Next. With this, a chubby little boy placed his hand upon the stone slab, and the orb emitted a faint glow. Though the color was not vibrant, it was sufficient for those around to discern the orb's transformation. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, accompanied by various expressions of envy and congratulations. Liu Tian felt a surge of elation. He would not return empty-handed. With a smile, he inquired of the chubby boy, "What is your name?" "I am Liu Hu," came the reply. "Stand behind me." Next. No spiritual root. Next. As dusk approached, all eligible children had been tested, revealing 3 with spiritual roots, 2 boys and 1 girl. "You shall return home to bid farewell to your families. Tomorrow at dawn, await me here. I shall escort you to the immortal clan," Liu Tian declared, and without waiting for a response, he soared away on his sword. Chapter 6. Entering the clan that evening, Liu Tian and his family enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, engaging in lively conversation until late into the night. The following morning, with a heavy heart, they bid farewell to the 2 children and set off in a flying vessel to the village square. There, the 3 children and their families awaited, surrounded by curious onlookers from the clan, casting envious glances. The birth of a child with spiritual roots would bring substantial rewards of gold and silver to the family, ensuring a lifetime of prosperity. Parents would instill in their children the importance of loyalty and love for the Liu lineage, which had flourished through generations. Soon, a spirit vessel, measuring over 10 feet in length, sped toward them from the distance. On board stood 3 immortals, 2 adults and 1 child, clad in flowing garments, exuding an air of carefree elegance. The villagers gasped in awe, marveling at the Liu family's growing power, so fortunate to possess such a celestial artifact. Salutations to the esteemed immortals. The gathered crowd bowed in reverence. "There is no need for such formality," one of the immortals replied. "You 3 shall accompany me back to the mountain gate." With a flourish of his sleeve, Liu Tian cast a spell, gracefully lifting the 3 children onto the spirit vessel as they departed. After an hour's journey, the vessel arrived at the Liu Ancestral Hall upon Qingzhou Peak. The 3 children, still entranced by the breathtaking scenery, oscillated between excitement and trepidation, nearly losing their footing, prompting Liu Tian to rush forward to steady them. Before the Ancestral Hall, a multitude of Liu family cultivators awaited, all dressed in their finest robes, their hair meticulously arranged. They aimed to present their best selves, hoping to inspire the new clan members in their pursuit of the Tao. Salutations to the clan leader, to the Grand Elder and Second Elder. Today, our Liu family has identified 3 potential immortals among the common folk, Liu Tian announced as he stepped forward to pay his respects. The patriarch Liu Xiaoshan nodded, a warm smile gracing his face as he addressed the 3 children. "Come forward." The trio approached the patriarch timidly, bowing deeply in respect. "We pay our respects to the patriarch," Liu Xiaoshan continued. "Next, I shall test your spiritual roots. Remember, each root is unique, and diligence leads to success." He produced a spiritual testing plate and beckoned the children to step forward one by one. The first, a chubby boy, placed his hand upon the plate, which emitted 4 colors: red, yellow, blue, and green, among which yellow prevailed. This indicates a primary earth spiritual root, with attributes of fire, earth, water, and wood. Liu Hu, the 8-year-old son of the clan's butcher, was introduced by Liu Tian, who stood nearby. "Well done." The patriarch Liu Xiaoshan nodded approvingly. The testing continued with the remaining 2. Liu Gang, a 7-year-old from a farming household, possessed 5 spiritual roots. Liu Hui, the 6-year-old, also hailed from a farming family and similarly had 5 roots. Liu Tian, Liu Tian's third aunt, joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful! Our clan has gained 3 new seedlings, bringing our Xiang generation to 5 members. Our family grows stronger." The crowd rejoiced, for this year, 4 new seedlings had emerged, a testament to the ambition of each clan member to strengthen their lineage. Patriarch Liu Xiaoshan stroked his beard in satisfaction. Though their talents were not particularly remarkable, the increase in clan members was indeed a blessing. "With gradual development, we shall surely improve," he mused. "Power, come forth. In our clan, peers are sorted by age rather than cultivation level. You, as the eldest of the Xiang generation, shall guide the others." Liu Xiaoshan spoke in a steady voice, recalling the ancestral edict established at the clan's founding. Cultivate oneself and seek the path, cherish longevity, protect the family, and strive diligently. This 16-character family motto also served as the lineage's guiding principle. 50 years constitutes a generation. The descendants of cultivators inherit their rank accordingly. You are all of the third generation of the Xiang lineage. I now bestow upon you the character Xiang, and I hope you will remember our ancestral teachings and not disappoint the family's expectations." The five bowed in unison. Under the guidance of the great elder Liu Tian, the assembly honored their ancestors, leaving their spiritual imprints to ignite soul lamps. While they listened to the history of the clan's development, learned about family members, clan affairs, an introduction to cultivation, and absorbed the essence of family culture. This session lasted well over an hour. The three young ones were then assigned to the second elder Liu Shiji for training. Liu Tian was now officially named Liu Tian. After the clan ceremony, he was summoned to the family library by the patriarch. "Honor, you have successfully cultivated qi within. I shall now impart a technique to you, allowing you to embark on your formal cultivation journey. You possess a primary wood spiritual root, yet our Liu family is weak, and your father is merely a loose cultivator. We possess only one technique, the fiery method, which can reach the pinnacle of qi refinement." Liu Xiaoshan expressed his regrets, lamenting his decades of cultivation without discovering additional techniques for the clan. "Grandfather, do not worry. When I grow up, I will surely seek out more techniques for our family." Liu Xiangtian vowed earnestly, understanding that elders cherish ambitious children. Making them happy was a form of filial piety. "Very well, Tianer shall become the unicorn of our family." The clan leader, Liu Xiaoshan, readily responded, "Since you have just begun cultivating at the first layer of qi refinement and your meridians are still weak, practicing for 1 hour each morning and evening will suffice. Here is a comprehensive compendium of foundational spells and an introduction to talisman crafting for you to study during your leisure time. On the 5th of each month, go to Elder 2 for further instruction, and feel free to consult me if you encounter any difficulties. Remember to foster love among your kin. Thank you, grandfather, for the bestowal of this knowledge. Your grandson takes his leave now to visit your mother and will return to the valley for training tomorrow." "Understood, grandfather." Liu Xiangtian sprinted home, where he found his parents accompanying a robust man clad in animal skins. Upon seeing Liu Xiangtian return, the man eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Ah, this must be my fine nephew, Tianer. Tianer, this is your uncle." His father introduced. Although Liu Xiangtian was curious, having never met the man before, he respectfully bowed and said, "Nephew Tianer pays his respects to uncle." The man, known as Jing Tonglei, scooped Liu Xiangtian up in a warm embrace, repeatedly saying, "Good child, good child." Jing Tonglei hailed from the Jing family of Yusho Mountain, over 1,000 miles away. The Jing family, comprised of loose cultivators, had established their lineage over 2 centuries ago. Their ancestors had once produced a foundation-building patriarch, whose untimely demise during an expedition led to the family's gradual decline. To fend off hostile forces, Liu Xiangtian's mother was married into the Liu family, a union intended to deter adversaries. In their prime, the Liu family boasted 3 cultivators at the later stages of qi refinement and several at the mid-stage, earning them a modicum of renown within a 1,000-mile radius. The Jing family, expansive in nature, comprised over 40 cultivators and hundreds of thousands of ordinary folk, while also maintaining a pack of silver moon wolves. From a young age, the family members formed bonds with these wolves, growing alongside them. The Jing family's strength ranked among the top in the realm of qi refinement. When Jing Tongru married into the Liu family, she relinquished her contract with the silver moon wolves to prevent any secrets from leaking. This loss affected her spirit, resulting in her stagnation in strength over the past decade. Jing Tonglei, being the brother of Jing Tongru, shared a close bond with her and had always been concerned about his sister's well-being. Upon learning that his sister's son had manifested a spirit root, he took the time to come visit. Jing Tonglei possessed a tri-attribute spirit root with qualities far superior to his sister's, and was currently at the 8th layer of qi refinement, accompanied by a first-tier late-stage silver moon wolf as a pet, showcasing considerable strength. "Tianer, your uncle has brought you a gift," Jing Tonglei exclaimed, retrieving a small pet resembling a kitten from his beast pouch. Upon closer inspection, the creature boasted a coat of pale golden fur with a white underbelly, its small eyes half closed and appearing rather lethargic. "Brother, is this a golden marten? This is far too precious. You cannot give it to Tianer." Jing Tongru, having grown up in a beast-taming family, possessed a keen eye for such matters, having studied various spirit beasts from a young age. Each faction maintained strict regulations over their techniques, skills, and resource management. Wary of the repercussions should Jing Tonglei be reprimanded for gifting a spirit beast. "Fear not, sister. I hunted this one myself in the Songlong Mountains and brought it straight here. This golden marten's bloodline is not particularly pure. I found it within a nest of yellow-throated martens. After observing for 2 days, I noticed this little marten was not favored by its kin. I took the opportunity to snatch it away while its mother was out hunting. It appears that it has just turned a month old. With proper care, it is bound to flourish." Jing Tonglei explained to his sister. "Come, Tianer, hold it." Liu Xiangtian received the golden marten handed over by his uncle. The little creature curled up tightly, its fluffy form emanating an air of insecurity. Who could resist such an adorable being? Liu Tian was equally enchanted. Gently stroking the marten's fur, perhaps sensing the warmth, the golden marten extended its tiny tongue to lick his finger. A wave of warmth spread from his fingertip, igniting an indescribable bond within him, deepening his affection for the creature. Although the golden marten can reach the pinnacle of second-tier strength in adulthood, its impure lineage suggests it may struggle to break through this limitation. Nevertheless, marten-type spirit beasts possess a certain aptitude for treasure hunting. Let Tanner care for it for now, and should I find a better one later, I shall present it to you, Jing Tonglei said, somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, uncle. I truly adore this marten. Liu Tian hurriedly expressed his sentiments. Hearing his nephew's words, Jing Tonglei felt a wave of relief wash over him, marveling at how understanding his nephew was. Validating his efforts as an uncle, he then retrieved a jade vial and a thin booklet from his storage bag, addressing Liu Tian. Tenor, this vial contains beast-raising pills. Give the golden marten one every 10 days to assist its growth. The booklet contains insights I accidentally acquired regarding the nurturing of spirit pets, along with a method for forming a contract with them. You may take it home to study. Brother, is this contracting method permissible for Tianer within our clan? Jing Tongru inquired anxiously of her brother, aware that the clan's inherited techniques must not be divulged, with severe penalties for transgressors, ranging from the forfeiture of one's cultivation to execution. This is something I obtained externally and is unrelated to our clan. It is not a profound technique. It is quite well known among solitary cultivators, so there is no need for concern, sister. Tianer, this method is a form of a servitude contract, relatively straightforward. If you have any questions, feel free to consult your mother. Thank you, uncle. Tiano understands. Liu Tian replied politely and obediently. Who could resist a well-mannered and considerate child? Liu Tian was quite adept at grasping the thoughts of adults. After all, he had raised 2 divine beasts in his dreams, and the heartache of his father was indeed palpable. The family engaged in idle chatter for a while longer before Jing Tonglei hastily departed, promising to visit Liu Tian again when time permitted. Chapter 7. Contracting the golden marten in the realm of cultivation. There are generally 3 methods for forming contracts with spirit beasts. The first is the life contract, wherein the contractor binds their soul with the spirit beast, establishing a profound connection. This type of contract is typically not easily dissolved, allowing both parties to share abilities or powers in certain aspects. If one party possesses a higher level of cultivation, they can gradually impart some of their cultivation to the other, fostering mutual growth. The downside is that if one party suffers fatal harm, the other will also be severely affected. Should one die, the other, even if surviving, will suffer grave damage to their soul. The second method is the equal contract, characterized by mutual trust and understanding, establishing a relationship of equality. The Jing family employs this method for their long-standing coexistence with the Silver Moon Wolf clan, wherein the Silver Moon Wolves enjoy the same treatment as clan members. The third form is known as the blood pact, also referred to as the enslavement contract. The contractor utilizes their own blood to inscribe runes, which are then infused into the spirit beast's body, thereby establishing a connection. This compels the spirit beast to obey the contractor, who can detonate the blood pact at any moment to eliminate the spirit beast. However, if the spirit beast's cultivation surpasses that of the contractor, the blood pact may not necessarily annihilate it. Should the spirit beast be of a higher cultivation, it may resist the contractor, and if the contractor perishes, the pact automatically dissolves. After his uncle departed, Liu Tian meticulously perused the booklet his uncle had provided. The content was not extensive, featuring descriptions of commonly used spirit beasts among cultivators, methods for identification and care, as well as a technique for refining the blood pact. He sought advice from his mother regarding the nuances of raising a golden marten and the intricacies of the blood pact refinement process. He also retrieved 10 colorful pheasant eggs from home before heading to the bamboo pavilion in the valley with the golden marten in his arms. Upon returning to the bamboo pavilion, the night had deepened, and he reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, activating the mist array atop the mountain. The night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, and a gentle breeze wafted through. In this realm of cultivation, there were none of the bothersome mosquitoes or flies that plague the mundane world, and Liu Tian felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. The fatigue from his 2 days of travel dissipated in an instant. Cradling the golden marten, both he and the creature drifted into slumber. As the sun rose, its rays streamed into the valley, gently illuminating his eyes. Liu Tian awoke languidly, gazing at the golden marten, which was still soundly asleep, curled into a delightful ball. Unable to resist the urge, he affectionately stroked it. Such cuteness warrants the name Huangmao, he mused. For calling it Jinmao would not align with the understated nature of a beast. Seated cross-legged by the spirit spring, Liu Tian embraced the ethereal purple aura of the dawn. engaging in his cultivation for over an hour until a faint pain coursed through his meridians, prompting him to cease. This wretched spiritual root is truly useless, he lamented. The speed at which it absorbs and refines spiritual energy is akin to that of a snail. I can barely withstand the cultivation for a short while. It's so challenging. Liu Tian could not help but express his frustrations. I must hasten my practice of the flame technique bestowed by my grandfather. Although it is not of the wood attribute, my 5 spiritual roots harmoniously align with various techniques, while others fret over the compatibility of their techniques' attributes. I have no such concerns. Observing the golden marten lazily meandering around the vicinity of the bamboo pavilion, he noted its demeanor was far from that of a swift and agile creature. Yellow fur, you are a marten, not a lethargic cat. Where is your spirit? He chided playfully. Yet, despite his teasing, the provision of meals could not be neglected. It was a choice he made, stemming from his uncle's profound affection. He took out a colorful pheasant egg, mixed it with spirit spring water, and blended it thoroughly. He then prepared a bowl of spirit rice porridge, steaming the egg atop it without wasting time. After a quarter of an hour, the meal was ready. He divided the porridge into 2 portions, one large and one small, mixing the steamed egg into the porridge. Thus, the duo commenced their meal, each relishing their respective portions without any sign of discrimination. Following their feast, even cultivators must tend to the dishes. Alas, as an inexperienced cultivator, he was unable to manipulate objects or perform water sphere or cleansing techniques. I shall endure. Liu Tian thought optimistically. Good days will surely come. After tidying up, a solitary figure and his beast strolled leisurely through the valley, savoring their meal. Occasionally, they caught a few rice bugs to nourish the golden ferret, which eagerly accepted the offerings. Time flowed quietly, and a month passed. Liu Tian had mastered the family's flame technique, an ordinary cultivation method, yet its training speed far surpassed that of the introductory qi refinement technique. If the latter's progress could be likened to a snail's pace, then the flame technique moved at 3 times that speed. I could endure darkness if I had never witnessed light. Liu Tian had not encountered more profound techniques or more gifted spiritual roots. Yet he was content with his current advancement. After a month of meticulous care with spiritual elixirs, grains, eggs, insects, and springs, the little golden ferret had grown noticeably more vibrant, capable of racing around the valley in the span of a tea brew, determined to establish a blood contract. Liu Tian feared losing his companion after such diligent nurturing. During this period of leisure, he practiced the incantations for the blood contract runes, finding them identical to those in the texts. After all, who would willingly use their own blood for practice unless necessary? It was crucial to be judicious with one's resources. Liu Tian firmly believed in this principle. Seated on the meditation mat in his training room, he took a family dagger and made a swift incision on his left wrist, causing a surge of blood to flow forth. While he focused on staunching the bleeding, he directed the blood into the air, weaving a complex design through careful gestures. The blood swirled, forming the intricate pattern of the blood contract rune, emanating an astonishing aura. He projected the rune towards the forehead of the golden ferret lying nearby, and it instantly entered the creature's body. Moments later, he sensed a connection with the ferret. Akin to holding a fragile, colorful egg, one could easily crush it with a mere thought. Sensing potential danger, the little golden ferret voiced its dissatisfaction with a couple of sharp calls directed at Liu Tian. Upon confirming the success of the contract and his newfound control over the ferret, Liu Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the first spell he had successfully cast in his life, a tangible experience of a cultivator's abilities. In high spirits, he commanded the golden ferret to dash east and west, drink water, and dig the ground until, after half an hour, it lay exhausted on the ground, unresponsive to further calls. Previously, he had heard from his mother that establishing a blood contract required a certain level of spiritual awareness, suggesting he should wait until he reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. However, Liu Tian believed he surpassed his peers in many aspects. Having lived an additional life in his dreams, his spiritual awareness was likely more potent than that of ordinary individuals. The texts in the library recorded that the 1st layer of qi refinement birthed spiritual awareness, typically not exceeding 1 meter. As cultivation increased, so too would the extent of one's awareness. Liu Tian, at the 1st layer, could extend his awareness to 5 meters, 5 times that of an average cultivator. He resolved to keep this secret to himself, believing it prudent to remain discreet. For now, this was merely his conviction, but he would seek further validation in the future. Indeed, to speak of science, that is what is conveyed in dreams. Reflecting on the past month, it has been a bountiful harvest. I have mastered the flame technique, which includes a supplementary flame sword technique, although it can only be practiced upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement. I have contracted a low-grade golden marten, marking the beginning of companionship on my cultivation journey, alleviating the solitude. I have also acquired the fireball technique, albeit my current flame is no larger than my pinky finger and cannot extend beyond 1 meter from my body. Furthermore, I have learned the water ball technique, with each condensed water sphere being sufficient for a sip. Liu Tian has set his sights on mastering the earth shield technique, the golden needle technique, and the binding technique in the upcoming month. After all, one must possess knowledge of all 5 elements to honor the 5 spirit roots bestowed by heaven. Like a snail, I shall advance step by step. Though the road is long, progress will be made. Liu Tian gazes at the starry sky, filled with unwavering resolve in this moment. Chapter 8. The creation of talisman paper today marks another auspicious 5th day. Liu Tian set forth early towards the abode of the second elder, infusing spiritual energy into his legs, propelling himself with remarkable speed. Through a period of camaraderie, Liu Tian has grown familiar with his 3 companions. As the local expert of the Funyo mountain range, he cannot help but extend various forms of assistance to the newcomers, merging memories from a lifetime within a dream. He appears wise beyond his years, subtly taking the lead among the 4. The eldest among the Xiang clan, Liu Xianghao, has completed the teachings imparted by the family and is now honing his skills at the shop run by his aunt, Liu Xinyun, in the marketplace. 3,000 miles east of Qingzhou Peak lies a qi refinement marketplace known as Moon Lake Market. This market is established upon a first-grade superior spiritual vein and is governed by the 4 most powerful qi refinement factions: the Beastmaster Jing family, the Alchemist Qin family, the Talisman Master Wang family, and the Black Tiger Gang, which oversees airship transportation. Each of these factions is affiliated with one of the 4 families of Yazhou. Yazhou is under the control of the Golden Core Force, Wuyiage, which has 5 subordinate families: the Nangong family, the Qian family, the Zheng family, the Zhao family, and the Chao family. It is said that the Nangong family possesses a fully established foundational ancestor, serving as an elder in Wuyiage. The Nangong family maintains a low profile, shrouded in mystery, lacking any overt affiliations with qi refinement families. Thanks to the assistance of the Beastmaster Jing family, the young Liu family has been able to open a small general store in Moon Lake Market. The store sells various spiritual bamboo, spiritual rice, first-grade talisman papers, and symbols, while also acquiring some cultivation resources. Each year, it generates a profit of 200 to 300 spiritual stones. Although modest, its significance cannot be overlooked. It provides immense support for the Liu family in purchasing cultivation resources and acquiring valuable information. Upon arriving at the entrance of the second elder's abode, the 3 little ones were already waiting, and upon seeing Liu Tian, they rushed forward to greet him. 5th brother has arrived. Tian brother, little brother. With 3 different forms of address, Liu Tian, being the youngest among the 5 of the Xiang clan, occupies the position of the 5th due to the age hierarchy within the family. At that moment, the second elder opened the great door of the cave, allowing the group to enter. With a small family, there was no designated learning space. Thus, they studied in the various elders' abodes, which proved quite convenient. Today, I shall impart to you the myriad arts of cultivation, collectively known as the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. These arts encompass alchemy, artifact forging, formation techniques, talisman crafting, beast taming, spirit herb cultivation, divination, and vein seeking, among others. The skills of the cultivators are numerous, all falling under the umbrella of the 100 arts, each capable of aiding one's practice or enhancing combat prowess. It is well understood that cultivation is contingent upon wealth, companions, methods, and the environment, with wealth being of utmost importance. Mastering a singular skill can facilitate the swift accumulation of riches and the acquisition of resources necessary for cultivation. Elder Liu Xiuji, with a gentle demeanor, eloquently conveyed these teachings. My father, your forebear, entered the realm of cultivation and diligently studied the art of talisman crafting under the guidance of a master. However, the transmission of such skills is fiercely guarded by various sects, making the acquisition of these techniques exceedingly challenging. Currently, our Liu family possesses only the ability to craft talismans of the first tier, upper grade. Talisman crafting entails inscribing one's understanding of mystic arts onto talisman paper, supplemented by unique runes, channeling formidable spiritual energy to draw forth the natural essence of the universe and converge it upon the talisman paper. This craft demands both innate talent and unwavering perseverance. Both are indispensable. Our Qingzhou mountain is aptly named, as it yields an abundance of first-tier, lower, middle, and upper-grade green bamboo, the finest material for crafting talisman paper. Today, I shall instruct you in the art of paper making. The Liu family possesses a dedicated workshop for talisman paper production, overseen by Liu Shenming, the second elder of the Shun branch, who is also Liu Xianghao's father. This workshop is conveniently located at the foot of the mountain, adjacent to the green bamboo grove, facilitating the procurement of materials. Liu Tian, well versed in the paths, guided the 3 others to the workshop, commencing a fortnight of rigorous study. The process of crafting talisman paper from green bamboo is akin to that of producing paper from regular bamboo. However, Qingling bamboo is notably more resilient and flexible, demanding a higher standard of craftsmanship. The Liu family has a limited number of cultivators, so we selected over 100 robust individuals from Liu family village to assist with various steps in the workshop. During the subsequent fortnight, the four diligently felled suitable spirit bamboo, meticulously learning to disassemble and soak each piece. As a talisman master, one must possess a comprehensive understanding of the materials utilized, which also serves to temper their character. They must recognize that every piece of spirit stone and every resource for cultivation is hard-won. Upon the successful conclusion of their labor, the four returned to their respective homes. Liu Tian, upon returning to visit his parents, found only his mother at home and inquired about his father. After a moment's hesitation, his mother replied, "Enough. You are now a cultivator, and I can no longer regard you merely as a child. Tianer, do you understand that every family or force must pay an annual tribute to their superior authority?" Unaware of this, Liu Tian felt bewildered. Does the realm of cultivation also impose taxes? Exploitation is ubiquitous. Our Liu family, having established ourselves here, must pay the Zhao family, a foundational sect, 200 spirit stones annually, to be settled every decade. Failing to do so would jeopardize the safety of the Liu family. A new decade is upon us, and our family's production has not been favorable in recent years. Not long ago, the Grand Elder organized the clan to hunt ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. His mother expressed concern etched upon her face. The 10,000 Great Mountains are a branch of the Honghuang Mountain Range, connecting to the Funyo Mountain Range. While the Funyo Mountain Range may be likened to mere hills, the 10,000 Great Mountains are the true majestic peaks. Towering mountains abound, dense forests flourish, and numerous ferocious beasts roam, creating an exceptionally perilous environment. In the pursuit of swiftly acquiring spiritual stones, the Liu family has no alternative but to venture into dangerous realms, where resources are abundant and places seldom trodden by human feet. Liu Tian, for the first time, experiences the hardships faced by his family. Knowledge gleaned from books pales in comparison to the wisdom gained through personal endeavor. Previously, while perusing various texts, he lacked a visceral understanding. But now he recognizes this world as one that devours the weak. Only strength can safeguard oneself and one's family. Mother, I shall return to my cultivation. You need not worry excessively. Father and the others are seasoned and will surely return laden with success. After offering his mother some words of comfort, he rose to depart. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage nestled in the valley, he reclined in his familiar chair, his mind racing. At merely 6 years of age, he felt powerless, hoping only to avoid causing trouble. Yet, in the realm of dreams, he had traversed many experiences, accumulating a wealth of wisdom. Liu Tian pondered incessantly, regrettably, in his dreams. He was also ineffectual, lacking any remarkable skills, and his understanding of mathematics and science was limited to the most rudimentary knowledge. The foundational logic of material existence differed as well, and the scientific principles of that world might not hold in the realm of cultivation. After hours of contemplation without clarity, the yellow-haired creature beside him chirped incessantly, prompting him to rise and prepare a meal. He washed the rice and cooked it, adding some smoked meat. "Oh, the rice seems to have potential. Perhaps I shall experiment tomorrow." The man and the beast joyfully finished their meal, and under the moonlight, he completed his cultivation for the day before retiring to sleep. Early the next morning, Liu Tian wandered through the spiritual fields, meticulously observing each stalk of spiritual rice. The rice was nearing maturity, with plump ears gently bowing their heads, swaying in the soft breeze. After a day of scrutinizing the spiritual field, he discerned nothing remarkable. He had no lofty aspirations of hybridizing rice. He merely sought to identify any mutated strains to cultivate gradually, content if he could increase the yield even slightly. In the ensuing month, whenever he had free time, Liu Tian would observe the spiritual fields, marking those plants that thrived, bore many grains, and appeared particularly full. Chapter 9. The treasure from the mouse. After 2 long years, he finally broke through to the second level of qi refinement. Wasn't it said that cultivation in the early stages of qi refinement progressed swiftly? Liu Tian lamented before beginning to appreciate the transformations brought about by this breakthrough. He could effortlessly lift a stone weighing around 500 pounds and could run and jump with increased physical strength and reaction speed. The speed of spellcasting had significantly accelerated, and their potency had improved as well, particularly with wood-based spells, given his affinity for the wood element. His spiritual consciousness extended to 20 meters, 4 times that of an ordinary cultivator. While the first level of qi refinement offered a 5-fold advantage, the breakthrough had paradoxically diminished that edge. In the future, this advantage might continue to wane. He resolved to devise a method for cultivating his spiritual consciousness, determined not to lose his only remaining advantage. After a series of tests, Liu Tian mastered the various changes within his body. After a hearty breakfast, a man and his beast diligently visited the spiritual field each day to observe the miraculous rice. 2 years prior, Liu Tian had identified a selection of the finest spiritual rice and marked them for individual harvesting and comparison, ultimately choosing the best batch as seed. He applied to his family for an acre of spiritual land, which he tended to with great care, planting the seeds he had selected. Following the harvest of the first batch, the yield exceeded the original by 10%, delighting his family and leading them to proclaim Liu Tian's remarkable talent as a spiritual planter. Previously, the Liu family's cultivation of spiritual rice had lacked the expertise of a professional planter, merely involving rudimentary watering and pest control, resulting in slow growth and low yields. At their peak, an acre yielded only 500 pounds of spiritual rice. With 10 pounds of spiritual rice valued at 1 inferior spiritual stone, the annual profit, after accounting for seed, fertilizer, and labor, amounted to a mere 30 inferior spiritual stones. Following 2 additional rounds of selection and breeding, Liu Tian anticipated this year's yield to reach 700 to 800 pounds per acre. In high spirits, the man and his beast wandered through the spiritual field until suddenly, the little golden-furred creature darted toward a small earth hole, chirping excitedly. Liu Tian rushed over, realizing it was the lair of a spirit-eating rat, and cursed vehemently, "Damn that rat, stealing my precious seeds. Little golden fur, go fetch it. I shall roast it for dinner." He stood guard at the entrance of the hole to prevent the rat from escaping. The lightning ferret, Little Golden Fur, caught a whiff of the scent and shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its pale golden fur shimmering in the sunlight. Within a short span, commotion arose from the southern side of the spiritual field, and Liu Tian spotted a massive spirit-eating rat charging toward him. Elated, he thought, nowhere to run. The rat halted momentarily upon seeing Liu Tian blocking its path, flanked by pursuers behind and a barrier ahead. Just as it was about to collide with him, the rat executed an aerial maneuver, fleeing toward the valley's exit. Liu Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly channeled his energy into his legs, employing a lightness technique to pursue it. After pursuing for over an hour, he found himself at a burrow halfway up a hill, panting heavily. Had it not been for his ability to sense Little Golden Fur's location, he would have lost the trail long ago. Noticing the little creature sniffing intently at the burrow, Liu Tian understood it implied something significant lay within. If it were merely a spirit-eating rat, Little Golden Fur would have caught it solo. After careful observation, he discovered a larger space behind the burrow. Utilizing a fireball technique, he sent it crashing into the earth, causing dust to swirl before revealing a 2-meter-high and 1-meter-wide earthen door. With one hand gripping the inferior spiritual sword gifted by his father, and the other clutching the superior earth shield talisman from his grandfather, he cautiously stepped inside. The interior spanned approximately 20 square meters, with a corpse lying in the corner, several pill vials scattered about, and a sword. After a thorough examination, he detected no immediate danger. A hole in the corner appeared to be the escape route for the spirit-eating rat. Above the earthen cave, there lay an object the size of a human head, dark and ominous. Upon extending my consciousness, it became evident that it was a dead beehive. The garments of the corpse in the corner had succumbed to decay, and the body was in a state of utter disarray, suggesting that death had claimed it some time ago. Liu Tian could hardly contain his excitement. A deceased cultivator's abode. Could this be his chance for fortune? With utmost caution, he approached to retrieve the spiritual sword, which had lost much of its essence, and gathered the empty elixir bottles, as well as the storage pouch from the lifeless body. There was also a spirit beast pouch, concealed beneath the tattered clothing, which he nearly overlooked due to his habitual lack of thoroughness. He must not forget the beehive above. With a swift stroke of his flying sword, he cleared it away, revealing a mass of dead bees, which he subsequently stowed in his storage pouch for later examination. After ensuring nothing was left behind, he exited the earthen cave, his mind too preoccupied to concern himself with the spirit-devouring rat. He then employed several earth spike techniques to collapse the dwelling. Today, having acquired the treasures of a predecessor, I shall lay their mortal remains to rest here, honoring their legacy. As cultivators, we must believe in the divine presence above us and the principles of cause and effect. It is prudent to show respect. Liu Tian's thoughts raced as he performed a respectful bow in the direction of the cave. With the golden marten leading the way, he hurriedly made his way back to the bamboo tower. After quenching his thirst with several cups of water to steady his nerves, he began to tally his gains. A top-tier flying sword, albeit with diminished spiritual essence, would require repair. Over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, alongside more than 20 pieces that appeared purer and more radiant, likely middle-grade spirit stones. He also found over a dozen elixir bottles, 2 containing chi condensation pills, 3 with vitality restoration pills, 5 filled with food absorption pills, 1 with a detoxification pill, and a myriad of bottles of unknown contents. There were no healing elixirs, but a few empty bottles on the cave floor likely contained blood qi pills. The qi condensation pills are utilized in the later stages of qi refinement for cultivation enhancement. The vitality restoration pills rapidly replenish vital energy, and the blood qi pills are for treating injuries, all essential supplies for cultivators on their journeys. Additionally, there were several jade slips. Liu Tian picked one up and examined it with his consciousness, discovering it was inscribed by the cultivator before their demise. A record of their life intended to ensure their story would not fade into obscurity after death. The cultivator was named Kong Yue, born of humble origins, who fortuitously entered the world of cultivation and became a loose cultivator with wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. As a loose cultivator with no support or resources, the path was fraught with challenges. After numerous encounters with robbers, he resolved to become a bandit himself. Lacking magical artifacts, techniques, or combat prowess, he devoted himself to the study of external resources. Perhaps he possessed a natural talent for this, as he stumbled upon a fragmented insect control technique, which he then specialized in. However, the incomplete technique proved insufficient for significant use, leading Kong Yue to delve into the art of poison, collecting various venomous creatures and toxins to concoct potions, ultimately achieving success. Renowned for his ruthless methods and elusive killing techniques, he garnered the moniker of the Five Poisons Wanderer. Through these skills, he thrived, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement by the age of 60, with hopes of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, he resolved to embark on a daring adventure during the beast tide of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the world of cultivation, both humans and beasts seize every opportunity, taking advantage of any convenience before fleeing. Those who linger by the river's edge are bound to get their feet wet, attracting the ire of a hidden practitioner. One may find themselves gravely wounded by an ancestral talisman. Relying on his expertise in toxins, he narrowly escaped with his life. After traversing the treacherous terrain of the 10,000 Great Mountains, he entered the Funyo Mountains. Unable to contain his injuries, he sought refuge in a modest hill with scarce spiritual energy, where he carved out a cave to recuperate, ultimately succumbing to his severe wounds. He left behind this jade slip, hoping that a fated individual might utilize his resources to aid his descendants in the mundane world. Liu Tian, upon reading this, felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is fraught with complexities, and the Five Poisons Wanderer was a significant figure. He then picked up another jade slip, and his excitement erupted into laughter. The long spring technique, a wood attribute cultivation method, could be cultivated to perfection, granting an extension of life by 20 years. It also included a spell for entangling with vines. Although it was merely an ordinary technique for refining qi, it was of paramount importance to Liu Tian at present. The synergy of the wood attribute cultivation and his innate affinity for it would undoubtedly accelerate his training. As he continued to assess his gains, he discovered a pouch containing seeds of the Ghost King vine. When activated with the entangling technique, these seeds would enhance the vine's resilience and imbue it with toxins. Finally, Liu Tian had acquired a legitimate means of attack and felt a surge of joy. Various jars and containers bore names while others did not. He would study them further in due course. Kong Yue's storage bag was of exceptional quality, boasting a capacity of 30 cubic units. What fortune! His grandfather's storage bag was only of average quality, having a mere 10 cubic units. The storage bag was remarkably sturdy and resilient, capable of lasting 2 centuries without issue. Within it lay an assortment of low-tier spiritual herbs, beast materials, and mid to low-grade magical artifacts, most of which had lost their essence over time and held little value. He would later return these to his family for them to sort through. Examining the spirit beast pouch revealed it to be empty. The spirit beasts likely fled during his escape. But wait, something was there. In the corner of the spirit beast pouch, Liu Tian discovered a fist-sized wooden box intricately carved with complex inscriptions. With great care, he opened the box, finding a thumb-sized egg within, faintly pulsating with life. A method for nurturing beast eggs had been detailed in a booklet given to him by his uncle. He might as well give it a try. Liu Tian took 5 low-grade spiritual stones, crushed them into powder, and mixed them with spring water, adding several juices from wood attribute spiritual herbs to immerse the egg, finally dripping a drop of his blood into the mixture. Once everything was prepared, Liu Tian exhaled deeply, activating a communication talisman. Compared to his previous state of destitution, he now possessed considerable wealth, feeling a sense of unease as he stepped out of the bamboo building. Chapter 10. Cultivating the long spring technique and hatching the spirit beast egg, a blazing red sword light shot forth with great speed, enveloping the entire valley in a formidable aura of pressure. A venerable Taoist priest, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, floated gracefully upon his sword. With a swift sweep of his consciousness, he sensed the surroundings before appearing at the bamboo pavilion. Tianer, what has transpired? The newcomer was none other than Liu Tian. The patriarch of the Liu family and a master of qi refinement at its pinnacle, renowned as the family's foremost expert. Witnessing his grandfather unleash his full prowess for the first time filled Liu Tian with immense admiration, fulfilling all his fantasies of what a cultivator should embody. Indeed, he realized he was but a fledgling in comparison. "Grandfather, I am unharmed." In a moment of fervent excitement, he had utilized his grandfather's specially crafted transmission talisman, merely requesting his swift arrival, which led to a misunderstanding. The events unfolded as follows. Liu Tian recounted the entire ordeal in meticulous detail, presenting all his findings for his grandfather's inspection. It was no jest. The world of cultivation was rife with peculiar and enigmatic methods. And given the malevolent legacy left by a notorious poison cultivator, it was imperative to consult the family elders. Moreover, the family was not faring well. The resources he had acquired could sustain them for several years. Despite their modest stature, the clan was devoid of treachery and rivalry, with its members united and amicable. A familial atmosphere that Liu Tian cherished deeply. As for the initial flurry of assessments, it was merely a response to overwhelming excitement. Upon reflection, a tinge of apprehension lingered. After all, the myriad tales of cultivation were not to be taken lightly. Listening intently, Liu Xiaoshan examined the holes dug by the spirit-devouring mice in the spirit fields. With a swift motion, he seized Liu Tian and the golden weasel, and in an instant, they arrived at the cave that Liu Tian had collapsed. Liu Xiaoshan unleashed his consciousness to scan the area thoroughly, and after a brief moment, he relaxed his vigilance, a smile gracing his features. How dark it is beneath the lamp. Not a trace of spiritual energy in this earthen mound. My grandson is indeed fortunate, Liu Xiaoshan murmured to himself. Subsequently, he returned to the bamboo pavilion with both Liu Tian and the creature. My grandson is truly blessed, Liu Xiaoshan joyfully remarked to Liu Tian. How do you wish to handle these resources? Grandfather, I have a notion. The Changchun technique is of the wood attribute, and I must cultivate it. I would appreciate it if you could help me replicate a copy. I shall endeavor to hatch the beast egg, and the remainder can be managed by you. Liu Tian pondered momentarily before responding. Do you not fancy these abundant spirit stones? Liu Xiaoshan teased. You won't allow me to venture outside. So what use are the spirit stones to me? Liu Tian feigned a tragic expression. Ha! Once you break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, you shall be permitted to go out. To honor, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Our family has depleted its resources for this tribute. With this batch of assets, the cultivation of our kin shall remain unimpeded, and most importantly, we have acquired a new technique. How would you like your grandfather to reward you? As a member of the family, it is my duty to contribute, Liu Tian replied, displaying a dutiful demeanor. Good child. The family shall not forget your contributions. But this matter must remain confidential to avoid unnecessary troubles. I understand, grandfather. By the way, may I keep those mysterious vials for research? Liu Tian inquired, gesturing toward a collection of unidentified bottles. Those vials are likely tools of the poison cultivator, far too perilous. Liu Xiaoshan firmly opposed. Grandfather, you are well aware of your grandson's intentions. He will exercise caution. Our family lacks inheritance in this regard. Yet I aspire to develop something that could enhance our family's capabilities, Liu Tian earnestly contended. Liu Xiaoshan pondered for a moment, recognizing that his child was indeed astute and prudent, not inferior to many adults. With a touch of fortune, entrusting him with this endeavor might prove beneficial. His grandson's qualifications were lacking, and imposing too many restrictions would stifle the path to greatness. The principle of the Tao encompasses 50, while 49 individuals elude one. Even prodigies require a nurturing environment. If Tian wishes to lay a solid foundation, he must encounter greater opportunities. It is imperative to respect Tian's perspectives. For the Liu family to endure, future generations must strive diligently. Very well, the decision rests with you, but exercise utmost caution. Do not conceal matters from me. The family will support you wholeheartedly. Thank you, grandfather. Liu Tian felt a surge of gratitude, simultaneously admiring his grandfather's foresight and wisdom. The Ling Tian Valley regained its former tranquility, with the little yellow-haired one tirelessly foraging for spirit mice and rice bugs. Liu Tian dedicated himself to refining the Changchun technique, with the affinity of the wood attribute significantly enhancing his cultivation speed. The unique life force emanating from the wood attribute gradually transformed his demeanor, rendering him increasingly amiable, as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze. During his leisure, he continued tending to the spirit fields, practicing the entwining of wood vines, and exploring a myriad of jars and bottles. Half a year passed swiftly, and he had completely mastered the Changchun technique. His internal spiritual energy had wholly supplanted the previously practiced flame technique. The entwining of wood vines also reached a minor achievement, showcasing Liu Tian's evident talent in cultivation. Currently, He could extend the wood vines to encompass a radius of 3 zhang, simultaneously producing tendrils as robust as arms. Capable of ensnaring opponents within the third layer of qi refining, the vines were laced with poisonous thorns, augmented in potency when paired with the Ghost King vine seeds. Naturally, this was also attributable to the extraordinary depth of spiritual energy possessed by his 5-element roots. Ordinary cultivators lacking profound spiritual energy could not wield such might. While the 5-element roots cultivated slowly, encountering numerous bottlenecks and possessing impure spiritual energy, their shortcomings also bore certain advantages. It is evident that the heavens have afforded us a sliver of hope, Liu Tian murmured to himself, finding solace in his struggles. The beast egg had stirred yesterday, and it should hatch today. Liu Tian eagerly awaited the emergence of the beast egg, observing the yellow-hued egg made of jade gently writhing, with tendrils the thickness of hair gradually pushing outward from within. After a quarter of an hour, the tendrils finally breached the shell, as claws and a head strained to widen the opening and emerge. An hour later, the entire body had fully liberated itself from the egg's constraints. Upon closer inspection, Liu Tian discerned that it was indeed a white jade peak king, likely an egg left by the white jade peak nurtured by the 5 poisons hermit. Due to the nourishment of his essence blood, Liu Tian sensed a faint connection with the white jade peak king. The white jade peak boasts the potential to reach the pinnacle of first-tier spiritual beasts, and with the aid of treasures, it may even break through to the second tier. The honey produced by the white jade peak offers significant benefits to lower-tier cultivators, nourishing their divine physique and gradually enhancing their spiritual energy. It is devoid of toxins and side effects, proving to be exceptionally gentle. The royal jelly produced by the white jade peak's king bee nourishes the physical body and meridians, offering significant benefits to older cultivators whose vital energy begins to wane. It also serves as a crucial ingredient for the refinement of certain elixirs, commanding a high price. However, the king bee only begins to produce royal jelly in the mid-stages of qi refinement, yielding approximately 1 vial per year, containing about 100 drops. As its strength increases, so too does the output. The white jade peak king possesses no offensive capability, relying instead on the protective swarm of worker bees, whose realm cannot surpass that of the queen. The increase in the number of worker bees renders their collective power formidable. Liu Tian was exceedingly pleased. His family had finally acquired a resource to aid in cultivation, with no concerns about its marketability. The jade slip of the 5 poisons hermit meticulously detailed the methods of breeding, suggesting a desire to pass down skills to future generations. The records were comprehensive, largely concerning various toxic insects and the elixirs derived from spiritual plants. Among them were 2 vials containing the hermit's unique poisons, along with their preparation methods. Crafted from the venom of 5 spiritual beasts, the red-tailed scorpion, golden-backed mantis, crimson iron centipede, golden-lined green bamboo leaf, and the white jade bee, blended with the juices of 10 types of spiritual plants. These poisons were effective against cultivators below the foundation establishment level and second-tier demon beasts. Their toxicity was both colorless and odorless, corroding the flesh of those afflicted, diminishing their physical defenses, and disrupting the flow of true energy. The 5 poisons hermit referred to this concoction as the deadly powder. It was indeed a remarkable item, a tool for overcoming the strong with the weak and for ambushing both men and beasts. However, one must exercise caution in its application, lest one be labeled as a nefarious practitioner. The 5 poisons hermit met his demise due to the stigma associated with poison users and evil cultivators, which led to relentless pursuit during his flight. Another vial bore the inscription time and also included a method of preparation. Yet, after 6 months, Liu Tian remained perplexed about its purpose. It was colorless and odorless, and though he had administered it to numerous insects, they took an inordinately long time to perish. Dubbed a slow-acting poison, it seemed rather feeble, as even larger wild beasts exhibited no adverse effects. While contemplating the vial, the golden marten, Xiaowangmiao, suddenly leaped onto Liu Tian's shoulder, causing him to inadvertently spill the entire contents onto the wooden table. Liu Tian dismissed the incident, not giving it much thought. However, half a month later, to his astonishment, the table had begun to decay, and when he placed a hand upon it, the tabletop shattered. It is worth noting that this table was constructed from a century-old pomelo wood. While not particularly rare, it was still a low-grade spiritual wood. Under normal circumstances, it could last 100 or 200 years without issue, and buried in soil devoid of spiritual energy, it would take well over a century to show any signs of rot. Perplexed, Liu Tian casually swept the table from the second floor of the bamboo building into the vacant beast enclosure in the backyard. Chapter 11. The marvelous use of the time elixir. Days later, Liu Tian returned to inspect the decayed wooden table, now reduced to mere wood shavings, mingled with the soil. What purpose does the 5 poisons hermit's elixir truly serve? Does it accelerate the decay of spiritual materials, undermining the spiritual fields? That cannot be right. There are far simpler methods to destroy spiritual fields. Alas, could this be the spirit earthworm? Liu Tian discovered the presence of ethereal earthworms amidst the decaying wood chips mixed with soil, likely drawn in by the rotting spiritual timber. Ethereal earthworms are considered a lesser form of spiritual beast, devoid of any offensive capabilities. However, they play a vital role in enriching fertile spiritual fields and are favored by small spiritual creatures such as birds and fish. These worms thrive on various decomposed spiritual wood and grass, yet the rarity of such resources means they are promptly harvested by cultivators upon discovery. Naturally, entities imbued with spirituality tend to be resilient and resistant to decay. Once they have decomposed and lost their spiritual energy, the ethereal earthworms struggle to grow rapidly. Hence, while not particularly rare, their population seldom flourishes in numbers. Reflecting on the various data concerning ethereal earthworms, Liu Tian perceived a cyclical dilemma reminiscent of the colorful golden pheasant. In an orchard, chickens could consume the earthworms, which in turn would enrich the soil for fruit trees. If the earthworms could reproduce swiftly, the cycle would perpetuate. Given their ample food supply, their reproductive rate is astounding, doubling every 3 months, creating an endless loop. Thus, utilizing the inexpensive aging elixir to corrode low-cost spiritual materials as sustenance seemed a plausible approach. The Liu family is known for its abundant spiritual bamboo. And as long as the quality of the bamboo is not constrained, any spiritually infused bamboo would suffice, given its remarkable growth rate. Provided the cost of the aging elixir can be managed, the colorful golden pheasant and its eggs, though considered low-tier spiritual food, possess a gentle spiritual essence with no side effects and a high demand. As Liu Tian envisioned the cycle of chickens laying eggs and eggs producing chickens, his excitement grew, becoming increasingly difficult to contain. He reminded himself to remain composed and not to lose focus. First, he needed to address the issue of the aging elixir, for failure to do so would spell disaster. In his mind, he quickly recalled the recipe for the aging elixir as taught by the 5 poisons master. With a long exhale, he recalled 10 common low-level spiritual herbs, 5 ordinary medicinal ingredients, as well as the skin and stomach sac of the red-eyed toad. The low-level spiritual herbs could be cultivated by himself, while the medicinal materials could be farmed by the Liu family village. The quantity of red-eyed toads required was minimal yet crucial. Where could he procure them? Perhaps he should consult his grandfather. With a triumphant shout, little yellow hair has left. Liu Tian infused his legs with spiritual energy and executed a lightness technique, racing towards his grandfather Liu Xiushan's cave dwelling. The golden marten streaked like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Liu Tian. Alas, only those at the mid-stage of qi refinement can fly with objects. Airships are beyond his means, and their consumption of spiritual stones is exorbitant. Running was his only option. Grandson, I pay my respects to you, grandfather. Upon reaching his grandfather's cave, Liu Tian bowed respectfully. Tiana, what brings you here? Liu Xiushan greeted his grandson with evident joy. Grandfather, please set up a soundproof formation. I have urgent matters to discuss. Noticing the seriousness etched on his grandson's face, Liu Xiushan took heed, having long regarded Liu Tian as an adult. With a wave of his hand, qi spread like ripples, instantly forming a nearly invisible, massive sphere that enveloped the two. Now we can converse freely. Unless one possesses the strength of the foundation establishment stage or higher, their consciousness cannot penetrate my protective barrier. Liu Xiushan chuckled. Liu Tian wasted no time, articulating the observations he had made and sharing his thoughts with Liu Xiushan in full detail. Liu Xiushan's expression transitioned from earnestness to seriousness, then to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a tremor of excitement. The feasibility of his grandson's plan was exceedingly high. My goodness. This could yield an inexhaustible source of wealth. It would enable every clan member to be equipped with comprehensive magical artifacts. And it could also lead to the acquisition of foundational elixirs, presenting an opportunity for the Liu family to ascend to a foundational lineage. Heaven bless us, ancestors. Grant us your protection. Liu Tian chose not to intrude upon his grandfather's contemplation, aware that Liu Xiushan needed time to fully digest this information. This could be a boon, yet it harbored the potential for calamity. Should even a whisper of this information escape, the Liu family's domain for 1,000 miles would be left barren, as if scorched by fire, rendering even the ants lifeless. Liu Xiushan pondered for a considerable half-hour, his expressions shifting from joy to trepidation, resembling the complex portrayals of a master thespian in a dreamlike realm. Whatever he could conceive, his grandfather could undoubtedly fathom as well. I comprehend the purpose of the time elixir you mentioned. Liu Xiushan spoke slowly, regaining his composure. Some nefarious practitioners replicate ancient treasures using this elixir to artificially enhance their age, thereby creating counterfeit artifacts. You spilled an entire vial of the elixir on the table. increasing its dosage to the point that it caused the spiritual wood to decay. The formula for the time elixir and the capability to rot spiritual materials are secrets known only to us two. Your parents must not be informed. Should even a hint of this leak, the Liu family would face utter annihilation. Rest assured, grandfather. I grasped the gravity of the situation. Liu Tian replied solemnly. But where can we procure a large quantity of red-eyed toads? The red-eyed toad, a mid-tier spiritual beast, is highly toxic and dwells in groups. Its mucus can be utilized to craft special talisman inks. The Liu family thrives on talisman crafting and fortuitously knows of a red-eyed toad den. The treasury also contains several red-eyed toads, while other spiritual herbs are commonplace, and we can gather some from within the clan. First, let us concoct the time elixir. If successful, we can then send out teams for mass capture. In the following 3 days, the grandfather and grandson quietly prepared a large vat of time elixir. Exhausting the family's relevant materials, Liu Xiaoshan publicly announced his intention to focus on teaching Liu Xiangtian talisman crafting in the bamboo house, requesting not to be disturbed. The duo returned to the bamboo house in the valley, where Liu Xiaoshan even dismantled the defensive formations of his cave abode to set them up in the valley. Following Liu Xiangtian's advice, they experimented with varying proportions of the time elixir to corrode spiritual wood, spiritual bamboo, and spiritual herbs, various affordable and easily obtainable spiritual materials, while using different decaying substances to nurture spiritual earthworms. They formed groups for comparison to identify the optimal breeding scheme. Once the preliminary work was completed, daily observation and statistical recording would suffice. For practitioners utilizing spiritual awareness, such tasks were relatively effortless. A sweep of their consciousness would yield the necessary data. In addition to daily cultivation and spell practice, Liu Xiangtian commenced formal studies in talisman drawing under his grandfather's guidance. Early-stage qi refinement practitioners possess limited spiritual power, making it challenging to sustain talisman drawing, typically requiring one to reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement to manage this task. Liu Xiangtian, currently at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, with an extraordinary density of spiritual energy surpassing his peers, was capable of crafting low-tier talismans. Your great-grandfather was a wandering talisman master who imparted the art of talisman crafting to my siblings and me. Only I and the 2nd elder have mastered it. After decades of exploration, the family has mastered 2 types of 1st-grade superior talismans. In the realm of cultivation, various sects keep their skills hidden, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to acquire them. For many years, my Liu family has not obtained a single one. Ancient powers noticed certain mystical beasts endowed with divine abilities, which typically possessed beast bones inscribed with runes. It is speculated that these runes relate to the divine abilities, leading to a gradual understanding of the functions of these runes. Subsequently, they inscribed the runes onto beast skins of the same attributes, using spiritual consciousness or energy to activate and release the spells. This is the origin of talisman crafting. However, through the passage of time and the secretive nature of various sects, many powerful talisman drawing methods have been lost. Present-day talisman masters are only capable of drawing talismans of 3rd grade or lower, and any ancient talismans of 3rd grade or above that occasionally surface are not accessible to ordinary cultivators. Liu Xiaoshan expressed his regrets to Liu Xiangtian regarding the current knowledge about talisman masters. In the following 6 months, the grandfather and grandson observed the nurturing of spiritual earthworms while also learning the art of talisman crafting. During this period, Liu Xiangtian became proficient in drawing 1st-grade inferior talismans such as Fireball Technique, Waterball Technique, Golden Arrow Technique, Earth Shield Technique, Healing Technique, and Lightness Technique. Achieving a success rate of over 60%, Liu Xiaoshan praised his grandson's talent for talisman crafting, believing that once he reaches the requisite cultivation level, he will undoubtedly be able to draw high-grade talismans. 1st-grade inferior talismans have limited power, typically costing 2 talismans per inferior spiritual stone, making them relatively inexpensive. They are generally considered practice tools for talisman masters. After all, as long as one has a sufficient grasp of spiritual energy, even without the corresponding spiritual root, one can gather the relevant elements from the environment to form spells, albeit with limited power. Nevertheless, they suffice for simple tasks like igniting fires or drinking water. 1st-grade medium talismans possess the power of a mid-stage qi refinement strike. Although their strength is not formidable, the advantage lies in the fact that releasing these talismans incurs almost no consumption of the user's energy, significantly conserving spiritual power. They generally cost 2 to 3 inferior spiritual stones each. 1st-grade superior talismans correspond to late-stage qi refinement, costing around 10 inferior spiritual stones each. 1st-grade pinnacle talismans correspond to the peak of qi refinement, starting at a value of 100 inferior spiritual stones. The same Fireball technique can be drawn as either a 1st-grade inferior or a 1st-grade pinnacle talisman. primarily depending on the talisman master's comprehension of the spell and the amount of energy sealed to release it. Thus, it is challenging for talisman masters to transcend their own realm when crafting talismans. If they do, it is certain that they possess energy and spiritual strength that surpass their realm. After 6 months of breeding, the initially uninvited spiritual earthworms have multiplied to over 10,000, and their numbers continue to grow rapidly each day. The White Jade Peak King has also established a home in the bamboo building, successfully breeding over 100 inferior grade worker bees. Due to the limited quantity of spiritual flowers and fruits near the valley, the breeding speed is relatively slow. The golden mongoose reigns as the dominant force in the vicinity, thriving happily and has broken through to the first level of qi refinement. Observing that everything is progressing positively, Liu Tian feels very satisfied, aside from the slow cultivation pace. Chapter 12. I opened a poultry farm in the cultivation world. The cultivation of spiritual earthworms has fully met expectations. Liu Tian, bearing the handwritten note from the clan leader Liu Xiaoshan, returned home with his mother's 11 vibrant pheasants and brought them to the valley. Upon being placed in the livestock pen, the colorful pheasants discovered an abundance of spiritual earthworms in the soil, pecking frantically as if they had been starved for years. In their endeavor to cultivate the spiritual earthworms, the grandfather and grandson had expanded the livestock pen to an impressive 10 acres. Despite the valley containing only 10 acres of spiritual fields, its overall expanse was still considerable, encompassing several hundred acres. To nurture the jade bees, Liu Tian had diligently foraged various spiritual flowers and fruits from the family, leading his kin to believe he had developed a fondness for gardening. Although the valley's spiritual energy was only of mid-level first grade, the scenery was truly enchanting, adorned with blossoming flowers in every season and the gentle babble of streams. The air was alive with the industrious figures of jade bees flitting amidst the blossoms. 3 days later, the colorful pheasants began to lay eggs. However, their production was inconsistent. Sometimes they would lay an egg every 2 days, and other times it would take 3 or 4 days for a single egg. After a month, the egg-laying stabilized, with each hen producing nearly 1 egg daily. The 10 hens collectively yielded 10 eggs each day. While the rooster had grown remarkably robust, its strength significantly enhanced. Observing the smooth progress of their plans, the grandfather and grandson shared in daily merriment. Liu Tian then encouraged the hens to quickly hatch the fertilized eggs. Thanks to the loosening of the soil by the spiritual earthworms and the nourishment from the colorful pheasant droppings, the land in the livestock pen gradually moved towards becoming a spiritual field, likely transforming within a year or two. As night fell, the grandfather and grandson sat in the courtyard of their bamboo house, sipping spiritual tea and enjoying the cool evening breeze, gazing up at the star-studded sky. Grandfather, the plan for raising the colorful pheasants has been successful. Next, we must focus on their prolific breeding. Shouldn't we also capture the red-eyed toads? The aging potion is nearly depleted. Indeed, tomorrow I shall send the great elder along with your father to capture them. Grandfather, may I accompany them? I have been in the valley for several years. I yearn to venture out and experience the daily lives of ordinary cultivators. No, I have already told you that you must reach the mid-stage of qi refinement before you are permitted to go out. Liu Xiaoshan replied gently, yet with an unmistakable authority. From here on, this responsibility falls to you. I shall send Xiang Gang, Xiang Hu, and Xiang Hui to assist you. Be cautious to keep matters confidential that should not be disclosed. With that, Liu Xiaoshan took to the skies on his sword, departing the valley. To be able to ride a sword is the true mark of a cultivator. Liu Tian mused enviously. Fifth brother, Tian brother. Early in the morning, various voices rang out from outside the valley. Liu Tian awoke from his meditation, now able to devote 8 hours daily to his practice. However, due to his 5 spiritual roots, each strand of spiritual energy absorbed into his body had to be separately refined through the 5 types of spiritual roots. The refining process was exceedingly slow, and his body acted like a funnel, with any unrefined spiritual energy quickly dissipating. Sensing the warning from the formation, he also heard the commotion outside. Liu Tian was delighted to know that the 3 little ones had arrived, which meant there would be more cattle and horses. After opening the formation, the trio, a boy and a girl, entered the bamboo house. Wow, the valley looks so beautiful now. Brother, you even raised bees and colorful pheasants, exclaimed Liu Xianghui, the only female cultivator among them. Heavens, this chicken looks so plump. Liu Xianghu couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the colorful pheasants. You're already so chubby, and yet you still think about food every day? Liu Xianggang mercilessly teased the portly Liu Xianghu. Liu Xianghu's father was the only butcher in Liu village, and having been raised in a household abundant with meat, he developed a habit of craving it incessantly. You were supposed to take care of the colorful pheasants, but you've eaten them all instead. What good are you? Liu Tian scolded without restraint. Although Liu Tian had always lived in the valley, he studied and cultivated with the trio every month, fostering a bond between them that surpassed mere sibling ties. However, Liu Xianghu, the little chubby one, sensed a glimmer of hope and asked eagerly, "If you take good care of them, I can reward you with a chicken every month." Liu Tian knew that many of the chicks hatched would be roosters, and there was no need to keep too many, as they could be sold or consumed once they grew. After all, raising chickens was a family business, and consuming a few every now and then was only natural. Besides, it would provide some motivation for the 3 cattle and horses to work. "Brother Tian, no, Brother Tian. From now on, you shall be my brother, and I will follow your commands," the little chubby one declared joyfully. After spending 3 days, the 4 of them constructed 3 bamboo houses near the original one. Cultivators needed to practice daily, and each had different habits, so they generally preferred to live alone. Even couples had their own meditation rooms. After another 10 days, they established 3 chicken farms, distributing chick spirits and teaching breeding techniques. Following this flurry of activity, the lively valley returned to its former tranquility, save for the crowing of roosters and the clucking of hens. Upon receiving the clan leader's assignment to capture the red-eyed toads, the Grand Elder Liu Xiaohai, the Second Elder Liu Xiangji, Liu Xiangtian's father Liu Xinyun, and Wang Tao, Liu Xinyun's husband, set out for the 10,000 Great Mountains. 1,000 miles away from Funyo Mountain, the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains contained a swamp teeming with venomous insects and shrouded in miasma. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to endure even an hour in such conditions, as the miasma would induce dizziness and hinder the flow of spiritual energy. At the center of the swamp lived the red-eyed toads. The 10,000 Great Mountains were fraught with peril, and it took the 4 of them 10 days to reach the swamp's edge. "It's getting late. Let us find a suitable place to rest and recover. We shall enter the swamp first thing tomorrow morning," commanded Grand Elder Liu Xiaohai. The 4 were seasoned veterans of the 10,000 Great Mountains and quickly located a suitable cliffside, where they carved out a cave, sealing the entrance behind them. "Uncle, the clan's demand for red-eyed toads isn't that great. Why has the clan leader tasked us with capturing as many as possible?" While munching on dried meat, Liu Xinyun inquired about the red-eyed toad. Its value was minimal. Aside from a trivial amount of slime, it served little purpose. He was genuinely perplexed, prompting his question. His elder brother had not clarified, merely stating that it held significant importance for their clan and should not be underestimated. However, with his brother's wisdom, there must be a reason behind it, and they would follow his lead. Liu Xiaohai, equally in the dark regarding the clan leader's intentions, trusted his elder brother implicitly, ready to fulfill any task assigned without reservation. With no further discourse throughout the night, the 4 set off at dawn. The swamp was suffused with miasma, which not only posed a toxic threat, but also hindered spiritual perception, necessitating extra caution upon entry. "Take the miasma pills. We must make haste to the red-eyed toads and refrain from combat along the way," commanded the Grand Elder Liu Xiaohai. The miasma pills effectively prevented the noxious vapors from entering the body, lasting for 3 hours. The second pill's efficacy waned to 1.5 hours, while the third offered no benefits and could harm the soul, requiring a month before it could be taken again. Thus, Liu Xiaoshan and the others had a mere 4.5 hours to work with. The 4 navigated the swamp with utmost care, frequently besieged by various venomous snakes, lizards, and mosquitoes. However, these creatures posed little threat due to their low cultivation. As long as they remained cautious, they were manageable. After an hour, they arrived at the vicinity where the red-eyed toads resided. Scattered among the grass, stone platforms, and puddles were toads the size of human heads, their eyes a fierce red, and their backs bristling with grotesque lumps. "Capture the larger ones and leave the smaller. Act swiftly." With a decisive command from Liu Xiaohai, the 4 sprang into action. Most red-eyed toads were of low first-tier or mid-tier strength, primarily surviving by preying on venomous mosquitoes and flies. Avoiding the toxic secretions from the toads' bodies was crucial, but capturing them proved relatively simple for the 4. They deftly employed their agility to maneuver through the swamp, swiftly subduing the red-eyed toads with their spiritual prowess, tossing the living ones into their spirit beast bags and the deceased into their storage bags. After 2 hours, they had nearly captured all adult toads within a 20-mile radius. Liu Xiaohai tallied their spoils, counting over 200, and promptly ordered a retreat. The 4 hastily made their way out of the swamp. Just as they emerged, they noticed a group of individuals converging upon them. "Isn't this the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Liu family? What could prompt such a grand mobilization? Have you stumbled upon some treasure?" A middle-aged cultivator with a sinister demeanor, accompanied by 4 others, approached them. Grand Elder Liu Xiaohai scrutinized the leading cultivator and recognized him as Shun Songlong, the 3rd elder of the Shin family. The Shin family, a qi refining force located 500 miles southwest of the Liu family, boasted over 30 qi refining cultivators, including 2 at the peak of qi refining and 6 in the late stages, making them significantly more powerful than the Liu family. Given their proximity, conflicts were inevitable. and the Liu family had long endured in silence. The Shen family had consistently disregarded the Liu family, considering them a negligible threat, especially with their lack of valuable resources and their alliance with the beast-mastering Jing family. Thus, the Shen family dared not deal a fatal blow to the Liu family. Elder Shun Sin chuckled, remarking that this desolate swamp held no treasures, merely a few red-eyed toads to be captured for ink production. Liu Xiuhai, wishing to avoid confrontation with the Shen family, attempted to explain. The Shen family comprised 5 members, 3 at the late Qi refining stage and 2 at the mid-Qi refining stage. In contrast, Liu's party consisted of 2 at the late Qi refining stage and 2 at the mid-Qi refining stage. Liu was at the 6th level of Qi refining, while Wang Tao was only at the 5th. Furthermore, having just emerged from the swamp, their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering them almost defenseless against the Shen family. The 4 members of the Liu family understood the perilous situation they faced, their spirits weighed down by the gravity of their plight. Chapter 13. The family in distress. Elder Liu could not possibly be jesting. Summoning such a force for merely a handful of red-eyed toads seemed excessive. Shun Tsonglong sneered. Liu Xiuhai recognized the dire circumstances of the day and discreetly signaled the 3 others, who silently consumed several recuperative pills. The Liu family, being impoverished, had cultivated a habit of frugality. They would not waste precious pills unless in a state of combat, allowing their spiritual energy to recover gradually without expense. The swamp was not particularly perilous, rarely visited by cultivators. What does Elder Shun intend? Surrender your storage bags, and I shall grant you a chance at survival, Shun Tsonglong declared. In the world of cultivation, surrendering one's storage bag was akin to placing one's head beneath the knife of an adversary. Shun Tsonglong knew the Liu family would never yield. Yet, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Liu family, merely toying with them like a cat with a mouse. Realizing that further delay was futile, as the Shun family members were poised to strike, Liu Xiuhai commanded, "Split up." With a sharp voice, he called out. And in an instant, various talismans flew toward the 5 members of the Shen family, while he himself charged at Shun Tsonglong with a blade in hand. Leave none alive. Shun Tsonglong, ever vigilant against Liu's party, remained composed and met Liu Xiuhai with his sword. Both were at the 8th level of Qi refining, and for the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Liu Xinji, Liu, and Wang Tao scattered in 3 directions, but were quickly intercepted by 3 members of the Shen family. The 3 fought while attempting to escape. One member of the Shen family, a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining, observed for a moment before employing swift movements to attack Wang Tao. With only the 5th level of Qi refining and his energy nearly drained in the swamp, Wang Tao had previously swallowed a few recuperative pills, barely managing to hold on. As he fought and fled, he failed to notice a flash of sword light sneaking up from behind, piercing his heart. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. All his strength drained away as blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and consciousness slipped away. The assailant was Shun Xiuyang, the young master of the Shen family, who seized Wang Tao's storage bag and examined its contents. Just a pair of red-eyed toads. How unfortunate. Shun Xiuyang muttered disdainfully. Quickly pursue. Leave none behind. Since the attack had commenced, it was best to eliminate them all, Shun Xiuyang thought to himself. Ding ding ding. The resonant chimes of a bell echoed throughout the Liu family estate. Hurry to the council hall. Upon hearing the tolling of the bell, Liu Tian abruptly awakened from his meditation, calling out loudly towards the trio before swiftly racing towards the council hall. The other cultivators of the Liu clan, upon hearing the bell, immediately set aside their tasks and hurried towards the meeting hall. Clan leader Liu Xiushan, seeing that everyone had arrived, activated the family formation. A shimmering, wave-like barrier enveloped the Liu family, manifesting as the first tier, superior grade by bow formation, primarily defensive in nature, capable of withstanding an hour's assault from a perfected Qi practitioner. Although the bow formation was merely first tier and superior grade, it had sacrificed other functionalities to enhance its defensive capabilities, thus boasting commendable resilience. Upon entering the council hall, the assembly was met with the sight of the Grand Elder, missing his right arm and fallen into unconsciousness. The second elder, Liu Xiuji, and Liu Xinyun were both grievously injured, currently recuperating. After a considerable duration, the second elder managed to stabilize his injuries and address the gathering, recounting their harrowing encounter at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where they had been ambushed by the third elder of the Shen family, Shun Tsonglong, and the young clan leader, Shen Xiuyang. Wang Tao had been assassinated by Shen Xiuyang, and the Grand Elder had suffered the loss of his arm amidst the encirclement of Shun Tsonglong and Shen Xiuyang. The revelation incited a wave of indignation among the attendees, who cast fiery glares towards clan leader Liu Xiushan. Their rage was palpable. With just a command from the leader, they would have stormed the Shen family. Liu Xiushan, however, felt a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the Liu and Shen families. having been ambushed without the courage to retaliate. They were left to guard against their enemy's relentless pursuit of vengeance. After a moment of deep contemplation, Liu Xiaoshan instructed, "Quickly take the Grand Elder back to his cave for healing. Xiaoji, Xinyun, you must also tend to your injuries swiftly, whatever you require. Have someone retrieve it from the clan treasury. Inform Xinyun to return to the clan post-haste. You all should return and devote yourselves to your cultivation." With that, Liu Xiaoshan made his way towards the Grand Elder's cave. With a heavy heart, Liu Xiangtian returned home, where he found his father awake. His father elaborated on the details of the attack, noticing the multiple injuries that marred his father's body. The prolonged and intense use of spiritual energy had left his meridians damaged, necessitating medicinal pills for healing. After forcing a reassuring smile and comforting his parents for a while, he departed. Walking slowly upon the Funyo Mountains, Liu Xiangtian felt an immense weight upon his heart. It was the first time he had witnessed such grave injuries inflicted upon his family. His second uncle had lost an arm, and his third uncle had perished at the hands of the Shin family. His third aunt would surely be devastated upon her return. With his own cultivation at merely the second tier of qi refining, the thought of seeking vengeance felt shameful. He lacked the spiritual energy to even approach the Shin family. This world, after all, was one devoid of law, where the strong survived while the weak endured according to the whims of the powerful. If weakness were indeed a primordial sin, then I shall grow strong. After this introspection, Liu Xiangtian's resolve to pursue the path of strength solidified. As night enveloped the Funyo Mountains in profound silence, the great formation loomed overhead, a heavy atmosphere lingering in the air. Grandfather. Upon arriving at the clan leader's cave, he found his grandfather seated outside, gazing solemnly into the distance. Tianer has arrived. Liu Xiaoshan snapped back to reality, greeting him. Grandfather, our Liu family is currently weak, and we must endure the bitter fruits of this reality. Now, the Liu family has discovered their path to development. I firmly believe that in a few short years, our strength will soar to unprecedented heights. The debts owed to us by the Shin family shall be repaid in full. Liu Xiangtian declared with unwavering resolve. In the realm of cultivation, it is survival of the fittest. However, fortunes can shift drastically in 30 years. The grievances of today shall be avenged in due time. Liu Xiaoshan, as if having made a significant decision, continued, Tomorrow, I shall announce your appointment as the young patriarch of the Liu family. I intend to enter seclusion in search of a breakthrough opportunity. From now on, the family shall heed your commands. Grandfather, you must not proceed thus. Without the foundation establishment pill, and considering your age, a reckless attempt at a breakthrough poses too great a risk. In a few years, we will surely accumulate a substantial amount of spirit stones, and by then, we can devise a means to procure the foundation establishment pill for you. Moreover, my strength is still insufficient to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Liu Xiangtian hurriedly interjected. Fear not. This old body can still safeguard the family for several more years. I must wait for you all to mature. The most crucial quality of a patriarch is not merely their cultivation level, but rather what they can bring to the family. Tianer, you are more than qualified. I know you are wise and have your own ideas. Pursue them boldly. The Liu family cannot afford to merely maintain a corner. We must strive for change. In the Shin family, a gathering of elders convened, where Shun Songlong and Shun Xiuyang reported the events in detail. The eldest elder, Shun Songda, spoke. The family is currently planning for the foundation establishment pill to prepare for the patriarch's breakthrough. We must not act rashly, given our alliance with the Jing family. Let this matter rest for now, and additionally instruct the clan members to keep a close watch on the Liu family and inquire about the uses of the red-eyed toad. Understood. 10 days later, Liu Xinyun and Liu Xianghao returned to the family. After a period of sorrow and grief, they erected a tomb for Wang Tao, placing his memorial tablet in the ancestral hall of the Liu family, in the position reserved for venerating elders, ensuring that he would receive the family's incense offerings. Patriarch Liu Xiaoshan convened a family meeting to appoint Liu Xiangtian as the young patriarch, declaring that in his absence, all matters would be under the young patriarch's command. While the assembly was still in a state of confusion, he further announced Liu Xiangtian's contributions to the family, highlighting how he had discovered the cultivation cave that yielded a substantial amount of spirit stones, techniques, cultivated spirit rice, and reared white jade peaks and colorful pheasants, thereby securing a long-term path for the family's development. The assembly was left astonished by Liu Xiangtian's numerous accomplishments at such a tender age, having been nurtured at home, yet exhibiting such remarkable talent and opportunities. Had it not been for his poor spiritual root, many would have regarded Liu Xiangtian as a true prodigy. Despite his lack of aptitude, the assembly unanimously accepted Liu Xiangtian's position as young patriarch. They believed that under his leadership, the family would undoubtedly thrive with spirit stones. They would focus on enhancing their strength while the patriarch could remain at home in peace. Subsequently, Patriarch Liu Xiaoshan announced his intention to enter seclusion, placing the family under Liu Tian's authority. After Liu Tian departed, Liu Tian took his seat as the patriarch without unnecessary pleasantries and proceeded to organize the family's affairs. The young clan leader, Liu Tian, issued his first decree. The Liu family would focus on nurturing and recuperation for a decade. Liu Xinyun and Liu Xianghao would continue to oversee the Yuehu Fang market, selling the family's produce and procuring necessary goods, with special emphasis on acquiring spiritual plants, techniques, and legacies to sustain the Baiyu Peak. The second decree mandated that all clan members strive to elevate their cultivation levels, as the family would gradually enhance the benefits for its members over the next 10 years. The third decree required that every clan member rear colorful pheasants, with the clan providing chicks and spiritual earthworms, allowing individuals to retain 30% of their produce. These could be consumed personally or sold collectively by the clan for spiritual stones. The fourth decree allowed those wishing to cultivate spiritual rice to apply for spiritual fields from the clan, which would supply the spiritual rice and fertilizer, with individuals similarly retaining 30% of the harvest. The fifth decree called for the selection of a group of skilled clan members from Liu village to venture into the outside world for business, establishing shops, purchasing land, and farming, thereby reducing risks, promoting rapid family expansion, and enhancing the influence of the Liu family in the mundane world. The sixth decree encouraged procreation, promising rewards for each child born. The more children, the greater the rewards. Children born with spiritual roots would receive not only mundane wealth, but also elixirs for longevity and healing. The seventh decree stipulated that the spiritual assessment would now occur annually, with children aged 6 and above required to participate. Liu Tian delineated these orders, assigning responsibilities to all, before allowing everyone to attend to their tasks, while he retreated to his bamboo cottage in the valley to diligently cultivate. From that point onward, the Liu family of Funyo Mountain fell into a period of tranquility, with clan members rarely venturing outside, occasionally delivering goods to Yuehu Fang market and returning with various cultivation materials. Chapter 14. Failed breakthrough and unsold spiritual eggs 8 years later. As Liu Tian practiced in his bamboo cottage, his visage appeared ghastly pale, with flecks of blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. A spurt of blood erupted forth. Slowly, Liu Tian opened his eyes and murmured to himself, a third failed attempt at breaking through. I must devise a different strategy. After 8 years, Liu Tian had finally reached the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refining, but encountered a bottleneck, failing 3 times in his attempts to break into the fourth layer. During these 8 years, the Liu family's various enterprises flourished significantly, now boasting over 20,000 colorful pheasants. They harvested at least 20,000 eggs daily, exceeding 600,000 each month. The spiritual fields had expanded to 100 acres, with no concerns about affecting the spiritual vein, allowing for even further expansion. Each year, approximately 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice were harvested. Spiritual bamboo, which had not been sold externally for 8 years, was primarily used to nourish spiritual earthworms. Aside from its use in crafting talisman paper, the Baiyu Bee Queen had advanced to the fourth layer of qi refining, hatching over 2,000 worker bees, with more than 100 reaching the third layer. Each year, they produced a substantial amount of Baiyu honey, along with a small quantity of royal jelly. Throughout these years, the benefits for the clan members consistently improved, with spiritual stones and elixirs increasing several-fold. The overall strength of the clan members also saw remarkable enhancement. Over the 8 years, 25 new cultivators emerged, and due to the generous rewards for procreation, members of the Liu family in the mundane world increasingly took multiple wives and concubines, striving to bear more children. The results were immediate and striking. If it were not for the Liu family's feeble strength and limited number of cultivators, Liu Tian would have eagerly arranged for each adult practitioner to have several companions among the wandering cultivators, allowing them to propagate and flourish. However, being primarily elders, they did not dare to act thus. A communication jade slip brought news from his grandfather, urging him to hasten to the council hall. Upon arrival, he found his grandfather, the grand elder, the second elder, his father, Liu Xianghao, and others gathered. The grand elder had spent recent years recuperating while simultaneously practicing combat techniques with his left hand. Liu Tian and his grandfather had repeatedly advised him to focus on nurturing the younger generation within the family, rather than indulging in battles. Yet, the grand elder, having been a formidable figure throughout his life, was reluctant to accept a tranquil existence in his twilight years. After years of diligent practice, he had indeed developed a commendable left-handed swordsmanship, characterized by its unorthodox angles and considerable power. Tianer, Xianghao has returned with news that the colorful phoenix eggs from Moon Lake have attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Our family currently has over 2 million spirit chicken eggs in stock. What do you propose we do? The clan leader, Liu Xiaoshan, succinctly outlined the situation. Previously, matters had not been so dire. The recent surge in the number of colorful phoenixes over the past 6 months was the primary cause. Liu Tian already had a strategy in mind, but the timing had not been right previously, and he had been preoccupied with breakthroughs over the last 6 months, thus refraining from voicing it. Grandfather, relying solely on the Moon Lake market will certainly not suffice to absorb our family's spirit chicken eggs. Within a radius of 5,000 miles, there are still 4 other markets, and over 20 markets within 10,000 miles. We can arrange for family members to take small batches of spirit chicken eggs to seek long-term buyers. Previously, only you 3 had reached the late stage of chi refinement, so I held my tongue. Now, with my father, second uncle, and third aunt all at the late stage of chi refinement, and my elder brother at the 6th level of chi refinement, we can begin to expand our market. In truth, Liu Tian had also considered opening a restaurant, having researched various culinary methods for spirit chicken and spirit eggs with his foodie friend. However, without a lineage of spiritual chefs, while the taste was commendable, it severely compromised the spiritual essence. No matter how delectable the food, if the spiritual energy was lacking, practitioners would not indulge excessively. The Liu family currently lacked the strength to open a restaurant. It was a matter to be addressed in the future. Tian idea is splendid. For a mere handful of resources, we venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains. How much more so to sell our wares at the markets? Clan leader Liu Tian declared with great authority. However, when he proposed to personally sell the spirit eggs, he was vehemently dissuaded by the others. The family needed a consummate expert in chi refinement to oversee matters. This way, even if several late-stage chi refinement practitioners were present, they could withstand some opposition. As for foundational stage experts, the Liu family's current strength was not sufficient to provoke them. After much discussion, the grand elder, the second elder, Liu Xinyun, and Liu Xianghao each set off for a market within 5,000 miles. With supplies in hand, they departed, leaving Liu Tian and his grandfather to sip tea and engage in conversation. Tianer, I sense your energy is unstable. Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Liu Tian had already noticed Liu Tian's irregular aura, but had refrained from inquiring earlier. Grandfather, I attempted to break through to the 4th level of chi refinement, but failed. There is no significant issue. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Liu Tian explained. However, Sun Air felt that it would be difficult to make a breakthrough in the short term. He wished to stroll through the Moon Lake market, both to seek out capable partners for collaboration and to find opportunities for advancement. Liu Tian understood that practitioners in the chi refining stage encounter 2 significant bottlenecks: the transition from the 3rd to the 4th level, and from the 6th to the 7th level. Most practitioners with 5 spiritual roots find themselves stuck at the 3rd level, unable to break through to the 4th. Without great opportunities, the path of cultivation is as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Time truly flies. Tian has grown into an adult. Alas, ultimately, one must walk their own path, Liu Tian said with a sense of resignation. Grandfather, rest assured, I shall be cautious. Liu Tian reassured him. Take these talismans for your protection. Liu Tian handed Liu Tian several first-grade high-quality talismans from his storage bag. Thank you, grandfather. Liu Tian quietly departed from Qingzhou Peak with his companion, the little golden-haired mink. Neither rushed, they ambled along, stopping intermittently. They traveled by day and rested by night, finding shelter in mortal villages, small towns, or the wilderness. They vanquished low-level demon beasts that threatened and attacked mortal villages, occasionally relishing the admiration and envy in the eyes of mortals, while also reflecting on the hardships of mortal life. Along the way, they encountered 5 robberies by mountain bandits, all of which ended poorly for the bandits. Those who committed heinous acts were eliminated, while those who sought to redistribute wealth were dismissed. They faced 3 ambushes from rogue cultivators, resulting in 1 victory, 1 stalemate, and 1 escape. A month later, a young man, nearly 6 feet tall and clad in a blue robe, with a handsome and refined visage, arrived at the entrance of Moon Lake Market. Despite his travel-worn appearance, he exuded an extraordinary aura, with a small, light golden-furred mink nestled upon his shoulder. This was none other than Liu Tian and his golden mink companion, Xiao Huangmao. After queuing to pay an entry fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone, they entered Moon Lake Market. Upon entering, they were greeted by ancient-style architecture lining the roads, with various shops standing in close proximity. After traversing 3 streets and inquiring for directions, they finally arrived at a small shop named Liu Family General Store, situated in a somewhat secluded location. Inside, 2 mortal maidens welcomed guests. Upon seeing Liu Tian enter, they hurriedly approached to greet him. Greetings, immortal master. Please, see if there is anything you require. One of the maidens, dressed in a pale yellow palace gown, warmly invited him. Liu Tian surveyed the shop, which was modest in size, occupying only about 40 to 50 square meters. 2 rows of shelves displayed talismans, talisman paper, spirit rice, honey, and colorful eggs, alongside a sign indicating they were buying goods. As he examined the shop, a middle-aged female cultivator emerged from the back room. Clad in a white palace robe, she possessed an elegant demeanor and a warm smile. "Greetings, third aunt." Liu Tian beamed as he greeted the middle-aged female cultivator. "You rascal. I received word from the family long ago. Why have you taken so long to arrive? Have you encountered any troubles?" "I encountered no troubles. Merely taking my time to explore on the way," he replied. "Chenghua, Chuyue, this is the young master. Remember him." Liu Shunyan introduced Liu Tian to the two mortal maidens. "Greetings, young master Chenghua. Greetings, young master Chuyue." Two mortal maidservants bowed gracefully. No need for formality. Liu Tian gestured for the two women to rise. "You must be weary from your travels. Please, go rest in the backyard." Liu Shunyan invited Liu Tian to the rear of the residence, where 6 rooms flanked the courtyard. A training chamber, 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. Though modest, it was well appointed. He arranged for Liu Tian to occupy the bedroom previously belonging to Liu Xianghao. Observing the clean and tidy space, Liu Tian felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Despite it being his first visit, a sense of home enveloped him. After a month of wandering, he felt a sudden release of tension, overwhelmed by fatigue. After freshening up and changing into clean attire, he soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 15. Discoveries in the market. Awakening from a restful sleep, Liu Tian felt rejuvenated. After exchanging pleasantries with his aunt, he planned to explore the surroundings. Having lived in the Funyo Mountains his entire life, it was his first venture into a gathering of cultivators, and he was filled with curiosity. The Yuehu market was merely a low-grade bazaar, with the majority of cultivators being in the qi refining stage. Liu Tian strolled down a street lined with makeshift stalls, where no permanent shops existed, only vendors temporarily selling or trading goods. A cultivator could set up a stall for a day with a single low-grade spirit stone, or for a month with merely 20. At the entrance of the street, he beheld an array of items displayed on the ground. A first-grade mid-tier Liyun blade was offered at a bargain. Fragments of ancient artifacts and remnants of ancient techniques awaited their fated discoverers. Spirit rice was selling for an astonishing 10 pounds per spirit stone. The street buzzed with excitement, some vendors vocally enticing customers, while others sat in quiet contemplation, and some merely closed their eyes in meditation. It was Liu Tian's first encounter with such a congregation of cultivators, and he was struck by their down-to-earth demeanor, shattering his preconceived notions of their ethereal nature. Previously, he had envisioned cultivators as singularly devoted to their paths, detached from worldly desires, with most exhibiting an otherworldly grace. However, he now saw them as powerful yet ordinary individuals, a diverse array of personalities, indistinguishable from common folk. Though Liu Tian was aware of this reality from books, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. As he meandered through the throngs of people, he encountered many peculiar items, expanding his knowledge and understanding. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his shoulder from his golden weasel, Xiao Huangmao. This was its signal indicating the presence of treasure, a response Liu Tian had trained it to perform. Weasels and rodents possessed an innate ability to sense hidden riches. After Xiao Huangmao had previously discovered a cultivator's cave dwelling, Liu Tian had instructed it to discreetly signal him by gently tugging on his shoulder when it detected something valuable. Spirit beast bags were quite costly, and the Liu family possessed very few. Xiao Huangmao had always roamed freely in the valley, preferring not to be confined. Fortunately, this mixed-breed golden weasel was not a particularly rare creature, which allowed it to remain perched on Liu Tian's shoulder during their outings. Liu Tian approached a roadside stall selling various fragments of magical artifacts, examining the offerings with great care, refraining from making any hasty purchases. After a few moments of waiting, he noticed that the young man with the yellow hair had not given any signal. His gaze then shifted to an adjacent stall that offered a variety of low-tier spiritual seeds and books. The proprietor, an elderly wandering cultivator clad in a tattered Taoist robe, appeared somewhat disheveled. Despite his seemingly destitute appearance, he occasionally revealed a shrewd glimmer in his eyes while conversing with customers, indicating that he was indeed a seasoned vendor. Once the previous customer had departed, Liu Tian crouched down to scrutinize the items laid out on the ground. "Young friend, do take a look at what you might need. All of these treasures are of exceptional quality." The old man greeted him with a broad smile. "I have a penchant for agriculture and literature. I noticed quite a few spiritual seeds and books here, so I thought I would browse at my leisure," Liu Tian replied amiably. While engaging casually with the elderly vendor, he discreetly collaborated with the young man with yellow hair to evaluate the goods on display. At last, his gaze settled upon a book titled Postpartum Care for the Blackflower Sows. The young man with yellow hair gave a subtle signal by tugging at his shoulders. Liu Tian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What is this nonsense? Are they suggesting I return home to raise pigs? He swiftly scanned the rest of the items without lingering too long. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he selected 2 varieties of spiritual seeds, one for a peach tree and another for a fragrant pear tree, both of which were of inferior quality. Although their spiritual energy content was low, they were still superior to mundane fruits, sparing cultivators the trouble of filtering out impurities. Such fruits would suffice for quenching thirst or entertaining guests among low-tier cultivators. Moreover, he chose a book titled How to Establish a Family Spiritual Beast Breeding Business, alongside the aforementioned postpartum care for the black flower sows. Esteemed elder, how much for these items? Liu Tian inquired, holding his selections. Ah, young friend. You have a discerning eye. Each spiritual seed is priced at 1 low-grade spiritual stone, totaling 10 low-grade spiritual stones, the old man proclaimed, casting an exaggerated glance at the 2 books. Your perception is truly remarkable. These texts are anything but ordinary. If utilized properly, they could provide your family with a continuous source of wealth. He gestured towards postpartum care for the black flower sows with a tone of nostalgia. This book bears the marks of time and is likely the insights of an ancient master in beast husbandry. It is the sole copy in the entire Southern Wasteland. An absolute rarity. Young friend, you truly possess an eye for value. Liu Tian regarded the crumpled, dog-eared book amidst the heap of tattered volumes with a bemused expression. Do I really look that foolish? He mused. Ah, young friend, this book is destined to be yours. I will part with it for a mere 200 spiritual stones. The old man replied with a smile. Liu Tian retrieved 10 low-grade spiritual stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the vendor, placing the spiritual seeds into his pouch as he leisurely rose to his feet. I've just remembered. Raising pigs is far too odorous. Perhaps I should consider other options. The old man hastily interjected. Young friend, you are mistaken. While pig farming does come with its share of aromas, if you manage the sows well, they will produce piglets, and the boars can be sold for profit. Is that not a continuous stream of wealth? Liu Tian regarded him with an expression that suggested disbelief at his naivety. The old man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, let me offer you a better deal. Then, how about 180 spiritual stones? 10 low-grade spiritual stones, Liu Tian replied coolly. This is absolutely unacceptable. Without waiting for the vendor to finish his words, Liu Tian lifted his leg and began to leave. 150, wait. I'll sell it to you for 10. The vendor hastily exclaimed. Only then did Liu Tian turn back and assertively declare, I said a total of 10. The vendor, seeing Liu Tian's firm demeanor, recognized that this deal was concluded, and with a pained expression, he conceded, all right, it's yours. Internally, the vendor felt a surge of satisfaction. How could this inexperienced lad think he could play hard to get with him? This pile of old books wasn't even worth a single spirit stone. Huh. Another prosperous day ahead. After the transaction, Liu Tian was about to depart when suddenly, a melodious voice called out, fellow cultivator, please wait. Could it be? Such scenarios were common in the novels of the dream world. After picking up a bargain, someone would inevitably swoop in to seize the opportunity, leading to a conflict of pretense and confrontation. Liu Tian felt a wave of dread. He soon spotted a young female cultivator approaching briskly, clad in a pink gown. Her tall figure and striking features captivating. She moved gracefully, reminiscent of a young deer, exuding an air of youthful exuberance. Fellow cultivator, I find your little mink exceedingly adorable. May I have a look? Her bright, sparkling eyes seemed to speak volumes. Realizing that she wasn't there to snatch his opportunity, but was simply taken with the creature, Liu Tian felt a sense of relief. Judging by her youthful appearance, she was likely just a girl unable to resist the charm of a cute animal. With that thought, he gently plucked the little golden fur ball from his possession and offered it to the young cultivator, saying, it's not a rare species. Feel free, my lady. The young female cultivator happily accepted the golden mink, cradling it in her arms and playing with it. Fellow cultivator, would you part with this golden mink? I am willing to offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. A male voice interjected. Liu Tian turned to see a young male cultivator in a white brocade robe, holding a folding fan with an elegant demeanor. Though handsome, Liu Tian sensed a hint of coldness in his eyes, suggesting he was not a benevolent character. I apologize, but this little mink has been my companion since childhood and is not for sale, Liu Tian replied with a smile. Oh, dear fellow cultivator, do not say that. I merely find the little mink delightful and have no intention of claiming it for myself. The young female cultivator quickly interjected. Thank you, fellow cultivator. She returned the golden mink to Liu Tian before turning to leave. The young man named Mu flashed a smile at Liu Tian before following the young female cultivator. As the two approached the street corner, the young man gestured to someone nearby, prompting that person to leave in haste. At this moment, Liu Tian chose not to dwell on this brief encounter. After a leisurely stroll, he returned to the Liu family general store. The young female cultivator was named Nangong Yuer, hailing from the Nangong family, one of the 5 great powers of Yenzhou. Compared to the other 4 powers in Yenzhou, the Nangong family maintained a remarkably low profile, rarely spoken of by outsiders. Nangong Yuer had unintentionally learned of an upcoming auction at the Moon Lake Market, featuring an ice attribute spiritual item, and had secretly come to purchase it as a birthday gift for her sister. The young man, known as Liu Tian, was the son of the Black Tiger Gang's leader, a local tyrant in the Moon Lake Market. The Black Tiger Gang operates high-speed flying boats from Moon Lake Square to other major city squares, possessing formidable strength. 2 years ago, Liu Tian attended an auction held by the dominant force of Yazhou, the Wuyiage, alongside his father, where he encountered Nangong Yuer. Today, at the flying boat docking point, he unexpectedly spotted Nangong Yuer and approached her to strike up a conversation, assuming the role of a guide. Chapter 16. The treasure of the pigskin and the beauty of Moon Lake. Liu Tian returned to the grocery shop and sequestered himself in his room, retrieving the book titled Postnatal Care of the Black Flower Female Pig. The cover was made of some beast skin, wrinkled and slightly damaged. The pages inside were composed of low-grade paper typically used by novice cultivators, now frayed at the edges. Liu Tian meticulously perused the text, which merely outlined common methods of spirit-beast breeding, devoid of any valuable insights. The pages had begun to decay, lacking any hidden characters or markings. Could there be an issue with the cover? Liu Tian pondered quietly. He then removed the cover for a closer examination, discovering that it was merely crafted from ordinary first-tier, mid-grade black flower female pig skin, somewhat deteriorated with age, showing no remarkable features. When he purchased the book, he had scanned it with his spiritual sense and found nothing amiss. However, Liu Tian was aware that if it were so easily discernible, it would not have eluded him. Holding the cover against the candlelight, he scrutinized it closely when suddenly, a faint golden glimmer caught his eye. Rising to check on Xiao Huangmao, he found the little creature peacefully sleeping on his bed. If it wasn't Xiao Huangmao causing a ruckus, then what was it? Liu Tian continued to examine the cover, shifting angles, and indeed, the golden light appeared once more. He extracted a sharp dagger from his storage bag and carefully sliced the cover. Before long, a small, palm-sized golden piece emerged before him. The golden paper was not vibrant. It appeared somewhat dull, resembling neither paper nor skin, leaving no trace when written upon. Even a vigorous stab with the dagger left no mark. Attempting to sense it with his spiritual awareness yielded nothing, as if this object did not exist at all. It was no wonder it had gone unnoticed for so long. This paper-like object was imperceptible to spiritual senses. The person who hid it must have cut a layer of pigskin while the pig was still alive, concealed the item within, and then crafted the pigskin into a book cover after the wound had fully healed. What purpose could this object serve? After more than an hour of experimentation, bloodletting, binding with spiritual sense, refining with true qi, soaking in water, burning with fire, and testing for translucency, Liu Tian still could not uncover any secrets of the golden piece. Yet, its fortitude and imperceptibility indicated it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Suddenly, a warning signal from the door's array sounded. Liu Tian stowed away the golden piece and opened the door. His aunt, Liu Xinyun, stood at the threshold and said, "Tianer, tonight is the night of the full moon. The spectacle of the full moon at Moon Lake is truly remarkable. Since you're here, why not go and witness it?" "All right, aunt. I was just thinking of experiencing it myself." Liu Tian did not decline his aunt's kind invitation. For the purpose of his outing was to experience the diverse customs and cultures of various regions, and such a spectacle should not be missed. The enchanting phenomenon of the Moon Lake on a full moon night was something Liu Tian had read about in books and heard tales of from his elder brother, Liu Xianghao. Every year, on the 15th day of the 8th month, beams of colorful light would be cast from the sky onto the Moon Lake. Accompanying this celestial display were the ethereal silhouettes of 7 graceful fairies, dancing elegantly upon the lake's surface to enchanting melodies. Once the performance concluded, tranquility would return. People speculated that celestial beings were playing music and performing for their own amusement, their images somehow projected into the mortal realm. There were also rumors that the fairies' dance contained a form of divine agility, though none had managed to grasp even a hint of it. Some claimed it was the work of the deity of love, orchestrating encounters for soulmates on this night. The myriad of legends surrounding the lake was as abundant as the stars in the sky. The mystique of the spectacle, combined with the already splendid scenery of Moon Lake and the enchanting love stories of various fairies, had made it renowned far and wide. It could be considered a trendy destination within the realm of immortals, Liu Tian mused as he reflected on the tales of Moon Lake. Upon arriving at the lakeside, the sky had darkened significantly, and the luminous full moon ascended steadily towards its zenith. The Moon Lake was bustling with activity, thronged with visitors, and practitioners of the mystical arts presenting their finest selves for this grand occasion. Truly, there were no unattractive women in the realm of immortals. Liu Tian felt his eyes overwhelmed as he reveled in the diversity of female cultivators, each embodying unique charm and grace. It was a veritable feast for the imagination, with every preference represented. At the entrance of the Moon Lake, A modest entrance fee of 20 low-grade spirit stones was required. This was a common business practice across myriad realms, prompting Liu Tian to mutter a few curses under his breath. Those opting for masks could select one for free, and Liu Tian casually chose a rabbit mask to don. The mask served no special purpose other than to create an ambience. However, cultivators were expected to refrain from prying into others' minds, as it was a matter of basic courtesy. To be caught doing so could be seen as malicious intent, leading to potential altercations with those of ill temperament. Since everyone was foregoing their mental probing, the masks effectively concealed their identities. Additionally, the Moon Lake had regulations stipulating that men should wear a white rose on their chests, while women should adorn themselves with a red rose. Once adorned, Liu Tian joined the throng and leisurely strolled along the shores of the Moon Lake. Numerous tea houses and taverns dotted the lakeside, each uniquely styled and few in number, enhancing rather than detracting from the lake's beauty. Various small boats and flower barges were available for hire at high prices, allowing patrons to appreciate the lunar spectacle up close upon the lake's surface. After wandering for over an hour, Liu Tian purchased a flask of wine and sought a vantage point on a grassy knoll, awaiting the spectacle to unfold. As the moon leisurely reached the center of the night sky, a sudden cascade of colorful beams illuminated the Moon Lake, accompanied by celestial harmonies. And 7 elegant fairies appeared amidst the light and shadow, dancing gracefully upon the water. The cacophony of the scene seemed to have been muted, as people immersed themselves in this celestial spectacle, enraptured by the ethereal melodies and graceful dances. In a brief quarter of an hour, the performance concluded, and the radiant lights and enchanting sounds vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. Like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, the Moon Lake erupted with fervor. The cultivators shouted in exultation, their excitement palpable as the female practitioners could not help but burst into song and dance, creating a lively atmosphere. Liu Tian, too, was awestruck by the magnificence of this wonder, pondering that one day he would soar into the vast starry sky to behold the grandeur. Observing the bustling crowd, his heart gradually found tranquility as he gazed at the lake, savoring the evening breeze along with a modest drink, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease and contentment. Yet, an inexplicable feeling of solitude and melancholy arose within him, perhaps due to the absence of a companion to share this beauty. The full moon languidly hid behind the sea mist, and the jagged stones of Shaoxiang stretched endlessly. Who knows how many would return beneath the moonlight? The waning moon stirred emotions among the trees along the riverbank. As the effects of the wine surged within him, verses from a poem about a dreamlike world suddenly surfaced in his mind, compelling him to recite them aloud. "Your talent is commendable, my friend." A melodious voice echoed in Liu Tian's ears, and he turned to see an enchanting figure approaching, clad in a moon-white gown and adorned with a delicate deer mask. She possessed a curvaceous figure with a slender waist and long legs, appearing like a graceful apparition beneath the moonlight. Her attire and hair danced gently in the wind, and a subtle fragrance wafted towards him, rendering Liu Tian momentarily spellbound. Was this the true form of the dancing fairy upon the lake? "Ah, my friend, you flatter me." The female practitioner elegantly seated herself on the grass. Upon hearing her delightful voice again, Liu Tian snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I merely expressed my admiration for your verses. I did not mean to intrude. The fairy is too courteous. I was merely inspired and recited a few lines at random." "I find your voice quite familiar. Do we know each other?" she inquired with curiosity. "I have just begun my journey and have met few people." Liu Tian replied as he removed his mask, believing there was nothing to hide. "Ah, it is you. Where is your golden marten?" she exclaimed joyfully, also removing her deer mask. Before him stood a captivating maiden, her features exquisite, delicate brows and enchanting eyes, a visage as radiant as the moon, with a nose like a peak and pearly teeth framed by crimson lips. Her flawless beauty led Liu Tian to think that such a woman could only exist in the heavens, rarely gracing the mortal realm. Noticing Liu Tian's captivated gaze, she felt no disdain. Rather, a distinct charm emanated from him, making her feel slightly bashful. "Oh, my little golden marten was asleep when I departed, so I forgot to bring him," Liu Tian said, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. "I am Gongyuer. What is your name?" "I am Liu Tian. Would you care for a drink?" "Ah, certainly." Thus, they settled onto the grassy expanse, sipping wine and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Beneath the starlit sky, by the Moon Lake, on the verdant lawn, amid the gentle breeze, the handsome man and the beautiful woman whispered sweet nothings, their hearts intertwined in a scene as picturesque as a painting. Chapter 17. The auction. A figure clad in black stood by the Moon Lake, his cold, piercing gaze fixated on a couple not far away. As he observed their light-hearted laughter, a surge of anger bubbled within him. This man was Mu Chun, the young vice leader of the Black Tiger Gang. who had attempted to purchase a golden marten during the day to win the affection of the enchanting Nangong Yuer. Mu Qin's actions had repulsed her, for he was a stranger who had intrusively approached her, exuding an unpleasant aura. Thus, Nangong Yuer had decisively declined his company under the pretense of returning to the inn to rest, only to visit the Moon Lake in the evening to enjoy the scenery. Raised amidst flattery as the young vice leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he had always obtained whatever he desired. Proud and ruthless, yet also restrained and patient, he lurked like a wolf in the shadows, ready to strike mercilessly when the opportunity arose. My lord, we have gathered intelligence. This individual resides at the Liu family's general store, reported a figure standing behind Mu Qin in the darkness. The store was established by the Liu family of the Funyo Mountain, a minor power in the Qi refinement realm. The Liu family boasted only one perfected Qi refinement practitioner and maintained a cordial relationship with the Beastmaster Jing family. How dare a mere loose cultivator harbor such foolish aspirations? It is infuriating, Mu Qin exclaimed. Let us make arrangements at once. In the following days, Liu Tian roamed the marketplace, familiarizing himself with the market conditions. Occasionally, he strolled through the stalls with Nangong Yuer, enjoying the experience even if they did not uncover any treasures. Tian, will you be attending tomorrow's auction? Nangong Yuer inquired with a smile. I have never participated in an auction before. It is only natural that I wish to witness it, Liu Tian replied candidly. Then I shall see you at the auction house tomorrow, Nangong Yuer said, her steps light as she entered the inn. After watching her disappear, Liu Tian returned to the general store. Miss, there has been someone covertly following you and that young man these past few days, spoke an elderly woman in a plain robe who had mysteriously appeared in Nangong Yuer's room, her tone calm. Annoying flies are everywhere. Please, Granny Hua, issue a warning discreetly. Nangong Yuer replied with a hint of exasperation. Miss, do you care for that young man? Granny Hua asked with a touch of curiosity. Upon hearing the teasing tone in Granny Hua's voice, Nangong Yuer felt her heart race slightly, yet she maintained her composure and replied in a steady voice. I merely wish to avoid bringing unwarranted misfortune upon others. My dear lady, your kindness knows no bounds, Granny Hua said with a cheerful laugh, refraining from pressing further. The Eight Directions Chamber of Commerce held a small auction every 5 years, with a grand auction occurring every 20 years. Today marked the occasion of the small auction, primarily catering to practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, which attracted a multitude of cultivators. Not a local power. The Eight Directions Chamber of Commerce refrained from engaging in local disputes, focusing solely on its business. However, its mysterious background and unfathomable strength rendered it untouchable. No one dared provoke the Eight Directions Chamber of Commerce. It was said that in the past, a loose cultivator had caused a disturbance at one of their auctions, and subsequently, the head of that cultivator was displayed at the entrance of the marketplace. After a brief disguise, Liu Tian arrived at the entrance of the auction house, soon spotting a woman clad in a white dress of unremarkable beauty approaching him. My dear Taoist, I have kept you waiting. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Liu Tian finally realized the identity of the speaker. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how adept women are at enhancing their appearances in every realm. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two paid the 10 low-grade spirit stones required for entry and entered the auction hall. Once seated in a corner of the spacious venue, Liu Tian took a moment to survey the auction house. From the outside, it seemed unremarkable, but inside it was a different world altogether. The auction hall was fan-shaped, with nearly 1,000 seats on the first floor and several private boxes on the second. Observing the nearly full hall, he again mused on the lucrative nature of spirit stones, noting that the entrance fees alone constituted a substantial revenue. Auctions typically follow one of two formats, invitation only, requiring either an invitation letter or a referral, or a paid entry system. Both serve to filter out potential buyers of genuine stature, preventing the venue from being overcrowded with mere spectators and deterring any potential disruptions from ill-intentioned individuals. A quarter of an hour later, a young female cultivator adorned in a bright yellow skirt, her skin fair and glowing, stepped onto the stage. Her countenance was both dignified and alluring, and as she stood there silently, the entire auction house fell into a hushed silence. I have the honor of meeting all esteemed Taoists. I am Shui Linglong, the host of this auction. Her voice was clear and resonant, enhanced by the hall's unique acoustics and her considerable prowess, allowing her words to reach every corner. Let the auction commence. With Shui Linglong's proclamation, a maid slowly approached the center of the stage, carrying a tray. Shui Linglong unveiled the red silk cloth covering the first item, announcing, the first item for bid is a first-tier high-grade fire attribute sword, crafted by Master Liu himself. The starting price is 300 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. The first item was indeed a high-grade magical artifact, promising a wealth of quality in this auction. Master Liu's sword was far more reliable than ordinary blades. 310 low-grade spirit stones. 350. 400. The hall erupted with discussions and bids. Liu Tian and Nangong Yuer occasionally exchanged whispered comments, but refrained from placing any bids. Nangong Yuer found the item beneath her interest. While Liu Tian's current cultivation level prevented him from utilizing such high-grade artifacts, he had yet to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement. As the bidding for the first item drew to a close, the excitement in the air intensified. 800 low-grade spirit stones. Are there any more bids? Once. Twice. With the sharp sound of a small hammer striking the table, the auctioneer declared, "Congratulations to this Taoist for acquiring the first-tier high-grade fire attribute sword." Next came the second item for bid, a first-tier mid-grade flying artifact, the Qiankuan Gourd, with a starting price of 300 low-grade spirit stones. In increments of no less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 400 for the 45th lot, a first-grade superior breaking barrier pill. As we all understand, the breaking barrier pill is immensely beneficial for overcoming bottlenecks, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. The starting price is set at 200 lower-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing about the breaking barrier pill, Liu Tian finally perked up. Although the previous items were not without merit, his limited abilities rendered them less useful. This time, his grandfather bestowed upon him 10,000 spirit stones, a boon from the Liu family's recent success in poultry farming. Otherwise, the Liu family would have been reluctant to purchase such elixirs in the past. The market price for the breaking barrier pill generally hovers around 500 lower-grade spirit stones, proving to be quite advantageous for cultivators seeking to break through the 4th and 7th levels of qi refinement, though often these items are in short supply. Recently, Liu Tian had perused numerous shops, all of which were out of stock. As he pondered, the price escalated to 550 lower-grade spirit stones. 580 lower-grade spirit stones. Liu Tian declared, making his debut bid at this auction. 600. A voice, tinged with age and irritation, called out. 650. Liu Tian countered, acutely aware of the hostile glares directed at him. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Once, twice sold. With the fall of the gavel, Liu Tian successfully secured his purchase. Subsequently, he bid on several bottles of gathering qi pills and a first-grade superior breaking array talisman, contemplating studying the next tier of superior talismans, as his family's highest level of expertise only extended to first-grade superior talismans. Nangong Yuer, meanwhile, observed leisurely, refraining from participating. One of the highlights of the auction was the ice essence, a naturally occurring material born in extreme cold, imbued with exceptionally pure ice attributes. This substance is immensely beneficial for crafting magical treasures or aiding in cultivation. The starting price for the ice essence was set at 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones, with each bid to exceed 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Upon the appearance of the ice essence, Nangong Yuer immediately straightened, as if awakened. 3,500. 3,800. 6,000. I bid 6,500 lower-grade spirit stones, and I urge everyone to show some respect for the Wang family. A middle-aged man from the second floor declared, opening the box window. The Wang family of artifact refiners certainly exhibited a domineering presence. As whispers of discontent circulated in the auction hall, however, no one dared to counter the bid. Liu Tian noticed that Nangong Yuer's focus was on this item, causing him to glance at her with concern. If your spirit stones fall short, I still have some. Despite their brief acquaintance, Liu Tian could not help but whisper. Upon hearing his words, Nangong Yuer's eyes brightened, her heart swelling with delight. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, choosing not to respond verbally. 7,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Nangong Yuer made her bid, her voice heavy, clearly masked. Humph, which fellow cultivator dares to disregard my Wang family? The middle-aged man from the Wang family admonished harshly. Kindly adhere to the rules of our 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce. The auctioneer, Shui Linglong, interjected with a warning. 7,500. The man from the Wang family cast a fierce glance towards Nangong Yuer. Although he did not verbally issue a threat, the implication was unmistakable. 8,000. Nangong Yuer calmly declared once more. Humph. The man from the Wang family, filled with resentment, took his seat, refraining from making any further bids. The transaction for the 8,000 low-grade spirit stones was accomplished for the first time. After securing the purchase, Nangong Yuer exhaled softly, unable to suppress a joyful smile. Neither of them participated in the subsequent auction items. They awaited the conclusion of the event to exchange spirit stones for their acquisitions. As they exited the auction hall and reached a somewhat quieter area, Nangong Yuer halted and addressed Liu Tian, saying, Liu Tian, I managed to acquire what I intended. It's time to return to Tianya City. Very well, I shall seize the opportunity to visit Tianya City as well. Liu Tian replied with feigned nonchalance. For farewells always brought a tinge of sorrow. Indeed, until fate allows us to meet again. Nangong Yuer's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Miss, we must take our leave. At this moment, Liu Tian noticed an elderly woman in plain robes had appeared behind Nangong Yuer, who did not cast a glance his way. Watching as Nangong Yuer's silhouette gradually faded from view, Liu Tian proceeded towards the general store, reflecting inwardly. She is certainly no ordinary girl. That elderly woman must be at the foundation establishment stage. I didn't even notice her arrival. Without strength, one is utterly insignificant. She didn't even deign to acknowledge me. Chapter 18. Breakthrough to the mid-chi refinement stage. Young master. In the hall, a middle-aged man clad in black knelt before Mu Chun, his voice trembling with fear as he held a letter aloft. This man was the one previously tasked with tracking Liu Tian. Mu Chun took the letter, only to find it bore a single line. Tell Mu Hu to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern him. A furrow formed on Mu Chen's brow. Mu Hu was indeed his father's name. It was for this very name that his father had founded the Black Tiger Gang, not due to the color of his skin, but rather the darkness of his heart, warning the world to avoid provoking him. This Liu family lad possesses hidden forces, or has the Nangong family intervened? For a moment, Mu Chen found himself at a loss. Young master, I too do not know how this letter came to be in my possession. The man understood his young master's harshness towards his subordinates. Failure in duties could lead to light penalties or, at worst, death. Let this matter rest for now. I shall address it upon my return. Mu Chen feigned indifference as he spoke. Coincidentally, his father had dispatched him on an errand, allowing him to temporarily set this issue aside and ascertain the situation before taking action. Just a small ant. I shall deal with it in due time. Who compelled you to provoke me? Who allowed you to be so weak and easily bullied? Mu Chen mused to himself. After Liu Tian saw Nangong Yuer depart, he composed himself and returned to the general store. After exchanging a few words with his aunt, he informed her of his intention to enter seclusion for a period. After making arrangements with the young lad, he proceeded to the training room in the backyard, shut the door, and activated the formation. Seated on a mat, Liu Tian began to cultivate the Changchun Gong. After an hour, feeling his condition fully restored to its peak, he retrieved the barrier-breaking pill he had secured that day from his storage bag. Observing the milky white pill, which exuded a rich herbal fragrance, he promptly swallowed it whole. As the elixir entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of immense and pure energy, surging throughout his body, enveloping his dantian, meridians, and physical form. The bottleneck he faced began to loosen, and the once insurmountable barrier now felt within his grasp. With the protection of the elixir, he could recklessly gather spiritual energy and fiercely assault the bottleneck. After numerous impacts, 1, 2, and dozens, the barrier finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered with a resounding crash. Liu Tian felt as if a shell restraining his body had been broken, leading to a profound transcendence from within. A vast stream of spiritual energy rushed in from all directions, instantly depleting the energy within the cultivation chamber. Sensing the lack of spiritual energy, Liu Tian swiftly retrieved 100 spirit stones from his storage pouch, encircling himself with them. He channeled his full power into refining the energy, expanding his dantian, which had now doubled in size. Half a month later, Liu Tian found his dantian stabilized, and the rate of energy refinement had slowed. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had finally reached the 4th level of qi refinement. After being stuck at the bottleneck for 2 years, he felt an undeniable sense of relief. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from his body and noticed a layer of black grime clinging to him. He quickly shed his clothing and utilized water sphere techniques to cleanse himself. This grime was a result of the impurities expelled from his body during the breakthrough, forced out by the overwhelming pressure of his own powerful spiritual energy. Once cleansed and donned in fresh garments, he felt invigorated. Although he had merely advanced 1 level, he had transitioned from the early to the mid stages of qi refinement, resulting in a substantial increase in both the capacity of his dantian and the intensity of his spiritual energy. Clenching his fists and prodding his skin, he sensed a doubling of his physical strength. With his eyes closed, he unleashed his spiritual awareness, extending it to 50, 70, and then 100 meters. After thoroughly attuning to his surroundings, he retracted his perception. In areas densely populated with cultivators, one should not easily release their spiritual awareness, as it could attract malicious forces that might inflict harm, or worse, lead to death. The typical range for a qi refinement level 4 practitioner is about 25 meters. However, I can reach 100. While I once held a 5-fold advantage at the 1st level, it has now diminished to 4. If I cannot discover further means of enhancement, this advantage may soon vanish entirely. Liu Tian pondered inwardly. Opening the door to the cultivation chamber, he was met with the concerned visage of his aunt, who stood at the entrance, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Tian, you've broken through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, Liu Yin exclaimed, her spiritual awareness confirming her excitement. Earlier, she had sensed a surge of immense spiritual energy flooding into the chamber, followed by a depletion of energy. which caused her to worry that Liu Tian might have encountered difficulties. Thus, she anxiously awaited at the door, knowing that matters of cultivation were often beyond the reach of others. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I was fortunate to break through," Liu Tian replied, gratitude evident in his voice. "Wonderful. A breakthrough is indeed a cause for celebration," Liu Xinyun responded, her heart brimming with joy. By this time, it was late at night. After exchanging a few words, Liu Xinyun retired for the evening. Liu Tian, having just concluded his seclusion, felt no inclination for sleep. Instead, he made his way to the stone bench in the rear garden to indulge in wine while admiring the moon. Reflecting upon my journey of breakthroughs, from my initial failures to my eventual success, I recall the gradual changes within my physical being. It is imperative to discern the reasons behind both failure and success. This wisdom has been gleaned from the cultural tapestry of the dream realm. In my venerable nation, steeped in history and introspection, adversaries may shift, yet my homeland remains steadfast. Liu Tian perceives this as a commendable habit. Success is not a matter of luck, but rather a series of endeavors, an accumulation of efforts over time. After years of contemplation, Liu Tian recognizes that the slow cultivation of his 5 spiritual roots stems from their abundance within him. The influx of celestial spiritual energy is subconsciously absorbed and refined by all 5 roots, resulting in a sluggish process due to the chaotic nature of the energy. This, in turn, leads to an excessive buildup of impurities within the body, meridians, and dantian, creating numerous bottlenecks that hinder progress. His body remains ensnared in a vicious cycle, rendering the 5 roots less effective. Upon consuming a breakthrough elixir, its potent energy envelopes the meridians and dantian, loosening the bottlenecks while unleashing a surge of spiritual power. It is precisely this phenomenon that facilitates the practitioner's passage beyond limitations. Understanding this, Liu Tian begins to devise a strategy. If his physical body, meridians, and dantian were more resilient, and if the spiritual energy were more refined, then transcending these barriers would become feasible. Some ancient texts vaguely allude to the prodigious practitioners of yore who cultivated their physical form, spiritual energy, and consciousness in unison. Only through this tripartite approach could one attain immortality. Cultivating the physical form demands vast resources, and the availability of spiritual energy and materials today pales in comparison to ancient times. The methodologies for refining the body and consciousness remain shrouded in obscurity. Perhaps this is due to the isolation of the Southern Wasteland. Could the world beyond be more prosperous? Liu Tian's mind wanders with hypotheses. It seems that the path of simultaneous cultivation across the 3 realms is the correct one, and indeed, my only path. A robust physical form can accommodate a greater influx of spiritual energy, while a potent consciousness can master more intricate techniques and powers. Yes, it must be so. After a bout of contemplation, Liu Tian solidifies the direction for his future practice. The remaining task is to methodically search and accumulate resources. As for the outcome, he can only strive earnestly and focus on the journey. Liu Tian remains uncertain if he will uncover the requisite methods and resources, and he might even perish in the pursuit of treasure or during a breakthrough. Raising a glass to invite the moon, he finds himself in a trio of shadows. He lifts his wine cup, gazing at the moon and his reflection. Disposing of the emptied bottle of spiritual wine into his storage pouch, he inexplicably retrieves a golden card. Holding the card aloft towards the luminous moon, he wonders at his own actions. His mind can only argue, "I thought of nothing. My hand acted of its own accord." Suddenly, the dim stars above brighten slightly, their twinkling light converging upon the golden card. One side of the card reveals an ancient painting, exuding an aura of desolation. The artwork depicts a millstone standing in a starry expanse, slowly turning as it bathes in the celestial light. On the reverse side of the card, a passage of fine print appeared, causing Liu Tian to shudder, the inebriation dissipating instantly. He hastily recorded the text. Half an hour later, the starlight vanished, and the words and illustrations on the card also faded, restoring it to its original form. The Starry Soul Forging Technique, Liu Tian murmured to himself. Chapter 19. The Starry Soul Forging Technique. The card contained a secret art for cultivating one's consciousness, known as the Starry Soul Forging Technique. This technique involves visualizing the starry soul mill within the sea of consciousness to refine one's spirit. The inscription warned, those not born with innate strength of mind or immense willpower must refrain from practicing. Is this not tailor-made for me? Could it be that I am also a person of fortune, a favored child of destiny? Liu Tian could hardly contain his excitement. For decades, the Liu family had been exceedingly cautious, and Liu Tian's upbringing emphasized kindness and avoidance of conflict. During his year abroad, he had been enveloped in a state of insecurity. With poor qualifications, meager strength, and a weak family, he had no grounds for pride. His chance encounter with Gong Yuer, though she appeared nonchalant, belied an inner turmoil of profound self-doubt. Despite being unaware of Gong Yuer's background, talents, or cultivation level, the occasional hints of her hidden protector suggested an extraordinary lineage. In recent days, he had sensed someone covertly following him, and it was clear that it was the fly accompanying Gong Yuer. Lacking strength, even a fly that her entourage dismissed could possess the power to annihilate the Liu family. Thus, he concealed his thoughts, daring not to reveal a hint of them. He had heard too many tales in his past life of the second-generation wealthy scions who would annihilate entire families for a mere glance. In a world devoid of judicial constraints, such occurrences were not uncommon, especially in a lawless realm governed solely by might. Liu Tian harbored a deep fear that a single misstep could bring calamity upon his family. He understood that sometimes it was not an affront that invited retribution, but merely the act of existing within another's sight. Weakness itself was a primordial sin. Only through strength could one avoid death from a giant's mere sneeze. Only through strength could one ensure a tranquil existence for oneself and one's family. Only through strength would others hesitate before provoking you. This technique illuminated a path toward power for Liu Tian, and with his current understanding, he believed such a secret art would be hard to find throughout the entire Southern Wilderness. After this reflection, he steeled his resolve. One could express emotions, but must not indulge them, he reminded himself. Returning to the cultivation chamber, he activated the formation. Sitting cross-legged, Liu Tian practiced the eternal spring technique. Although not formidable in combat, its unique wood element exuded a life force that was profoundly comforting, invigorating both his body and his sea of consciousness. After 2 hours, he felt a deep tranquility settle within him, akin to a still pond. He ceased his practice of the eternal spring technique and began to contemplate the starry soul forging technique in his mind. After a period of contemplation, he felt he had grasped the essence and commenced the practice. He immersed his consciousness into the sea, striving to visualize the starry sky within, yet no response emerged. Liu Tian remained undaunted. He had anticipated the arduous nature of mastering this particular technique even before commencing his training. As dawn quietly broke, after a fruitless night, he refrained from forcing his cultivation, recognizing that his spiritual energy had been significantly depleted and required replenishment. During the day, Liu Tian occasionally attended to customers in his shop, engaging in delightful conversations over tea with amiable patrons. Aware of his own limitations stemming from his humble familial background, he sought to broaden his horizons through interaction, gleaning valuable insights from the people he encountered. Although most individuals were reluctant to divulge their secrets, the whispers of hearsay enriched Liu Tian's understanding considerably. He also ventured to other shops to assess their reputations and the forces behind them. In the evenings, he retreated to his training chamber, diligently studying the starshine soul forging technique. When his spiritual energy waned, he practiced the longevity technique. Through diligent inquiry, Liu Tian discovered that the reputation of the Eight Directions Chamber of Commerce was indeed commendable, characterized by honesty and integrity, devoid of any rumors of treachery or violence. Resolving to sell his colorful phoenix eggs at the chamber, he realized that despite being out for over a year, he had yet to sell a single spiritual egg. After discussing this with his third aunt, Liu Xinyun, she consented to support his decision. Thus, she assisted him in disguising himself, as the art of makeup was better suited to women. After enduring nearly an hour of this transformation, Liu Tian emerged from a youthful visage to that of an ordinary man in his 30s. He vowed to acquire a disguise technique or artifact in the future. As this experience was quite taxing, he could hardly comprehend why many women devoted so much time to their appearances. Reflecting on the hour of transformation, he shivered involuntarily. Strolling leisurely, he arrived at the Eight Directions Chamber of Commerce in less than half an hour. "Esteemed brother, please come in. How may I assist you?" A young attendant greeted him as he entered the establishment. "Is there a quiet place? I have a batch of goods for sale," Liu Tian replied in a subdued tone. Without hesitation, the attendant gestured towards the second floor. "Please follow me." He was led to a reception room, where a maid was dispatched to serve tea. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the manager," the attendant said before turning to close the door behind him. After a brief interval, the door opened, revealing a captivating woman clad in a purple, glass-like celestial gown. "I am Shui Linglong. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow practitioner." She greeted Liu Tian with poise. Having encountered her previously at an auction, he found her beauty even more striking up close. "I have come to discuss whether the Eight Directions Chamber would be interested in a certain item," Liu Tian stated, forgoing pleasantries to get straight to the point. He then presented Shui Linglong with a storage bag containing 10,000 colorful phoenix eggs. As she accepted the bag, her spiritual perception scanned its contents, revealing a surprising quantity of the rare eggs. "Fellow practitioner, the market price for colorful phoenix eggs is 5 low-grade spirit stones each. While these eggs are indeed sellable, their value is relatively modest, making the selling process rather cumbersome. I fear the price may not meet your expectations." Just name your price, if it can be sold. I shall proceed. Liu Tian responded. 10 colorful chicken eggs and a piece of low-grade spiritual stone. Shui Linglong smiled as she spoke. Noticing Liu Tian lost in thought, she continued, if you can ensure a steady supply, I could offer a slightly higher price. Rest assured, our 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce operates with integrity, only seeking the fair profit we deserve. Seeing Shui Linglong's candidness, Liu Tian chose to be straightforward as well, realizing he had no better options at present. His family could not afford to wait much longer. If the spiritual chicken eggs were not sold soon, they would struggle to feed the chickens. If he could not swiftly convert the spiritual chicken eggs into cultivation resources, the purpose of raising the colorful chickens would be lost. I can provide 1 million colorful chicken eggs annually. Given the current circumstances, the Liu family could harvest approximately 7 million spiritual eggs each year. After careful consideration, Liu Tian proposed a figure that was neither too large nor too small. Chapter 20. Selling Spiritual Eggs. Purchasing techniques. Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong felt a surge of joy. If this deal materialized, it could yield several tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones each year. With increased revenue for the Moon Lake branch of the 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce, she would have a chance to apply for a position in a more prosperous market. However, dear friend, the Moon Lake market cannot absorb such a quantity of colorful chicken eggs annually. Our chamber will need to incur costs to distribute them across various locations, which makes this quantity somewhat insufficient, Shui Linglong explained. To be frank, 1 million is already the upper limit of what I can offer. If our collaboration is fruitful, I will seek ways to enhance production. Then I will purchase your spiritual eggs at the rate of 13 low-grade spiritual stones for every 100 eggs. This is the highest price I can offer, and I trust you can see my sincerity. All right, I accept this price. Within 10 days, I will deliver another 999,000 spiritual chicken eggs. Liu Tian was indeed satisfied with this price. He had brought the entire family stock of over 1 million spiritual eggs with him on this journey, while the remaining eggs were entrusted to family members for sale in other markets. The mention of 10 days was merely a simple cover for his intentions. Having established the terms for the transaction of the colorful chicken eggs, Shui Linglong promptly paid the spiritual stones for the initial 10,000 eggs. Shopkeeper Shui, do you have any movement techniques available? Dear friend, as you know, techniques are quite precious in the entire Southern Wilderness region. Currently, my store only possesses 2 movement techniques. Shui Linglong replied, retrieving 2 jade slips from her storage ring. One was the Dragon Snake Step, which could enhance speed by 50%, ideal for combat. Priced at 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The other was the 8 steps to catch the cicada, albeit a fragment, containing only the methods for the first 2 steps. It was speculated that mastering all 8 steps would be beneficial even in the nascent soul stage, priced at 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Liu Tian carefully sensed the jade slips. They contained only the introductions and a few opening lines of the techniques. However, it was evident that the Dragon Snake Step was rather ordinary, while the 8 steps to catch the cicada was quite intricate. Albeit entry into it would likely be challenging with only 2 steps available. Otherwise, the 8 Directions Chamber would not be selling it. After a moment of contemplation, he said, please hold on to these 2 techniques for me. I will acquire them together in 10 days. In the Grand Hall of Discussions at Qingzhou Peak, Funyo Mountain. In the gathering of the clan, Patriarch Liu Xiushan, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, Liu Xinyun, Liu Xianghao, and others convened. Liu Xianghao, who had returned from the distant Wanbeifang city, approached the Patriarch and the Elders with a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and my uncle. During my visit to Wanbeifang city, after extensive inquiries and investigations, I successfully negotiated a deal with Wanbeiche. For the price of 1 inferior spirit stone, I shall provide 30,000 spirit chicken eggs annually. I have brought back 250,000 spirit chicken eggs, which corresponds to 25,000 inferior spirit stones for this transaction. Upon finishing his words, Liu Xianghao presented a storage bag to the Patriarch. Patriarch Liu Xiushan, receiving the storage bag, joyfully remarked, you have worked hard. How? This time, each of you 4 has sold 250,000 spirit chicken eggs at the same price, totaling 100,000 inferior spirit stones. To be honest, our Liu family has never possessed such a substantial amount of spirit stones. This is all thanks to Tian for devising the method of raising the colorful golden chickens. Liu Xianghao replied with a beaming smile, indeed, Tian has made an invaluable contribution. The others echoed their praises. Yesterday, I received news that Tian has also reached an agreement with the Bafang Chamber of Commerce to supply 1 million spirit chicken eggs annually, with the potential for further increases. Consequently, the family will be able to sell off a significant portion of the spirit chicken eggs produced each year, leaving the remaining for the clan members, especially for the younger generation of the Xiang line, to strengthen their foundations and enhance their abilities swiftly. Additionally, The spirit stones obtained from the sale of spirit chicken eggs should be diligently exchanged for resources to bring back to the family. After taking a breath, Patriarch Liu Tian continued, according to the Grand Elder, there have been individuals covertly tracking him. I have also noticed unfamiliar cultivators entering and exiting Funyo Mountain. They are likely from the Shin family. While our Liu family currently lacks spirit stones, we are deficient in corresponding strength. Should the matter of the colorful golden chickens be exposed, even golden core forces would be envious. Therefore, it is imperative to instruct the clan members to maintain secrecy. Anyone who dares to disclose this information shall face expulsion from the clan and have their cultivation revoked. The Patriarch's tone was stern. Understood, Patriarch. The assembly responded in unison, bowing in compliance. Brother, I have received news that an auction will be held at Panchi Mountain Fair 3 years from now, rumored to feature Foundation establishment pills, remarked the second elder, Liu Xiuji. Brother, the only way to alleviate our Liu family's crisis is for you to break through to the Foundation establishment stage as soon as possible, added the Grand Elder, Liu Xiuhai. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xiushan replied, this matter requires careful planning. Procuring the Foundation establishment pills is easy, but bringing them back is the challenge. 10 days later, Liu Tian once again conferred with his aunt, Qiao, and then proceeded to the Bafang Chamber of Commerce. After a period of waiting in the reception room, he met with Shui Linglong once more. He handed over 5 filled storage bags to her, which she counted and accepted. Subsequently, she presented 2 jade slips containing the dragon and snake steps and the 8 steps to chase the cicada. Shopkeeper Shui, I also need to procure some materials. Here is the list, Liu Tian stated, having deliberated with his aunt over the past few days to prepare for purchasing supplies at the Bafang Chamber of Commerce. The spiritual stones must be exchanged for resources that enhance the family's strength to attain true value. Shui Linglong accepted the list, which detailed 100 bottles of qi gathering pills, 30 bottles of condensed qi pills, 20 bottles of true recovery pills, 20 bottles of vitality pills, and 5 breaking barrier pills, 20 low-grade first-tier magic swords, 10 mid-grade first-tier magic swords, and 30 low-grade first-tier magic ropes. The merchant had some of these resources in stock, which could suffice. However, breaking barrier pills were exceedingly rare, and I could only sell you one. After carefully reviewing the inventory list, Shui Linglong contemplated before speaking. That works. Liu Tian was quite pleased to acquire these resources in one transaction. After deducting the costs of these supplies and techniques, he was left with 15,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Shui Linglong instructed her aides to retrieve several storage bags, which she handed to Liu Tian before tallying the accounts. Liu Tian examined each item and confirmed their accuracy. Upon returning to the Liu family's general store, he and his aunt proceeded to the back courtyard to verify the supplies. After a discussion, Liu Tian decided to remain at the store temporarily. That night, his aunt, Liu Xinyun, disguised herself and quietly departed from Moon Lake Square, transporting the resources and spiritual stones back to their family. Chapter 21. The Talismans Exchange Conference. The matter of the colorful phoenix eggs had reached a temporary conclusion, allowing Liu Tian to finally relax. Given the family's current situation, they could only sustain a limited number of colorful phoenixes. Any more would overwhelm the resources and the red-eyed toads. Thus, during the day, Liu Tian practiced talisman drawing at the shop while serving customers, and at night, he honed his skills in the dragon snake steps, the 8 steps to chase the cicada, and the starry soul forging technique. The dragon snake steps were relatively easy, and Liu Tian grasped the fundamentals within 10 days. The remaining challenge lay in years of diligent practice and comprehension. However, he found the 8 steps to chase the cicada and the starry soul forging technique elusive, requiring daily study and introspection. One day, as Liu Tian indulged in tea and talisman drawing at the store, a young man clad in a white, cloud-patterned robe entered. Noticing Liu Tian engrossed in his work, he approached. After swiftly completing a low-grade first-tier lightness talisman, Liu Tian paused to greet him. Brother Jiang, are you free today? Haha, I just returned from an outing and will rest for a few days. Brother Liu, your talisman drawing skills have become increasingly refined. The newcomer, Jiang Yunhe, was a loose cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement and a mid-grade first-tier talisman master. They had met previously when Jiang came to purchase talisman paper from the Liu family store. Through their conversations, they found much in common and began to meet regularly for tea, philosophical discussions, and exchanges of talisman-making techniques. You flatter me, Brother Jiang. My humble skills hardly merit such praise. After a few pleasantries, Liu Tian invited Jiang Yunhe to sit and brewed a pot of low-grade first-tier spiritual tea. Brother Jiang, how were your gains from this outing? Alas, I shan't speak of it. I nearly didn't make it back. Jiang Yunhe replied, his expression clouded with frustration. Not long ago, some wandering cultivators discovered a first-tier exquisite spiritual herb near Bullhead Mountain. Due to their insufficient strength, they decided to sell the news at Moon Lake Bazaar. Upon learning this, One of the wandering cultivators sought to invite Jiang Yunhe to join them. "Oh, did you not prepare thoroughly?" Liu Tian inquired with curiosity. "There is no need for secrecy now. The news suggests it is a first-tier exquisite Huanfan grass, guarded by a first-tier exquisite iron-armored rhinoceros. We exerted considerable effort to temporarily contain this beast. Unfortunately, it attracted a first-tier exquisite female rhinoceros, resulting in one of our companions being instantly gored to death, forcing the rest of us to flee in panic. Had I not possessed a superior escaping talisman, I too would have perished in the 10,000 Great Mountains." Jiang Yunhe recounted, his face pale with lingering fear. After sipping tea, he continued, "Our party of 5 suffered 1 fatality on the spot, and the remaining 4 scattered in desperate flight. Who knows how many of us will survive?" Liu Tian, upon hearing this, offered words of comfort. "Indeed, it is no small feat for us cultivators to acquire even a modicum of resources. Brother Jiang, had you not possessed means for survival, you would likely not have dared to take such risks. Though my cultivation is modest, I still possess a modicum of confidence in safeguarding my life against peers of the same tier." Jiang Yunhe laughed heartily. "The Huanfan grass holds no value for humanity, yet it offers significant benefits to demonic beasts. Upon consumption, it purifies their bodies and bloodline impurities, enhancing their lineage. Thus, many cultivators aspire to procure it to elevate the qualities of their spiritual beasts, driving the price skyward." Liu Tian's eyes gleamed with desire at the thought of acquiring it for his little yellow-haired companion, hoping it might elevate it to the status of a purebred golden marten. Alas, his 4th-tier qi refining cultivation rendered it perilous to venture recklessly into the 10,000 Great Mountains. "Brother Liu, I have another matter to discuss today. There will be a small-scale talisman master exchange meeting tomorrow. Would you be interested?" Jiang Yunhe inquired. "Oh, who is organizing it, and what will it entail?" Liu Tian asked, intrigued. "It is organized by Master Liu Yuan, and only talisman masters are permitted to attend. Each participant is required to share insights on their talisman crafting experiences, followed by a treasure trading session." Liu Tian was well aware of Master Liu Yuan's reputation. He was a renowned talisman master in Moonlake Bazaar, capable of crafting first-tier exquisite talismans. Naturally, Liu Tian would not miss such an opportunity, as improving his skills could only be achieved through inheritance or interaction with fellow practitioners. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. I shall accompany you tomorrow to broaden my horizons." Liu Tian expressed his gratitude. The following day, Liu Tian followed Jiang Yunhe to a tea house. Upon entering the courtyard of the tea house, they found a spacious private room where 7 or 8 individuals had already gathered. Jiang Yunhe greeted the others, whom Liu Tian did not recognize, so he chose a quiet corner to sit and enjoy his tea. After a short while, 3 or 4 more individuals arrived. Noticing that the time had come, a servant closed the door and stood guard outside. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the inner chamber, took his place at the head of the table, and addressed the assembly. "Greetings, fellow friends. I am Liu Yuan. This exchange meeting aims to provide us talisman masters with a platform for sharing our skills." Master Liu Yuan, a paragon of selflessness. Indeed, Master Liu Yuan's generosity is commendable. The assembly of individuals present began to express their admiration. "Haha, we must also extend our gratitude to all the fellow practitioners for their support. Let us commence with the gentleman on the left." To the left stood a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s or 40s, donned in a robe adorned with a white crane, sporting a goatee. "Greetings to Master Liu Yuan and to all fellow practitioners. I am Changzhenzi, a humble practitioner of the talismanic arts." As I listened to Changzhenzi share his insights on talisman crafting, Liu Tian felt a profound sense of enrichment. Despite the absence of specific techniques, nonetheless, many of his concepts were indeed worthy of consideration. After speaking for a quarter of an hour, Changzhenzi concluded, and the attendees expressed their gratitude in unison. Following this, each individual took their turn, sharing their reflections in varying degrees. As Liu Tian absorbed their insights, he felt reassured that his attendance was not in vain. Several individuals offered thoughts and experiences that greatly benefited him. When it was his turn, he also contributed some techniques regarding the crafting of mid-tier talismans. Although his content was not particularly profound, it proved to be quite beneficial in enhancing the success rate of mid-tier talisman creation. The audience regarded him with appreciative gazes. 3 incense hours later, all had shared their experiences, and the exchange meeting reached a temporary conclusion. Chapter 22. The Exchange of Treasures. Thank you to all fellow practitioners for your contributions. The next segment is the treasure exchange, which shall commence with fellow practitioner Changzhenzi. Master Liu Yuan continued to preside over the proceedings. Changzhenzi rose, offering a slight bow, and retrieved several items from his storage pouch. "I present to you a first-tier superior talisman brush, a first-tier superior tungsten steel shield, and a 100-year-old red fruit. The 100-year-old red fruit can assist cultivators at the 7th level of qi refinement in breaking through one realm. I seek to exchange it for a piece of thunderstruck wood, a first-tier premium defensive formation, or other spiritual items that may aid in the enhancement of late-stage chi refinement. Upon seeing the first-tier superior talisman brush, Liu Tian felt a surge of interest, and the sight of the 100-year-old red fruit stirred a desire within him to rise. His cultivation level had long been a source of frustration. With mediocre aptitude and a slow pace of practice, he was cautious about consuming too many medicinal pills. Given the difficulty of breakthroughs, excessive consumption could lead to an overabundance of medicinal toxins, jeopardizing his path. Thus, he had restrained himself from indulging in pills. The 100-year-old red fruit, with its mild medicinal properties and minimal side effects, was perfectly suited for his advancement to the first-tier realm. As he pondered, a few practitioners approached Chang Jinzi to negotiate. Shortly thereafter, Chang Jinzi shook his head, and that practitioner returned, disheartened. Subsequently, 2 others approached and, in a short while, exchanged their items for the talisman brush and tungsten steel shield. Lacking what Chang Jinzi required, Liu Tian decided to take a chance and approached him. Noticing Liu Tian's approach, Chang Jinzi once again erected a barrier of true energy, serving to isolate their conversation and muffle sound. Fellow practitioner Chang Jinzi, I wish to exchange 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of Bai Yufeng royal jelly for the 100-year-old red fruit, Liu Tian declared. The white jade royal jelly possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the resilience of meridians and nourish the physical body. It holds significant allure for practitioners of advanced age whose vital energy and blood have begun to wane. After a moment of hesitation, Chang Jinzi spoke, I shall trade you 2 vials. Liu Tian felt a pang of regret. The white jade royal jelly could only be harvested once a year, and acquiring more would hinder the growth of the white jade bee. He possessed only 2 vials, having given the rest to the clan leader. After some contemplation, he concluded that the Zhu fruit was of greater importance, despite its value now surpassing that of the royal jelly. The Zhu fruit is often scarce in the marketplace, and those capable of obtaining it are typically not in need of additional funds, as they primarily reserve it for their family's younger generation. Resolving not to dwell further on the matter, Liu Tian produced an empty storage bag, placing the 2 vials of white jade royal jelly and 5,000 spirit stones within, and handed it to Chang Jinzi. After inspecting the items, Chang Jinzi transferred them to his own storage bag and, in turn, presented a box containing the Zhu fruit to Liu Tian. Upon receiving the box, Liu Tian opened it slightly, revealing a luscious red fruit exuding a sweet aroma. Confirming its authenticity, he quickly closed the box and returned to his seat. With the transaction concluded, those behind him began to present their goods for exchange. Some items were indeed impressive, yet Liu Tian refrained from further engagement, aware of the wisdom in not flaunting his wealth. Accompanying him, Jiang Yunhe successfully traded for a parasol-shaped defensive artifact, appearing quite satisfied. At that moment, an unassuming middle-aged man rose to speak. I possess a first-tier exquisite artifact, the Shadowless Needle, available for exchange for breaking barrier pills or spirit stones. Liu Tian felt a surge of interest. Equipped with a movement technique and the ability to ensnare foes with wooden vines, he lacked a powerful offensive means. The acquisition of the Shadowless Needle would bolster his attack strength, enabling him to confront practitioners in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Recalling the 5 poisons powder he learned from the 5 poisons Taoist, Liu Tian remembered this middle-aged man had previously introduced himself as Wang Lei. Taoist Wang. I offer 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, Liu Tian conveyed telepathically. Let me consider, Wang Lei replied, engaging in further exchanges with others. The market price for a first-tier exquisite artifact generally ranges from 2,000 to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. While needle-type artifacts demand high-quality materials, they require minimal quantity. Weighing his options, Liu Tian deemed the price of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones to be competitive. Add another 1,000 spirit stones, and it's yours. Came Wang Lei's new offer. Suppressing his excitement, Liu Tian feigned contemplation. I can only increase by 500. Shall we finalize the deal? After a brief consideration, Wang Lei acquiesced to the proposal. Following the transaction, Liu Tian examined the Shadowless Needle closely, indeed finding it extraordinarily sharp. Subsequently, several others presented their treasures for trading. Finally, it was Liu Yun's turn, as he produced a jade slip. This contains my years of experience in talisman crafting, along with methods for drawing 5 types of first-tier superior talismans and 2 types of first-tier exquisite talismans. The transaction concerning the foundational spiritual items or spirit stones was a remarkable event. Liu Tian was taken aback upon hearing that Liu Yun had laid bare his entire inheritance. Just then, the voice of Jiang Yunhe reached his ears, revealing that Master Liu Yun had a grandson with exceptional talent. It was said that at merely 40 years of age, he was already preparing to break through to the foundational stage. Liu Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Realizing that the old Taoist Liu Tian was likely selling his inheritance to procure a foundational elixir for his grandson. Though he yearned to acquire this heritage to remedy his family's deficiencies, after all, they had yet to master the art of crafting first-tier superior talismans. His resources were dwindling. Following the sale of the colorful golden eggs, he had only retained 20,000 spirit stones, and now merely had a little over 10,000 left. Given that the transmission of skills was historically rare and exorbitantly priced, he resigned himself to seek alternative means in the future. Several individuals were incessantly communicating with Master Liu Tian through sound transmission, and after a quarter of an hour, a young cultivator completed a transaction with Liu Tian. Thus, this modest exchange meeting came to an end. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yunhe, Liu Tian departed. Chapter 23. Breaking through to the fifth layer of qi refinement. Upon returning to the Liu family's general store, Liu Tian instructed his maidservants, Chunhua and Chiyue, that he wished to enter seclusion and requested not to be disturbed. He proceeded to the training room and activated the protective array. Initially, he circulated the Changchun Gong for several cycles to restore his body to its peak condition. He retrieved a box containing the zhu fruit, gazing at the enticing, baby fist-sized fruit that emanated a delightful aroma, unable to suppress a swallow. His heart brimmed with anticipation, hoping that this century-old zhu fruit would not disappoint him. In a few bites, he consumed the fruit, leaving only the pit, which he stored in his pouch. Once the zhu fruit was ingested, he felt waves of gentle spiritual energy radiating from his stomach, permeating throughout his body. Liu Tian did not dare to be careless. He focused his mind and fully operated the Changxing Gong to refine the spiritual energy and fill his dantian. The growth conditions of the century-old zhu fruit were exceedingly stringent. Each plant bore but a single fruit, which could only be harvested upon maturity. Plucking it prematurely would render it ineffective and potentially toxic. Once harvested, the plant would wither rapidly, never to yield zhu fruits again in that location. Thus, despite the low grade of the century-old zhu fruit, its rarity surpassed that of ordinary second-tier spiritual herbs. This extraordinary spiritual fruit, cultivated over a century, harbored immense and pure spiritual power, easily assimilated by cultivators. Liu Tian had previously consumed a barrier-breaking pill to ascend to the fourth layer of qi refinement, and he had since been stabilizing his realm and honing his magical power. With his foundation now remarkably solid and his spiritual power quite refined, he found the process of refining the century-old zhu fruit effortless, far surpassing the ease of refining his own cultivated energy, with efficiency multiplied manifold. After half a month, the century-old zhu fruit was completely assimilated, and his realm had broken through 3 days prior. In recent days, he had been consolidating his realm, compressing his spiritual energy with utmost effort. He had finally reached the fifth layer of qi refinement. Liu Tian opened his eyes to reveal irises as clear as tranquil waters and as luminous as the full moon. Rising to stretch his body, he was greeted by the resounding crackle of his bones. After experiencing a transformation in his physical state, Liu Tian hurriedly ventured outside. Having been in seclusion for an extended period, he felt an insatiable hunger. Although he had consumed a considerable amount of spirit-gathering pills, their lack of flavor left his palate unfulfilled, serving only to sate his appetite without gratifying his taste buds. With his cultivation having reached a new pinnacle, it was only fitting that he indulge in a sumptuous meal. Upon arriving at a restaurant, he summoned the server and ordered an array of spiritual delicacies along with a pot of ethereal wine, and began to feast. Typically, cultivators refrained from consuming mundane food, as it lacked spiritual essence and was deemed futile. Moreover, it required additional energy to expel the remnants from their bodies. The quantity of spiritual food one could consume depended largely on the richness of spiritual energy contained within. Without an abundance of such energy within, a cultivator could continue to eat indefinitely. After all, spiritual food contains minimal impurities, allowing cultivators to refine it swiftly within themselves. After relishing his meal and satisfying his taste buds, Liu Tian felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He called the server to settle the bill, noting that most of the attendants were merely low-grade, early-stage qi refining cultivators. That will be a total of 35 low-grade spirit stones, senior. As he retrieved the spirit stones, he mused to himself about the exorbitant prices for such modest fare, lamenting that it paled in comparison to the culinary delights prepared by his chubby friend. It was likely that his friend had also advanced to the fourth layer of qi refining, while brother Gang and sister Hui were probably still stuck at the third layer. He considered procuring some breakthrough pills for them when the opportunity arose, sighing at the fact that his family lacked alchemical skills. If only I could refine pills myself, he thought. I could concoct high-grade, toxin-free elixirs for personal use and sell the rest for profit, thereby accelerating my cultivation. Lost in these thoughts, he returned to the general store. At that moment, a communication talisman illuminated, signaling a message from his third aunt, who requested that he stay with the family for a while longer. She mentioned accumulating enough colorful phoenix eggs for the next transaction, which she would bring along. The communication talismans used by lower-tier cultivators were generally quite ordinary, with a range of approximately 3,000 miles. Higher-tier communication stones were rare and costly, typically reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage. The transmission speed of these talismans was slow. It took nearly an hour to relay a message over 3,000 miles, during which time they were susceptible to interference from formations or higher-tier cultivators. The Liu family resided over 3,000 miles from the Yueho market, necessitating the arrangement of personnel within that range to be on standby for immediate communication. Due to the importance of certain matters, they refrained from using talismans for significant communications, opting instead to travel in person. If absolutely necessary, they would resort to coded language. After tending to some miscellaneous affairs, Liu Tian returned to his cultivation chamber to refine the shadowless needle. Measuring approximately 3 inches in length, the needle was inscribed with runes for speed, concealment, armor piercing, energy disruption, wind breaking, and retraction. Liu Tian was not well versed in artifact crafting and could not discern the materials used in its construction. The shadowless needle was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and even a momentary lapse in concentration could render it undetectable to one's spiritual sense. Most crucially, once launched, the needle could be swiftly controlled to return to the host's hand. After observing it for a while, Liu Tian began the refinement process. As soon as the spiritual energy made contact, he felt a subtle sense of repulsion emanating from the needle. This indicates that the shadow needle is bound to a master, and upon the master's demise, the connection with the shadow needle is severed, yet the original master's magical imprint still lingers upon it. Damn it! This is merely a low-grade item. Liu Tian could not help but curse in anger. Using this shadow needle entails bearing its consequences. However, the shadow needle is of great significance to Liu Tian at present, as it can substantially enhance his strength. Sigh, I shall endeavor to use it sparingly from now on, reserving it as a safeguard for my life. When a better option arises, I shall replace it. Having come to this realization, Liu Tian erased the imprint and proceeded with the refinement. The shadow needle is a top-tier magical artifact of the first rank, while Liu Tian is merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement. The refinement process is exceedingly slow, taking over 20 days for complete assimilation. Weapons used by cultivators are generally categorized into 4 types: magical artifacts, spiritual tools, fa bao, and ling bao. The so-called ancient treasures, personal magical artifacts, and personal fa bao are all types within these classifications. Personal fa bao and ling bao demand higher quality materials, typically only available to golden core stage cultivators. A personal fa bao can grow alongside its host. The longer it is nurtured, the more potent its power becomes. Generally, a cultivator is limited to possessing only one personal fa bao. Although a magical artifact can be wielded without refinement, its power is significantly diminished, and certain special functions cannot be activated. Only after complete refinement can it exhibit its corresponding abilities. Once the shadow needle is fully refined, Liu Tian can store it in his dantian for nurturing. With a mere thought, the shadow needle can be swiftly activated. After testing the power of the shadow needle, Liu Tian is quite satisfied. It is swift, highly concealed, and possesses formidable penetrating power. Even a late-stage qi refinement cultivator could suffer grievous injury if caught unawares. However, activating the shadow needle consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy. With his current strength, a full-force launch requires half of his dantian's energy. For now, he will place the shadow needle in his dantian for nurturing, strengthening the connection between them. Thus, he shall delay the toxic refinement, nurturing it for a period before proceeding, especially since he does not plan to venture out anytime soon. The marketplace remains relatively safe, Liu Tian mused to himself. With the shadow needle retrieved into his dantian, Liu Tian resumed his meditative practice. After 2 hours of cultivating the longevity technique, he began to visualize the starry soul forging technique. Through months of visualization, Liu Tian has begun to perceive a blurry expanse of starry sky within his sea of consciousness. He believes that perseverance will surely lead him to visualize the complete star stone grinding diagram, a title he has given to this image. Chapter 24. The beast tide approaches. In the ensuing 10 months, Liu Tian remained indoors. Each day was devoted to cultivating the longevity technique, visualizing the starry soul forging technique, and practicing the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique. After months of arduous training, the results have become quite evident. Liu Tian can now visualize portions of the starry sky through the starry soul forging technique, though he can only perceive traces of the grinding wheel. On each full moon night, Liu Tian meticulously observes the golden card beneath the moonlight, gaining new insights with each examination. The deeper his understanding, the faster his visualization progresses. Regrettably, the golden card only reveals itself on nights of the full moon, Attempts to engage with it at other times have proven futile. After a year of arduous practice, Liu Tian has finally grasped the fundamentals of the 8 steps to catch the cicada technique, enabling him to take his first step. However, this inaugural stride nearly shattered the courtyard wall, leading him to refrain from practicing within the confines of the yard. Liu Tian contemplated the passage of time. In 2 days, his third ant would arrive. Once the transaction was completed, he felt it was time to venture out and hone his skills. 3 days later, Liu Tian returned to the Moon Lake Market after a year away. What a journey, my third ant. Liu Tian expressed his joy upon her return. Not arduous at all, but it seems our young clan leader has toiled at the shop for an entire year. Liu Tian jested. Third ant, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble. Seeing Liu Tian's somewhat flustered expression, Liu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is by your mother's command. She insisted I give you a good scolding for wandering off without a thought of returning home. Liu Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, reflecting on how he had scarcely thought of his parents during the past 2 years. What an unfilial child I've become. He chided himself inwardly. On the following day, Liu Tian ventured to the 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce, bearing 1 million colorful rooster eggs. After a pleasant exchange with Shui Linglong, he successfully completed the transaction for the eggs, while also procuring various cultivation resources commonly utilized by his family. Having fulfilled his family obligations, Liu Tian sought to acquire additional equipment for himself. He inquired, Shopkeeper Shui, I would like to acquire a high-grade defensive artifact of the first tier. Do you have any recommendations? Just then, a new shipment of quality goods had arrived at the store. Please wait a moment, Shui Linglong replied. She exited to retrieve a storage bag and returned to the reception room, waving her hand to reveal 3 defensive artifacts upon the table. Each of these items represented the finest among first-tier high-grade artifacts. The first was the 5-element shield, capable of harnessing any attribute of spiritual energy, inscribed with a formation that counteracts the 5 elements, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. It could withstand a full-force strike from a perfected chi refining practitioner, priced at 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. The second was a bronze bell, which also could withstand a full-force strike from a perfected chi refining practitioner and possessed a certain ability to hinder foes, priced at 3,800 low-grade spirit stones. The third was a crane-patterned Taoist robe, which could shift among 3 colors, black, white, and blue, and could resist attacks from late-stage chi refining practitioners, while also providing a degree of concealment, controllable by one's spiritual sense, priced at 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. After listening to Shui Linglong's introductions, Liu Tian scrutinized the artifacts further. The 5 elements shield appeared commendable, focusing solely on defense. The bronze bell offered more diverse functionalities, yet its power seemed limited. The Taoist robe, although it sounded impressive, felt somewhat ostentatious and lacked cost-effectiveness. He resolved that he might purchase one when finances allowed, as it certainly had an appeal. I shall take the 5 elements shield, he declared. You possess discernment. The 5 elements shield specializes in defense and rivals many exquisite artifacts in protective capacity, Shui Linglong praised. Once the transactions were complete, Liu Tian prepared to take his leave. Shui Linglong stood to see him off, deliberately walking beside him and leaning close to his ear. Liu Tian was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze, and his arm collided with something soft, leaving him momentarily stunned. A warm voice whispered near his ear. According to reliable sources, a beast tide is expected to occur in the 10,000 Great Mountains within the next decade. Do not divulge this information. With that, a graceful figure swayed her alluring form and slowly departed. Ah, what a tumultuous season, Liu Tian lamented. After ensuring no one was around, he adjusted his trousers and left. Upon returning to the Liu family's general store, he engaged in a detailed discussion with his third aunt about the recent transaction, also sharing the rumor of the impending beast tide. He urged her to keep a vigilant watch on such developments. Liu Tian resolved to return to his family estate first, intending to transport the acquired goods back home. After 3 days of effort, he successfully refined the 5 elements shield. With the golden marten in tow, he discreetly exited the Moon Lake Market. Having traveled several hundred miles away from the market, he released the golden marten, Xiao Huangmao, from the spirit beast pouch. The little creature had been cooped up for far too long in the market. During that year, he had been forced to concentrate solely on training, unable to roam freely. After consuming a considerable amount of spirit beast pills, Xiao Huangmao had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement. While the lifespan of demon beasts often far exceeds that of humans, their cultivation speed does not match that of humans. The strength of demon beasts primarily depends on their bloodline, and they need not focus excessively on training, as their power will naturally grow with time. Upon sensing the freedom outside the market, Xiao Huangmao dashed joyfully into the wilderness, darting through the mountains and forests like a flash of lightning, chasing birds and catching rabbits. The area was not far from the market, devoid of any significant dangers, allowing it to frolic freely. Meanwhile, Liu Tian piloted his mid-grade flying sword, soaring steadily towards the Funyo Mountains. As he traversed a mountain range, he was suddenly alerted by Xiao Huangmao's warning. Just as he was about to extend his consciousness to assess the situation, a massive fireball appeared within his line of sight. Without a moment to lose, he swiftly summoned the five elements shield, pouring his vital energy into the defense. The shield rapidly materialized, forming a barrier of considerable size before him. In an instant, the fireball collided with the shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Liu Tian was forcefully knocked off his flying sword. Before he could regain his balance, a sharp beam of sword light surged toward him. At the critical moment when the sword light threatened to pierce his body, he executed the first step of the 8 steps to catch the cicada, propelling himself downward into the thicket below. Hidden behind a massive tree, he gasped for breath, fully extending his consciousness to sense his surroundings. Xiao Huangmao issued another warning of impending danger, prompting Liu Tian to roll swiftly to the side. A beam of sword light sliced through the tree trunk, aimed directly at his back. Fortunately, he evaded just in time, narrowly avoiding the flying sword. However, the fabric of his back was torn, and the sharp sword energy grazed his skin, leaving a painful laceration. As he tumbled to the ground, Liu Tian quickly reactivated the 5 elements shield and simultaneously produced a mid-grade earth element shield talisman. Once again, a fireball intertwined with a glint of sword light surged forth, striking fiercely and nearly sending the 5 elements shield flying. Liu Tian felt a sharp pain as blood erupted from his mouth, his arm throbbing as if it might be broken. After enduring several successive assaults without identifying his assailant, a heavy dread settled in his heart. At that moment, a figure clad in black with a face obscured by a dark scarf emerged in the distance. The very sword that had repeatedly attacked Liu Tian hovered ominously before this enigmatic man, who regarded him with a mocking gaze. You possess some skill, young one, to have evaded 3 attacks. However, your fortune ends here. As soon as the words left the black-clad man's lips, the flying sword lunged toward Liu Tian once more, while the man swiftly advanced, employing an agile technique. As the sword approached again, Liu Tian poured his energy into the 5 elements shield and simultaneously hurled forth a dozen talismans. Amidst a cacophony of collisions and explosions, he managed to withstand 6 attacks from the flying sword with all his might. Before he could catch his breath, a fierce kick struck his abdomen, propelling him several yards away. His back collided brutally with the trunk of a tree, and a mouthful of blood surged from his insides, trickling down the corner of his mouth. In your next life, be a good person and do not provoke those you cannot contend with, echoed the cold voice of the man in black. With a sword in hand, the black-clad figure charged toward Liu Tian, who was seated against the great tree, clutching his stomach in agony, the 5 elements shield lying discarded beside him. Just as the man aimed to thrust his sword into Liu Tian's head, a flash of golden light streaked past, prompting him to swiftly return his blade in defense. A sudden pain shot through his arm, leaving 3 deep claw marks. An overwhelming fury surged within him, ready to explode, but he then felt a tightening sensation around his lower body, realizing he was ensnared by numerous vines. As Liu Tian fled toward the woods, he discreetly scattered many ghost king vine seeds. When the golden ferret ambushed the black-clad man, Liu Tian quickly flipped onto his knees and invoked the wood vine binding technique. In an instant, numerous wooden vines ensnared the lower half of the black-clad man. Before he could break free, Liu Tian unleashed a barrage of talismans, interspersed with shadowless needles fueled by his full strength. The black-clad man shattered the vines with his sword, only to conjure a shield that deflected a multitude of talismanic assaults. At that moment, sensing an intense threat, the black-clad man forcibly shifted his body, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest, as if something had grazed his heart. Glancing at Liu Tian, who knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, the man was struck by a wave of fear. He had nearly met his demise, and, filled with rage, was ready to advance and dismantle this young man piece by piece. You have managed to injure me, but this ends now. At this juncture, Liu Tian found his magical energy entirely depleted, devoid of the strength to resist, holding only a few talismans in his hand. The young man with yellow hair stood defiantly before Liu Tian, confronting the black-clad figure. As the man raised his hand to invoke his power, he suddenly felt a disruption in his energy flow, his body growing weak, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing the black-clad man fall, Liu Tian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The entire assault is a lengthy tale, yet it has only been a brief moment since the attack occurred. The assailant, clad in black, possesses the strength of the 7th level of Qi refinement. It is truly shameless to ambush someone at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Alas, I have been misled. Was it not said that skilled fighters typically prey on the weak with a sense of decorum? This individual shows no restraint whatsoever. My spiritual sense confirms that the black-clad figure has indeed ceased to have a heartbeat or breath. Liu Tian, acting swiftly, conjured 2 fireballs that struck the assailant's body, propelling him several meters away and leaving half of him in ruins. At this moment, Liu Tian was thoroughly convinced of the black figure's demise, suppressing his physical pain. He quickly surveyed the battlefield, collecting the storage bag dropped by the assailant. Upon uncovering the black figure's mask for a closer inspection, he lamented, "Indeed, it is him." Foolishness knows no bounds. Liu Tian summoned a flame to incinerate the corpse into a pile of ashes, then used a spell to disperse the remnants. Once he had tidied up, he swiftly vanished into the woods with the golden ferret. After running for an hour, the low-grade speed talisman affixed to him was on the verge of losing its potency. Estimating he had covered over 100 miles, his mana was depleted, and his body ached unbearably. He instructed the golden ferret to find a concealed hill, where he cleaved a cave with his sword and meticulously concealed the entrance. Finally at ease, he hastily consumed several blood-replenishing pills and sat cross-legged to circulate his long spring technique, assimilating the medicinal effects. 3 days later, Liu Tian awakened from his meditation. He took out 2 communication talismans to recount the events to his Aunt San and grandfather, advising them to remain vigilant against the Black Tiger gang. Reflecting on the battle, he realized his lack of experience in combat. Recognizing several moments where he fell short in his responses, his alertness had been insufficient, as he only realized the danger when the sword was at his throat. Liu Tian chastised himself. Fortunately, before departing, he had poisoned the Shadowless Needle. The 5 poison sex elixirs proved remarkably effective. He resolved to seek out the descendants of the 5 poisons old Taoist, as this encounter had indeed saved his life, and he felt indebted to repay this favor. After all, cultivators value the clarity of thought. While the long spring technique may not be particularly formidable in combat, its healing properties are commendable. In 3 days, his internal injuries had nearly healed. Though the battle was perilous, his wounds were not severe. The damage was primarily from shock, with his vital energy expended. Had the black-clad figure persisted for a few more breaths, Liu Tian's life would have been in jeopardy. Considering that the little yellow-haired one was merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement, the little ferret could create some distractions, but facing the assailant head-on would likely result in a swift demise. Contemplating this, Liu Tian felt a surge of dread. Indeed, the world of cultivators is fraught with danger. Alas, a mere glance gone awry has led to years of fixation upon me. Once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall surely eradicate the Black Tiger gang. Wait for me, young master. Liu Tian vowed silently within his heart. Taking out the black-clad man's storage bag, Liu Tian assessed his gains. A 1st-tier superior magic artifact flying sword, the weapon used by the black-clad man when he was slain. A 1st-tier superior tungsten steel shield. 3 bottles of chi condensation pills for cultivation, 2 bottles of true recovery pills, and some less valuable elixirs. A volume of Earth Spirit technique for chi refinement stage cultivation. 1 1st-tier exquisite Thunderstrike talisman, and 1 1st-tier exquisite Earth Escape talisman. Upon seeing the exquisite Thunderstrike talisman, Liu Tian nearly leaped with joy. How fortunate this time. He expressed his gratitude once again to his friend from the 5 poisons. One must never underestimate anyone. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must exert its full strength. After all, a rabbit can sometimes kick a hawk. After experiencing this anxiety, Liu Tian engaged in some mental fortification, reminding himself to always be mindful of his mental health. After 2 days of recuperation, Liu Tian, accompanied by the little yellow-haired creature, discreetly traversed the mountains towards the Funyo mountain range. Reflecting on the previous ambush, he decided it best to refrain from flying high above. The target was simply too conspicuous. With his cultivation at the mid-chi refinement stage, soaring on a sword felt rather ostentatious. After all, the magical energy of an average practitioner at this stage could not sustain flight for long, and an airborne target with little magical power would only invite trouble. This was foolishness that needed correcting. To ensure safety, he instructed the little yellow-haired creature to scout ahead for 30 miles, realizing that going further would sever their mental connection. Liu Tian's spiritual awareness could cover 200 meters. Fortunately, his bond with the contracted spirit beast relied on mental connection, unaffected by the limits of his spiritual range. Thus, they traveled by day and rested at night, encountering little resistance along the way, aside from casually dispatching a few mid to low-tier 1st-level demon beasts. After more than 20 days, the man and beast approached the Funyo mountain range. Just a few days more until he returned home, Liu Tian gazed at the distant peaks. Just as he was about to continue his journey, a danger alert resonated in his mind from the little yellow-haired creature. Quickly concealing his presence, he retrieved a breath-concealing talisman from his storage bag and affixed it to himself, expanding his spiritual awareness to ascertain the absence of threats. He cautiously employed his movement technique towards the direction of the lightning ferret. After a quarter of an hour, Liu Tian reunited with the little yellow-haired creature, who chirped excitedly and gestured. Liu Tian understood that there were ambushing black-clad individuals ahead. The exposure from killing the man had led them here to block his path. Truly relentless. Changing direction, he decided to summon his grandfather for assistance. Liu Tian promptly activated a sound transmission talisman and altered his course. Only an hour later, the little yellow-haired creature issued another warning. Damn, it was not just one person. As Liu Tian concealed himself in the forest, he observed a streak of sword light approaching from a distance, with an individual riding the sword halting 10 miles ahead of him. The concealed figure on the ground arose to pay respects, and the two vanished together from sight. In less than half an hour, two more individuals arrived on flying swords and descended at the same location. They were not coming for him, judging by their trajectory. They seemed to be guarding the entry points to the Funyo Mountain. This wouldn't he do. He needed to ascertain the intentions of this group. Concerning the safety of his family, Liu Tian could not afford to wait for his grandfather's arrival. If his grandfather arrived only to fall into an ambush, the consequences would be dire. Affixing another concealment talisman to his body, he concentrated fully to compress his internal spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength to stealthily approach the vicinity. He soon spotted 3 men clad in black and a man in a brocade robe gathered together, roasting spiritual beast meat and drinking wine. Upon reaching a distance of 200 meters, Liu Tian, leveraging his vastly superior spiritual awareness, subtly extended his senses. Young patriarch, we've been monitoring the Liu family for nearly a year, yet there has been no movement. How dreadfully dull. One of the black-clad men complained to the man in the brocade robe. Indeed, young patriarch, this Liu family consists merely of an old man at the peak of chi refinement. We could easily dispose of him, another echoed. The brocade-robed man chewed his meat leisurely and replied, the Liu family harbors significant secrets. We must discern them before taking action. Generally, lower-tier cultivators refrain from indiscriminately scanning with their spiritual awareness, as it depletes their mental strength, which recovers slowly, necessitating rest and sleep for replenishment. Thus, Liu Tian effortlessly caught the snippets of their conversation. You may continue to surveil for 2 years. The family shall duly record your contributions. Yes, young patriarch. The two responded. Another added, rest assured, brother, we will not overlook a single individual. Isn't it merely curiosity? I was just inquiring. The brocade-robed man suddenly barked, then flung a folding fan. Liu Tian sensed an ominous presence when his spiritual awareness collided with another. Just as he intended to retreat, he heard the brocade-robed man shout, and a giant folding fan came hurtling towards him. Chapter 27. Flight to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Seeing the enchanted folding fan approach, Liu Tian swiftly summoned the 5 Elements shield and affixed a defensive talisman onto himself. The 5 Elements shield was instantly sent flying by the fan, suffering severe damage and losing substantial spiritual energy. The damage to the artifact also caused Liu Tian to feel a slight backlash, his sea of consciousness wavering. Seizing the moment the fan returned, he stowed the shield and fled. Having cultivated the dragon snake's step to perfection, he adeptly maneuvered through the intricacies of the terrain, quickly vanishing into the forest. The brocade-robed man, with a mere casual strike, revealed that he was at least at the 8th level of chi refinement, far surpassing the strength of the Black Tiger gang. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Tian turned to escape. Suddenly, a chilling intent to kill surged from behind him. Without hesitation, he summoned the 5 Elements shield once more. In an instant, a sword light struck the shield, sending both him and the shield flying several yards. Liu Tian felt a sharp pain in his chest, but did not pause to assess the situation. He rolled over and sprinted away. He runs quite well. Leave it to you, the brocade-robed man said, soaring through the air on his sword, addressing the 3 black-clad men pursuing Liu Tian. Understood, they replied, exerting all their strength to chase him down on their flying swords, while the brocade-robed man followed leisurely behind, a smirk playing upon his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Liu Tian observed 3 flying swords hurtling towards him and promptly unleashed the 5 Elements shield, triggering a powerful explosion that sent the swords spiraling away. However, the activation of the magical artifact cost him a fragment of his soul, leaving him pale. The 3 cloaked figures, momentarily shaken, resumed their assault. Undeterred, Liu Tian sprinted through the forest for over an hour, enduring repeated attacks from the trio. Their prowess matched his own, indicating they too were at the mid-stage of chi refinement. For the time being, they could not subdue him, yet the man in the brocade robe lingered nearby, observing him like a cat toying with a mouse, compelling him to keep moving. At that moment, a fiery sword light, imbued with formidable might, sliced through the sky, accompanied by a thunderous shout. Who dares to harm my grandson? Liu Tian's heart soared. His grandfather had arrived. Subdue him quickly. commanded the brocade-clad man before taking to the skies to confront Liu Tian's grandfather. Liu Tian had no time to contemplate the battle above and focused entirely on countering the frenzied attacks of the three assailants. He awaited the moment when his grandfather would emerge victorious to come to his aid. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed a shadowless needle, only for it to be thwarted by a black-clad adversary's magical artifact. He could only continue to flee while retaliating. After a brief respite, another figure dashed into the fray on his grandfather's side, transforming the conflict into a 2-on-1. Liu Tian observed as his grandfather, who seemed on the verge of victory, became entangled yet again and appeared to be at a disadvantage. Realizing hesitation was no longer an option, Liu Tian resolved to escape. His grandfather could surely retreat if he wished. Drawing a talisman from his storage pouch, he hurled it towards the three black-clad figures. Employing the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, he dashed forward, though the first step had yet to be fully mastered, rendering it unreliable in combat. He could not afford to dwell on that now. He was devoid of alternative options. With a determination akin to burning his boats, he exerted himself fully and found his movements increasingly fluid. Before long, he evaded the trio. He retrieved a recently acquired Earth Escape talisman, activating it to burrow underground and flee for his life. Uncertain of the number of pursuers, he could only strive to distance himself from the battlefield. A day later, the brocade-robed man reappeared within Liu Tian's line of sight, forcing him to flee once more. This flight lasted another 2 days, during which he discerned 7 or 8 individuals converging from 3 directions, effectively sealing off his route back to Funyo Mountain. After 3 more days of desperate escape, punctuated by multiple skirmishes that left him with numerous injuries, he relied on a first-tier Supreme Thunderstrike talisman and the Shadowless Needle for a surprise attack, eliminating 3 foes. Little Yellow Hair assisted him in ambushing a black-clad assailant, but was severely wounded, necessitating Liu Tian to swiftly store him in a spirit beast pouch. Uncertain of how far he had fled, Liu Tian recognized he had ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains for 2 days, frequently sensing the presence of powerful demonic beasts around him. Each step was fraught with peril. However, the good news was that the black-clad pursuers no longer dared to fly recklessly above. Liu Tian consumed his last 2 recovery pills and continued his ascent into the mountains. With 3 directions blocked, this was his sole path. He stumbled and dashed to the end of his route, only to discover a precipice. After surveying his surroundings, he realized there was no other way forward. In the span of a tea's brewing time, 7 or 8 figures clad in black and masked approached ominously. The man in the brocade robe ascended into the air upon his flying sword, exuding an air of elegance as he brandished a folding fan. In stark contrast, Liu Tian found himself in tattered garments, battered and bruised, seated on the ground in despair. He harbored a burning desire to drag the man down from his lofty perch and mar his handsome visage. "Why are you not fleeing, little insect?" the man in the brocade robe taunted. "Who are you to pursue me so relentlessly? What is your business?" Liu Tian wore a defiant expression, as if impervious to danger. "Come back with me, and I shall reveal all," came the reply. Liu Tian, fully aware of the dire consequences of capture, contemplated the agony of enduring torture and preferred a swift end. He cautiously summoned the scant remnants of his true energy and retorted, "You should have said so earlier. You've made me run in vain." Before he could finish his words, he unleashed a flurry of flying needles, not pausing to assess their efficacy. Without hesitation, he plunged headfirst off the cliff. The man in the brocade robe flicked his fan with calm precision, sending the shadowless needles spiraling away. Observing Liu Tian's resolute leap, his expression shifted, and he bellowed, "Stop him." As his command echoed, he summoned the fan artifact to hurl toward Liu Tian. Liu Tian noticed the fan expanding in midair, seemingly aiming to ensnare him. In response, he transformed his wooden vine technique into a spear-like form and thrust it fiercely at the fan, utilizing the recoil to hasten his descent. The black-clad figures also summoned various treasures, rushing towards the precipice below. Liu Tian felt a thunderous crash as he plunged into the water, succumbing to unconsciousness. One of the black-clad men, preparing to pursue Liu Tian into the lake, was abruptly ensnared by a massive tail that emerged from the depths, vanishing swiftly beneath the surface. Chapter 28. A Brush with Death and Survival. Young Master. The black-clad figures exclaimed, their faces a mixture of concern as the man in the brocade robe arrived. After surveying the surroundings, he declared, "This must be the Serpent's Pool. It is said to be home to a second-tier serpent demon. We must depart swiftly." Without waiting for a response, he ascended on his sword. The black-clad figures hastily followed suit. In the assembly hall of the Liu family at Qingzhou Peak, Funyo Mountain, the protective clan formation had been activated, and the entire clan was on high alert. Clan leader Liu Xiaoshan, along with the elders and Liu Tian's parents, wore anxious expressions as they awaited news. Suddenly, a clan member rushed in, breathless. Reporting to the clan leader and esteemed elders, the Shun family has retreated. Good. Xiangang, go and instruct the clan members to remain vigilant. Ordered clan leader Liu Tian. Yes. Liu Xiangang bowed respectfully before departing the hall. The Shin family has gone too far. They have relentlessly targeted our Liu family for years. The elder Liu Xiaohai fumed. It was the red-eyed toad incident that piqued the Shun family's suspicion. They have been covertly tracking our movements for years. And each time we attempted to sell the colorful eggs, we were discovered. Clan leader Liu Xiaoshan lamented helplessly. The family's supply of red-eyed toads has been exhausted. If the matter is not resolved promptly, the family's fortunes will be adversely affected, remarked elder Liu Xiaoji. Is it possible to seek assistance from outside? Inquired Liu Xiangtian's father. Liu Xinyun. The clan leader, Liu Xiaoshan, cast a glance at Liu Xinyun, sighing inwardly, realizing that this son pales in comparison to his grandson. In the world of cultivation, interests reign supreme. If the secret of the red-eyed toads were to leak even slightly, the Liu family would be doomed. After pondering for a moment, he addressed the assembly. In the short term, the Shin family will not launch a full-scale attack against us. Otherwise, we risk mutual destruction, leaving room for others to take advantage, unless a foundational cultivator emerges from the Shin family. From today onwards, we shall reduce the breeding of the colorful golden pheasants. If we cannot supply the spirit earthworms, we will resort to slaughtering them for sustenance. The auction at Pan Snake Mountain is approaching, and this time we must strive with all our might for the foundational elixir. The beast tide is also imminent. We are indeed in tumultuous times. The Liu family must unite to weather this crisis. As for Tanner, do not worry excessively. He possesses great fortune and will surely be unharmed. After delivering these words, clan leader Liu Xiaoshan turned and departed. He instructed the clan members guarding the soul lamp to remain vigilant, declaring, if anything happens to Tian'er, I shall take vengeance upon the Shin family. The eldest elder, Liu Xiaohai, spoke with indignation. Liu Xiangtian's mother, Jing Tongru, had remained silent, suppressing her words as tears flowed silently, praying for her son. The family was weak, with great secrets at stake. They could not afford to disclose even a fragment to her maternal family, lest they endanger the entire Liu clan. She understood the gravity of the situation and knew she must not falter. In a haze, Liu Xiangtian regained consciousness, recalling the days of being pursued and the moment he leapt from the cliff into the water. After plunging into the depths, he lost consciousness, unaware of his current predicament. It was certain that he had not perished, as waves of pain coursed through his body. However, he felt utterly drained, with no trace of spiritual energy within his dantian. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, Liu Xiangtian forcibly opened his eyes. He found himself in a cave, with half of his body on the ground and the other half submerged in water. Confused about how he had transitioned from the water to the cave, he realized that even a mere chi refinement stage cultivator could easily eliminate him, but he had no time to dwell on that. Summoning his strength, he crawled a few steps forward, dragging his lower body from the water. Exhausted, he retrieved several chi gathering pills from his storage bag, swallowing them alongside some blood vitality pills before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. The chi gathering pills were commonly used in the early and mid stages of chi refinement as auxiliary cultivation elixirs. However, Liu Xiangtian, in his unconscious state, could not circulate his cultivation techniques to refine the spiritual energy from the pills, causing it to disperse throughout his body. His dantian absorbed a hint of spiritual energy, akin to parched land receiving rain, revitalizing it with vigor. The Changchun technique began to operate autonomously, gradually absorbing the spiritual energy while distributing the medicinal effects of the blood vitality pills throughout his body. After an indeterminate period, Liu Xiangtian awoke once more. This time, he felt a renewed sense of control over his body. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved several more pills and consumed them again. The operation of the Changchun technique rapidly restored his bodily injuries. The formidable vitality bestowed by the wood attribute cultivation method facilitated a swift recovery. After a day, Liu Xiangtian felt that his wounds were under control and, with a period of rest lasting over 10 days, he should be able to heal completely. At this moment, he could finally free his hands to check on the condition of the golden mink, Xiao Huangmao, as his consciousness delved into the spirit beast pouch. He observed that Xiao Huangmao's external injuries had begun to heal gradually, appearing to have succumbed to a deep slumber. Despite several attempts to call out, there was no response. Lacking suitable healing elixirs for spirit beasts, Liu Xiangtian crushed the last 2 chi blood pills in his hand and sprinkled the powder over Xiao Huangmao's wounds. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved several hundred low-grade spirit stones, crushed them, and spread them beside Xiao Huangmao. Xiao Huangmao, the rest is up to you, Liu Xiangtian murmured. With some effort, Liu Xiangtian propped himself up to stand, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, and his body felt frail. He hastily took out a fasting pill and consumed it, which brought him some relief. Looking around, he discerned that he was in a passageway. One side was water, while the other was a stone wall. The water side was lower, and the stone wall side was evidently higher. Liu Tian began to comprehend the situation. Chapter 29. The 1,000-year stalactite benefiting from the vast information within the dream world. He had encountered various geological formations. Liu Tian surmised that this must be an underwater passage, and due to the flow of water or some other cause, he had been swept into the corridor. The elevation within the passage was higher, or perhaps there was some pressure at play, preventing the water from completely submerging him. Liu Tian continued deeper into the passage. Its length far exceeded his expectations. After what felt like 500 or 600 meters, he still saw no end. Continuing for over 100 more meters, he finally reached a terminus, encountering a turn that revealed a wondrous sight. Before him lay a vast expanse, at least the size of a football field, adorned with stalactites of varying sizes hanging from above. The ground was scattered with red, white, and pink crystals, emanating a soft glow, filling the cavern with a riot of colors. Beneath the largest stalactite, a relatively flat stone bore a bowl-shaped cavity, filled to the brim with stalactite droplets. This was the legendary 1,000-year stalactite, rumored to possess a faint golden light akin to that of a 10,000-year stalactite. Liu Tian, filled with excitement, exclaimed at its sight. It was said that consuming just a drop of the 1,000-year stalactite could rapidly heal injuries and restore spiritual energy. Long-term consumption could enhance one's spiritual root quality and strengthen the physical body. The effects of the 10,000-year stalactite were said to be even greater. It was rumored that for a nascent soul stage cultivator, a single drop could restore all spiritual energy and even regenerate severed limbs. Without delay, Liu Tian hastily absorbed a drop, feeling the 1,000-year stalactite course through his body, igniting a jubilant response from every cell within him. A gentle energy instantly permeated every corner of his being, and his injuries healed in an instant. His dantian gradually filled, the immense energy still lingering within. He quickly settled down to circulate his cultivation method. After the duration of a stick of incense, the spiritual energy effortlessly breached the barriers of his dantian, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement. Only after nearly filling his dantian once more did the energy finally dissipate. Liu Tian had never experienced such an effortless breakthrough. Gazing at the pool filled with millennia-old stalactites, he found himself overwhelmed with excitement. Once again, he summoned his magical powers to extract a drop of the precious liquid, cautiously feeding it to the small creature with yellow fur. He observed the creature's wounds healing rapidly, yet there were no signs of consciousness returning. Liu Tian decided not to dwell on it further. He had only read about millennia-old stalactites in ancient tomes, never having heard of them in the world outside, let alone their long-term consumption to enhance one's constitution. He hastily produced several empty jade vials, collecting the stalactites from the cave, filling nearly 3 vials to the brim. Each vial contained 100 drops, totaling over 200 drops. This was indeed a tremendous fortune, and Liu Tian could hardly contain his joy. Feeling immensely grateful to those cloaked figures, he would willingly endure another pursuit if it meant such rewards. It could be said that his 5-element spiritual roots had long been a burden, but he was curious how much these stalactites could elevate his aptitude. After securing the precious vials, Liu Tian searched the cave once more, filled with hope. Near the stone wall, he discovered a somewhat concealed stone platform. Upon it lay an ancient ring, a dull pearl the size of a dragon's eye, and a wooden piece about the thickness of an infant's arm and 2 inches tall. Upon closer inspection, he noted that there was nothing else around. How curious it was to find these items here. Could this be a cultivator's cave? Yet there were no remains, and one would expect a cultivator to take such treasures upon departure. Unable to fathom the reason, Liu Tian boldly reached for the ring. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, he noticed the wooden piece radiating a flickering light. In the depths of a dream lasting millennia. What year is this night? A voice, imbued with the weight of ages, echoed through the cave. The sudden sound startled Liu Tian, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. How terrifying. Could there be an ancient spirit within the ring? This trope felt familiar to him, and he mentally cried out in panic. Scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he gathered his courage and called out, "Predecessor, is that you?" After a moment, a sigh resonated in the air. Liu Tian searched around, trying to locate the source of the voice. Then, a wisp of white smoke emerged from the wooden piece on the platform, transforming in midair into the visage of an elderly Taoist with hair and beard as white as snow. "I pay my respects to you, venerable one," Liu Tian exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to bow. "Child, where is this place, and what year is it?" The ethereal old man inquired. "Esteemed predecessor, this is the Southern Wilderness region, within the Great Mountains. This year is 4,832 of the Southern Wilderness," Liu Tian replied. "The Southern Wilderness, that forsaken land," the old man exclaimed in astonishment, then began to gesture with his hands, calculating. "It appears I have slumbered for over a millennium. How the world has changed. Child, my soul is but a fleeting presence. Yet if you agree to a condition, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity that can aid your cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing the old man's words, Liu Tian felt a surge of exhilaration within him. His innate aptitude had made foundational cultivation a Herculean task. Could it be that such a monumental fortune had suddenly fallen upon him? From a young age, I have often proclaimed myself to be a child of fortune. Could it be true? Regardless, I shall first assess the situation. It is prudent to secure the benefits before anything else. Please, esteemed senior, instruct me, and I shall not hesitate to fulfill your wishes, Liu Tian earnestly declared. I hail from the Xintian sect of Donglai Prefecture. A millennium ago, our region was besieged by demonic forces from beyond, who wreaked havoc upon us. Our sole ancestor, a formidable figure of the transformation stage, sacrificed himself in a valiant effort to save the masses, perishing alongside those malevolent beings. The sect suffered grievous losses, with many in the nascent soul and golden core stages falling victim to this calamity. At that time, a faction of demonic cultivators known as the Bloodslaughter sect seized the opportunity to attack our Xintian sect, to preserve our sect's legacy. The sect leader entrusted me with the task of leading the talented disciples to safety. However, during our transit through the teleportation array, we were ambushed by hidden assailants, who sabotaged the array. We were engulfed by the boundless void, and though I managed to tear through the fabric of space with my modest abilities, my physical form was torn asunder, and my soul was gravely diminished. After escaping to this place, my spirit was on the brink of annihilation, and in desperation, I found refuge within an ancient soul-nurturing wood, where I have slumbered until now. I require you to swear an oath to the heavens. When you possess the strength, you must eradicate that demonic sect and restore my Xintian sect. Chapter 30. An elder within the wood. After listening to the elder's tale, Liu Tian was beset by numerous questions. The Southern Desolation Domain is a forsaken land? Who abandoned it and why? Where is Donglai Prefecture? Is it a world beyond the Southern Desolation Domain? Never mind, I shall not dwell on these matters for now. When the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to bear it. As for me, a mere mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, I should focus on my own affairs. A tumult of thoughts surged within him, yet his face betrayed none of it. Esteemed senior, with my 5 elemental root aptitude, it is exceedingly difficult for me to establish my foundation, let alone cultivate to the nascent soul stage to avenge your sect. Liu Tian seized the opportunity to voice his most pressing concern. Haha, in a forsaken land where inheritance has been severed, it is only natural that your potential is limited. However, our Xintian sect possesses ancient legacies that can assist you in breaking through these limitations, allowing you to cultivate at a pace comparable to that of dual elemental root prodigies. The elder replied with a jovial tone. In that case, I shall not fail the trust you have placed in me. Upon hearing that he could attain a cultivation speed akin to that of dual elemental roots, Liu Tian felt as though a feast had been laid before him. Ah, steady now. Do not overreach. I have witnessed many such empty promises in the realm of dreams, akin to the tactics of telecommunication fraud. If what the elder claims is true, then what harm is there in making an oath? After a flurry of intense psychological deliberation, Liu Tian solemnly knelt, raising his right hand. I, Liu Tian, hereby swear an oath to the heavens. Once I acquire the Xintian sect's legacy and cultivate to the nascent soul stage, I shall, when capable, annihilate the Bloodslaughter sect and restore the Xintian sect. Should I breach this oath, may I be struck by heavenly retribution, my soul utterly extinguished. As soon as his words fell, Liu Tian felt a profound and mysterious energy enveloping his being, vanishing into his essence. This oath truly holds power. I must be cautious with my vows henceforth. This is far more serious than being struck by lightning. Seeing Liu Tian establish his oath, the elder nodded in satisfaction. Within the Xintian sect lies an ancient secret technique that can refine a corresponding spiritual object based on one's elemental roots. The ethereal essence of the world seamlessly merges with the spiritual roots, enhancing their innate qualities, increasing the absorption of spiritual energy, and accelerating the refinement process. Moreover, during the foundational breakthrough, one can harness the blessings of the heavenly path to create a flawless foundation. Observing Liu Tian's incredulous expression, the old sage chuckled heartily, then spoke again. This secret technique is known as the transformation of spirits. I shall now impart this art to you, so step forward. Liu Tian approached the elder. Bowing his head slightly, the sage directed a finger towards his forehead, and Liu Tian felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind. After meticulously digesting the knowledge, he comprehended the selection of ethereal materials from the world, the refinement processes, and the crafting of a perfect foundation with clarity. He bowed deeply to the old sage and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing this technique upon me. May I inquire your esteemed name? The sage chuckled. I have long forgotten my worldly name. My true title is Yunxiatsi. This realm is rather barren, and it may take you many years to discover suitable ethereal materials. Alas, my spirit is about to dissipate. This millennium soul-nourishing wood is a treasure of the wood element, perfectly suited for your wood's spiritual root. I shall gift it to you. With that, the sage smiled gently and gradually faded away. Farewell, esteemed elder. Liu Tian solemnly bowed to the spot where the old sage's spirit had vanished. Oh, I haven't even been introduced to the small spiritual orb and the ring. The elder dissipated too quickly. Contemplating the small orb and the ring, Liu Tian hesitated, ultimately deciding to refrain from acting hastily. He had lost track of time in the cave and was uncertain whether the group of dark-clad figures remained outside. This place was quite secluded and secure, with a commendable concentration of spiritual energy. Thus, he resolved to refine the millennium soul-nourishing wood here. The snail-like pace of his cultivation was intolerable for Liu Tian. He settled into a meditative position, examining the millennium soul-nourishing wood closely. Feeling a wave of relief wash over his consciousness. It seemed that merely being near the wood would gradually enhance his spiritual awareness. After mentally rehearsing the transformation of spirits several times, and finding no flaws in his understanding, Liu Tian dripped a few drops of his blood onto the wood. He then activated the transformation technique, using both spiritual power and consciousness to refine the wood and establish a connection with it. Once the ties of blood, spiritual energy, and consciousness were forged, he could then absorb the millennium soul-nourishing wood into his dantian. Continuing to employ the transformation technique, he slowly merged the wood with his spiritual root. The profound connection between his blood, spiritual energy, and consciousness mitigated his body's natural rejection of foreign substances. However, as foreign entities remain inherently external, true integration with the spiritual root demanded a lengthy process. Only during the foundational breakthrough, aided by the power of the heavenly path, could a complete unification occur. At this moment, Liu Tian was merely attempting a preliminary integration with the millennium soul-nourishing wood. Nevertheless, even this initial fusion would significantly enhance the quality of his wood's spiritual root. Seated like a statue, Liu Tian was entirely absorbed in the process of merging with the millennium soul-nourishing wood. As time gradually flows by, the ancient soul-nurturing wood and the wood spirit root initially repel each other, then coexist in a manner akin to rivers flowing parallel without interference, ultimately merging slowly under the guidance of the spirit transformation technique. Chapter 31. Bidding for the Foundation Establishment Pill 2 years later. At the auction of the Pan Snake Mountain Market. The auction has reached its final phase, and when the host presents the Foundation Establishment Pill, the entire venue erupts with excitement. It has been over a decade since news of the Foundation Establishment Pill has circulated. This Foundation Establishment Pill belongs to me. No one shall contest it. Master, we must secure it. Quickly send more spirit stones. Hurry and gather spirit stones within the clan. The emergence of the Foundation Establishment Pill has ignited a frenzy throughout the auction, with a cacophony of shouts filling the air. Yet, the auctioneer, maintaining a smile, refrains from silencing the crowd. I had already leaked the news. I wanted you all to doubt it. After a full quarter of an hour, the tumult gradually subsides. Noticing the crowd's quietude, the host declares with a booming voice, "This is a second-tier mid-grade Foundation Establishment Pill. I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. 40,000. 50,000. 100,000. A robust voice emanates from a private box on the second floor. As the major forces from the second floor join the fray, the hopes of those in the auction hall diminish, leading to an atmosphere of despondency. 110,000. Could the Qin family consider relinquishing this Foundation Establishment Pill to the Tan family? The Tan family would be immensely grateful. 120,000. An elderly voice interjects politely. The Foundation Establishment Pill is not for you two families to decide. 130,000. Yang, you dare to show your face? You shall not leave today. 135,000. Our South Lake gang will join the excitement. 14,000. 15,000. 16,000. Various forces descend into the fray, and the price of the Foundation Establishment Pill continues to soar. Historically, the highest price for the Foundation Establishment Pill has been around 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, with recent news of a beast tide, major forces are aware of the impending crisis and are eager to take a gamble. Securing a Foundation Establishment expert would significantly enhance their chances of survival amid the beast tide. In a dim corner of the first-floor auction hall, a man clad in a black robe and mask suddenly speaks. 18,000. The announcement of this price leaves the forces on the second floor momentarily silent, as it exceeds their anticipated range. After the shock, a wave of anger surges within them. A middle-aged man from the Qin family shouts indignantly, A cowardly figure hiding in the shadows dares to be brazen at Pan Snake Mountain. 19,000. This foundation establishment pill is not something just anyone can claim. The elder from the Tan family asserts solemnly. 22,000. The black-robed man remains unfazed, calmly announcing his bid. Haha, I await you outside the market. Do not disappoint me. The elder known as Ouyang glares menacingly at the black-robed man. All the forces fix their fierce gazes upon the black-robed man, while discreetly communicating through sound transmission talismans. The auctioneer, sensing an eerie silence enveloping the venue, recognized that the bidding had reached its zenith. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. For the price had exceeded all previous expectations. 220,000 inferior spirit stones. First call. Is there any fellow Taoist willing to bid? He declared. 220,000 inferior spirit stones. Second call. Upon concluding his announcement, he raised the auction hammer high, surveying the audience. After confirming that no further bids were forthcoming, he brought the hammer down decisively upon the table. 220,000 inferior spirit stones. Third call. Congratulations to this esteemed Taoist. A maid, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, approached the figure in black with a tray in hand. The mysterious figure lifted the lid of the vial, glanced inside, and quickly sealed it again. Tossing a storage bag onto the tray, he turned and made his way towards the exit. As the onlookers observed, the cloaked figure exited the auction house with measured steps. Once outside, he employed a swift technique to depart rapidly, navigating through the marketplace with agility, pursued by a throng of variously attired individuals. Moments later, the figure entered a sizable estate, where a multitude of others clad in similar black attire awaited, swelling the ranks to over 100. Nodding to the assembly, one of the black-clad individuals spoke. Let us proceed as planned. Without hesitation, they formed into groups of 5 and swiftly exited the estate, heading towards the market's exit. Those stationed outside the estate, witnessing the emergence of the identical figures, could do little but disperse and follow suit. A full 20 squads of black-clad individuals surged from the 4 exits of the Pan Snake Mountain marketplace, and upon leaving, they instantly took to the skies, scattering in all directions. Various factions and rogue cultivators, upon seeing the 100-strong dispersal, found themselves at a loss, hastily choosing to pursue a single target. Many of the black-clad figures were swiftly overtaken and met their demise. Those who reacted quickly discarded their cloaks and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Spare me. I merely accepted a task and donned the black robe for a brief reconnaissance. The crowd, upon hearing this revelation, erupted in outrage. The supplicants were swiftly met with violent retribution, their pleas cut short. 3 days later, one of the black-clad figures arrived at a concealed natural stone gorge. Activating a concealment array, he promptly discarded his black robe and mask, casting a fireball spell that incinerated them entirely. Revealed was a man with hair as white as snow, none other than Liu Tian, the patriarch of the Liu clan. Granduncle, did everything go smoothly? Inquired Liu Xianghao, the eldest of the Liu clan's younger generation at 28. Fortuitously, Liu Xianghao had evaded pursuit and, after a few detours, arrived directly at the rendezvous point. Liu Tian had experienced a relatively smooth journey, encountering only 3 groups of mid-stage qi refining cultivators, whom he easily dispatched before reaching the agreed meeting place. Quite smoothly indeed. Has your father and the others yet arrived? This time, the Liu clan had exerted considerable effort to secure the foundation establishment pills, led by Patriarch Liu Tian. The bidding for the foundation building elixir commenced, with Elder Liu Xiuji, Liu Xinyun, Liu Xinming, and Liu Xianghao providing support and protection. Additionally, they employed 95 rogue cultivators at a high price across various locations, merely requiring them to don black robes and traverse 300 miles from the marketplace. Within 2 days, Liu Xiuji, Liu Xinyun, and Liu Xinming arrived at the secluded gorge, each having encountered multiple assassination attempts and sustaining injuries. Under the cover of night, the 5 departed discreetly from the location. They ran tirelessly through the night and reached their second hideout just as dawn was approaching. Observing the tranquility, Liu Tian resolved to remain concealed for a time, as the injuries of Liu Xiuji and the others required prompt attention. The Liu family stayed hidden for 10 days, and the injuries of Liu Xiuji and her companions had largely healed. Elder brother, what shall we do next? Liu Xiuji inquired, halting her meditation. Upon hearing her question, the others gathered around. Liu Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I have been reflecting on our recent fortune. The forces attempting to eliminate us are from the vicinity of Pan Snake Mountain, and there has been no sign of the Shin family. I believe the Shin family will not so easily let us go. Over the past 2 years, we have made every effort. Yet we have only managed to send away half of our clansmen. Fortunately, many from the mundane Liu family were sent away by Tian back in the day. And now the elder still has over 10 clansmen at Qingzhou Peak. Xiuji, you and Howard should head directly to Moon Lake Market and ensure the safety of our clansmen there. Shenyun and Shunming, Go find Xinyu and look after the people on that side. If necessary, you must disperse and conceal yourselves again. Do not return without my word." During his travels, Liu Xinyu had formed a partnership with a rogue cultivator, later establishing a family in distant Haizhou. The Liu family had deemed Xinyu's bond significant and considered it a potential escape route. They publicly declared Xinyu missing and prohibited discussions about him within the family. 2 years prior, the Shun family ambushed Liu Tian, resulting in his current disappearance. Following that battle, the two families severed ties irreparably. The Liu family learned through various channels that the Shun family patriarch was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation building stage. Thus, Patriarch Liu Xiushan resolved to disperse the clansmen, some to Moon Lake Market, others to seek refuge with Liu Xinyu in Haizhou. The Shun family had been closely monitoring the Liu family, and despite Liu Xiushan's cunning strategies, only over 20 young clansmen had been successfully sent away. Elder brother, this cannot be. If you return, the foundation building elixir we sacrificed so much to acquire will be rendered useless. I will remain at Qingzhou Peak with the elder while you rent a cave in Tianya City to break through to the foundation building stage. The second elder vehemently opposed Liu Xiushan's decision to return. Patriarch, the second elder speaks wisely. You must not return. It would be better for the second elder to go to Moon Lake, while I stay at Qingzhou Peak to accompany our father. Liu Xinming also voiced his perspective. Liu Xiushan was acutely aware that having reached the age of 90, his chances of successfully breaking through to the foundation building stage were exceedingly slim. However, given the current plight of the Liu family, inaction would only lead to a gradual demise. The Shin family would not let them off the hook. The day the patriarch of the Shun family successfully breaks through would mark the downfall of the Liu family. Even if the patriarch does not achieve the foundation establishment, the Shin family's strength far surpasses that of the Liu family, leaving them with no reservations, making survival for the Liu family exceedingly difficult. He does not fear death. Rather, he is concerned that the Liu family may perish under his watch, leaving him unable to face his father in the afterlife. After much debate, it was decided that the patriarch, Liu Xiushan, would venture alone to Tiansha City to rent a cave dwelling and seek opportunities for a breakthrough in foundation establishment. The second elder, Liu Xiuji, and Liu Xianghao would go to Yuhu Fengshe to assist Liu Xinyun in overseeing the Liu family's general store, preparing to relocate and conceal their presence if necessary. Liu Xinyun would head to Haizhou to care for the clan members, since it was previously Jing Tongru who led a group of young clan members there. Due to the limited number of experts within the Liu family, and to maintain secrecy, they spent 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to enlist the help of Jing Tonglei, brother of Jing Tongru, to assist in the relocation of clan members to Haizhou. Liu Xinming would return to King's Hufeng, waiting for the right moment to lead the remaining clan members to safety. With arrangements made, everyone began their preparations, setting off under the cover of nightfall. The patriarch, Liu Xiushan, felt a persistent anxiety in his heart. It was difficult to blame anyone for the Liu family's predicament. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. If it is not the Shun family today, it could be the Wang or Zhang families tomorrow. May the ancestors bless the Liu family to overcome this crisis. Chapter 33. The Conspiracy of Yangxiazi Within the Cave. Liu Xiangtian suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them, unable to contain his excitement. The millennium nurturing soul would have finally begun to fuse with the wood's spiritual root. And although he could still sense the presence of the wood, it now operated normally, not hindering his cultivation. As time passed, the fusion deepened. And with the aid of the power of the great Tao during his breakthrough to foundation establishment, they would become one, inseparable. The wood's spiritual root appeared significantly larger than before, exuding a purer and more spiritual essence. After attempting to cultivate using the Changchun technique for a while, he experienced an unprecedented smoothness in his progress. If the previous absorption of spiritual energy resembled a trickle, now it felt like a rushing river. According to Yangxiazi, his fusion was akin to the cultivation speed of a dual spiritual root. He now comprehended why the dual spiritual root was referred to as the seed of core formation. With such a cultivation speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could reach foundation establishment by around 30 years of age. He was now entirely confident that he could achieve foundation establishment before the age of 40, provided he had sufficient foundation establishment pills. Experiencing the cultivation speed of the dual spiritual root made it abundantly clear why the 5 spiritual roots were deemed inferior. At last, Liu Xiangtian felt a newfound confidence in pursuing a higher realm, unlike before when he was merely driven by a sense of unwillingness. Just as Liu Xiangtian reveled in his elation and pride, an unexpected change occurred within his body. Liu Xiangtian sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupting from the millennium nurturing soul wood, instantly reaching his sea of consciousness. A vast force of divine awareness surged toward his own consciousness in an overwhelming wave. Is this the moment when the venerable Yangxiazi attempts to seize control? Indeed, one cannot expect fortune to fall from the heavens. I have been remiss. This solitary thought flitted through Liu Tian's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Although he lost awareness, a tumultuous transformation was occurring within his sea of consciousness. Young Xiaozi's spirit did not assault or consume Liu Tian's essence. Rather, it endeavored to amalgamate Liu's memories with his own vast recollections. Young Xiaozi was not merely a practitioner at the nascent soul stage, but rather a master at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Golden Core cultivators typically enjoy a lifespan of 5 centuries. And by the time he lost his physical form, he was already over 400 years old. Thanks to the peculiar properties of the soul-nourishing wood, he managed to prolong his existence for another millennium, though his spirit was on the verge of dissolution. It is said that heaven does not extinguish all paths for humanity. At this juncture, Liu Tian unexpectedly stumbled upon a cave that had remained untouched for 1,000 years. As he reached out to touch the ring upon the stone pedestal, he inadvertently activated a warning array left by Young Xiaozi. The Venerable One appeared just in time, coaxing Liu Tian into merging with the soul-nourishing wood. It cannot be said that he deceived Liu. The effects were as he had described, but his spirit had not yet dissipated. It merely lay concealed within the soul-nourishing wood, biding its time. Young Xiaozi's essence was fragmented and on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the possibility of successfully seizing control was virtually non-existent, prompting him to employ a method of memory fusion he had once glimpsed in ancient texts. In Young Xiaozi's understanding, having lived for over 4 centuries, the youthful figure before him appeared to possess a mere 20 years of life experience. By merging his extensive memories with Liu Tian's 2 decades of recollections, the resultant amalgamation would undoubtedly prioritize his own memories. Thus, he could continue his pursuit of immortality. The reason for initially persuading Liu Tian to merge with the soul-nourishing wood was due to the fact that, after years of residing within it, his spiritual essence had become one with the wood itself. A forceful attempt to merge with another's memories would inevitably fail, as the repulsive forces of the soul would reject such fusion and could easily lead to the shattering of the other's essence. Therefore, he required a medium. As Liu Tian merged with the soul-nourishing wood, blood, spiritual energy, and consciousness established a profound connection with it. Over the course of 2 years, this gradual integration reflected Liu Tian's body fully accepting the soul-nourishing wood. Once Liu Tian's body merged with the wood, it would not reject Young Xiaozi's spiritual essence. And the moment of successful fusion would coincide with Young Xiaozi's forceful integration of memories. In an instant, the vast memories accumulated over 400 years surged towards Liu Tian, overwhelming him with an influx of information that rendered him unconscious. When Young Xiaozi first found himself in this place, his sole intention was to seize control. However, as time progressed and his spirit gradually weakened, he recognized that the likelihood of a successful possession was diminishing. It was then that he recalled the memory fusion method he had once carelessly perused. Young Xiaozi had only glimpsed fragments of the method, augmented by years of deliberation within the soul-nourishing wood. Thus, he remained uncertain about the precise nature of the initial stages of memory fusion. Yet he held a steadfast confidence that he would assume the dominant role. At this moment, the 2 forces entwined within Liu Tian's sea of consciousness caused Young Xiaozi to lose his awareness. However, he was prepared, under his unconscious guidance. His vast memories unfolded like cinematic scenes within the spatial realm of consciousness. As Young Xiaozi's memories gradually unfurled, Liu Tian became enmeshed in them, with Young Xiaozi's recollections serving as the primary essence of his own memory. In that instant, Liu Tian's brief 20 years of memories might resemble a profoundly impactful narrative, existing as a story within his original being. Chapter 34. The Path of Cultivation of Young Xiaozi. A cacophonous clang of gongs shattered the tranquility of the mountain village. As the village chief's son frantically struck the gong while shouting, "The bandits are coming! Run!" The village erupted into chaos, with the villagers, skilled in the art of panic, hurriedly gathering their grains and valuables before fleeing into the mountains. A pair of middle-aged parents, accompanied by their daughter, called out as they ran, "Dog Dan, where are you?" "Ligoden?" The man, noticing the rising dust in the distance, realized the bandits were close and urgently pulled his wife and daughter along in their frantic escape. Deep within the mountains lay a concealed cave, elusive to outsiders. Whenever the village faced calamities from soldiers or bandits, they would retreat here, finding sanctuary for many years. Although the villagers harbored resentment, they were not overly concerned. The bandits scoured the village but found nothing, leaving them in a state of furious frustration. One of the bandit henchmen discovered Ligoden, who had been playing hide-and-seek with friends, blissfully unaware that he had chosen an excellent hiding spot in a pile of straw. His companions, unable to find him, had returned home for a meal. Frustrated by their fruitless search, the bandits coerced Ligoden, promising him meat if he led them to the villagers. The innocent 8-year-old, unaware of the gravity of the situation, guided the bandits to the cave where the villagers had taken refuge. The enraged bandits brutally slaughtered the villagers. And as Li Godin witnessed the horrific scene and the villagers' vengeful gazes, he collapsed in terror. While the bandits were plundering the remaining valuables, an old Taoist priest happened upon the scene. With a swift strike, he eliminated the bandits and buried the villagers. Noticing the terrified Li Godin, the old priest took pity on the sole survivor and brought him back to the mountain gate. Upon testing the boy, the priest discovered he possessed 3 spiritual roots, which filled him with joy, and thus he accepted him as a disciple, bestowing the name Yangxiazi upon him. The old priest was the master of a small Taoist temple, possessing mid-stage foundational strength. His temple, with only a handful of disciples, was not even considered a minor power in Donglai continent. The temple primarily focused on cultivation, receiving local believers and aiding them in overcoming plagues and beastly disasters, earning a respectable reputation within hundreds of miles. Li Godin arrived at the temple, where he diligently practiced under his master. In his 20s, while journeying down the mountain, he became infatuated with a beautiful female cultivator, boasting about his deep connections and claiming that the temple possessed ancient treasures. Not long after, the temple was besieged by demonic cultivators, resulting in devastating casualties. Upon learning of the tragedy, Li Godin, accompanied by the charming female cultivator he had deceived, fled to distant lands. Li Godin, also known as Yangxiazi, accompanied by his Dao companion, ventured into the marketplace of the Xiantian sect's territory, located tens of thousands of miles away. Without the protection of his master, Yangxiazi came to realize the arduous nature of cultivation and the scarcity of resources. He often envied the privileged status of the Xiantian sect's disciples and, in his quest for connection, sought the attention of the granddaughter of a hall master within the sect. This young lady, born into affluence, was haughty and domineering, possessing a robust figure. Due to her relatively poor aptitude and lack of dedication to cultivation, she frequently roamed the marketplace in search of pleasure to escape her family's discipline. Captivated by Yangxiazi's handsome appearance, she chose him as her Dao partner. This young woman, both arrogant and jealous, sought to win her favor, prompting Yangxiazi to orchestrate an outing with his original Dao companion, intentionally leading them to the lair of a demonic cultivator known for his prowess in alchemy. Inevitably, they were captured by the demon. In a state of panic, Yangxiazi returned and began to widely disseminate his tragic tale, rallying others to unite against the demon. The plump woman, witnessing the downfall of his original partner, felt a sense of delight. She then dispatched assistance to Yangxiazi, thereby enhancing his reputation. Scoundrel! A voice inexplicably echoed in Yangxiazi's mind, but after deep contemplation yielded no answers, he dismissed it. Striving to please the plump woman, he ultimately benefited from her influence, gaining admission into the Xiantian sect, where he was tasked with overseeing the medicinal fields. Due to this nepotism, the disciples of Xiantian sect regarded him with disdain. However, the convenience of managing the medicinal fields allowed him to secretly hone his alchemical skills, leading to a steady increase in his cultivation level. The plump woman ultimately failed to establish her foundation and passed away after a century. Freed from his constraints, Yangxiazi successfully broke through to the golden core stage. In his relentless pursuit of the Tao, he resorted to scheming against his peers, betraying his fellow cultivators, and colluding with demonic cultivators. Ultimately, as the Xiantian sect faced dire straits, he leaked information to the demons, resulting in a massacre by the Blood Slaughter sect against the Xiantian sect. In the midst of this crisis, Yangxiazi covertly attacked the elder leading the evacuation, seizing their treasures. Just as he prepared to teleport away, a powerful force shattered the teleportation array, casting Yangxiazi into an abyss of infinite void. The void instantaneously crushed his physical form, but in a moment of desperation, his soul sought refuge within the millennium-old soul nourishing what he had just stolen. Soon after, he discovered a rift in the void nearby and hastily escaped, finding himself in the vast mountains of the Southern Wilderness. Leveraging the power of his golden core consciousness, he frightened off a foundational beast, taking over its lair as his refuge. Having forcibly traversed the void, his consciousness was nearly depleted, and he lingered within the soul-nourishing wood for a millennium. As fragments of memory replayed like a fleeting panorama, the consciousnesses intertwined, merging into a singular entity. Yet, within this fusion, two distinct awarenesses remained, one powerful and dominant, the other weak yet resilient. The powerful consciousness belonged to Yangxiazi, while the tenacious and fragile one was naturally that of Liu Tian. Liu Tian was forcibly drawn into the memories of Yangxiazi spanning over 4 centuries, with the intent to obscure his fleeting recollections within the vast river of time. Initially, Liu Tian's consciousness did indeed become lost. However, as the memories unfolded, an undercurrent of resentment, disdain, and contempt surged within him, growing ever more potent. Despite his frail exterior, Liu Tian's resilient spirit found the actions of young Xiaozi utterly reprehensible, and his once chaotic awareness began to crystallize into clarity. Though merely in his early 20s, Liu Tian had spent much of his life in familial cultivation within this realm of immortality, experiencing little of the world. Yet, he had lived a lifetime in dreams, where the inhabitants, albeit physically weak, thrived in technological advancement. Even an ordinary individual was bombarded by a wealth of information, encompassing thousands of years of history and countless tales. While most might struggle to articulate their knowledge, it does not imply that such memories are absent from the depths of their minds. Years later, upon encountering a book read long ago, the immediate reaction would often be, "Ah, I have read this." Through the amalgamation of dreamlike memories, Liu Tian's spiritual awareness was by no means inferior to that of young Xiaozi. Although cultivators live for extended periods, they often spend the majority of their time in rigorous training, which does not necessarily compare to the rich experiences of an ordinary person from the dream world. Liu Tian, shaped by the influences of his dreamlike existence, may not claim to be virtuous, yet he is undoubtedly a person of sentiment and loyalty. If he cannot safeguard those who cherish him or uphold the values he believes in, then what is the worth of a long life? Akin to a lifeless boulder in the mountains? Thus, Liu Tian's pursuit of cultivation was never for the sake of longevity, but rather for a life filled with love and passion, devoid of regrets. The despicable actions of young Xiaozi ignited a subconscious resistance within Liu Tian, leading to a coexistence of two conflicting consciousnesses, reminiscent of a fractured psyche. Young Xiaozi's essence found itself berated and cornered by Liu Tian's spirit. Forced to merge in a fit of rage, Liu Tian was overwhelmed by a splitting headache, a torment that felt as though it originated from his very soul, rendering him nearly lifeless with pain. In the throes of suffering, Liu Tian suddenly resolved to channel his spiritual energy recklessly, envisioning the stellar soul-forging technique. Before him emerged a vast expanse of starry sky, with twinkling celestial bodies radiating brilliance. Gradually, a colossal stone grinding wheel materialized in the void, absorbing starlight and beginning to turn slowly, exuding an ancient and profound aura. As the wheel rotated, the entangled souls began to be drawn towards it. Sensing the loss of control over the situation, young Xiaozi desperately struggled, attempting to manipulate his spirit to flee from the mysterious wheel. Yet, all was in vain. No matter how fiercely he fought, his essence was inexorably drawn towards the millstone. A faint beam of light emanated from the wheel, entwining around the mass of consciousness and guiding it beneath the grinding stone. Thus, the rotating wheel gradually crushed the spiritual essence, unleashing two exquisite wails from within. "Stop! What on earth are you doing, you wretched creature?" cried young Xiaozi, as if possessed by a specter. "Stop! Our consciousness will be shattered. You wretched creature! I relinquish my consciousness to you." The grinding stone continues its relentless rotation, echoing with the anguished cries and pleas of young Xiaozi in the void. "You've all being dared to scheme against me. Prepare to endure the consequences." "Ah," Liu Tian curses with a twisted sense of pleasure amidst his agony, preferring mutual destruction over allowing this fiend's plot to succeed. Having studied this technique for many years, Liu Tian understood it was not a fatal one. There must be a glimmer of hope. The secret doctrine states that only those of great perseverance may cultivate it. Thus, he resolved to persist, to see who possesses greater fortitude. Realizing all this, he continually reassured himself, "I am Liu Tian. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. I am Liu Tian. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven." The grinding stone relentlessly crushed the sphere of his consciousness, reducing it gradually with each rotation. As the consciousness diminished, young Xiaozi's curses and pleas faded into the depths of unbearable torment. Liu Tian, however, steadfastly maintained his resolve, enduring through the ordeal. When his consciousness had shrunk to 1% of its original size, it finally ceased to diminish, instead becoming increasingly solid under the stone's relentless pressure. Thus, the stone continued its tireless rotation amidst the starry sky. "At last, old fool, I've got you." Since parting from his family, Liu Tian had ventured alone to Tianya City. Merely 3 days into his journey, he was confronted by a young cultivator. Observing the lavish white robes of the cultivator before him, Liu Tian noted the man's cultivation was only at the 7th level of qi refinement, while 2 companions behind him were at the peak of qi refinement and the 9th level, respectively. "Who are you, sir? I have never wronged you," Liu Tian remarked, sensing the man's extraordinary demeanor, which suggested he was not a mere bandit seeking wealth. "Old fool, you are not even worthy of offending me. Your detestable grandson has repulsed me, and now I must seek you out." The young cultivator replied with a disdainful, yet sinister expression. "You are Mu Chen, the young master of the Black Tiger gang?" Upon encountering his first assassination attempt and confirming it was indeed the Black Tiger Gang, Liu Tian discreetly communicated the situation to his grandfather and aunt, urging them to remain vigilant. After all, he was a mature soul, not a mere child who would cause trouble and hide it away. He would not be so foolish as to await a devastating attack without knowledge of the enemy. Chapter 36. The Liu family is breached, the clan leader captured. Old fool, I have no time for idle chatter. Elders, eliminate him. Mu Chun, unfazed by his identity being exposed, commanded his two companions to strike. The two followers released several spells directed at Liu Xiaoshan, swiftly employing their techniques to apprehend him. Liu Xiaoshan summoned his power to unleash fire serpents to counter the spells, but as the two adversaries closed in, he had no choice but to wield his sword in defense. The three became entangled in fierce close combat, a perilous situation unfolding. Within a short span of time, Liu Xiaoshan found himself outmatched, perilously struggling against two opponents. As two swords struck from left and right, Liu Xiaoshan desperately evaded one blade, while the other mercilessly severed the head of the cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, costing Liu Xiaoshan dearly as he was pierced through the chest by another sword, sustaining grave injuries. Witnessing the beheading, Mu Chun could not suppress his contempt, exclaiming, "Incompetent fool." He gestured towards the distance, summoning two more individuals. One brandished a binding rope of celestial capture, while the other wielded a mountain and water seal. The two assaults surged toward Liu Xiaoshan in an instant. At this moment, Liu Xiaoshan, already gravely wounded, was powerless to fend off such potent attacks. He was ensnared by the celestial binding rope and struck by the mountain and water seal, violently driven into the earth. Blood gushed from his body, teetering on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, old fool, you won't perish so easily. I have yet to enjoy myself. Mu Chun remarked ominously, gazing at the dying Liu Xiaoshan in the deep pit. With that, he summoned a 10,000 souls banner from his storage pouch, which descended above Liu Xiaoshan, instantly drawing his soul into its depths with immense force. Do not harm his life, merely torment him daily. Mu Chun instructed the ghostly king within the banner. Subsequently, he invoked a spell to seize Liu Xiaoshan's storage pouch, and upon inspection, he burst into gleeful laughter. The Shin family did not deceive me. They indeed possess foundation establishment pills. This old man is quite wealthy. Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou peak of the Liujia ancestral land in the Funyo mountain range, over 40 individuals besieged the Liu family. The defensive formation atop the peak was activated, as over 10 Liu family members desperately infused their spiritual energy into the array. The first grade superior by bow formation trembled under relentless assaults, and the Liu family members appeared pallid, with some collapsing from spiritual exhaustion. Elder Liu, today your Liu family cannot escape. Surrender the secret of the red-eyed toad, and I may spare your lives, shouted Shin Xiaoyang, the young clan leader of the Shin family. From within the formation, 2 years prior, it was this very man who led the Shun clan in pursuit of Liu Tian, who narrowly survived after falling into a lake. Make sure not a single one escapes. Shin Xiaoyang commanded his clansmen. No one can rescue you now. I have already arranged for someone to intercept Liu Xiaoshan. None of you will flee, and soon you will reunite. Shin Xiaoyang laughed heartily, taunting the Liu family. Hearing this, Liu Xiaohai's expression darkened, having been besieged for 2 hours. They faced Shun Tsongda, a perfected Qi refinement cultivator, along with 5 others in the late stages of Qi refinement. The Liu family's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Shin Xiaoyang, we have sent word to the Zhao family. Do you not fear their retribution? Liu Xiaohai retorted. Haha, fear not. I'll tell you. I specifically sent 1,000 spirit stones to the Zhao family's steward to settle our personal grievances with your Liu family. Although he had not expected the Zhao family to intervene, hearing Shin Xiaoyang's words plunged his heart into despair. Listen, I will hold off the Shin family. You take the children and flee as swiftly as you can. Save as many as you can. Liu Xiaohai instructed his son solemnly. Father, I will stand my ground. You should escape. Silence. Obey my orders, quickly. Before Liu Shunming could finish his words, Liu Xiaohai sternly interrupted him. With a pained expression, Liu Shunming cast a glance at his father, then resolutely turned away and commanded, follow me, and scatter when the time comes. At that moment, Liu Xiaohai produced the control array disc, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the attacking members of the Shin family. If you do not allow the Liu family to live in peace, neither shall you. With that, he detonated the defensive array. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, sending the Shin family members assaulting the array flying. Those with quick reflexes managed to conjure a spiritual defense, while the slower ones were left battered and bloodied, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Witnessing the severe injuries inflicted upon his kin, Shun Tsongda erupted in fury. Liu Xiaohai, you are truly despicable, he exclaimed, channeling his mana to propel himself towards Liu Xiaohai. Rather than feeling wrath, Liu Xiaohai welcomed the charge with enthusiasm, rushing to meet him. In the instant their bodies collided, Liu Xiaohai detonated his dantian, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that echoed through the heavens. A figure was hurled to the ground like a ragged cloth, crashing down amidst a cloud of dust, blood spilling from his mouth. Father, Grand Elder, Liu Shenming and the remaining members of the Liu family, numbering over 10, watched this scene with tears welling in their eyes. As the array erupted, the crowd attempted to flee, but they were intercepted by Shun Xiuyang and his men, who had been lying in wait. With their spiritual energy completely depleted, the Liu family members abandoned all resistance, unafraid of death. Do as you will, kill or maim. It matters not. Shun Tsongda, severely injured by the self-detonation of Liu Xiaohai, was saved only by his timely invocation of a shield to defend himself. Otherwise, he would have surely been dragged down alongside Liu Xiaohai. It was not that Shun Tsongda had been careless. Self-detonation was a power reserved for cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and above. Who could have anticipated that Liu Xiaohai would possess such capability? Shun Xiuyang hurriedly approached the gravely wounded Grand Elder Shun Tsongda, stuffing several medicinal pills into his mouth. Observing the injured members of the Shun family, his countenance turned grim. 2 years prior, their attempt to hunt down Liu Tian had resulted in the loss of 3 men, leading to a year of confinement as punishment. The recent explosion had claimed the lives of 4 mid-stage Qi Refinement clan members, leaving the others injured. Now, with the Grand Elder also gravely wounded, the Liu family, though not particularly powerful, proved to be quite troublesome. In a fit of rage, Shun Xiuyang contemplated exterminating the Liu family entirely. But remembering his need to uncover the secret of the red-eyed toad, he forcibly suppressed his murderous intent. He ordered his clan members to detain all individuals of the Liu family and keep them under strict surveillance. After tending to the wounded, he led his people to scour the entirety of Qingzhou Peak. Chapter 37. The Annihilation of Yangxiazi. 2 hours later, the Shun family returned disheartened after thoroughly searching the Liu residence. They discovered only over 2,000 colorful pheasants and some low-tier resources, finding nothing else of significance. Shun Xiuyang felt a twinge of disappointment, instructing a few to remain behind and continue the search. The others escorted over a dozen Liu family members back to the Shun residence. The following day, the Shun family issued a bounty, declaring that anyone who captured or killed members of the Liu family from Funyo Mountain would be rewarded at various Shun family properties. The practitioners must refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering mortals, so the Shun family orchestrated the eradication of the Liu family by secular forces, exerting every effort to eliminate the remnants of Liu's influence. Subsequently, the Black Tiger Gang issued a bounty, offering rewards for the capture or elimination of those affiliated with the Liu family of Funyo Mountain. Liu Xiaozhi and Liu Xianghao cautiously concealed their whereabouts and successfully reached Yuehu Fangshi. Not long after, they received news of Funyo Mountain's fall, the self-detonation of Liu Xiaohai, the capture of clan members, and the annihilation of their patriarch, Liu Xiaoshan, whose corporeal form was destroyed while his soul was captured. The group descended into a profound despair, clamoring for mutual destruction. At this critical juncture, Liu Xiaozhi steadied their spirits and forcefully quelled the unrest. They then sought the assistance of the Jing family. After offering a price, the Jing family vowed to safeguard the Liu family as safety within Yuehu Fangshi. Consequently, over a dozen members of the Liu family lingered within the city, awaiting a turn of fortune. The Shun family subjected the captured Liu family members to severe torture, ultimately leading some to reveal details regarding the Liu family's poultry operations. However, aside from the patriarch and Liu Tian, no one possessed knowledge of the crucial aspects, inciting the Shun family's fury as they brutally executed the captured individuals. Subsequently, the Shun family approached the Black Tiger Gang to negotiate a high price for the soul of Liu Xiaoshan, only to be met with refusal. Left with no alternative, the Shun family had to temporarily relent, waiting for the patriarch to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. 5 years swiftly elapsed. The consciousness of Liu Tian and the fusion with Yun Xiaozai had been ground down by the stone mill for 5 years. As their spiritual awareness shrank to 1% of its original size, it ceased to diminish and instead became more substantial. The relentless pressure of the mill over the ensuing years not only failed to harm the soul, but strengthened it, ultimately growing to 1/3 of its original size. The soul, refined and empowered through the repeated grinding, became solid and imbued with spirit. When the soul was devoid of impurities and reached its maximum potential, the mill and the entire expanse of the starry sky vanished. Liu Tian slowly opened his eyes, which bore the weight of ages, reminiscent of a man who had lived for centuries. I am Liu Tian. My fate is governed by my own will, not by the heavens. Even as his mind lingered in a state of disarray, his lips involuntarily murmured these words. Upon uttering this phrase, it was as if a command had been issued to reboot his consciousness, and he instantly felt invigorated. Liu Tian rose to his feet, stretching the body he had sat in for countless years. Upon keenly attuning to his sea of consciousness, he discovered that his spiritual awareness had intensified, surpassing its previous strength by more than tenfold. Upon releasing his spiritual awareness, its sensory range extended to 3 kilometers, rivaling that of some early Foundation establishment masters. Upon meticulously reviewing his memories, he found no discrepancies. He was indeed Liu Tian, a connoisseur of beauty. The memories of Yun Xiaozai had thoroughly merged with his own, now existing merely as a narrative akin to a story heard or a book read, devoid of any detrimental influence. However, the insights and experiences of Yun Xiaozai regarding cultivation, alchemy, and martial arts felt as though he had personally traversed them. It could be said that everything Yun Xiaozai knew was now embedded in his mind, awaiting the potential for realization. Liu Tian pondered for a moment before feeling a sense of relief. This time, he had truly turned calamity into fortune. The issue of his aptitude had been resolved, and he no longer needed to worry about his cultivation. He was now undoubtedly a little genius. The Xingqian soul refinement technique had completely obliterated the spiritual consciousness of the old Taoist Yangxiazi, and in return, it had bestowed upon him a considerable amount of spiritual power. At present, the intensity of his spiritual awareness had reached its peak, leaving no room for further enhancement, thus causing the Xingqian soul refinement technique to cease its operation automatically. As his cultivation progressed, his spiritual awareness would grow again, allowing him to envision the technique refining his consciousness. The mere thought of this process sent shivers down Liu Tian's spine. Once this grinding wheel was set in motion, it would be relentless. While the benefits were immense, the suffering it entailed was indeed excruciating. Perhaps it was best to defer that decision for later. He truly lacked the fortitude to endure that kind of pain once more in such a short span of time. His fragile spirit needed ample time to recuperate. Glancing at his spirit beast pouch, he noted that the little yellow fur ball was still in slumber, yet its aura had evidently grown significantly stronger. Liu Tian could not ascertain how long had passed, but seeing that the little creature was unharmed, he allowed it to continue its rest. After stretching and engaging in some physical activity, he rummaged through his storage pouch for some meat, igniting a fire to prepare roasted delicacies. He also brought out several bottles of spirit wine and indulged in a delightful feast. Once satiated and refreshed, he felt entirely revitalized. Approaching the stone platform, he picked up the dragon-eye-sized orb. Having acquired the memories of Yangxiazi, he was well aware of the orb's purpose. This object was a precious treasure crafted at great expense by the Zentian Gate, primarily intended for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. It could also serve as a repository for storing items, akin to an extraordinarily spacious storage ring. Within it lay an expanse of 10,000 acres, capable of controlling the flow of time, accelerating it up to 50 times, which allowed for the rapid maturation of medicinal plants. However, the time acceleration could solely be employed for cultivating herbs, not for personal cultivation. The precious medicinal herbs of Zentian Gate were nurtured within this treasure, aptly named the Shinying Pearl. It had been seized by Yangxiazi during an invasion by the Blood Fiend sect, which led to the demise of the spirit plant caretaker. Unfortunately, the Shinying Pearl had also suffered damage from the void, losing much of its spiritual essence, and after a millennium without care, it had now fallen to a low-grade first-tier status. Liu Tian feared that if it remained unattended for several hundred more years, the Shinying Pearl would likely become utterly useless, with its internal space poised to collapse. Currently, the interior of the Shinying Pearl measured only 10 acres, with a time acceleration factor of merely 2 times. The medicinal plants cultivated within had long since withered, decaying into the soil. Even so, the Shinying Pearl remained a valuable treasure in the Southern Wilderness region, as it was a relic of the cave heaven variety. Intricate arrays of runes were inscribed within the pearl to achieve the 50-fold time acceleration, which required an abundant supply of spiritual energy to sustain. The damage to the Shinying Pearl, compounded by a millennium without spiritual nourishment, elucidated the reasons behind its decline in grade. After meticulously observing it, Liu Tian swiftly refined the Shinying Pearl and subsequently stored it within his dantian for gradual nurturing, curious to see how much it could recover on its own. If it proved insufficient, he would have to wait until he possessed the capability to restore it. Chapter 38. The Primordial Azurewood Cauldron. There remains one final storage ring, a piece that Liu Tian harbors the greatest hope for. Upon picking up the storage ring, he sensed its markings, and it took him half an hour of concentrated effort to erase the seal inscribed upon it. Fortunately, the ancient Yangxiazi had not utilized this ring for millennia. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, Liu would have been incapable of dispelling the markings. After another hour spent in refining the storage ring, he left his own spiritual imprint upon it. Unlike storage bags, which can be used by anyone, a storage ring requires refinement to inscribe one's spiritual consciousness. Without this imprint, it remains inaccessible. Forcing it open would only lead to the collapse of its internal space, resulting in the destruction of its contents. Of course, if one's opponent possesses significantly greater cultivation, they could forcibly erase your spiritual imprint and inscribe their own, thus gaining access to the storage ring. After much effort, Liu Tian finally opened the storage ring. This ring did not belong to the old Yangxiazi. Rather, it was taken from an elder who had led a group of talented disciples from the Tian sect during their evacuation plan. It likely contained resources prepared by the Tian sect. The storage ring was a vast space, measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height. The first thing he noticed was a large pile of low-grade spirit stones in one corner, estimated to number around 5 million. Beside it was a smaller stack of seemingly more refined spirit stones, roughly totaling 100,000. Liu Tian examined one closely and found that these spirit stones contained spiritual energy 100 times greater than that of low-grade stones, indicating they were indeed medium-grade spirit stones. Having never encountered medium-grade spirit stones before, he was aware that 100 low-grade stones could be exchanged for a single medium-grade stone. Yet no one would willingly engage in such a trade. At the major trading houses, one could only exchange a few at a time, with the exchange rate typically exceeding 120 low-grade stones for each medium-grade stone. The spiritual energy contained within medium-grade stones is vastly superior and purer, significantly aiding cultivation and recovery of spiritual energy. Using low-grade stones after reaching the foundation establishment stage is akin to a drop in the bucket. Advanced formations require medium or even high-grade spirit stones to function effectively. Fortunately, the Liu family had profited considerably from their sales of colorful chicken eggs over the years, which allowed Liu Tian to feel quite pleased with the acquisition of these 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, providing him a sense of stability. Adjacent to the storage ring was a shelf lined with 3 rows of books. The first row contained cultivation techniques, and Liu Tian trembled with excitement as he perused them. There were techniques for various attributes, all capable of advancing to the initial phase of golden core cultivation. This was undoubtedly the intention of the Tian sect, as the most crucial techniques were likely withheld from this leading elder, given the uncertainty of their escape. The middle row consisted of skill techniques, encompassing various swordplay, spear techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, and body techniques, all aimed at enhancing a cultivator's combat prowess. The final row contained the fewest jade slips, dedicated to the transmission of 100 arts of cultivation, each representing second-tier inheritances. These included alchemy, weapon forging, formation crafting, beast taming, spiritual gardening, culinary arts, vein searching, mining, divination, and more, totaling 20 distinct disciplines. Having surveyed these shelves, Liu Tian was engulfed in a euphoric state. He had truly struck it rich. With these techniques, skills, and legacies, given time, the Liu family will undoubtedly flourish and emerge as a formidable force among the foundational powers. There are also some seeds and spirit beast eggs among the resources, but upon inspection by Liu Tian, most have already lost their vitality. With only a few seeds displaying a faint glimmer of life, he plans to plant them within the Xianling Pearl to see if they can survive. Many medicinal pills have also lost their efficacy, including 10 foundation establishment pills, which caused Liu Tian considerable distress. Fortunately, he learned the art of alchemy from Yangxiazi's memories, and there exists a legacy of alchemical knowledge, enabling him to refine foundation establishment pills himself in the future, albeit with difficulty in sourcing the necessary herbs. Recalling the moment when Yangxiazi's exquisite storage bag was shattered in the void, he had cast 2 items into this storage ring, yet they were nowhere to be found. After meticulous searching, he finally discovered an alchemical furnace and a jade slip made of a special material among a pile of miscellaneous items. Elated, Liu Tian realized that these 2 items represented Yangxiazi's entire fortune. After entering the core formation stage, Yangxiazi began preparing to refine his innate spiritual treasure, accumulating knowledge and resources over 100 years before finally succeeding in having it crafted during the latter part of his core formation. With excitement, Liu Tian picked up the dim and aged small cauldron, questioning whether it was indeed the Hunyuan Qingmu Ding, Yangxiazi's innate spiritual treasure. According to Yangxiazi's memories, this cauldron could assist in alchemy, conserving the alchemist's spiritual energy, enhancing the flame's effect, and increasing the success rate of pill making. However, if this were its only function, it would merely be considered an excellent alchemical furnace, not worthy of being an innate spiritual treasure. The Hunyuan Qingmu Ding possesses formidable hardness and impressive offensive and defensive capabilities, able to withstand attacks from perfected core formation practitioners and suppress those in the later stages of core formation. This is why Yangxiazi treasured it so much, nurturing it within his dantian. It is important to note that cultivators typically possess only one innate spiritual treasure. However, during the moment Yangxiazi's physical form was torn apart by the void, the Hunyuan Qingmu Ding also sustained significant damage. Had Yangxiazai not been quick-witted and tossed the cauldron into his storage ring, it too would have been obliterated. Even so, the intricate array of 20 cauldron patterns inscribed on it was severely damaged, rendering it incapable of exhibiting its original power. Upon careful examination, Liu Tian felt a pang of regret. Nonetheless, as an alchemical furnace, it remains quite impressive. With some restoration, it might even become his own innate spiritual treasure. Determined, Liu Tian decided to refine the Hunyuan Qingmu Ding, absorbing it into his dantian for gradual nurturing. Although the cauldron currently possesses only the power of a first-tier premium magical artifact, it took Liu Tian a full 4 hours to completely refine it. After incorporating the Hunyuan Qingmu Ding into his dantian, he observed that the small cauldron seemed to exhibit a hint of sentience. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, it is a third-tier premium innate spiritual treasure. Under normal circumstances, should Yangxiazai break through to the nascent soul stage, this cauldron would surely ascend to the 4th tier alongside him. Chapter 39. The Art of Life and Death. After concluding his dealings with the primordial azurewood cauldron, Liu Tian could not help but feel a profound admiration for the venerable Taoist Yangxiazai, who was willing to go to great lengths, even selling the techniques acquired from the Xuantiangmen, in pursuit of greater aspirations. Among the disciples of Xuantiangmen, there was a core disciple named Wang Lin, rumored to be descended from a formidable cultivator of the transformation stage. Following the demise of his ancestor, the Wang family faced numerous calamities and was relentlessly hunted, allegedly in search of a method of cultivation once wielded by that powerful ancestor. Although the Wang family vehemently denied the existence of such a technique, public skepticism persisted, ultimately leading to their downfall, with only Wang Lin narrowly escaping the destruction. In a desperate moment during one of his pursuits, Wang Lin was rescued by an elder of Xuantiangmen, who took him under his wing as a core disciple. Wang Lin possessed both fire and gold attributes, along with exceptional talent and comprehension. Unbeknownst to him, Yangxiazai had overheard tales of this lineage, learning that Wang Lin's ancestor, despite lacking innate aptitude, had utilized this technique to ascend rapidly through the ranks to the transformation stage. This revelation held immense allure for Yangxiazai, who bore only 3 spiritual roots, and he resolved to acquire this technique at any cost. From the moment Wang Lin entered Xuantiangmen, Yangxiazai began his scheming, attempting to befriend Wang Lin. He covertly tracked his movements, sabotaging his missions. He orchestrated alluring traps and devised intricate schemes over nearly a century, making numerous attempts. Yet each time Wang Lin managed to escape peril. Over the course of a century, Wang Lin successfully reached the golden core stage, gradually becoming aware of the subtle threats posed by Yangxiazai. Realizing that time was of the essence, Yangxiazai conspired with malevolent Yuanian cultivators to eliminate Wang Lin. In exchange, he would serve as an informant, relaying critical intelligence regarding Xuantiangmen, including strength assessments, resource locations, core personnel movements, and vulnerabilities in defensive arrays. After much effort, Yangxiazai finally obtained the ancestral technique, the Art of Life and Death, from Wang Lin, who had never fully mastered it. Yangxiazai cherished this newfound treasure, dedicating himself to its study. The Art of Life and Death required the practitioner to transform their spiritual energy into 2 opposing attributes, decay and vitality. The decaying attribute could instantly wither an opponent's life force, significantly impacting even those of superior realms, potentially igniting their spiritual energy. Its potency was formidable, making it a nearly invincible force among peers, with prospects of overcoming greater foes. Conversely, the vitality attribute was imbued with life, allowing for rapid healing of injuries and providing substantial life-saving and restorative benefits. It could also accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs and spiritual plants, drastically shortening their maturation time, showcasing its boundless utility. Although the vitality attribute was relatively easier to cultivate, the transformation into decay would age the body instantaneously. Only when the entirety of the vitality was converted into decay could the decaying energy revert to vitality. This cyclical interplay of life and death, of flourishing and withering, constituted the Art of Life and Death. However, the overwhelming majority of practitioners faltered before their vitality could be entirely converted into decay, succumbing to the ravages of age. Upon understanding this, Yangxiazai hesitated to undertake the technique himself. Instead, he secretly captured numerous foundation establishment and early golden core cultivators, compelling them to practice the technique, yet invariably, they all withered away, their bodies aging and perishing. Taking elixirs that embody vitality and longevity, as well as treasures, proves futile. It was not until Yunzatsi fled to this place that he continued to deduce the cycle of life and death from the ancient soul-nurturing tree. Liu Tian meticulously recalled the memories of the venerable Yunzatsi and scrutinized the cycle of life and death technique multiple times. According to the Jade Slip, This technique could only be cultivated during the foundation establishment stage, with its practice extendable to the early stage of spirit transformation. Liu Tian felt that the cycle of life and death was not the complete version. He sensed there was more to it. However, since he had yet to even touch the threshold of foundation establishment, he did not feel rushed. Reciting the opening phrases, one flourishing, one withering, one life, one death. The transition between life and death, he felt an intrinsic connection between this technique and the Taoist culture of the dream realm. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, the constant absence allows one to observe its wonders. The constant presence allows one to observe its transitions. These two emerge together yet bear different names. They are collectively referred to as the profound. The profound beyond the profound is the gateway to all wonders. The Tao generates one, one generates two, two generates three, and three generates myriad things. All things carry the yin while embracing the yang, and they harmonize through the interaction of energies. Liu Tian silently recited passages from the Tao Te Ching, feeling as if he grasped some elusive insight, yet upon reflection, it seemed to dissipate. Frustrated, he scratched his head, feeling an itch as if his mind were expanding. Assessing his qi refinement at the 6th level, he decided to set aside such ponderings. He still had a long way to go before attaining foundation establishment. Liu Tian once again examined the cave meticulously, finding no omissions. He felt immense gratitude for this blessed land. The gains from this experience were truly beyond his expectations, primarily laying a solid foundation for his cultivation path. Continuing along the cave, Liu Tian noted two entrances, one above and one below. The route he had entered was from the lake's depths. He was quite curious about where the upper path might lead, cautiously navigating the naturally formed passage. He noticed it was unrefined and uneven, with some areas requiring crawling to pass through. Most sections allowed only single-file movement. After traversing for over an hour, Liu Tian felt he had covered 20 to 30 miles. The air seemed fresher, and he could sense a gentle breeze. After another half hour of walking, he emerged from a cave into a valley, surrounded by towering mountains, some exceeding 10,000 feet, while the lowest barely reached 5,000. The valley terrain was relatively flat, with abundant trees and wild grasses blocking out the sunlight. At the approximate center of the valley lay a modest lake, devoid of any ominous beasts. Yet he spotted numerous low-grade rabbits and wild chickens. Upon exiting the cave, Liu Tian immediately sensed the abundant spiritual energy in the valley. Upon further contemplation, he realized it reached the level of a top-tier second-grade spiritual vein. Liu Tian was instantly exhilarated. The significance of a top-tier second-grade spiritual vein was monumental. Truly, it was a blessing for the Liu family. Circling the valley and inspecting it closely, he discovered that indeed, a spiritual vein over 50 miles long lay coiled within the valley like a slumbering dragon. The lake before me is the result of a mystical spring derived from a spiritual vein. Surrounding it are towering mountains, each remarkably steep. As if hewn directly from the earth, Liu Tian ascended casually along one of the cliffs, only to feel a burgeoning pressure as he soared to a height of 1,000 meters, and upon reaching 2,000 meters, the pressure intensified with each upward motion. Furthermore, the heavens above were veiled in a thick mist, rendering his consciousness powerless to penetrate. He attempted to ascend the other 3 cliffs, only to encounter the same insurmountable barrier, an extraordinary enclosure, akin to a prison. It is no wonder that some have traversed a fissure into a cave, subsequently forging a path to the lake's depths. Young Xiaozi must have plunged directly into the lake, leveraging his formidable spiritual awareness to uncover the underwater passage that led him to the cave. Liu Tian's curiosity regarding this valley deepened. If his conjectures held true, it could serve as a clandestine sanctuary for the Liu clan. He envisioned bringing talented kin here to cultivate until they reached the foundation building stage before releasing them into the world. The valley stretches approximately 200 miles in length and 100 miles in width, presenting ample space for the establishment of spiritual and medicinal fields. Liu Tian resolved to thoroughly investigate this valley, intending to practice here for a time. Chapter 40. The Valley of Serenity. Liu Tian meticulously scoured the valley, discovering only unremarkable wild trees and weeds, devoid of any substantial value. However, within the lake at the valley's center, he encountered numerous silver-scaled fish, first-tier demonic beasts renowned for their exquisite flesh. After clearing the surrounding undergrowth, he utilized some bamboo found in the valley to construct a bamboo dwelling, crafting essential furnishings like beds and tables. Observing the fruits of his labor after a long day's toil, Liu Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, a cultivator's efficiency in labor is remarkable, reminiscent of the Bamboo Peak Valley. He did not rush into his cultivation. Instead, he retrieved a tea set from his storage bag and procured some fresh spring water, leisurely brewing a pot of tea. During his earlier cleanup, he had taken special care to tidy the spring's outlet, all for the sake of this very tea. Reclining in a bamboo chair, he savored the piping hot spiritual tea, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. Enclosed by four majestic mountains, this valley emanated tranquility, and thus, he decided to name it the Valley of Serenity, a title he deemed quite poetic. After sipping tea for a while, the sky began to darken. Liu Tian caught two exquisite silver-scaled fish from the small lake. Fortunately, these fish were not large and lacked offensive capabilities, making them easy to catch. After cleaning the fish, he kindled a fire, enjoying his tea while roasting the fish. Soon, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the valley. Just as he was about to indulge, a stir emerged from his spirit beast pouch. Upon inspecting with his consciousness, he discovered that little yellow had awakened. Hastily, he released the creature, which promptly leapt to his neck, affectionately licking his face before dashing toward the roasted fish in Liu Tian's hands. In the blink of an eye, the roasted fish in Liu Tian's hands had been reduced to nothing but a stick. Not far away, a little boy with yellow hair squatted on the table, ravenously devouring the fish. Liu Tian watched with a smile, not the least bit annoyed, and began to savor another fish. Sensing the boy's aura, he realized that the child had already reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered about the injustice of it all. After enduring countless trials to reach the 6th level, this child had achieved it merely by sleeping, transforming his indignation into appetite. He voraciously consumed the fish until naught remained of the 10-pound delicacy. The silver-scaled fish was rich in spiritual energy, leaving Liu Tian feeling slightly full. A bit dizzy from the surfeit of energy, he promptly entered a meditative state, practicing the Changchun technique to refine the energy within him. At that moment, his wood spirit root, spurred by the technique, acted like a water pump, swiftly refining the abundant spiritual energy in his body. Before long, the majority of the energy had been processed, and Liu Tian released himself to absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. In the valley, the dense spiritual energy surged toward him as if it had found an outlet, coalescing into a small vortex. Sunlight gradually filtered into the secluded valley, infusing it with vibrant life. Awaking from his meditation, Liu Tian stretched lazily, captivated by the allure of cultivation. A night of practice felt more rewarding than the previous half-month. It was truly exhilarating to feel like a genius. He called out to the little boy to share some spirit spring water-boiled colorful eggs. Marking the completion of their breakfast, Liu Tian relished the experience of dining. After years of meditative practice and consuming spirit-gathering pills, what joy was there in life? One must learn to embrace the pleasures of existence. Today, Liu Tian resolved to expand the area of his endeavors, aiming to cleanse the entire valley and plant any necessary spiritual herbs. He had brought along provisions exchanged for his family from the Moon Lake Market, a considerable variety. Working by day and cultivating by night, he spent 10 days thoroughly tidying up the secluded valley. Hovering in midair on his sword, he surveyed the entire valley, leaving behind only the older trees while clearing everything else. After several more days, he organized 10 acres of spiritual farmland, planting purple monkey flowers, white dew grass, Ningmai fruit, illusion heart grass, and xianbing flower, all primarily used as auxiliary herbs for refining qi-gathering pills, barrier-breaking pills, and foundation-building pills. As for the primary herbs, Liu Tian admitted he had yet to procure them. Within the valley, he selected several spots to plant a grove of first-tier spirit peaches, envisioning their beauty when the blossoms bloomed. He also planted various other spiritual fruit trees, though their value was modest, serving merely as decoration for the valley. Liu Tian refrained from planting spirit rice, finding it quite troublesome. It required spells for watering, pest control, and harvesting, which would detract from his cultivation. Thus, he opted for herbs that demanded minimal maintenance, as these spiritual medicines only improved with time. Even if the spiritual fruits were left unpicked, they would eventually drop and enrich the soil as fertilizer. It was truly a perfect arrangement. As he fled into the vast mountains, he received a message from his grandfather, urging him to run far away and not to return until he had established a solid foundation. He understood that both the Black Tiger Gang and the Shun family possessed strength far exceeding that of the Liu family. Rationality dictated that returning now would only create chaos without any benefit. Yet, his emotions stirred a sense of anxiety within him, worrying for the safety of his grandfather, parents, and clan members. After contemplating for a long time, he slapped himself, scolding his own weakness. A grown man should not be so indecisive. Focusing on cultivation to enhance his strength was the priority. Returning now would serve no purpose. After chastising himself, his mood improved significantly. Liu Tian cast aside his distracting thoughts and devoted himself to practicing in Tongyu Valley. He selected a sword technique, the Thunder Sword, and a set of leg techniques. The demon subduing leg, from the storage ring of the Xiantian sect, diligently training to elevate his combat prowess. Occasionally, he would tend to the medicinal fields and orchards, leading a tranquil yet fulfilling life. Chapter 41. Alchemy and Sword Practice in Tongyu Valley in Haizhou. Atop a picturesque coastal mountain, a middle-aged woman stood by the window, gazing blankly outside. The world beyond the window was a poetic landscape, with lush greenery stretching to the horizon, ancient trees draped with vines, and clouds swirling like a celestial realm. The mountains, layered in shades of emerald, seemed to be enveloped in ethereal mist, gently swaying amidst the fog. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows that sparkled like distant stars, adding an air of mystery and dreaminess to this enchanting scene. Yet, such beauty did not lift the woman's spirits. "Rume, we have traveled tens of thousands of miles from Funyo Mountain. Worrying is futile. You must take care of yourself and trust in your son." This middle-aged woman was Jing Tongru, who had relocated to Haizhou. After over a year of arduous travel, she finally arrived at her sister-in-law Liu Tian's residence. With Liu Tian's assistance, she chose a remote and resource-scarce mountain range to settle in, which contained a mid-grade spiritual vein sufficient for the Liu family's needs for the time being. Recently, Liu Tian had arrived, bringing news from the family and revealing that her son Liu Tian was missing, pursued by enemies, which left her in a state of unrest. Jing Tongru, being wise and sensible, sometimes struggled to suppress her worries, but she turned to Liu Tian with a bright smile, saying, "Brother Yun, rest assured. I believe our son will transform misfortune into fortune and overcome adversity. Let us go. Today is the day for teachings. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting." The gathering in Haizhou consisted mainly of the younger generation of the Xiang lineage. Apart from Jing Tongru, the oldest were Liu Xianghu and Liu Xianghui, while the rest were teenagers. Jing Tongru decided to hold a lecture every 10 days to address the issues encountered in cultivation and facilitate the exchange of experiences among the practitioners. Though her cultivation level was not high, having practiced for many years provided her with considerable knowledge, making her qualified to teach the younger generation for the time being. Now that Liu Tian was present, this responsibility naturally fell to her husband. With nothing pressing on her mind, she found herself involuntarily thinking of her son as she stood by the window. The Liu family is well aware of the reasons for their long journey to this place. Thus, they diligently engage in their practices, eagerly anticipating the day they can return to assist their clan. The family has also provided ample resources for their training, bringing along 2 individuals with the finest 3 spiritual roots. With everything prepared, all that remains is to diligently enhance their cultivation. In Yinzhou, within the Moon Lake Trading District, the 3 generations of Liu Xiaozhi, Liu Xinyun, and Liu Xianghao gather indoors. The second elder expresses concern, noting that the Black Tiger Gang has spread their news far and wide, making it nearly impossible for anyone to visit the general store, resulting in a significant decline in business. Liu Xinyun, with a worried expression, remarks that the Black Tiger Gang, bound by the regulations of the Moon Lake Trading District, will not take action against them within its confines, which is sufficient. The store's business is of little consequence now. The resources provided by the clan will sustain them for many years. The second elder and third aunt listen as Liu Xianghao informs them of a wandering cultivator named Jiang Yunhe, who claims to be a friend of Tian Air. He has expressed his willingness to assist the Liu family if needed. Liu Xinyun acknowledges having heard of this individual through Tian Air, noting his reputed good character. They decide to build a discreet rapport with him, instructing their fellow clansmen to focus solely on their cultivation without overthinking. As time flows like water, each drop captures a moment of warmth and beauty. For Liu Xiangtian, every scene is a testament to his arduous training. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and after expending 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Liu Xiangtian has reached the 9th level of qi refinement. After experiencing a cultivation speed comparable to that of dual spiritual roots, he finds himself yearning for more, clutching a medium-grade spirit stone each night to expedite his training. As he puts it, resources should not be wasted but utilized to their fullest potential. The Thunderbolt sword and demonic leg techniques, chosen initially, have both achieved great mastery after 3 years of relentless practice. The Thunderbolt sword technique strikes with the swiftness of wind and the brilliance of lightning, delivering astonishing power. In an instant, it can unleash 18 strikes upon an adversary, with the first 17 building momentum for the explosive 18th strike. Liu Xiangtian is confident that this final strike can slay opponents of equal rank. The demonic leg technique, characterized by its sharpness and formidable strength, complements the Thunderbolt sword technique. Should the sword technique falter, he can counterattack with the leg technique, targeting the enemy's lower body to regain control. Mastery of these 2 skills has greatly enhanced Liu Xiangtian's close combat capabilities. Although ranged magical attacks may appear safer, they are often easier to counter. Close quarters combat, on the other hand, tests a cultivator's overall strength and conserves spiritual energy. Throughout these 3 years, aside from practicing these two techniques, Liu Tian has devoted considerable time to alchemy. Despite possessing the alchemical knowledge from Yun Shaozi, he learned valuable lessons during his experiments. Initially, he attempted to concoct 10 batches of qi-gathering pills from his available resources, only to have all 10 fail. This experience compelled him to approach alchemy with the seriousness it deserved, leading him to meticulously study the alchemical heritage left in his ring. Fortunately, having purchased a plethora of spirit herb seeds from the 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce, he has cultivated a significant quantity of low-grade spirit herbs in the Xianling realm. Until a year later, when he finally gathered the materials required for concocting the qi-gathering pill, a first-tier, middle-grade elixir utilized by cultivators in the intermediate stages of qi refinement to aid their practice, which is consumed in vast quantities. After refining hundreds of batches of qi-gathering pills, Liu Tian stabilized his success rate at over 90% and occasionally managed to produce a few exquisite pills. Elixirs are categorized based on their potency and impurity levels into inferior, middle, superior, and exquisite grades. The elixirs commonly available on the market are primarily middle grade. Inferior pills possess weak potency, high impurity, and significant toxicity. Superior pills exhibit strong potency, minimal impurities, and are notably more expensive. Exquisite pills can perfectly manifest their effects, free of impurities and toxicity, making them rare treasures. Once the materials for the qi-gathering pill were depleted, Liu Tian commenced the refinement of the condensation pill, intended for use in the later stages of qi refinement. The ingredients for the condensation pill are even more precious, requiring a higher age for the primary herb, which must be the 50-year-old Xianning flower. Liu Tian lacked the seeds for this flower, making cultivation impossible. He managed to gather only a dozen portions of the required herbs from his supplies, despite exercising utmost care and focus. He could only achieve a success rate of 30%. He couldn't help but lament that alchemy truly demands a fortune, even with his fortunate circumstances. Refining the condensation pill merely allowed him to break even. Chapter 42. Departure from Tongyu Valley. One day, after finishing his sword practice, Liu Tian leisurely indulged in some spirit tea. The little yellow-haired creature, splashing around in the small lake with silver-scaled fish, darted over to him, perplexed. It gazed at Liu Tian, wondering why he was not refining pills at this hour. Ignoring the little creature, he continued sipping his tea. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, but without a foundation establishment pill and lacking the primary herbs necessary for its refinement, further cultivation seemed futile. Having already perfected 2 skills, he had no immediate plans to practice others. Even if he were to train in additional skills, the gains for someone at the qi refinement stage would be minimal, merely a waste of time. His alchemical materials were nearly exhausted, and the newly planted herbs had yet to mature sufficiently. Currently, the Xianling pearl only provided a 2-fold acceleration of time, rendering its efficiency quite low. After 3 years of nurturing, the spiritual essence of the Xianling pearl had rejuvenated significantly, and soon he could attempt to unlock the next layer of its restrictions. Through his research over these years, Liu Tian discovered that the Xianling pearl contained 11 layers of restrictions. Each layer unlocked would expand the internal area slightly and increase the rate of time acceleration. Contemplating the limited benefits of remaining in Tongyu Valley, Liu Tian resolved to leave. Firstly, he needed to ascertain the current situation of his family. Secondly, he aimed to strategize the foundation establishment pill, seeking the primary herbs necessary for its refinement, thus enabling a continuous supply of these pills for his family in the future. Among the second-tier alchemical inheritance of the Xiantian sect lies the recipe for the foundation establishment pill, which requires 3 primary herbs: the 300-year-old foundation flower, the 100-year-old dragon blood vine, and the 100-year-old Qin Yun lotus seed, alongside 9 auxiliary herbs. While the auxiliary herbs are not particularly difficult to procure, the 3 primary herbs are indeed rare, especially the 300-year-old foundation flower. In the memories of the venerable Taoist Yangxiazi, Liu Tian stumbled upon a recipe for a foundational elixir, wherein the primary ingredient, the foundational flower, was replaced with the inner core of a second-tier demonic beast. The quality of the inner core directly influenced the caliber of the elixir, yielding a greater quantity of the final product. The other medicinal ingredients remained largely unchanged. In the Southern Wilderness, Liu Tian had yet to hear of utilizing demonic beast inner cores in alchemical concoctions, making this discovery profoundly significant. Should he succeed in the refinement, it could potentially alter the entire landscape of the Southern Wilderness. After a brief tidying up, Liu Tian resolved to depart from the valley today. Over the past few years, he had made numerous attempts to soar out of Tongyu Valley on his sword, yet all had ended in failure. He estimated that cultivators below the golden core stage would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend. Whether this was due to a formation at the mountain's peak or some other reason remained unclear for the time being. Accompanied by his companion, the little yellow creature, He proceeded along a natural fissure toward a cavern, taking the opportunity to maintain the passage, as he intended to return frequently. He had already decided to bring his family next time, for Tongyu Valley offered ample concealment and safety, providing a fertile ground for the Liu family's growth. As they journeyed, Liu Tian meticulously cleared stones to expand the passage, storing the excess in his spatial ring to dispose of later. It took him and the little yellow creature an entire day to reach the cavern from before. Upon arrival, the first thing he did was inspect the stone platform that had produced the Millennium Stalactite, discovering that a single droplet of the ancient stalactite had already formed. Elated, he realized that the stalactite could still yield more in the future. He decided to name this cavern Cave of 1,000 Blessings, inspired by his fondness for naming. Despite possessing numerous Millennium Stalactites, he refrained from taking this new droplet, regretting his previous greed when he had harvested all during his last visit. Nature's treasures are most vulnerable when overexploited. Noticing that the stalactite could still produce, he chose restraint this time. The last cavern had remained intact for who knows how many years. After a careful examination, he found the cavern unchanged from when he had last departed, which eased his mind. He shared a modest meal with the little yellow creature and took a moment to rest before continuing toward the passage on the other side. As he rounded a bend and walked 500 to 600 meters, he reached a dead end. Before him lay a long slope that extended into the water, disappearing from sight. After observing for a while, Liu Tian intended to store the little yellow creature in his spirit beast pouch, but the creature refused. It had grown wild. He decided to let it be. Ignoring the little yellow creature, he ventured down the slope into the water. Gradually, the water enveloped his entire body, revealing that he was still within a passage, albeit one completely submerged. He swam gently along the passage. After traversing approximately 300 to 400 meters, Liu Tian discerned an opening ahead, which likely led to a lake beyond. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed an array that had presumably been set by Yangxiazi long ago. Though its efficacy had diminished over time, Liu Tian discovered a formation plate embedded within the stone wall at the cave entrance, which appeared to be a second-tier, low-grade breath-concealing formation. Such formations are typically employed at the entrances of cultivators' dwellings, providing a degree of defensive capability while primarily serving to obscure the dwelling, isolate sound and consciousness, and act as a warning system. The formation is inscribed upon the plate, allowing even those unfamiliar with formations to utilize it with ease. After pondering its workings, Liu Tian refined the formation plate, marveling at its excellent quality. After a millennium, it showed no signs of wear. Upon completing the refinement, he chose a more suitable location, placed 200 medium-grade spirit stones, and activated the formation. These spirit stones would sustain the formation for a decade. Once everything was correctly set, Liu Tian emerged from the cave and leisurely swam outward, deciding to designate this place as his family's secret base. He took his time ascending, intending to investigate the surroundings of the entrance. After swimming for about 1,000 meters, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Attuning his perception to the direction of the aura, he swam towards it. The depths of the lake concealed something unknown, as his consciousness could only extend 100 meters, compelling Liu Tian to navigate cautiously. After swimming 5,000 or 6,000 meters and sensing intently, he could not suppress his joy. Casting a hand gesture, a dark needle shot forth from the muddy depths, instantly materializing in his grasp. This was the shadowless needle, which he had previously shot at the robed man before his fall. It had apparently been knocked into the lake by the man. Upon examination, he found that the needle was largely undamaged and would return to its original state after a period of nurturing, so he stored it within his dantian. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a faint glimmer in the distance. Chapter 43. Heavy water at present. The lake posed no apparent dangers. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Tian resolved to investigate further. After half an hour of swimming, he finally discerned the source of the light. At the lake's bottom lay a spiritual spring, and at its outlet rested a droplet of pure white water, suspended steadily while emanating a gentle glow and absorbing spiritual energy. Liu Tian meticulously recalled various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that matched the description, and a flash of insight struck him. This was heavy water. Heavy water is a natural spiritual substance of the water attribute, typically found in regions rich in water essence, and this droplet was likely a companion of the spiritual spring. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this spring was indeed of second-tier, upper-grade quality. Similar to spiritual veins, spiritual springs continuously emit spiritual energy. However, compared to spiritual veins, the coverage area of a spiritual spring is considerably smaller, yet its spiritual energy is more refined. Some spiritual veins may give rise to spiritual springs, while springs can also appear independently. Heavy water is an invaluable treasure for cultivators who practice water-based techniques, significantly enhancing the potency of their spiritual power upon refinement. Certain specialized techniques require water attribute spiritual substances to unleash their full potential. Heavy water also serves as the finest material for crafting water attribute magical artifacts and spiritual treasures. Reflecting on all that he knew about heavy water, Liu Tian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Having stumbled upon such a treasure so soon after his departure, he felt truly favored by the heavens. With great care, he extracted a fine jade bottle from his storage ring and slowly approached the spiritual spring, preparing to employ a unique technique to collect the heavy water within. Just then, Liu Tian sensed an overwhelming threat and hastily gathered the heavy water before executing the second step of the 8 steps to chase the cicada. In an instant, he found himself 100 meters away, narrowly avoiding a massive form that brushed past his back. Over the past few years, as his cultivation had advanced, he had also mastered the second layer of the 8 steps to chase the cicada. This second step was not merely an accumulation of the first. It could be directly invoked, allowing for an immediate leap of 100 meters, akin to a flash of lightning, albeit with a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Once positioned 100 meters away, Liu Tian did not hesitate and continued to ascend by executing the second step, moving not in a straight line, but with an almost whimsical grace, enabling him to evade the onslaught of the colossal creature. He surmised that the beast was a serpent-like demon, though its exact nature remained unknown to him. As he neared the water's surface, the enraged serpent let out a furious roar, unleashing a sphere of spiritual energy the size of a grinding wheel from its gaping maw. Liu Tian, caught off guard, barely managed to raise a spiritual shield just in time to deflect the impact, albeit with a shift in direction. The massive sphere collided with the shield, shattering it instantly, and then struck Liu Tian's body with brutal force. He coughed up copious amounts of blood, his complexion paling as he was violently thrust out of the water. In midair, the serpent's enormous jaws lunged at him once more, leaving him no room to evade. In desperation, he unleashed the shadowless needle, which shot into the serpent's mouth with deadly precision, piercing its insides. The serpent convulsed as if electrocuted, crashing down onto the water's surface. Regaining his composure, Liu Tian had no time to catch his breath before another threat emerged. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he summoned his flying sword and swiftly maneuvered away. A gigantic serpent's tail lashed past him like a whip, striking the lake and sending forth towering waves. Liu Tian propelled himself with all his might, fleeing with the flying sword. The serpent, after observing for a moment, inexplicably ceased its pursuit and vanished back into the depths of the lake. After sprinting over 100 miles and confirming he was no longer being chased, he finally exhaled in relief. He descended rapidly into the mountains and sought out a secure location to set up a first-tier concealment formation. He quickly consumed a drop of millennium stalagmite, feeling his ruptured insides mend instantaneously, while his internal spiritual energy gradually replenished. This millennium stalagmite was indeed a miraculous healing herb. Without it, he would have been gravely wounded. Having narrowly escaped death, Liu Tian felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Truly, his expedition had begun poorly, nearly costing him his life. Yet, the acquisition of such a treasure as heavy water had been worth the risk. Regrettably, the shadowless needle he had just reclaimed was once again lost. He silently vowed that when he returned, he would skin that serpent and roast it for a meal. After a moment of contemplation, it became evident that the enormous serpent was a second-tier black-scaled python, its head adorned with subtle protrusions, indicative of a transformation into a dragon. This place was ill-suited for lingering. He hastily resolved to flee. Upon rising, he noticed that the little yellow creature had inexplicably appeared at his side. Unable to restrain himself, he seized it, vigorously ruffling its fur while scolding. "Where have you been, you wretched creature? You didn't come to my aid when I was getting beaten." The little yellow creature responded with a disdainful glance, seemingly conveying the message. "You expect me to confront that beast? Do you wish for my demise?" After a playful tussle, Liu Tian stowed away the formation plate used for concealment, casting a disdainful glance at the mid-tier first-grade plate and muttering to himself about needing to acquire better ones. He had attempted to study the inheritance of formations in the Valley of Secrets, but his lack of aptitude in this area became apparent. The intricacies of the formations left him befuddled and drowsy. Reluctantly, he abandoned the endeavor, reassuring himself that one cannot master every skill. It is essential to leave some avenues for others. As long as I can refine pills and create talismans, that is sufficient. At present, Liu Tian found himself disoriented within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, having been preoccupied with escaping upon his entry, paying little heed to his surroundings. Moreover, his current position was not in the direction he had come from. However, knowing that the 10,000 Great Mountains lay to the northwest of Yenzhou, he reasoned that heading southeast was undoubtedly the correct course. After noting his current location and the position of a nearby lake, he discerned the direction and, accompanied by his beast, set forth towards the southeast. As they journeyed cautiously, concealing themselves along the way, they encountered numerous second-tier demonic beasts. Perhaps these creatures were not lacking in sustenance, or maybe they simply deemed his feeble presence unworthy of pursuit, for no formidable second-tier monsters chased after him. They merely emanated a menacing aura, compelling him to vacate the area. A month later, Liu Tian continued to wander within the mountains, feeling exceedingly disheartened. It was evident he had strayed off course. Otherwise, he would not have remained trapped for an entire month. Moreover, he had not encountered a single living soul during this time, rendering him incapable of asking for directions. Just as he and the little yellow creature were resting in the woods, gnawing on spiritual fruits, a series of violent explosions erupted several hundred miles away. Chapter 44. Redirecting disaster. Upon witnessing this, Liu Tian, with little yellow creature in tow, hastily made his way toward the source of the explosions. After half an hour, a towering volcano came into view, its summit intermittently releasing plumes of black smoke, suggesting an impending eruption. Advancing a further 10 miles, he observed several individuals engaged in combat against demonic beasts atop the volcano. At that moment, a voice rang out near him. "Fellow practitioner, quickly take cover." Liu Tian turned to see a young man in a white robe hiding behind a nearby rock. Without hesitation, Liu Tian sought refuge behind another stone not far off and quietly inquired, "Fellow practitioner, what is happening here?" It is said that within that volcanic crater lies a century-old dragon bloodvine, and the five-colored hell is currently exterminating the golden crow that guards it. The man in white explained. "Five-colored hell? What is that?" Liu Tian asked, somewhat astonished. Noticing his confusion, the white-robed man responded, "You are not from this region, are you? I hail from the southwestern corner of Yenzhou, near the Moon Lake Market." Liu Tian found the man before him rather familiar and was inclined to inquire further. Thus he did not conceal anything. "Ah, how did you come to this place?" "This is the northwestern corner of Songlong Mountain in Yazhou. I inadvertently wandered into the vast wilderness of the 10,000 Great Mountains and lost my way. I heard commotion in this vicinity and thought to seek someone for directions." Liu Tian admitted somewhat sheepishly. The vast expanse of the primordial mountains is intricate and convoluted. It is not uncommon to lose one's way. You possess considerable skill, my friend, to have navigated through these mountains for so long. Our meeting is a fortuitous encounter. I am Sima Xiangru. May I ask your name? The man in the white robe spoke with an air of familiarity. "Greetings, brother Sima. I am Liu Tian." "Sima, what is this notion of the five-color hell?" Liu inquired. The five-color hell is a small group of 5 solitary cultivators, each embodying one of the 5 elemental roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They have somehow acquired a technique known as the 5 elements formula, which allows them to form an array, enabling the transformation and amplification of these 5 attributes into a formidable force. They can counter those at the foundation establishment stage with their chi refinement stage prowess. And their methods are both righteous and nefarious. They commit heinous acts for treasure and bloodshed, yet sometimes intervene when matters displease them. This group, known as the five-color hell, is quite notorious within a 1,000-mile radius, Sima Xiangru elaborated, providing Liu Tian with the details he knew. "And what brings you here, my friend?" Liu asked. "Ah, the century-old dragon's bloodvine was discovered by me, but it is guarded by a pair of early-stage second-tier golden crows. I sought assistance, but the five-color hell caught wind of it and drove me away. Had I not possessed some means of self-preservation, I might have already perished at their hands." Sima Xiangru replied with bitterness. At this moment, Liu Tian had pieced together the situation and felt a certain affinity towards Sima Xiangru, prompting him to ask, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I am somewhat reluctant to give up. However, my family is too distant to provide aid in a timely manner. The five-color hell's formation is indeed formidable, allowing them to concentrate their powers swiftly onto a single individual. Yet, once they disperse, their individual strength is merely average. If a couple of them were to fall to the second-tier golden crows, I would have the opportunity for revenge." Sima Xiangru expressed his thoughts candidly. The century-old dragon's bloodvine is the primary ingredient for crafting foundation establishment pills, and Liu Tian found himself immensely tempted. Moreover, once the dragon's bloodvine matures past a century, it will yield seeds. Even if he could not obtain the vine itself, acquiring a few seeds would still be beneficial. However, given the current circumstances, he did not wish to act recklessly, unsure of the veracity of Sima Xiangru's words. Contemplating this, Liu Tian decided to observe the situation further before making a decision. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from a nearby volcano, and 2 massive black birds, engulfed in flames, were seen pursuing the 5 individuals. "This is not good. They are luring danger our way. We must flee," Sima Xiangru exclaimed as he prepared to depart. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Liu Tian swiftly stowed the small yellow-haired creature into his spirit beast pouch and fled alongside Sima Xiangru. At that moment, remaining with this companion seemed the safer option, given the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries. However, They had barely escaped a short distance when the five foes soared above them on their swords, casually casting down several objects. As these items descended, both men instinctively unleashed a few spells, shattering the projectiles and transforming them into a cascade of blood and flesh. Liu Tian's expression darkened immediately. Those ruffians had discarded several corpses of golden crows. The two leading golden crows emitted furious cries upon seeing this, prompting a horde of golden crows trailing behind to pursue Liu Tian and Sima Xiangru. Damn it, these wretched creatures. I shall annihilate them in due time. Sima Xiangru cursed furiously, initially resigned to merely observing, but now feeling betrayed. Fortunately, the golden crows pursuing them were all of the first tier, with one at the pinnacle, 3 in the late stage, and 5 in the mid-stage, causing the duo to hastily defend themselves while retreating. Brother, let us not exert our full strength just yet. We should distance ourselves first. Sima Xiangru noted Liu Tian's adeptness in handling the situation, allowing him to breathe easier as they continued to flee. Liu Tian shared this sentiment. Should they eliminate a few more, the 2 second-tier golden crows would likely join the chase. After fleeing for over 10 miles, they had completely evaded the gaze of their pursuers and the second-tier golden crows. Noticing that the golden crows were still relentlessly attacking them, they decided to no longer hold back and unleash their full might. Liu Tian faced 2 late-stage and 5 mid-stage golden crows, and after a flurry of chaotic exchanges, he discerned their attack patterns. Seizing the opportunity, he executed the Thunderbolt sword technique, swiftly dispatching the 5 mid-stage golden crows. Casting a glance towards Sima Xiangru, he observed that his companion was effortlessly handling the onslaught of the 2 late-stage golden crows while being in the presence of one at the pinnacle stage. Unable to resist probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that Sima Xiangru was also at the 9th level of qi refinement. Therefore, Liu Tian dedicated himself to dealing with the remaining 2 golden crows, each swing of his Thunderbolt sword technique leaving a wound upon them. After a brief moment, the wings of the 2 golden crows were gravely damaged. As they attempted to evade, 2 streaks of sword light, akin to thunder, sliced through the air, severing the golden crows' heads from their bodies. After collecting the corpses of the golden crows into his storage pouch, he turned his gaze to another battlefield. While out in the world, Liu Tian was cautious not to use his storage ring carelessly. Lacking the foundational cultivation, reliance on such artifacts would invite calamity. Thus, he had concealed the storage ring close to his heart, typically opting for a storage pouch instead. In the other skirmish, Sima Xiangru had already slain 1 late-stage golden crow. While the pinnacle golden crow bore numerous wounds from his attacks, it seemed that its demise was imminent. Realizing the dire situation, the golden crow sought to flee as Sima Xiangru evaded its assault. In a moment of urgency, Sima Xiangru shouted, "Friend, intercept that beast." Liu Tian recognized the predicament and promptly executed the 8 steps to catch the cicada, positioning himself directly in front of the golden crow. With a powerful kick of the demon suppression leg, he struck the golden crow, sending it sprawling back several dozen meters. At this moment, Sima Xiangru, who had followed closely behind, struck down the head of the golden crow with a single sword. "Haha, my friend, your agility is remarkable," Sima Xiangru exuberantly praised. To slay a fully mature golden crow single-handedly is no small feat. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of compliments. Chapter 45. Annihilation of the 5-colored hell. My friend, shall we venture over there to join the festivities? Liu Tian was not one to suffer losses easily. He had originally intended merely to observe the commotion, but found himself ensnared in a plot. Therefore, he resolved to involve himself, for he held a keen interest in the 5 elements technique of this 5-colored region. Upon hearing Liu Tian's words, Sima Xiangru was exceedingly pleased. Having grown up in indulgence, he had never experienced such misfortune. Had he been unable to contend with a single foe, he would have long since retreated. After a brief discussion, the two decided to employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lay in wait, quietly advancing to assess the situation. Liu Tian retrieved 2 first-tier superior concealment talismans from his storage pouch and handed one to Sima Xiangru. Sima Xiangru accepted it cheerfully, activating it and adhering it to his body before leading the way towards the retreating direction of the 5-colored region. After running for over 20 miles, they beheld the scene of the 5-colored hell engaged in battle with 2 early-stage, second-tier golden crows. A faint thread of light connected the 5 individuals. As one was attacked by a golden crow, the remaining 4 instantly channeled their spiritual energy to him, allowing him to withstand the initial stage foundation establishment assault. Frustrated by their inability to achieve victory, the 2 golden crows grew increasingly agitated. Consequently, a lapse in coordination emerged between them. With years of combat experience honed from relentless battles in the 5-colored hell, the practitioners seized the opportunity. The man of the gold element unleashed a golden sword of light, piercing through the chest of the female golden crow, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Witnessing this, the male golden crow descended into a frenzy, emitting a heart-wrenching cry while its flames intensified, clearly prepared to fight desperately. In the face of the male golden crow's frenzied assault, the five-colored hell's resistance became exceedingly dire. The five individuals appeared pale, their garments tattered from the scorching flames of the golden crow, with multiple burn wounds adorning their bodies. Two of them bled from the corners of their mouths, evidently reaching their limits. At that moment, the man of the gold element seized another opportunity, severing one of the male golden crow's wings with a golden sword. As the male golden crow fell, it frantically called out to the female golden crow before charging once more towards the five-colored hell, while the female golden crow quickly fled towards the volcano's mouth. The man of the gold element shouted, "Fourth sister, fifth brother, pursue that female golden crow. Do not let it return to the magma." The golden crow was a demonic beast born from the magma. Returning to it would allow for rapid recovery of its injuries. Of course, this golden crow was not an ancient one, merely possessing a trace of its ancestral bloodline. Meanwhile, the two lurking figures, Old Six, rejoiced at the sight of the five individuals splitting up. Exchanging knowing glances, they stealthily pursued the fourth and fifth. The fourth was a female cultivator of the water element, while the fifth was a man of the earth element. The two assailants relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks, interspersed with various talismans, targeting the mother golden crow, who was solely intent on fleeing toward the volcano's mouth. Occasionally deflecting a few attacks, she exerted all her energy to escape. Despite being severely injured, the mother golden crow, a second-tier demon beast equivalent to a human in the Foundation establishment stage, was formidable. Even in her weakened state, she proved difficult to eliminate. The chase led them swiftly to the volcano's rim, where the water affinity female cultivator, seeing her opportunity, desperately summoned a colossal water lance, which soared toward the mother golden crow. In her moment of joy upon nearing the molten lava, her defenses faltered, and she was abruptly pierced by the water lance, emitting a mournful cry as she plunged into the magma, exhausted from her powerful strike. The water affinity female cultivator felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the mother golden crow was vanquished, only to collapse onto the ground, drained of spiritual energy. At that moment, a figure streaked past her like lightning, severing her head in the process. The Earth Affinity man, witnessing this tragic event, cried out in anguish, "Fourth sister," before hastily preparing to confront the imminent threat. The ambushers were none other than Liu Tian and Sima Xiangru, who had been trailing them. Seizing the opportunity as the female cultivator faltered, Liu Tian executed the second step of the 8 steps to catch the cicada, appearing before her in an instant, and swiftly beheaded her. Sima Xiangru, observing this, charged toward the other Earth Affinity man. No sooner had Liu Tian stowed away the female cultivator's storage pouch than he sensed 3 attacks hurtling toward him. He deftly stepped aside, instantly positioning himself 50 meters away, evading the onslaught. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the remaining 3 members of the five-colored hell rushing toward him with alarming speed. Witnessing Liu Tian's decapitation of their comrade ignited their fury, and they unleashed their full might upon him. The Gold Affinity man, perceiving the peril faced by the Earth Affinity man, shouted, "Third brother, assist fifth brother, we'll handle this one." With that, he swallowed a handful of pills and charged at Liu Tian. The second brother, a Fire Affinity man, also consumed a pill and joined the fray. As Liu Tian parried several of their attacks, he realized that Sima Xiangru's assessment was indeed accurate. These 5 individuals, when separated, merely showcased average strength and were not particularly formidable. Moreover, having recently battled 2 golden crows, the five-colored hell was in a significantly weakened state. Even when facing 2 opponents, Liu Tian felt little pressure. However, their coordination was remarkably adept, with one consistently interrupting his relentless pursuit. His shadowless needle had been lost, and it would be challenging to eliminate his foes in the short term. Glimpsing the battlefield nearby, he noted that the Earth Affinity man lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. Sima Xiangru was engaged in a fierce struggle with the third brother, a Wood Affinity man. Although the terrain hampered the Wood Affinity man's abilities, it was evident that his wooden spirit shield had reached an advanced level, rendering his defenses impenetrable. Sima Xiangru found it difficult to gain the upper hand, resorting to wearing down his opponent's spiritual energy. Liu Tian observed for a moment before refocusing on his own battle. After half a cup of tea's time, it became apparent that their offensive had noticeably weakened, their spiritual energy was dwindling, and the consumption of a large quantity of recovery pills could not keep pace with the demands of the ongoing fight. Liu Tian seized the moment, unleashing the 18 thunder swords with unparalleled speed towards the fire element man. Despite the latter's desperate attempts at defense, he could not fully block the onslaught, resulting in deep wounds that revealed bone beneath the glimmering sword light. Just as Liu Tian prepared to deliver the final strike of his 18th sword, a radiant golden light appeared before him, compelling him to redirect his last blow towards it. The sword, infused with the essence of gold, was instantly shattered. And the gold element man suffered a backlash from his own artifact, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fear flickered in the gold element man's eyes as he turned and fled with great haste, a voice echoing from behind his retreating figure. Withdraw. The fire element man, momentarily stunned by the rapid departure of his leader, felt his vision spinning uncontrollably, alternately catching glimpses of the sky and the ground. Taking advantage of this distraction, Liu Tian stepped forward and severed the fire element man's head. He then executed the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, darting like lightning in pursuit of the gold element man. After several breaths, he spotted the leader of the multicolored hell, now fleeing alone. Liu Tian concentrated his spiritual awareness, compressing it into a short sword-like form, which he unleashed in an instant. The fleeing leader of the multicolored hell suddenly froze in place, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Not bad. Liu Tian murmured to himself before delivering a decisive strike that took the leader's head. This spiritual attack had been developed during his year of wandering in the mountains, a method born from nearly being ensnared by a mid-stage fox demon. Realizing his own soul was robust, he sought a more proactive approach rather than relying solely on passive defense, crafting this technique that, while not exquisite, relied on the sheer power of his spiritual essence to dominate. After clearing the battlefield and stowing away the multicolored hell leader's storage bag, he made his way towards the volcanic crater. Upon arrival, he found Sima Xiangru waiting for him, with 2 bodies lying not far away, indicating that the last adversary had also been vanquished. The two exchanged knowing smiles, savoring the satisfaction of their triumph. Chapter 46. The Centenarian Dragon Blood Vine. Liu brother, I have just examined the area below. There are 2 dragon blood vines, one approximately 50 to 60 years old, and the other exceeding 100 years. Sima Xiangru informed Liu Tian. The latter's esteem for Sima Xiangru increased upon realizing that he had not seized the opportunity to harvest and escape in Liu's absence. The two leaped down from the volcanic rim, where they discovered 2 blood-red vines clinging to the rocks near a lava pool. The largest vine, nearly 4 meters long, bore a dozen or so purplish-red spheres, each containing the seeds of the dragon blood vine. Only those that reached maturity after 100 years would yield a single seed fruit each year. The smaller vine, in stark contrast, measured just over a meter and was as thick as an egg. Liu Tian approached cautiously, carefully uprooting the smaller dragon blood vine and placing it into his storage bag. Observing this, Sima Xiangru had no choice but to harvest the larger vine, albeit without the meticulousness exhibited by Liu, for in his understanding, the dragon blood vine could only thrive by the edge of the lava and could not be cultivated. As the 2 individuals had just completed their task, a thunderous explosion reverberated nearby, and they beheld magma erupting violently, sending flames soaring into the sky. They hastily took flight on their swords. And just as they escaped the volcano's mouth, Liu Tian suddenly sensed a pure and intense aura, which vanished upon further investigation. Noticing that the volcano continued to erupt, emanating a faint yet terrifying life force from within, they surmised that creatures might still dwell deep within the magma and decided against lingering. After running several hundred miles, they found a cave to recuperate. Along the way, they casually captured a mid-stage longhorned antelope, which they were now roasting. Brother Liu, I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. To be candid, the 5-colored hell has previously ambushed my kin, and our family elders have pursued them multiple times, only to have them elude capture. With your help, we have effectively eliminated a potential threat to our family. This century-old dragon blood vine shall belong to you, Brother Liu. I only require a small portion for myself, Sima Xiangru declared, retrieving the century-old dragon blood vine from his storage pouch to hand it over to Liu Tian. Brother Sima, you are too courteous. It was the 5-colored hell that instigated this trouble, and I must also thank you for providing the information about this treasure. The century-old dragon blood vine is yours, but I would appreciate half of the seeds it bears, Liu Tian replied, recognizing Sima Xiangru's sincerity and reciprocating it. Seeing Liu Tian's genuine demeanor, Sima Xiangru did not hesitate to part with half of the seed spheres, passing them to Liu Tian. Then I must thank you, Brother Liu. I shall undoubtedly repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. Liu Tian's Xianling Pearl, once a top-grade spiritual treasure of the 3rd tier, was specifically crafted for cultivating spiritual herbs and could naturally adapt to various growth environments. Planting the dragon blood vine within it would ensure its normal growth. As the two engaged in casual conversation while savoring the roasted antelope meat, Sima Xiangru suggested, Brother Liu, this place is not far from the Songlong market. Why not accompany me there to rest? The market also sells maps of the Southern Wilderness region. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Thank you, my friend. Liu Tian replied with enthusiasm. A day later, the two arrived at a sizable market, which could rival an ordinary city. The Songlong market was situated atop a 2nd-tier premium spiritual vein, owned by the formidable Wuyage of Yenzhou, with daily management delegated to 3 foundational forces. After paying an entrance fee of 10 inferior spiritual stones, they entered the market. Liu Tian observed that the Songlong market was 2 to 3 times larger than the Yuehu market, boasting more shops adorned in greater opulence. While foundational cultivators occasionally strolled along the streets. Without lingering, they made their way to the cave management office, each renting a cave dwelling. Both of their rented caves were first-tier premium caves, costing 300 inferior spiritual stones per month. After exchanging pleasantries with Sima Xiangru, Liu Tian entered his cave, sealing the accompanying formation and setting up a first-tier warning array. Upon inspecting the interior, he found a lounge, a secluded meditation chamber, a workshop for geothermal activities, a kitchen, a reception room, and a bathing area, entirely resembling a 3-bedroom apartment layout. Liu Tian couldn't help but marvel, wondering if the designer of this dwelling hailed from the same world. After exploring the cave, he released his little yellow creature, allowing it to frolic freely. In the reception hall, he brewed a cup of tea. After calming his mind with 2 cups, he began to assess his recent gains. 3 individuals from the 5-colored hell had fallen beneath his sword, and naturally, he had acquired their storage bags. He first opened the bag belonging to the water attribute woman. Inside, he discovered a first-grade superior water attribute sword, a water attribute defensive silk scarf, a technique for cultivating the water attribute known as the tidal method, along with over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining items were common elixirs, materials from demon beasts, and personal garments. While this haul was rather conventional, it did not surprise Liu Tian, aligning with his expectations. Next, he opened the storage bag of the fire attribute second-in-command. Within, he found a first-grade exquisite fire attribute sword, a first-grade exquisite defensive shield, a first-grade superior gold ingot artifact, and around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The rest comprised various elixirs, materials, and low-grade artifacts. He did not uncover the cultivation method practiced by the second-in-command, which was not unexpected, as many cultivators refrained from carrying such items, and they might have chosen to destroy them after memorization. Finally, with eager anticipation, he opened the storage bag belonging to the gold attribute leader. The first thing he sensed was the corpse of a 2nd-grade golden crow, which he had slain and confiscated without delay. He removed the golden crow's body and tossed it aside in the reception hall before proceeding to examine the contents. He found a first-grade exquisite gold attribute sword, a first-grade exquisite golden bell, though the bell had been marred by claw marks, a first-grade superior treasure garment, and a pair of first-grade superior golden silk shoes. Additionally, there were around 70 to 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, over 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and a collection of miscellaneous items, likely spoils from their violent endeavors, indicating they had not yet divided their loot. Among the items, Liu Tian discovered a finely crafted wooden box. Upon opening it, he uncovered a splendid jade vial. Inside the vial lay a pill the size of a dragon's eye. The pill was round and plump, with a luster akin to that of exquisite mutton-fat jade, subtly radiating a faint, colorful halo. As he leaned in to inhale its fragrance, a refreshing medicinal aroma enveloped him, invigorating his spirit and stirring the latent energy within him. This was a superior foundation establishment pill, and Liu Tian's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Such a find was indeed unexpected. However, given that the leader had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage and had been accumulating wealth through his nefarious activities, it was not surprising that he possessed this superior foundation establishment pill. Carefully sealing the pill once more to preserve its potency, Liu Tian resumed his examination of the remaining items. As he picked up a jade tablet and sensed its contents, he could not contain his laughter. He had found it. This was it. Chapter 47. The 5 elements rotating technique. The secret method recorded in the jade tablet was the 5 elements rotating technique, a form of combined attack formation. It required 5 principal cultivators, each possessing a primary spiritual root of gold, wood, water, fire, or earth, and whose cultivation methods were of the same elemental attributes, to form the 5 elements rotating array. Once the formation was established, the 5 individuals' true energies would connect, allowing any one of them to gather the spiritual energy of the other 4 into their own being. The smooth operation of the true energy, in accordance with the principles of the 5 elements, would enhance their power upon completing a full cycle. In his early years, the metal element cultivator stumbled upon this jade slip and subsequently endeavored to locate the remaining 4 individuals, thereby forming this intricate formation. However, the metal element cultivator maintained a degree of reservation towards the other 4, retaining control over the 5 elements rotation array. The flow of all vital energy relied upon his guidance. Consequently, the true potential of this array was never fully realized. Liu Tian, in his pursuit of this secret technique, was not merely interested in cultivation but sought to practice the withering and flourishing life-death technique, a method painstakingly honed by Yuntianzi, capable of advancing to the transformation stage. which he would not relinquish under any circumstances. In recent years, as he delved into the life-death technique, he discerned that it likely bore a connection to the five elements. In the realm of Taoism, there exists a famous adage: the taiji generates the two polarities, the two polarities give rise to the four images. The four images beget the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams determine fortune and misfortune, which in turn engender great enterprises. The taiji symbolizes yin and yang, the interplay of which governs existence. From a Taoist perspective, life and death correspond to yin and yang, life representing yang and death representing yin. Thus, by reversing this understanding, one might conclude that all things are manifestations of the five elements, and the five elements themselves give rise to all existence. If the five elements can generate and transform one another, could it not also imply the generation of yin and yang and the cycle of life and death, the transition between withering and flourishing? This contemplation led Liu Tian to desire to glean insights from the five elements rotation technique, to observe how it facilitated the transformation of the five elements. The five elements rotation technique necessitates 5 individuals, each embodying a distinct attribute. Yet he possessed 5 spiritual roots corresponding to 5 attributes. Hence, could he not enable the harmonious flow of these attributes within himself, thereby enhancing the intensity of his spiritual energy? If the 5 elements could successfully circulate and intertwine, then the cycles of withering and flourishing might also be achievable. At this juncture, Liu Tian speculated whether the Wang family's ancestor of transformation stage also possessed 5 spiritual roots. Rumors suggested that the Wang family's ancestor had subpar qualifications, the truth of which remained elusive. The power of withering and flourishing encapsulated the profound truths of life and death. Any absence among the 5 elements would inevitably lead to flaws, thus hindering successful cultivation. Liu Tian surmised that the life-death technique could only be cultivated by one with 5 spiritual roots, explaining why Yanzi had sought so many highly qualified and perceptive cultivators. Yet the technique remained elusive. Nonetheless, these were merely conjectures, the veracity of which remained uncertain. Recklessly attempting to enable the 5 elements to interact within his body could yield unpredictable consequences. Liu Tian found himself ensnared in prolonged contemplation. For matters of life and the path of cultivation were not to be taken lightly. After much deliberation yielded no conclusions, he resolved to temporarily set aside these thoughts for more meticulous research and analysis. He meticulously reorganized the storage bags of the 3 individuals, consolidating useless resources for future sale. Summoning the Xianling pearl from his dantian, he observed that, after years of nurturing, it had finally exhibited a semblance of spirituality. He placed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones within the pearl, shattering them with his magical power, channeling the vast spiritual energy to nourish and activate the next layer of the array. The Xianling pearl emitted a faint glow, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. And within the span of a single incense stick's burn, the energy derived from the 10,000 spirit stones was nearly depleted. Liu Tian once again shattered another 10,000 spirit stones into spiritual energy, and as half of this energy was absorbed, the misty barrier surrounding the interior of the Xianling pearl began to gradually dissipate. The entire process lasted a whole day, during which Liu Tian replenished the spirit stones 3 times. Ultimately, the internal area stabilized at 50 acres, and the flow of time increased to 5-fold. A 5-fold acceleration in the passage of time? Quite commendable, indeed. However, it remains uncertain whether the Xianling pearl can undergo further self-repair. With no other recourse available, he resolved to nurture it gradually. He extracted the over 50-year-old dragon blood vine from his storage bag and chose a spot near the edge to plant it. The dragon blood vine is capable of thriving for centuries without wilting, and occasional watering with the blood of magical beasts can hasten its growth. He also meticulously handled several seeds, planting them near the dragon blood vine and generously watering them with the fresh blood of a second-tier golden crow. After the blood was applied, the seeds seemed to spring to life, rapidly absorbing the essence, and soon dark red sprouts emerged. Observing the successful germination of the seeds, Liu Tian chose not to linger. Although he had researched spirit rice in his youth, the influence of his dreams had rendered him somewhat impatient towards farming. In his dream life, he had grown up in the countryside, enduring the hardships of agriculture, harvesting wheat, sowing seeds, fertilizing, weeding, and endlessly watering, where the yields were subject to the whims of nature, often yielding little profit. As the saying goes, if farming were truly profitable, farmers would have no land left to cultivate. The subsequent wave of short videos romanticizing pastoral life merely amused him. He preferred to indulge in the fruits of such a lifestyle without the toil. Now, for the sake of his destiny in the realm of immortals, he had no choice but to resume the role of a farmer. Fortunately, as cultivators, the effort required was minimal, a far cry from the toils of mundane agriculture. With the seeds sprouting successfully, Liu Tian decided to clear the newly emerged spirit fields. These fields had once been home to spirit herbs, but after millennia, they had withered, necessitating a thorough tilling of the soil. With a hint of hopefulness, he anticipated the chance to uncover any lingering seeds, thus he proceeded with care. Just as he was nearing completion of his task, he indeed stumbled upon a feeble seed buried in the earth. It resembled a shriveled broad bean, its color as dark as ink, devoid of vitality. Liu Tian contemplated the seed for quite some time, but failed to identify it. However, given that the Tian sect had planted it on the second tier of their array, it must be at least a second-tier spirit plant. Observing its faint vitality, he realized that it could not survive on its own. Resolutely, Liu Tian produced a drop of millennia-old stalactite and let it fall upon the seed. The ancient essence slowly permeated the seed's interior. Once the seed absorbed the stalactite, it became plump and lustrous, exuding a vibrant life force. He selected a piece of auspicious land and planted the seed, allowing it to grow in due course, curious to see what it would become. After tending to the spirit fields, Liu Tian retrieved the golden core of the second-tier golden crow, handling it with care, for it was a treasure capable of refining foundational pills. Having already harvested the blood of the golden crow for the dragon blood vine, he meticulously collected its wings, claws, and beak. Once all tasks were completed, he indulged in a soothing bath in a wooden tub, followed by a restful slumber. Emerging from the secluded valley, he had not slept at all, relying solely on meditation to pass the time. Now, presented with the opportunity, he longed for a restful slumber. Liu Tian had always believed that an occasional nap greatly contributes to one's health. Chapter 48. Procuring medicinal herbs at the market. Liu Tian fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to the passage of time, until he was roused by a warning from the cave. Upon investigation, he discovered that Sima Xiangru was seeking him. After quickly attending to his personal hygiene with a water sphere spell, he proceeded to disable the cave's protective array. My brother Liu, what have you been up to these past 5 days? You have not ventured out at all. Sima Xiangru, eschewing pleasantries, settled down in the reception area. Have I truly slept for 3 days? That nap was extraordinarily refreshing. Liu Tian mused inwardly. After not sleeping for several years, he had finally indulged in a good rest. As he brewed tea, he unabashedly responded, Indeed, I have not slept well in years. My brother Liu, you are remarkably diligent. I, on the other hand, find myself napping every few days, Sima Xiangru replied with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Liu, there will be a treasure exchange gathering tomorrow. Are you interested? Oh, I shall certainly attend to witness the spectacle. Thank you, brother Sima. After enjoying tea and engaging in light conversation, Sima Xiangru took his leave. With no pressing matters for the day, Liu Tian decided to stroll through the market, intending to procure a map and seek out some medicinal herbs for body refinement. Long before at the Moon Lake Market, he had resolved to pursue a path integrating magical power, spiritual awareness, and body refinement. His efforts over the years had successfully addressed the cultivation methods for magical power and spiritual awareness. However, he had yet to secure a body refinement technique. Following the discovery of a ring left by the elder Yangxiatzi, he uncovered the Tian sect's body refinement technique, the refining furnace body technique, which could be cultivated to the second-tier perfection of foundation establishment. This technique required the essence blood of demonic beasts of the same tier, combined with 10 types of spiritual herbs to concoct a potion. Over the years, he had only managed to gather 6 varieties of herbs, still needing the blue leaf thorn, ice heart flower, snow god flower, and 100-dew grass. The Songlong market was notably prosperous, with cultivators of a significantly higher caliber than those at the Moon Lake Market, promising potential rewards. Stepping out of the cave, he wandered into the commercial district of the market. The streets were lined with stalls brimming with wares, some selling magical artifacts that shimmered with light, while others offered celestial herbs and spiritual fruits, their fragrances wafting through the air. In the distance, towering pavilions housed alchemists and talisman makers. Occasionally, foundation-building cultivators soared overhead on their swords, weaving through the air and adding to the enchanting atmosphere. The entire market buzzed with life, resembling a vibrant paradise within the realm of cultivation. As he strolled leisurely through the open-air stalls, a flash of blue caught his eye. Stopping in his tracks, he approached for a closer inspection and confirmed it was indeed the blue leaf thorn he sought. The stall was manned by an elderly man and a young girl, appearing as a grandfather and granddaughter, exuding a rustic charm, likely seasoned herbalists from the mountains. Observing the assortment of commonplace low-tier spiritual herbs, the relatively young blue leaf thorn blended in inconspicuously among them. The herbs had been harvested with great care, maintaining their integrity remarkably well. After casually selecting a dozen herbs, he inquired about the price. Most of the herbs selected by fellow cultivators are quite common. However, this particular blue leaf thorn is exceedingly rare, and its root system is intact, making it suitable for transplantation, thus commanding a higher price. The elderly man, though appearing somewhat simple-minded, possesses a profound understanding of spiritual herbs. Liu Tian, not driven by the desire to unearth hidden treasures, merely concealed his true intentions. In the realm of cultivation, one must tread carefully, ensuring not to expose too much information that might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, he was not taken aback by the old man's words. The joy of discovering a bargain stems from its rarity. Generally, cultivators refrain from selling items they cannot clearly identify or comprehend, as everyone harbors aspirations of encountering great fortune. Senior, you must be aware that spiritual herbs require exceptionally specific growth conditions. Even with the root system intact, it will be quite challenging for this herb to thrive. Kindly provide a sincere price. The old man meticulously quoted the prices for each herb: 50 low-grade spirit stones for the common herbs, and 300 low-grade spirit stones for the blue leaf thorn. Liu Tian cast a glance at the quiet little girl beside him, who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, exuding a timid demeanor. Her clothing was tattered, and her hands bore several scars. After a moment's contemplation, he produced 350 low-grade spirit stones, handed them to the old man, and placed the herb into his storage bag before rising to depart. The blue leaf thorn was an urgent requirement for him. Although it was only a little over a decade old, he could cultivate it. He felt the price offered by the old man was somewhat low. But given the appearance of the elderly pair, he had no intention of haggling, as he was not short on spirit stones. Thus, he deliberately glanced at the little girl, creating the impression that he empathized with their situation and was disinclined to negotiate. After perusing the stall area and finding no other spiritual herbs of interest, he left. Spotting an imposing loft with the words 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce elegantly inscribed in gilded characters, he recognized the renowned establishment and decided to enter. Upon his arrival, a charming young female cultivator greeted him with alacrity. "Welcome, esteemed friend, to the 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce. How may I assist you today? I wish to purchase a map. Please, follow me." Liu Tian accompanied the young female cultivator to a counter, where she produced 2 jade slips, explaining, "We offer 3 types of maps. One for the surrounding 5,000 miles of the Songlong market, priced at 200 low-grade spirit stones. Another for the Yenzhou region, priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. And lastly, the map of the Southern Wilderness, which is not for sale, but available for viewing at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for a limited time of 1 incense stick. Which map would you like?" This was Liu Tian's first encounter with such a transaction method. Considering his excellent memory, he thought it prudent to view the Southern Wilderness map sooner rather than later. Thus, he informed the young cultivator of his choice regarding the third option. She led him to a quiet room, drew back a curtain, revealing an entire wall intricately etched with the map. After collecting the 5,000 spirit stones, she lit an incense stick and quietly stood in a corner. Noticing the incense was burning, Liu Tian seized the moment to scrutinize the map. As his consciousness settled upon the map, he discovered that the walls themselves were also artifacts, revealing that the map's expanse was several thousand times greater than what the eye could perceive. It contained information about renowned mountains and rivers, family clans, markets and cities, as well as publicly known relics and secret realms. The vastness of the Southern Wilderness domain was overwhelming, and recording all the details would take considerable time. Just as he was engrossed in his observations, the curtain that shielded his consciousness was drawn by a female cultivator. "Apologies, fellow cultivator, but the incense has burned out," she said with a hint of regret. Liu Tian felt helpless. Having only explored a portion, he was reluctant to leave it incomplete. His compulsive tendencies were at play. Yet he was not short on spirit stones. He retrieved 50,000 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the female cultivator, saying, "Here are 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please do not disturb me. Just keep track of the time, and I will settle any difference later." The female cultivator, pleased by the unexpected commission, quickly stepped aside and resumed her incense duty. Chapter 49. The treasure exchange meeting. Liu Tian devoted another 5 incense sticks worth of time to memorizing the map. Once he signaled to the female cultivator that he was done, he closed his eyes to reinforce his memory within his mind. After a while, seeing Liu Tian open his eyes, the female cultivator spoke, "Fellow cultivator, we have 2 additional maps that are more detailed. The Southern Wilderness map is vast, and many intricate details cannot be recorded. Would you like to purchase the other 2? Gazing at the enchanting countenance of the female cultivator, Liu Tian inwardly cursed her as a shrewd merchant. Nonetheless, he decided to proceed with the purchase, considering such expenditures necessary, and thus requested 1 map of the Songlong market and another of the Yenzhou region. The jade slips designed for mapping were embedded with special formations, allowing for only 10 views before they would automatically disintegrate. Furthermore, a vow had to be made upon purchase to prevent any unauthorized dissemination. Once the transaction was completed, the female cultivator returned the remaining spirit stones to Liu Tian. "By the way, does your shop have any ice heart flowers, snow god flowers, or 100 dew grasses?" Liu Tian inquired. Please wait a moment. I will consult the shopkeeper, she replied before turning to leave. After a brief interval, she returned, informing Liu Tian, currently, we have only 2 snow god flowers, priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones each. Do you wish to acquire them? Without hesitation, Liu Tian produced 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase the 2 snow god flowers. Exiting the 8 Directions Chamber of Commerce, he visited several other shops, but found no trace of the desired medicinal herbs. He resolved to see what the following day's exchange meeting might yield. Noticing that dusk had fallen, he returned to his rented cave dwelling. Upon arriving, he first transplanted the blue thorns into the Xianling pearl. The snow god flowers had dried, but still possessed a flicker of vitality. He would need to expend 2 drops of millennium stalactite to restore their life force. When he witnessed the snow god flowers regain their vitality, roots sprouting forth, he planted them within the Xianling pearl. Having spent 2 precious drops of millennium stalactite to revive what seemed a lesser-valued herb weighed heavily on Liu Tian's heart. Yet, considering the urgent need for snow god flowers and the potential for future seed collection, he found some solace in this thought. A night passed in silence, devoted to meditation and cultivation. At dawn the following day, Sima Xiangru arrived to invite Liu Tian to accompany him to the treasure trading fair. Half an hour later, the 2 men reached a splendid pavilion, and after verifying their invitation, ascended to the 2nd floor where the trading event was held. The venue bustled with numerous cultivators, each setting up their stalls amidst a lively atmosphere. An elderly man with flowing white hair displayed ancient elixirs, the fragrant aroma attracting the attention of passers-by. A young cultivator showcased uniquely designed magical artifacts that emitted a faint glow. Additionally, a mysterious female cultivator had her stall draped in black cloth, concealing unknown treasures. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as someone unveiled what appeared to be an ancient spiritual treasure, instantly capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Crowds flocked to witness this rare gem, elevating the atmosphere of the exchange to a fever pitch. Liu Tian, however, refrained from joining the throng. After parting ways with Sima Xiangru, he focused intently on a stall displaying a white spiritual herb. In a relatively secluded corner, he discovered the Bai Luo Chao. After observing it closely, he confirmed its identity. Bai Luo Chao, nourished daily by dew, takes a century to mature and is a favored delicacy among many spirit beasts. Thus, it is exceedingly rare to find one that has naturally reached maturity. Given the caliber of the trading fair, the stall owner was certainly well informed about his merchandise. And Liu Tian did not disguise his intentions. Friend, how much for this Bai Luo Chao? He inquired. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, no negotiations, replied the stall owner, a serious and resolute middle-aged male cultivator in the late stage of qi refinement. Liu Tian was taken aback for a moment, but eventually prepared a storage bag filled with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to hand over to the stall owner. After receiving the stones, the stall owner placed the Bai Luo Chao into the storage bag and returned it to him. Thus, their transaction was completed. Liu Tian then continued to peruse other stalls in search of the final herb, Bingxinko. Having nearly visited all the stalls selling spiritual herbs, he still had not found Bingxinko. However, he did acquire a primary ingredient for refining qi condensation pills, the Xianninghua, along with 3 auxiliary herbs for producing foundation establishment pills, making the trip worthwhile. At a stall selling magical artifacts, he selected a first-tier premium tungsten steel shield, which could only be considered a standard item, yet its reliability was a notable advantage. He had no intention of using the artifact seized from the 5-colored hell. He preferred to sell it elsewhere, uncertain if it had been taken by force or deceit. It was then that he noticed the mysterious female cultivator, shrouded in a black robe, had unveiled her stall, revealing 3 items: a cloak, a fist-sized multi-layered box, and a golden stone. Liu Tian scrutinized them carefully, speculating that the box was likely a bug jar, while the nature of the stone remained a mystery. Friend, could you elucidate the properties of these 3 items? Liu Tian inquired. The black-robed female cultivator merely cast him a cold glance, remaining silent. Liu Tian could not help but inwardly curse, wondering why she chose to be so taciturn while selling her wares. As he was about to depart, the small yellow creature in his arms clawed at him fiercely twice. The trade fair prohibited the entry of spirit beasts, compelling Liu Tian to discreetly conceal the small yellow creature within his embrace upon entering. The rationale behind this prohibition was primarily due to the fact that many cultivators possessed large demonic beasts as companions, which would undoubtedly create chaos if allowed inside. If one possessed a smaller spirit beast that did not disturb others, however, no one would take issue. Liu Tian stilled his departure, crouching down to scrutinize the cloak in detail, releasing his spiritual sense to perceive its qualities, only to realize that he could not discern the internal conditions of the cloak. He speculated that the cloak possessed the capability to obstruct spiritual senses, though he was uncertain whether it could also inhibit the senses of those at the mid-foundation stage and above. He felt that his current spiritual sense could rival that of an early foundation cultivator, but he was unsure about those at mid-stage or above. Lacking any experts nearby to consult only underscored his inadequacies in connections and resources. Friend, how much for this cloak? Liu Tian inquired. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The mysterious woman replied coldly. From her tone, Liu Tian discerned that she would not entertain negotiations. He glanced at the other two items, unable to glean any insights, and prepared a storage bag containing 100,000 spirit stones to present to the woman. After she retrieved the stones, she tossed both the storage bag and the cloak to Liu Tian. It was not convenient to examine them further at that moment, so he simply accepted them. Just as he was about to rise and leave, the small yellow creature clawed him again. Oh no, did I make a mistake? He thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could I possibly exchange this item? Liu Tian asked awkwardly. The mysterious woman seemed oblivious, not even lifting her gaze. Seeing this, Liu Tian had no choice but to relent. Contemplating how he would deal with the small yellow creature later for its reckless behavior, he directed his spiritual sense toward the creature, but it remained unresponsive. It was not a suitable moment to reveal the small yellow creature for identification, as the mysterious woman had garnered considerable attention, and he dared not provoke further chaos. He examined the insect jar, likely intended for insect cultivation, which he had no use for, and concluded that it must be that stone. The small yellow creature had a strong affinity for such natural treasures, yet he was unable to identify what kind of stone it was. Nor could his spiritual sense penetrate it. Friend, how much for this stone? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the mysterious woman replied, this time not even bothering to raise her eyelids. After the transaction, Liu Tian stood to leave, and this time the small yellow creature did not react, indicating that it was indeed the stone. He wandered aimlessly for 2 hours, yielding no results, before finding Sima Xiangru to inform him that he would take his leave. On his way back, he noticed several groups trailing him, so he meandered through the market. Seizing the opportunity, he donned the cloak he had just purchased, swiftly evading his pursuers and returning to his cave dwelling. Upon arrival, he promptly planted the harvested spiritual herbs within the Xianling pearl and began his investigation of the cloak. Initially, he had perceived it as merely a means to conceal his spiritual sense, but he now discovered that it could also mask one's life force and alter its colors at will. There is no loss in the purchase. Even if it can only be utilized during the qi refinement stage, this cloak possesses boundless utility. With renewed anticipation, I retrieved a stone roughly the size of 2 or 3 fists, yet my observations yielded no results, compelling me to forcibly break it open. This enigmatic object was not something I dared to reveal lightly. I randomly drew forth a mid-tier magic, sword of the first rank, and struck the stone, only to find the stone unscathed while the sword shattered. Witnessing this, Liu Tian felt a surge of joy and decided to wield the exquisite gold element, sword of the 5-colored Hell Lord, channeling all his magical energy into a single, powerful strike. With a resounding crash, shards of rock scattered as the stone was pulverized. However, the exquisite sword met its demise, its blade warped and its spirit extinguished. Paying little heed to the loss of the sword, I hastily searched the ground and soon discovered a golden orb, the size of an egg, nestled in a corner. Within the orb, a golden liquid flowed faintly, appearing soft yet remarkably resilient. Grasping the uneven orb, it took me a moment to realize this was titanium crystal. Recognizing the significance of this item, Liu Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Titanium crystal is a third-tier gold element spiritual material commonly used by golden core cultivators to forge their life treasures. Highly malleable, yet exceptionally hard. It conducts spiritual energy with remarkable speed, making it particularly suitable for crafting magical artifacts. This egg-sized titanium crystal was indeed worth its weight in gold. After a considerable time, I managed to calm my exhilaration. That evening, I prepared a feast of roasted meat for Little Yellow Hair as a reward. In the following days, Liu Tian remained within the cave dwelling, eager to experiment with the 5 elements turnaround technique, hoping to enable the spontaneous transformation of the 5 elemental spiritual energies within his body and lay a foundation for the future practice of the withering and flourishing life technique. Wood generates fire, fire produces earth, earth begets metal, metal creates water, and water nurtures wood. Since Liu Tian practiced a wood element technique, the wood spiritual root, having merged with the 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood, was particularly pronounced. Thus, he resolved to emit wood element spiritual energy from the wood spiritual root, drawing it near the fire spiritual root to stimulate the generation of fire element spiritual energy, gradually forming a closed loop. After more than 10 days of attempts, the wood element spiritual energy finally made contact with the fire spiritual root and indeed amplified its release of fire element energy. However, the substantial nature of the wood element energy overwhelmed the weaker fire spiritual root, making it challenging to assimilate the abundant wood element energy. which extinguished the fire energy before it could be transformed. The fire's spiritual root, besieged by a torrent of spiritual energy, struggled to withstand the onslaught. After nearly a month of endeavor, Liu Tian conceded defeat. Nonetheless, there were gains to be had. The reason for this failure lay in the imbalance among the 5 spiritual roots. If equilibrium could be achieved among them, the disparity in output and intake of spiritual energy would diminish, facilitating mutual transformation. Furthermore, the physical body needed to be strengthened promptly, or it would be unable to accommodate the flow of these energies. Liu Tian resolved to undertake a bold venture, possessing heavy water and titanium crystal. He aimed to locate the fire and earth elemental spiritual materials to merge all spiritual roots with these materials and enhance their quality. In both the memories of Yangtze Zai and the ancient texts of Zhangong, there is no record of anyone successfully merging more than 2 spiritual artifacts. The consequences of such an endeavor remain unknown. After much contemplation, I have resolved to first enhance my physical form. This path is undoubtedly the correct one. One day, Sima Xiangru paid another visit, expressing his intention to return home to his family and extending an invitation to Liu Tian to visit. Seizing the opportunity, Liu inquired about the ice heart flower. My brother, the ice heart flower is a rare spiritual herb of ice attribute, exceedingly precious. I have only encountered it in ancient texts. I have never heard of it being available in the market, but you might inquire at the Listening Wind Pavilion. Sima brother, what is the Listening Wind Pavilion? And where is it located? The Listening Wind Pavilion is an organization dedicated to the sale and acquisition of information. It operates discreetly, and there is a branch located in the Songlong market. I will inform you of their trading methods shortly. Thank you, Sima brother. Haha, we brothers are like old friends. No need for excessive formality. After a lively conversation, Sima Xiangru took his leave, promising to host Liu Tian at the Sima family when time permitted. With the address and contact method for the Listening Wind Pavilion provided by Sima, Liu Tian exited his cave dwelling. After wandering through the marketplace for over half an hour, he finally stumbled upon a small grocery store tucked away in a narrow alley. The shop was modest, spanning merely 40 to 50 square meters. A middle-aged cultivator with a goatee was tending to the shop, and upon seeing Liu Tian enter, he greeted him with a smile. Friend, what can I assist you with today? I would like 1 pound of hyacinth, 5 wind fury fruits, and 10 carved calamity flowers. Please, follow me to the back. The first room on the right. Upon exchanging the secret phrase, Liu Tian proceeded into the designated room. It was small, furnished with a chair and a table, separated by a screen from the rest of the space. Liu seated himself, and a voice emanated from behind the screen. What do you require, friend? I seek information regarding the ice heart flower. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Liu tossed a storage bag containing 5,000 low-grade spirit stones behind the screen. After a brief interval, the voice returned. In the border town, there is a Rose mercenary corps that has located the ice heart flower. Chapter 51. The rescue of the medicine-selling maiden Liu Tian was already familiar with the location of the border town, having consulted a map. It lay 2,000 miles from Songlong Market, near the Honghuang mountain range. The area was flanked by mountains, with an open space in the center housing a high-grade spiritual vein. Initially, it served as a resting place for cultivators traversing the Honghuang mountains, but as more people arrived, makeshift stalls began to appear, facilitating the exchange of goods. Astute merchants also ventured into the area, purchasing various materials from magical beasts and rare herbs at lower prices. Thus, over the years, a bustling marketplace emerged. Armed with this new information, Liu Tian resolved to journey to the border town in search of the Rose mercenary corps. He returned to his cave, quickly gathered his belongings, terminated his lease, and set off for the border town. In the twilight, at the edge of a towering mountain several hundred miles away from a remote town, Liu Tian discovered 3 cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement pursuing an elderly man and a young girl. Liu Tian's cloak largely concealed his presence, and the assailants remained unaware of his arrival. Initially reluctant to intervene, he recognized the elderly pair as the grandfather and granddaughter who had sold him blue thorns. The 3 cultivators, evidently more powerful than their prey, had them surrounded in a triangular formation, deliberately striking at the old man's limbs with their swords while hurling vile insults. Witnessing the desperate struggle and despair etched on the faces of the elderly pair, Liu Tian felt a pang of compassion. He had taken many lives before, yet he had never harmed the innocent or subjected anyone to such humiliation. Noticing that the 3 assailants were merely at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement, he resolved to act. With a swift step of the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, he appeared behind the most boisterous man, and with a single stroke of his sword, severed the man's head from his body. The remaining 2, startled by the sudden decapitation of their companion, glanced around in terror, their earlier excitement replaced by fear. Before they could react further, their heads too fell from their shoulders. Liu Tian collected the trio's storage bags and incanted 3 fireball spells. incinerating the lifeless bodies. Approaching the grandfather and granddaughter, he saw the old man lying in the girl's embrace, drenched in blood and riddled with sword wounds. On the brink of death, the girl bore several injuries herself, blood seeping from her wounds, yet she seemed unperturbed by her own plight. Weeping as she pressed her hands against the old man's injuries, Liu Tian produced several qi blood pills and forcefully placed them in their mouths. The old man, recognizing Liu Tian from a previous encounter, struggled to sit up, assisted by the girl who held him half reclined. With a voice faint as a whisper, the old man expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for saving us. My granddaughter and I were once part of a qi refinement family, but we were ambushed by evil cultivators years ago. We only escaped because we were gathering herbs at the time, and since then, we've been forced to hide." As he spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Liu Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to offer him a drop of a millennium-old stalactite. The old man, sensing Liu Tian's thoughts, said, "There is no need to waste precious resources on an old fool like me. My time is nearly up. It matters not whether I die sooner or later. I only ask that you take care of my granddaughter, even if it means she serves as a maid. Fetching tea and water, just sparing her life would suffice." After delivering his final words with great effort, he breathed his last, his wide-open eyes fixed intently on Liu Tian. Liu Tian felt a deep sense of helplessness. He understood the weight of family matters, yet he could not turn a blind eye. Looking around for a suitable place to settle her, he reassured, "Do not worry, I shall do my utmost to protect her." As if hearing his promise, the old man's eyes gradually closed. The girl remained in a daze, staring blankly at her grandfather, her spirit seemingly drained, like a statue of clay. "The departed have left us, but you must heed your grandfather's words and live on," he urged gently. After offering a few words of consolation to the young girl, who remained unresponsive, I sought out a secluded spot to bury the old man. To prevent any disturbances after death, I refrained from piling earth or erecting a tombstone. In the realm of cultivation, countless souls perish each day. It is a rarity to ensure a body finds peace in the earth. Throughout the entire process, the girl exhibited little reaction, merely following Liu Tian silently. After tending to her wounds, he swiftly guided her towards a remote town. An hour later, they arrived at the border town, where darkness had already fallen and few pedestrians roamed the streets. In the distance, one could see numerous caves carved into the cliffs flanking the mountains. Liu Tian located a rental spot for the caves and secured a modest one, equipped with essential amenities. After briefly arranging a formation, he sent the girl to freshen up and handed her a few sets of unprocessed garments belonging to female cultivators. Half an hour later, the rejuvenated young girl appeared before Liu Tian, adorned in a flowing white dress. Her cheeks bore a delicate blush, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, her fair skin slightly weathered. Upon observing her bashful demeanor as she lowered her gaze, he averted his eyes. "Please, take a seat. Share a little about yourself." Liu Tian invited her to sit and poured a cup of spirit tea for her. The girl accepted the cup timidly and replied, "My name is Su. I am 16 years old, possessing the water, wood, and earth spirit roots. And I am at the 4th level of qi refinement. My family hails from the Su clan of Shaoling Mountain, 1,000 miles from here, which was annihilated by evil cultivators 5 years ago, leaving only my grandfather and me. Now, I am all alone." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes once more. Liu Tian considered her potential. Her aptitude was commendable, and nurturing her could yield a formidable foundation cultivator for her family. He thought to himself, in the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, and countless lives are lost in conflict. There is no need for excessive sorrow. Strive diligently in your cultivation and seek vengeance for them. Liu Tian encouraged. "Thank you, kind sir. I will do my utmost not to burden you. I am willing to serve tea and cook meals," Su replied cautiously. "I shall not abandon you. Remain here in peace. Once I conclude my urgent matters, I will escort you back to your family." After providing Su with some medicinal pills and spirit stones, he sent her off to rest. The following morning, after instructing Su to focus on her cultivation within the cave and to refrain from venturing outside, Liu Tian departed with a heavy heart. Despite the apprehensive look in her eyes, after inquiring along the way, he arrived at a gathering place for mercenaries, situated near the northern gate of the market square. A large crowd had assembled, with numerous tea stalls surrounding the area, where groups of people shouted out announcements. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Group is recruiting herbalists to enter the mountains, offering 200 spirit stones each. The Black Wind Mercenary Group seeks late-stage qi refinement companions, prioritizing alchemists, talisman makers, and formation masters. The Rose Mercenary Group is also recruiting late-stage qi refinement companions, with a preference for formation masters. Amidst a cacophony of boisterous calls, Liu Tian discerned a familiar name. Turning his gaze, he beheld a female cultivator clad in animal skin shorts, her voluptuous figure exuding a wild aura as she shouted. The Rose Mercenary Corps is recruiting late-stage chi refinement companions. Upon noticing Liu Tian's approach, the female cultivator ceased her cries and inquired, "My friend, do you wish to join our Rose Mercenary Corps?" Liu Tian observed that the woman appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, with flowing crimson hair that enhanced her robust allure. "I am Liu Tian, at the 9th level of chi refinement and a first-tier talisman maker. I wonder if I may join," he replied with a respectful bow. After appraising him, the woman introduced herself. "I am Yin, the leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps. Welcome, Liu Tian, to our ranks. Over there are our members. Please go and familiarize yourself with them. We shall depart today." She gestured towards a group of individuals seated at 2 tables in a nearby tea house, engrossed in conversation. Soon, a towering man wielding a long-handled axe approached. "This is my brother, Yin Kai. You may accompany him," she briefly introduced. Following this, Liu Tian went with Yin Kai to the tea house, where he offered a brief introduction to the others. The existing members paid little mind to the temporary addition, as mercenary groups occasionally recruited individuals in haste when vital resources were discovered and their own strength was insufficient. Liu Tian chose not to intrude upon their discussions, instead quietly sipping tea and listening. After a while, he gleaned the gist of their conversation. The Rose Mercenary Corps had encountered a precious first-tier perfected beast, only to discover it had a mate, resulting in the loss of several members during their hasty retreat. This time, they intended to recruit more skilled individuals to eliminate the 2 beasts. After waiting for over an hour, Yin had recruited 2 additional members, a seemingly ordinary young female cultivator and a handsome man in his 30s. With the original 7 members of the Rose Mercenary Corps, their numbers swelled to 10. Once they had left the market square, Yin sought a quiet spot to address the group. "Our objective is a horde of beasts located 1,500 miles away in the Songlong mountain range, which includes 2 perfected first-tier beasts and over 20 mid-stage chi refinement creatures. We shall also eliminate any beasts we encounter along the way, distributing rewards based on effort. The primary contributor will receive 30%, while the remainder will be evenly split. Those in need of materials may exchange them at market value. Do you all agree?" Yin presented the mission's purpose, particularly for the benefit of the newly recruited 3. The trio nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Satisfied that there were no objections, Yin continued, "If you have surplus elixirs or talismans, you may sell them to your teammates. We will purchase at 90% of market value. Let us set forth." With that, Yin took the lead, and there was no urgency for transactions at that moment, as the group had just replenished their supplies in the market. Should they deplete their resources on the journey, they would naturally need to procure more from one another, but for now, it was merely a preliminary notice. The mountains adjacent to the border town were none other than the Songlong mountain range, a branch of the vast Honghuang mountain range. The Songlong mountain range is connected to the Honghuang mountain range on one side and the Shawandishan mountains on the other. The expanse of the Songlong mountain range surpasses that of the Shawandishan mountains, and it is said to be the territory of a 4th-tier Songlong wolf, hence its name. After entering the mountains for a couple of 100 miles, the group occasionally encountered some mid to low-tier demon beasts, all of which they did not hesitate to slay. Since they had ventured in to acquire resources, none were spared. Liu Tian, however, looked down upon these low-tier beasts, choosing not to engage unless they approached him directly. Typically, the spoils of these low-tier beasts belonged to the one who defeated them, and their value was rather negligible, rendering division unnecessary. Liu Tian noted that a man and a woman who had joined later rarely intervened in the skirmishes. He felt that they were secretly observing him. The woman's gaze held curiosity, as if she recognized him, while the man's eyes glinted with amusement and a hint of murderous intent. Their probing was subtle, and had it not been for his formidable spiritual sense, it would have been difficult to detect. Uncertain of their intentions, he could only remain vigilant. 3 days passed, and the group traversed over 1,000 miles. The Rose Mercenary Corps, which operated in this region, carefully circumvented the territories of powerful demon beasts, encountering little danger along the way, yet they also did not yield significant rewards. At this juncture, Yin summoned everyone, stating, 20 miles ahead lies a group of golden silk white monkeys, with their leader possessing full first-tier strength. Our gains thus far have been modest, so we have decided to eradicate this monkey troop. Their lair should contain monkey wine. Upon concluding her statement, she cast a glance at Liu Tian and the 2 newcomers. Seeing no objections from them, Liu Tian nodded in agreement and produced 21st-tier superior talismans for the group to choose from. The woman, noticing this, also brought forth several vials of elixirs to sell to the others. The man, having introduced himself as a formation master upon joining the mercenary corps, contributed no supplies to the team. Nonetheless, members of the Rose Mercenary Corps looked upon him with a hint of expectation for his performance at a crucial moment. Otherwise, they might not let him off easily. After the group had replenished their supplies, the vice-captain of the Rose Mercenary Corps, Yin Kai, led the charge towards the gathering of golden silk white monkeys. The other members of the Corps followed him in unison, providing cover and launching surprise attacks, swiftly dispatching several of the outer golden silk white monkeys. However, the monkey tribe soon detected their unwelcome guests, and under the command of an elder monkey, more than 20 golden silk white monkeys of late Qi refinement strength clashed with the group. Liu Tian found himself positioned at the edge of the formation, engaged in a fierce battle with a late Qi refinement white monkey. Often, human adversaries proved far more dangerous than demon beasts. Throughout their journey, Liu Tian endeavored to maintain a certain distance from the others. Although the number of golden silk white monkeys exceeded that of the Rose Mercenary Corps by more than double, humans were inherently adept at employing various magical artifacts and tools, while low-tier demon beasts primarily relied on their physical prowess in combat. Additionally, as mercenaries accustomed to life on the brink, their wealth of battle experience quickly led to casualties among the monkey tribe. Liu Tian observed the calm demeanor of the crowd and chose not to hastily reveal his formidable strength. Instead, he employed the dragon snake steps he had mastered in his youth to engage in combat with the white ape, Zhou Xian. Chapter 53. The white ape leader. A resounding roar reverberated through the sky as a towering white ape leaped into the air, gripping a massive stone pillar with both hands. It brought it crashing down upon a middle-aged mercenary's head, instantly transforming the mercenary's robust form into a gruesome mass of blood and flesh. Upon landing, the white ape swung the stone pillar once more, sending another mercenary hurtling through the air, who collided with a tree of considerable girth before coming to a halt. His chest caved in and breath extinguished. After dispatching 2 members of the team, the white ape leader howled once again to the heavens. Yin and Yin Kai, witnessing the swift demise of their comrades at the hands of the white ape leader, summoned their full strength to confront the beast, charging towards it. The stone pillar wielded by the white ape leader was exceedingly heavy and sturdy. After 2 fierce exchanges, Yin Kai was sent sprawling, his arms shattered and grotesquely twisted. Yin, relying on her agility, danced around the white ape leader, her swift sword strikes leaving numerous gashes upon its formidable form. Yet, these wounds inflicted little damage, only serving to incite the beast's ferocity further. Liu Tian, recognizing the terrifying power of the white ape leader, decided to hold nothing back. It was not out of indifference to the plight of others. The sudden appearance of the white ape leader had caught him off guard, leaving him too distant to intervene promptly. With the 8 steps to chase the cicada, he swiftly appeared behind the white ape, delivering a powerful strike that cleaved the creature in 2 before charging towards the white ape leader. As the others witnessed the ferocious display of the white ape leader, they too unleashed their most potent techniques in a desperate bid to survive. At that moment, as Yin and Zhou Xian engaged the white ape leader, she faltered, and a colossal stone pillar came crashing down towards her head. Terror gripped Yin as she beheld the ever-enlarging pillar, her body unable to react in time. Just as she resigned herself to becoming a mere puddle of flesh, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist, and she was propelled away from danger, narrowly escaping the white ape leader's devastating blow. Upon glancing up, she saw a handsome, fair visage beside her, and before she could fully process the situation, the figure released her and leapt towards the white ape leader. It was Liu Tian, who had saved her in a moment of peril. He could not afford to let anything happen to her, for he still relied on her to guide him to the ice heart flower. Engaging the white ape leader, Liu Tian managed to evade the direct impact of the stone pillar, but was still forced back several paces by the overwhelming force. The white ape leader swung the stone pillar with ferocious might, while Liu Tian utilized his agility to evade, causing nearby trees to splinter upon contact. Just as the white ape leader prepared to strike again, a blinding flash of sword light pierced through its heart from behind. The white ape leader immediately lost its strength, the stone pillar slipping from its grasp and crashing to the ground with a dull thud, leaving a shallow crater in its wake. The formidable creature collapsed, its large eyes gradually losing their luster, closing in eternal rest. Liu Tian lifted his gaze, recognizing that it was the young female cultivator, who had recently joined the Rose Mercenary Corps, that delivered this terrifying strike. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the white ape tribe scattered in an instant. Once the battle concluded, the group began to tidy the battlefield, collecting their spoils of war. Liu Tian approached the young female cultivator and, with a smile, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your decisive blow against the white ape leader. We are but a team, there is no need for formality." The young female cultivator responded courteously, inquiring, "May I know your name, esteemed friend?" Liu Tian, intrigued, replied, "I am Nan Shui. I noticed your impressive agility in saving lives." There was an uncanny familiarity about Nan Shui that Liu Tian could not quite place. Despite the evident signs of disguise, her techniques and aura were unrecognizable to him. He was certain that this was their first encounter, leaving him with a sense of contradiction. Both were curious about each other and exchanged a few more words. The Rose Mercenary Corps quickly completed the task of clearing the battlefield, hastily burying 2 fallen mercenaries. Having long been accustomed to the cycles of life and death in the Songlong Mountains, the group did not succumb to excessive sorrow. Those who dared to venture into the Songlong Mountains had already prepared themselves mentally for the possibility of death, if they were to perish. They found solace in the thought that their comrades would see to their burial. Once the arrangements were made, Yin approached the 2 with deep gratitude. Bowing respectfully, "I sincerely thank you both for saving my life." The other members of the Rose Mercenary Corps followed suit, bowing in acknowledgement, while a handsome man stood apart, seemingly detached. Though he too had slain several mid-stage white apes during the battle, the others felt that he concealed too much of himself. After the expressions of gratitude were exchanged, Yin extended an invitation to the 2 to explore the cave of the white ape leader, to which they readily agreed. The group entered the cave, which was only about 10 feet high and wide at the entrance, showing clear signs of having been forcibly enlarged by the leader's own size. Inside, they encountered a vast chamber, measuring approximately the size of a football field and soaring to heights of 3 to 4 meters. Along one side, 2 enormous stone basins of varying heights were found. The upper basin brimmed with an assortment of spiritual fruits, herbs, and flowers, with a narrow stone trough directing the fermented liquid into the lower basin. The lower basin was filled with a deep crimson liquid, emanating a robust aroma that wafted into the nostrils of the group, revealing the presence of the precious monkey wine. Legend has it that monkey wine is created when monkeys gather various foods and store them within the cave for winter's needs. However, if food is abundant during the winter, the monkeys often forget their stockpile, allowing the food to naturally ferment within the cave, ultimately producing a unique fruit wine. Different tribes of monkeys, influenced by their environments and food collection methods, yield distinct varieties of monkey wine. It can be said that no 2 batches of monkey wine are identical. Even within the same tribe, each brewing will differ. Not only is monkey wine renowned for its unique flavor, but it also harbors substantial spiritual energy, aiding in the enhancement of a monkey's cultivation. Of course, it also offers considerable benefits to cultivators. Mercenaries are often notorious for their indulgence in liquor, spending the precious spirit stones earned from perilous exploits largely on spirited wines and the comforts of alluring company. In this battle, we owe our gratitude to the 2 esteemed friends, who shall each receive a share of 20%, while the remainder will be divided among us, proposed Yin to Liu Tian and Nan Shui, seemingly harboring discontent towards the male cultivator who joined later, not having sought his opinion on the matter. Liu Tian and Nan Shui expressed their approval of Yin suggestion, each producing a jade bottle to enchant and fill with 2 portions of the monkey wine. Once they had finished, the crowd eagerly turned their gaze towards Yin, who, upon noticing their anticipation, jestingly chided them, calling them a bunch of wine enthusiasts. With Yin's tacit approval, the group surged forward to collect the liquid from the pool, drinking with great eagerness. As the wine flowed down their throats, the mercenaries let out contented sighs of delight. Subsequently, in a corner of the cave, they stumbled upon a heap of mysterious iron ore, which appeared as mere stones but was, in fact, a blend of mysterious iron and rock. The weapon wielded by the white ape leader was crafted from this natural ore. While not particularly rare, mysterious iron ore is a common material for refining magical artifacts by chi refinement stage cultivators. After thoroughly searching the cave, they found no additional treasures. Once the spoils of war were distributed, the group decided to rest for the night at this location before setting off again the next day. Chapter 54. The Ice Giant Lizard. Under the moonlit night, Liu Tian sat atop a massive stone on the mountain, savoring the moon and sipping wine. The monkey wine they had procured was indeed more flavorful than the spiritual wines of the past, rich in taste, and with a lingering after effect. Having received no news from his family for several years, he was deeply concerned about their well-being, rationalizing that only by swiftly advancing in his foundation establishment could he resolve the troubles facing his kin. However, his thoughts wandered uncontrollably, and he chose to seek solace in a quiet place to drink and admire the moon. "Ah, my friend, what a refined interest you have." A clear yet melodious voice reached Liu Tian's ears. Turning to look, he beheld a captivating figure draped in a moon-white garment, enchanting under the moonlight, momentarily blurring the line between reality and the dreamlike reflection by the moonlit lake. "Have we met before?" "We have not, but someone has shown me your portrait, and I find myself curious." Love, arising inexplicably, runs deep, yet its conclusion remains shrouded in uncertainty. The silhouette by the moonlit lake lingered in his heart, a reminder of his current plight that prevented him from pursuing his innermost yearnings. Unbeknownst to him, a phrase from his depths slipped forth. He was not one to disregard everything for love. Rather, he simply wished to cherish every beautiful encounter life offered. The newcomer was Nan Shui, who had fortuitously spotted Liu Tian drinking atop the mountain and was drawn by curiosity. Nan Shui was merely a pseudonym she used while traveling. Her true name was Nangong Shui, the twin sister of Nangong Yuer. The bond between the sisters was profound, and upon hearing of her sister's visit to the Moon Lake Market, where she returned often in a daze, Nan Shui had inquired further and learned about her sister's encounter at the Moon Lake, along with the portrait of Liu Tian she had seen. Nangong Shui, with her inherently aloof demeanor, harbored a profound affection solely for her younger sister. The bond between the two sisters seemed to transcend mere words, as they were often attuned to each other's emotions. Thus, upon first encountering Liu Tian, she instinctively recognized him. Curious about what made him so special as to stir her sister's heart, their conversation was minimal. They simply sat together, sharing the company of the moonlight over drinks, until an unspoken understanding led them to depart in silence. After 3 days' journey, the Rose Mercenary Corps finally arrived at their designated target, located 500 miles away. As they ventured deeper into the Canglong mountain range, the frequency of encounters with formidable beasts increased, significantly hampering their progress. The destination lay within sight. The leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps, Yan, did not withhold information and gathered everyone, stating, 30 miles ahead lies the lair of the frost giant lizard. The presence of such a creature indicates the existence of ice attribute treasures in this region. I hope everyone can unite in this endeavor. The Rose Mercenary Corps will ensure fair rewards for all, typically fiery in temperament. Yan was unusually solemn at this moment as she fixed her gaze on the handsome cultivator who had joined them later, saying, Friend Mu, I hope you will exert your utmost strength to subdue a fully matured frost giant lizard, allowing us to deal with the other one swiftly. I promise I will not go back on my word regarding what I have pledged to you. Rest assured, Leader Yan, I shall not let you down, replied the man named Mu, casting a deep glance at him before turning to Liu Tian and Nangong Shui. I surmise that both of you are also here for the ice attribute treasures. Your formidable prowess is well recognized, and I hope you can restrain one of the fully matured frost giant lizards while we handle the others, after which we will assist you in vanquishing it. Liu Tian and Nangong Shui nodded in agreement. Yan continued, the frost giant lizard possesses great strength. I urge everyone to stand united. Once we have defeated the frost giant lizard clan, the spoils will be distributed equitably among us. The vast expanse of the Honghuang mountain range presented a myriad of terrains and environments. One moment, they traversed under the blazing sun, and the next, they might find themselves in a biting wind. Before them loomed a mountain over 1,000 feet high. Typically, mountains grow colder with elevation, culminating in a snow-capped peak. However, this mountain mirrored the usual peaks only up to its midpoint. As they descended, the temperature plummeted, the base enveloped in a realm of frost, surrounded by towering peaks. This mountain appeared diminutive, yet upon closer inspection, the frost-covered area spanned nearly 100 miles, dotted with caverns of varying sizes. At the base of the mountain lay a seemingly deep cave, from which a haunting moan echoed in the cold wind. Liu Tian, observing the environment with his companions, noted the cave's entrance and surmised that the ice heart flower must reside within. The ground outside the cave bore numerous holes, indicating it was indeed the lair of the frost giant lizards. It seemed imperative to first eliminate the frost giant lizards outside before approaching the cave. Though he had confidence in his ability to don a cloak and infiltrate, the uncertainty of the cave's interior posed a risk. Even a slight disturbance could lead to being trapped inside. After surveying the terrain, Yan signaled for the man named Mu to set up a formation. The man with the surname Mu joined the group without introducing himself, and Yan did not provide any information, leaving Liu Tian unaware of this individual's background. Occasionally, he sensed a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from the man. The Mu man first set up a mist formation along the escape route, and then, not far from the cave of the frost giant lizard, he planted a series of formation flags. In an instant, 12 flags were embedded in the frost, after which the Mu man returned to the crowd. Captain Yan, I have arranged 2 formations. One is the mist formation to cover our retreat, in case we find ourselves in dire straits. The other is the 12 golden locks formation, which can contain a first-tier perfected beast for an hour, said the Mu man in a calm tone. Thank you, Taoist Mu, Yan replied solemnly. The last expedition had suffered heavy losses here, as they were swiftly overwhelmed by a first-tier perfected frost giant lizard, and during their flight, they sensed a terrifying presence lingering nearby. Had it not been for her advancing years and the urgency to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, she would not have risked returning. She harbored no optimism about this battle. However, someone had promised her that if she fought the frost giant lizard with all her might, even if defeated, she would be granted a Foundation establishment pill afterward. Furthermore, should she acquire any ice attribute treasures, in addition to purchasing them at market price, Her brother would be provided with a foundation establishment pill and resources to reach the peak of qi refinement. These matters she had only disclosed to her brother, Yin Kai, who supported her decision to take this risk again. Since they had managed to escape last time, they were better prepared this time, bolstering their chances of survival. With these thoughts, Yin renewed her confidence and exchanged a determined glance with her brother, after which Yin Kai charged ahead. As he surged forward, a suit of armor formed from earthy yellow mana enveloped his body. Yin and the other members of the mercenary group followed suit, rushing forth in succession. The once tranquil frost-laden world shattered into chaos upon Yin Kai's intrusion. Giant lizards, each measuring 1 or 2 meters, emerged from their icy burrows, instinctively charging towards the intruding prey without hesitation. Chapter 55. The Frost Giant Lizards battle break through. The members of the Rose Mercenary Corps engaged fiercely with the Frost Giant Lizards, relying on a variety of magical artifacts and the sheer number of the lizards to gain the upper hand. Liu Tian and Nangong Shui effortlessly dealt with the mid-tier Frost Giant Lizards, their focus keenly attuned to the battlefield as they awaited the arrival of the lizard leader. As the Frost Giant Lizards fell one by one, blood splattered across the pristine white ground, creating a stark contrast. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from the depths of the cave, followed by a deafening roar as a 3 to 4 meter Frost Giant Lizard emerged. Standing atop a small hill, its icy gaze surveyed the battlefield, and it unleashed another thunderous roar. The oppressive presence of a perfected first-tier beast enveloped the entire arena. This was the leader of the Frost Giant Lizards. Without hesitation, Liu Tian, observing the beast carved from ice, unleashed a full-force sword technique aimed at the head of the Frost Giant Lizard. As the enchanted sword hurtled through the air, the Frost Giant Lizard showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it merely squinted slightly before charging headlong into the blade. A cacophony of ice and steel clashed, and in the instant the sword was deflected, Liu Tian retracted it, simultaneously closing the distance to the colossal creature. With sword in hand, he unleashed a flurry of swift strikes, an intricate series of 18 sword techniques, each blow landing upon the lizard's formidable hide, leaving behind a trail of white marks. It was only with the accumulated force of the 18th strike that its robust armor was breached, carving a deep gash into the beast's back. Seizing the brief respite after Liu Tian's onslaught, the Frost Giant Lizard swung its massive tail with ferocious might, resembling a frigid steel whip. The tail struck heavily against Liu Tian's hastily raised sword, sending a jarring force reverberating through his arms, causing him excruciating pain as if they might shatter. He was then sent flying through the air. Just as the Frost Giant Lizard prepared to pursue, a blade of light, imbued with a formidable aura, cleaved into its back, propelling it several yards away and severing numerous spines. The creature quickly regained its balance, its copper bell-like eyes glinting with ferocity as they fixated on its assailant, Nangong Shui. Dressed in a flowing white robe, she stood poised with her sword, calmly regarding the Frost Giant Lizard. Liu Tian took the opportunity to advance once more, aligning himself with Nangong Shui to confront the lizard leader. Sensing the impending threat, the Frost Giant Lizard let out a resounding roar that echoed through the skies, soon met by an answering growl from the depths of a shadowy cave. Concurrently, an overwhelming pressure, laden with the weight of the heavens, surged forth from the cavern, shaking the very ground beneath. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the group felt the oppressive aura, their expressions turning grave. In that instant, Nangong Shui launched an assault against the Frost Giant Lizard, as a voice imbued with magical energy warned that the creature was on the verge of advancing to the second tier. "Give me 10 breaths of time," she conveyed telepathically to Liu Tian before moving swiftly behind him, her hands forming intricate seals as she closed her eyes, channeling her power with unwavering focus. The Frost Giant Lizard, sensing a dangerous aura closing in, attempted to circumvent Liu Tian to reach Nangong Shui, determined not to allow it to succeed. Liu Tian braced himself against its powerful onslaught. With Nangong Shui positioned behind him, he could not retreat but instead endured a barrage of heavy strikes. He refrained from counterattacking, summoning forth a tungsten steel shield and pouring all his energy into it, meeting each of the lizard's ferocious blows with steadfast resolve. As the Frost Giant Lizard felt the growing intensity of Nangong Shui's impending attack, its fury escalated, intensifying the chaos of the battle. With its enormous jaws agape, rows of teeth resembling short swords glinting with a chilling light, the ice giant lizard lunged ferociously at Liu Tian. At that moment, a pang of bitterness surged within Liu. He realized that his abilities were still woefully inadequate. Engaging in a direct confrontation was certainly not his forte. In mere moments, his flesh had been torn in multiple places, and several bones had suffered fractures. He could only once again raise the deformed tungsten alloy shield, bracing himself for defense. The colossal mouth of the ice giant lizard snapped towards Liu Tian, and he could now distinctly see the creature's throat. Dodge! A familiar and urgent voice echoed in Liu Tian's ears. Without hesitation, he executed the second step of the 8 steps to chase the cicada, instantly transporting himself 50 meters away. At that moment, Nangong Schwerer conjured a long ice spear, measuring 10 feet in length, with both hands. As Liu Tian evaded, the ice spear plunged violently into the gaping maw of the ice giant lizard, piercing through its throat and penetrating deep into its body. Before he could assess the outcome, a massive amalgamation of ice and snow hurtled toward Nangong Schwerer. The hastily assembled barrier of spiritual energy shattered instantly, and she was struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Liu Tian, quick-witted and agile, swiftly caught the airborne Nangong Schwerer, grounding her and forcing a blood-replenishing pill into her mouth. It was then that they noticed the reappearance of another ice giant lizard, this one slightly smaller, yet cloaked in a darker hue, emanating an even more terrifying aura. The ice giant lizard approached the lifeless body of its slain counterpart, extending a claw to gently shake it, revealing a glimmer of reluctance in its eyes as a large tear fell from them. It then turned its fierce gaze upon Liu Tian and Nangong Schwerer, suddenly opening its mouth wide, unleashing a massive sphere of magical energy intermingled with ice and snow towards them. Liu Tian, witnessing this, hastily set Nangong Schwerer down, positioning himself before her. He summoned the tungsten shield, cast numerous defensive talismans, and erected a formidable magical barrier. Nangong Schwerer, pale and bleeding from the corner of her mouth, gazed tenderly at the not-so-robust figure standing before her, inexplicably feeling a profound sense of safety. The violent onslaught shattered layers of defense, crashing into Liu Tian and sending him flying far away. It was only when Nangong Schwerer helped him up that he felt a searing pain throughout his body, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. Fortunately, the intricate defenses he had established had mitigated much of the attack. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the force of the ice giant lizard's assault. The two had been severely injured by 2 attacks, and coupled with the overwhelming oppressive aura looming over everyone, it became evident that another fully fledged ice giant lizard had successfully transcended to the second tier. Yan had been keenly observing the battle, from the slaying of the first complete giant lizard to the emergence of this one. Yet, before he could revel in triumph, he found himself plunged into a greater crisis. Activate the formation quickly, Yan urged, desperate to escape, calling out to the man of the Mu surname. The Mu surname man, without a moment's hesitation, produced a formation disc from his robes, channeling magical energy into it. 12 points of the formation erupted with beams of light that soared into the heavens. The 12 pillars of light gradually dispersed, enveloping the entire battlefield. Liu Tian sensed the ominous shift as the light columns began to move and grasped Nangong Schwerer, attempting to flee. However, halfway through their escape, they found themselves encircled, a formidable barrier of spiritual energy blocking their path. Glancing around, Liu noted that the members of the Rose Mercenary Corps, the remaining Ice Giant Lizard clan, and the second-tier Giant Lizard were all ensnared within the formation. Chapter 56. The annihilation of the Rose Mercenary Corps. The figure of Yan, who had departed, was also thwarted by the formation, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. He called out, "Mu, what is the meaning of this? Release us at once." "Ha. I've entertained you for so many days just for this moment," the man named Mu declared, standing triumphantly outside the formation on his sword. He then hurled a white jade bottle into the array, which burst in midair, releasing a cloud of crimson mist that enveloped everyone within the formation. Having completed his actions, his expression turned icy as he directed his words at Liu Tian. "You little ant, you've managed to hide quite well. I've searched for you for years, even forsaking your grandfather. How unfilial. You are Mu Chun of the Black Tiger Gang. What have you done to my grandfather?" Liu Tian finally recognized the man's identity and inquired urgently. "Ha, how amusing. Allow me to present your grandfather," Mu Chun retorted, retrieving the 10,000 souls flag from his storage bag. With a flick of his wrist, a blurred soul entity materialized before him. Liu Tian gazed at the feeble soul, an inexplicable sorrow welling up within him as he murmured, "Is this my grandfather?" "Indeed, how unfilial you are, not even recognizing your own grandfather," Mu Chun coldly remarked, tightening his grip on the soul with a surge of magical power, causing it to tremble violently. Witnessing Mu Chun's torment of the soul, Liu Tian's eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Mu Chun, I will surely kill you. Why not hide away like a good little rat? Why must you appear before me to repulse me? Insects like you are easily crushed," Mu Chun replied with an air of superiority. "Seeing your current state brings me joy. Today, I offer you a chance. Sever your third leg, and I will release your grandfather. What do you say to this filial opportunity?" Mu Chun said mockingly. Liu Tian was cut off as someone pulled him aside. It was the second-tier ice giant lizard, seizing the moment of distraction to launch an attack on Liu Tian. Nangong Shui quickly yanked him out of harm's way. They narrowly evaded several attacks from the ice giant lizard. Realizing that it could not eliminate the two in a short span, the ice giant lizard turned its wrath upon others. After all, it had just broken through and had yet to acclimate to its newfound power. As Nangong Shui witnessed the members of the Rose Mercenary Corps fall one by one to the ice giant lizard's jaws, she discreetly crushed a piece of jade pendant with a flick of her delicate fingers. Nangong, can you still conjure that ice spear from before? Liu Tian asked hoarsely. I cannot. That ice spear consumed most of my spiritual energy. I've called for assistance. Let us wait a moment longer. Upon hearing that Nan Shui still had a backup plan, Liu Tian decided to wait and see, realizing that it would be quite challenging to unravel the situation alone. The ice giant lizard lunged at Yin once more, its terrifying speed rendering any evasion impossible. In a critical moment, Yin Kai charged directly into the ice giant lizard, forcefully pushing it away. However, Yan's arm was already caught in the creature's jaws, and as the lizard was thrust aside, it jerked violently, tearing Yan's entire arm off. The beast swallowed the severed limb with a crunch, devouring it with ease. In an instant, its tail struck Yin Kai with lightning speed, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a rag doll, his body cleaved in two by the lizard's powerful tail. Yin clutched the stump of his arm, horrified by the unfolding carnage. The ice giant lizard had no intention of sparing him. It lunged again. Aware that escape was futile, Yin cursed, Mu Chun, I will haunt you even in death. No sooner had he spoken than the ice giant lizard bit him in half, chewing and swallowing, leaving only his two lower legs behind. Thus, the Rose Mercenary group was entirely consumed by the ice giant lizard. Just as the creature turned its gaze back to Liu Tian and his companion, two formidable auras resonated from the sky, unmistakably indicative of foundation-building practitioners. In an instant, two middle-aged men soared into the air on swords. One of them casually tossed an object before Nangong Shui, exclaiming, Miss Nangong, long time no see. Here is a little gift for our reunion. Upon inspecting the item, Nangong Shui's eyes turned crimson, and she bellowed frostily, Qian Donglai, what is your family's intention? At that moment, Liu Tian also discerned the object, a severed head, undoubtedly the backup that Nan Shui mentioned. Was it possible that Nan Shui's surname was actually Nangong? Did Gong Yu also bear the Nangong surname? He had no time or inclination to ponder these matters. Steeling himself, he retrieved a prepared jade vial from his storage bag and handed it to Nan Shui, urging her to drink promptly. The vial contained a millennium-old stalactite. He too consumed a drop to restore his injuries and spiritual energy. Seizing a moment of distraction, he poured a vial of poison onto his sword, not out of hope to conceal it from others, but to prevent any interruption during the application of the toxin. Today, I wish to play matchmaker for you. Miss Nangong, look at my nephew Mu Chun, handsome and dashing. Why not marry him and become his little bride? Qian Donglai chuckled amiably. While he spoke, Nangong Shui swallowed the contents of the vial Liu Tian had offered her, placing her trust in him. As a single drop of liquid entered her body, it felt as though parched earth had met a torrential downpour, an immense and gentle flow of spiritual energy replenishing her depleted dantian. Have you lost your mind? She retorted, gathering a massive water serpent to hurl at Qian Donglai. He effortlessly countered with a fireball, which shattered the water serpent and erupted into a cloud of mist. Nangong Shui intended to escape amidst the obscuring vapor, but suddenly found her body burning and weak, unable to muster strength, as an uncontrollable desire stirred within her. At that moment, Liu Tian also sensed an unusual change in his body. Before he could investigate further, the ice giant lizard, its eyes glowing with a frenzied crimson, charged towards Nangong Shui. Initially intimidated by the sudden appearance of two individuals, the creature observed for a moment and discerned that they were not allies. It noticed the prior red mist, but felt no imminent danger and dismissed it. However, a surge of bloodlust coursed through its veins, compelling it to seek a partner for dual cultivation. Suddenly reminded that its partner had been slain by the human female cultivator, it reacted with fury. Liu Tian executed the 8 steps to chase the cicada to intercept the ice giant lizard, bracing himself against its powerful charge. He managed to inflict a wound on the creature, but was subsequently hurled away, his makeshift protective shield shattered in the process. The ice giant lizard felt a tingling numbness at the sight of the injury, glanced skyward at the two figures, and sensing a precarious situation, retreated into the depths of a dark cave. Nangong Shui, increasingly losing control of her body, turned to Mu Chun and demanded, Did you poison me? This is no poison. It is a delightful elixir meant to bring joy to Miss Nangong. Mu Chun replied with a lewd grin. Overwhelmed by the realization that she was ensnared in a grand conspiracy, Nangong Shui reflected on how she inadvertently uncovered the secret of an ice attribute treasure, only to be ensnared by Mu Chen's machinations. leading to her being drugged silently. Meanwhile, Granny Mist had also been assassinated by Qian Donglai and his accomplice. Tormented by an unbearable heat and itchiness coursing through her body, she impulsively tore off the human skin mask from her face. A breathtaking visage emerged before those present. Her flawless, jade-like complexion flushed with a radiant blush, reminiscent of an enchanted fairy in love. Liu Tian, upon beholding this face strikingly similar to that of Gong Yuer by the Moon Lake, was momentarily stunned. Seizing her last moments of lucidity, Nangong Shuer grabbed the dazed Liu Tian and sprinted towards the entrance of the dark cave. Chapter 57. Escape from the cave not good. They mustn't escape. The previously silent middle-aged man spoke up first, unleashing a sword of energy that shot towards the pair. At this juncture, Nangong Shuer had reached the entrance of the cave with Liu Tian in tow. As Liu Tian noticed the impending sword light, he bit his tongue to regain some clarity, then struggled to free himself from Nangong Shuer's grasp. Using the momentum of his back colliding with Nangong Shuer, he urged her to enter the cave quickly, and in a flash, retrieved a golden card inscribed with the Star's soul forging technique. The golden card aligned with the approaching sword tip, channeling formidable arcane power that collided with the card, sending it crashing against his abdomen. In an instant, Liu Tian felt a rupture within his innards. The excruciating pain caused his heart to momentarily falter. Desperately clinging to consciousness, he swallowed 2 drops of millennia-old stalactite essence, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. His body uncontrollably propelled deeper into the cave. Fortunately, the golden card had thwarted the sword from piercing his body. Had it not, the explosive arcane energy within would have undoubtedly claimed Liu Tian's life. Now, he has merely sustained some blunt force trauma. Without the healing elixir, he would face certain death. Yet, with the millennia-old stalactite, this injury is inconsequential to him. At this moment, Nangong Shuer has also regained her composure, seizing the unconscious Liu Tian and swiftly dashing deeper into the cave. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed her full magical power upon the cave entrance, causing immense clumps of earth and rock to cascade down, threatening to seal the cave. Observing that a single sword strike had failed to eliminate the two, Mu Chun hastily activated the formation, and the 3 swiftly approached the cave entrance for inspection. They fortuitously encountered Nangong Shuer as she attacked the entrance, momentarily hindering the pursuing trio. The 3 harnessed their magical abilities to clear the incessantly falling debris, solidifying the entrance, only to find that Liu Tian and his companion had vanished, leaving behind a bottomless abyss. Just as they hesitated to plunge into the depths in pursuit, a series of thunderous roars echoed around them. Brother Qian, there is at least 1 second-tier ice giant lizard below. With those 2 having ingested Chin'er's stimulating powder, their escape is utterly impossible. The commotion has attracted second-tier beasts from a radius of 1,000 miles. We should retreat to avoid drawing attention. The middle-aged man spoke. Qian Donglai sensed several powerful presences approaching rapidly, compelling him to suppress his urge to chase. Mu, Chin'er, let us depart. Mu Chun promptly retracted the formation, and the trio hastily withdrew before the beasts arrived. Moments later, 2 avian creatures and 5 terrestrial beasts descended upon the battlefield, all second-tier beasts. The assembled creatures surveyed the remnants of the conflict, scrutinizing the profound cave. Cautiously eyeing one another, they showed no inclination to venture into the abyss, instead claiming respective areas to guard this frost-laden territory. Nangong Shuer, bearing the unconscious Liu Tian, raced deeper into the cave, discovering that the temperature plummeted as they descended. Upon reaching the bottom, she encountered 7 or 8 circular passages. At this point, she was nearly devoid of consciousness and hastily chose a passage to plunge into. The tunnel was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, resembling a colossal icy slide that wound deeper into the darkness. At this juncture, Nangong Shuer's once fair skin had taken on a rosy hue, her last vestiges of rationality slipping away as she fiercely clutched Liu Tian, her movements frantic. The 2 tumbled down the icy passage, their bodies pressed tightly together, sliding downwards. Time lost meaning. Perhaps it was mere moments or an hour. But both lost their awareness of the outside world. At the tunnel's end, they fell onto a sheet of ice, with Nangong Shuer still frantically tearing at their garments, their bodies continuously pressing against each other's skin, yet devoid of understanding, merely driven by primal instincts. The ancient stalactite's formidable restorative powers had mended Liu Tian's internal injuries. At that moment, he felt a warm softness pressed against him, as if it sought to envelop him in its gentle embrace. Though his injuries had healed, the insatiable fire within him intensified, threatening to erupt. Amidst the frigid cold, their figures intertwined, as the gradually rising temperature seemed poised to melt the ice beneath them. 200 miles away lies a cavern. Uncle Qian, my father, and I recently ventured into that valley, where we observed 4 second-tier demon beasts guarding the area. I could not approach too closely. Yet there has been no other activity over the past couple of days. Brother Qian, does the failure to capture Nangong Shuai impact our plans? The speaker was Mu Qian's father, Mu Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Originally a protector of the Qian family, Mu Hu, astute and capable, was assigned by the Qian family to establish the Black Tiger Gang in Yuehu Fong City, serving as an auxiliary force to the Qian family. Not long ago, with the aid of the Qian family, Mu Hu successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. The Qian family tasked the Black Tiger Gang with eliminating Nangong Shuai, with Qian Donglai overseeing the operation. To speak frankly, it is not merely the Qian family that aims to confront the Nangong clan. We are acting under orders. Our mission is to lure out Nangong Shuai and her protector, thereby weakening the Nangong family's strength. Were it not for the necessity of coordinated action from all parties, this would not be so complicated. Keep a close watch on Nangong Shuai. We must see her alive or her corpse, Qian Donglai declared fiercely. Chapter 58. Feelings in the ice cave. Liu Tian gradually awakened from his slumber, lying on the icy surface, his back feeling somewhat numb from the cold. Yet the soft, warm figure in his embrace felt like a furnace, illustrating the contrast of ice and fire. Remaining in his previous position, he dared not move, fearing to disturb the celestial being in his arms. Everything felt dreamlike, stirring memories in his mind. He recalled being struck unconscious by a flying sword, only to awaken in this icy cavern. At that moment, both were afflicted by a peculiar poison, losing their rationality. Driven by their primal instincts, they frantically writhed to alleviate the toxin. In truth, Liu Tian regained some awareness a day later, at least able to control his body. However, with the celestial being wholly engrossed, he was reluctant to halt their interaction. After another day of fervent activity, his body was utterly exhausted, leading him into a deep slumber. Nangong Shuai had already awakened, yet she was at a loss as to how to confront the situation. The thought of slaying this person felt daunting. However, her sister had long harbored feelings for him. How could she face her sister upon returning? Her father had more than 20 concubines and dozens of offspring, with she and her sister born of a low-status concubine. From a young age, they were overlooked, their standing in the family slightly superior to that of servants. Their mother had given birth to the two sisters without receiving proper care, resulting in their frail health. When they were just 5 years old, their mother passed away. Thereafter, the sisters resembled drifting weeds, until they both awakened their spiritual roots at the age of 6. She discovered her dual affinities for water and ice, while her sister awakened dual affinities for water and wood. From that point on, they were regarded as treasures by the family, enjoying the finest treatment and assigned protectors for close safeguarding. However, due to her childhood experiences and the influence of her ice root, she grew increasingly indifferent toward those around her, unmoved by any event. The only exception was her sister, who had always been innocent and radiant, with a remarkably pleasant disposition. There exists a unique telepathic connection between twins. Whenever she is with her sister, she cannot help but be influenced by her sister's emotions, sharing in her joys and sorrows alike. She often ponders whether, in the absence of her sister, she might eventually transform into a heartless, frigid being devoid of feelings. Such a fate would render her world utterly devoid of color. 2 years prior, an anomaly appeared in her spiritual roots, as her water attribute began to merge with her ice attribute, rendering the latter ever more pure and powerful. She only disclosed this matter to the family patriarch when seeking assistance, who, despite his inability to ascertain the cause, assured her that the transformation was a positive development. Should her roots converge into a singular ice attribute, her path would be boundless. Through experimentation, she discovered that ice attribute spiritual objects could accelerate the fusion of her spiritual roots and enhance the purity of her ice attribute. Concurrently, her demeanor grew increasingly aloof. Apart from her sister, few could elicit a single word from her. She despised this transformation, longing instead for a joyful existence alongside her sister. Thus, upon hearing of the ice attribute's spiritual objects, she brazenly embarked on a solitary quest for treasure. Having never ventured beyond her clan's territory, she felt a flicker of yearning for the outside world. When she first encountered Liu Tian, she recognized him instantly, though he had never revealed his true name. Since the budding feelings between him and her sister at the Moon Lake Market, her family had thoroughly investigated his background. Many prominent young masters and talented cultivators from Tianya City were beneath her sister's notice, yet she found herself drawn to this seemingly less gifted Liu Tian. Curiosity led her to engage with him further. After some interaction, she sensed something distinct about him. His authenticity, his carefree spirit, his loyalty, imbued her with an unparalleled sense of security. The Qian family's machinations against her suggested that her clan was facing a crisis, leaving her sister's fate uncertain as well. The immediate priority was to extricate herself from this awkward situation. How comforting it was to be enveloped in his warmth. For the first time since her mother's passing, she felt such warmth, a sensation both pleasant and intoxicating. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her heart inexplicably raced, and she let out a long, frustrated sigh. Oh no, she could no longer maintain her composure. Liu Tian sensed that the person in his embrace had awakened. He had refrained from moving, too apprehensive to even probe with his spiritual sense. This was an unprecedented scenario for him. What was he to do? Would Nangong Schwerer strike him down with a sword? Should he evade or remain still? Observing her body tense and rigid, he surmised she was equally uncertain about how to confront the situation. Ultimately, as a man, he resolved to shatter the impasse himself. Taking a gentle breath to steady his racing heart, lest he disturb the lady in his arms, he softly inquired, Schwerer, are you hungry? Would you like to rise and have something to eat? Upon uttering these words, Liu Tian felt an inner frustration. What was he saying? At such a moment, discussing hunger seemed trivial. With their cultivation levels, they could forego food for 10 days or more without consequence. From the moment he began to breathe differently, Nangong Schwerer sensed he was about to take action, her heart fluttering with both trepidation and anticipation. She could not catch his words clearly, only hearing the suggestion to rise. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly attempted to sit up, her legs faltering beneath her, nearly causing her to fall back into his embrace. She could only feel a pair of fervent hands supporting her. As she beheld her own disheveled state, a wave of embarrassment surged within her, prompting her to whisper, "Do not look." Liu Tian hastily turned away, quickly retrieving a change of clothes from his storage pouch to tidy himself up. He then extracted some spirit lamb meat and spirit charcoal, igniting a fire to grill the meat. This ice fruit was indeed extraordinary, for the charcoal fire could not melt it in the slightest, yet its temperature seemed no different from that of ordinary ice. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the cave, and Nangong Schwerer approached to sit by the fire. Seeing her join him, Liu Tian felt a quiet sense of relief. He promptly handed her a roasted leg of lamb, and she accepted it without hesitation, nibbling at it delicately. He then offered her a bottle of monkey wine. The two sat beside the fire, silently enjoying their meal and drink, and the atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably. The prolonged silence felt rather peculiar to Liu Tian, who inwardly mused about finding a way to break it. Schwerer, did you come here in search of the ice heart flower as well? I have heard of spirit items with ice attributes, but I do not know the specifics. At this moment, Nangong Schwerer let out a sigh of relief. Neither could they kill one another, nor could they escape. It seemed that the psychological turmoil she had endured for over 20 years paled in comparison to the thoughts racing through her mind at this moment. Let us explore this place further. This is the lair of the second-tier ice giant lizard, and I wonder how the beast fared after succumbing to my poison. Chapter 59. The multicolored ice lotus. After they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they departed the cave, following the passageways to investigate the others. They examined 5 passages in succession, finding no significant discoveries. At the end of each lay an ice cave, 2 of which bore signs of the ice giant lizard's slumber, while the others were entirely vacant. Liu Tian and Nangong Schwerer arrived at the final passage, the largest of all, deliberately saving it for last after dismissing the others that seemed less important. Liu Tian was the first to charge ahead, gliding down the icy slope with remarkable speed, while carefully observing his surroundings. This passage was considerably longer than the others, taking a full incense stick's duration to reach the bottom. Just as he steadied himself, Nangong Schwerer slid down after him, and he hurried to steady her. She accepted his assistance graciously, but quickly turned her head to survey the area. Before them lay a vast, icy cavern, with colossal icicles hanging from the ceiling like a volley of arrows. In the center of the cave was a pool of unfrozen water, where a magnificent multicolored lotus proudly bloomed. Just as Nangong Schwerer was about to approach for a closer look, Liu Tian gestured towards another direction. Turning to look, they spotted a 3-meter-long ice giant lizard blending seamlessly with the scattered rocks on the ground, exuding not a hint of life. Without a careful examination, one would hardly notice its presence. Both felt a mix of tension and curiosity. Was it possible that it was dead? As Nangong Schwerer prepared herself, Liu Tian unleashed a powerful fireball technique, propelling the body of the ice giant lizard several meters away, yet it remained utterly motionless. The two of them cautiously approached to examine the creature, confirming its demise. The condition of its body indicated that it had first been afflicted by a type of heightened poison, followed by Liu Tian's 5 poisons powder. Having endured 2 distinct toxins in succession, the ice giant lizard perceived a threat and attempted to flee, seeking to return for healing. The heightened poison had robbed the creature of its rationality, accelerating its blood flow and thereby amplifying the potency of the 5 poisons powder, resulting in the ignoble demise of the recently ascended second-tier ice giant lizard. Liu Tian inquired whether Nangong Schwerer desired the creature's corpse, to which she responded with a disdainful roll of her eyes, leaving him to collect it himself. The two then returned to the edge of the pool to observe the multicolored lotus flower. The lotus, resembling solid ice, was crystal clear, with two branches extending from its apex, one blossoming into a five-colored lotus flower, while the other bore evident bite marks. It seemed that the ice giant lizard had consumed this five-colored lotus to attain its second-tier status, with the other flower likely reserved for its companion. This lotus was undoubtedly the ice attribute spiritual object they had been seeking, the five-colored ice lotus. Fortuitously, they had arrived in time. Had they delayed, they would have faced not only two second-tier demonic beasts, but also lost the chance to obtain this precious five-colored ice lotus. The lotus exhibited five colors: white, green, red, purple, and yellow, each layer enveloping the seed pod at its core. "Can I have this five-colored ice lotus?" Nan Gongxuer feigned indifference, yet her voice, tinged with a hint of bashfulness, betrayed a softer sentiment. Absolutely no problem," came a sudden, playful response from Liu Tian, causing his heart to race. Internally, he murmured, "Oh my, Nan Gongxuer was once so aloof. Now her voice is so melodious. My resolve is faltering." Steeling himself, he made a firm decision. Xuer was already his woman, and he would never let her go. What was there to hesitate about? "Xuer, I possess an ancient secret technique capable of integrating spiritual objects with corresponding spiritual roots to enhance their quality." Liu Tian steadied his emotions as he spoke. "This five-colored ice lotus is a rare ice attribute spiritual object, perfectly suited for merging with your ice spiritual root, thereby further elevating its quality." Upon hearing Liu Tian's words, a wave of emotion surged within Nan Gongxuer. She was deeply touched by his willingness to offer such a precious secret technique. Her bright, clear eyes fixed intently on Liu Tian's gaze. As their eyes met, Liu Tian felt as though he were gazing at a sky full of stars. Mesmerized by the brilliance that sparkled within her gaze, Nan Gongxuer, sensing the intensity of his stare, shyly turned away, unable to maintain eye contact, and softly murmured in acknowledgement. Liu Tian, feeling a bit bashful himself, realized it was improper to stare so intently, yet he was unable to resist. He retrieved a jade slip containing the recorded technique of spirit transformation from his storage ring and presented it to Nan Gongxuer. This jade slip had been meticulously compiled and inscribed by him, containing insights from his fusion with the millennia-old soul-nurturing wood, intended for his family in the future. Nan Gongxuer received the jade slip and found a flat stone to sit cross-legged, immersing herself in the comprehension of the spirit transformation technique. Observing her contemplative demeanor fulfilled all his fantasies of a celestial maiden, he reluctantly averted his gaze after a while. Beside the pond, there were a dozen white flowers, which he had yet to examine. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed they were indeed the ice heart flowers he had sought for so long. With these flowers, he could commence his body refinement, and once his physical form was enhanced, he could continue experimenting with the five elements transformation. He carefully transplanted several ice heart flowers into the Xianling pearl, leaving the rest untouched, uncertain if Xuer would need them. After thoroughly exploring every corner of the cave, he waited patiently for Nan Gongxuer. A day later, Nan Gongxuer awoke from her meditation, having grasped the spirit transformation technique and recognized the rarity of such a secret art. Seeing her completion, Liu Tian approached and said, "Xuer, the absence of pursuers indicates that this place is relatively safe for now. You might as well refine the colorful ice lotus here. We don't know how many are waiting for us outside. Enhancing your abilities here would be beneficial." Nan Gongxuer agreed with Liu Tian's assessment. Even her protector, Granny Mist, had fallen victim to the Qian family, who would undoubtedly not let her go. With her current strength, venturing outside would be futile. If the colorful ice lotus could expedite the fusion of her water spiritual root, she resolved to strive for the foundation establishment stage, as only with such power could she hope to unravel the present predicament. "I will refine the colorful ice lotus this time. It may take quite a while," she stated. "No worries, focus on your cultivation. I will guard the perimeter. I also have some skills to enhance," he replied. After a brief conversation, Nan Gongxuer moved to the pond's edge to adjust her state and prepare for the refinement of the colorful ice lotus. Liu Tian pondered for a moment before approaching her with a jade vial, which she instinctively accepted. Upon opening it, she found it contained 10 drops of millennia-old stalactite. Having previously experienced its value when Liu Tian had given her a drop, she felt inclined to refuse, but noticing Liu Tian had already turned to leave, she opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Grasping the jade vial, warmth surged within her heart once more. Chapter 60. Initial attempt at body refinement. Nan Gongxuer focused her mind, and after an hour, her state was perfectly adjusted. With a graceful wave of her hand, she enveloped the entire colorful ice lotus in her magical energy and slowly extracted it, beginning the refinement as recorded in the spirit transformation technique. Witnessing her methodical approach, Liu Tian decided not to intrude, knowing that her fusion process would require considerable time. He found a secluded corner and retrieved a large wooden barrel, about a meter high. From his storage ring, extracting the Hunyuan Qingmu cauldron, he placed 10 types of spiritual herbs, including blue leaf thorn, ice heart flower, 100-dew grass, and snow god flower, into the cauldron to refine them into medicinal liquid for collection. The process of refining these herbs posed no difficulty for him. He ignited a pile of spiritual charcoal, warmed the furnace, and skillfully began the process of potion making. 2 hours later, the 10 types of elixirs were completely refined. After a brief moment of meditation and rest, he poured the collected essence of first-tier, medium-grade demonic beast blood into a wooden barrel, sequentially adding the 10 elixirs and stirring them thoroughly. He then took some water from a nearby pond and, upon mixing it all together, summoned his fire attribute mana to bring the concoction to a boil. As the temperature gradually rose, the pale red liquid emitted an unpleasant, fishy odor, reflecting once more on the furnace tempering technique. He stripped off his garments and quickly immersed himself in the barrel. Upon entering, an overwhelming energy surged through the pores of his body, as if he were engulfed in a vast furnace. The pale red elixir radiated immense heat, scorching and rupturing his flesh and meridians. Liu Tian felt excruciating pain, every inch of his body aflame with discomfort. Just as he was on the verge of instinctively fleeing the barrel, a pure energy emanated from the elixir, beginning to slowly mend his damaged flesh and meridians. Thus, the cycle of repair and destruction continued unabated. Liu Tian felt as though he were a red-hot iron block being hammered repeatedly by a blacksmith. Despite the continuous restoration of his flesh and meridians, the agony showed no signs of abating. Had it not been for Nangong Schwerer practicing nearby, he would have surely cried out in despair. Just as he began to adapt to the pain, the remnants of the demonic beast's soul surged forth from the blood, launching an assault on Liu Tian's sea of consciousness. This was the most challenging aspect of the furnace tempering technique. As long as one could endure the pain, and with the protection of various elixirs, the physical body could withstand it. However, the assault from the remnants of the beast's soul demanded not only great perseverance, but also formidable spiritual strength. Fortuitously, his spiritual prowess was his greatest asset. And just as he prepared to engage the remnants in battle, a colossal, grinding mill materialized above his sea of consciousness. The mill began to rotate slowly, drawing the remnants of the soul into its depths, rendering their struggles futile. As the mill turned, the frenzied consciousness of the remnants was crushed, leaving only the purest essence of spiritual power behind. The spiritual energy controlled by the stone mill was then cast toward Liu Tian, as if feeding him sustenance. Absorbing this unclaimed essence of spirituality, Liu Tian felt his own spiritual strength augmenting. An involuntary thrill coursed through him. Could it be that the mill also served as a guardian for his sea of consciousness, capable of pulverizing any external spiritual attacks? He resolved to test this theory further, for if it proved true, it would undoubtedly catch his adversaries off guard. As his realm advanced, the significance of the sea of consciousness to a cultivator grew ever more profound, particularly in light of numerous concealed and vicious spiritual attack techniques. Before he could contemplate further, the intense agony of his body yanked him back into suffering. All he could do was endure silently, finding solace in the fact that the repeated cycles of destruction and restoration were gradually improving the strength and resilience of his skin, flesh, meridians, and even bones, leading him to believe that this torment bore fruit. By shifting his focus to the slightest improvements, the pain seemed to diminish somewhat. 3 days later, as the medicinal properties in the barrel were entirely consumed, Liu Tian awakened anew. Upon observing the body adorned with a layer of dark crimson scabs, it appears to be the impurities and blood expelled from within. With a vigorous shake, the scabs fell away, revealing skin that seemed to have taken on a fairer hue. A firm pinch of the skin affirmed its newfound resilience. Grasping a mid-tier magic sword, I gently grazed it across my arm, leaving no trace. Increasing the pressure, I merely etched a pale line, yet the skin remained unbroken. Liu Tian sheathed the sword, refraining from further experimentation. Emerging from the wooden tub, he conjured a sphere of water to cleanse his body and donned a fresh set of garments. He practiced the thunder sword technique several times in the open space, feeling a significant enhancement in his strength, speed, and physical fortitude. This regimen of body refinement instilled in him a profound confidence, as he had diligently amassed the blood of demonic beasts over the years in preparation for this endeavor. The primary material for the body forging technique is the blood of demonic beasts, while spiritual herbs serve merely to harmonize and protect, being crucial yet used sparingly. Each refinement session requires the blood of a beast from a higher tier. Currently, as he commences his body refinement journey at the early stage of the first tier, he utilizes mid-tier blood. Once the mid-tier blood ceases to be effective for refinement, he will transition to that of the late first tier. After contemplating the demonic beast blood and other medicinal materials he had gathered over the years, he concluded that his supply should suffice for a while. He went to check on Nangong Shuer, discovering that the five-colored ice lotus had vanished, likely absorbed into her being, beginning to merge with her spiritual root. This girl is quite rapid in her refinement. She is progressing much faster than he did with the 10,000-year soul nurturing wood. Although his cultivation level was considerably lower at that time. After musing for a moment, Liu Tian resolved to venture outside to assess the situation, cautiously ascending the passageway. He found that the route from which he had fallen was partially buried under collapsed earth and stones, necessitating some clearing to ascend. Carefully extending his consciousness, he sensed several auras of second-tier demonic beasts outside and promptly withdrew. It struck him as peculiar that so many second-tier beasts congregated in this vicinity. Observing for a while, he noted their stillness and dared not probe further, deciding it prudent not to disturb them for the time being. He set a warning array below before returning to the cave, reflecting once more on the significance of arrays. Had a second-tier defensive array been established here, he would have felt considerably safer. Chapter 61. Breath of Earth. Upon returning to the cave, Liu Tian felt as though he had overlooked something, wandering quietly around the cavern. Arriving at the pond, the murky green water appeared bottomless, tranquil, and profound, yet seemingly devoid of any other life. He scooped a handful of water, finding it unremarkable, with only a mundane amount of spiritual energy. Why, then, could this place nurture such a unique spiritual entity as the five-colored ice lotus? According to the texts, this pure ice attribute spirit should only thrive in extreme cold, and this location evidently does not meet those conditions. As the five-colored ice lotus was harvested and refined, the temperature within the cave gradually rose, and it was anticipated that it would soon return to its normal state. Suddenly, Liu Tian was struck by a thought. Could there be something beneath the pool that created the conditions for the growth of the five-colored ice lotus? Or perhaps stimulated its development? He released his spiritual consciousness to investigate the pool, which was not particularly deep, measuring only 3 to 4 zhang. Below lay the earth, and after several thorough examinations with his consciousness, he found no remarkable features. Leaping gracefully into the pool, his lithe form caused not a single splash. He meticulously searched back and forth within the water, yet found nothing. Liu Tian then shifted his focus to the soil, inching his way forward. Fortunately, the pool was not vast, merely about 10 zhang in length and width, allowing him ample time to search thoroughly. Suddenly, his left foot bumped against something soft in the soil. He reached down and grasped it, discovering a clump of mud the size of a palm. It resembled mud, yet appeared to be something else entirely. When squeezed, the clump merely deformed without disintegrating, and after washing it vigorously in the water, the liquid remained clear. Liu Tian felt he had found what he was seeking and exited the pool. Upon closer inspection, the soil exhibited a bright yellow hue, more vibrant than ordinary earth. Yet he sensed no spiritual energy emanating from it. In his mind, he contemplated the spiritual materials related to soil and quickly recalled a similar substance he had encountered in Yangxiazi's accounts. Could this be the Shitu? Liu Tian felt a tinge of uncertainty. In Yangxiazi's memories, there was a genius disciple of the Xiantian sect with a soil spiritual root, whom the sect leader sought to find a piece of Shitu to integrate with his spiritual root. However, despite the search extending until the disciple was on the verge of foundation establishment, none was found, forcing them to select another soil spiritual material. Yangxiazi had only heard brief introductions about Shitu within the sect, never having seen it himself. After toying with the Shitu for a while, Liu Tian decided to stow it away for later examination and research. According to the records of the body refinement technique, a month should elapse between each refinement session to allow the body to adapt. Thus, Liu Tian found himself at a loss for what to do next. Following a period of relentless battles, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement level 9, and he was not far from achieving full mastery. Given his innate talent, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage seemed exceedingly difficult. The superior foundation establishment pill he had acquired from the five-colored hell would undoubtedly be insufficient for such a breakthrough. From the ancient texts he had perused over the years, he understood that to transition to foundation establishment, one must condense the gaseous spiritual energy in the dantian into a liquid form. The fewer the attributes of the spiritual energy, the more pure and condensed it was, thus increasing the success rate of the breakthrough. During this condensation, the body would endure immense internal pressure. The purpose of the foundation establishment pill was to safeguard the internal meridians, blood vessels, and dantian from greater pressure while releasing a substantial amount of spiritual energy to facilitate liquefaction. As he possessed a 5-attribute spiritual root, the mixed nature of his spiritual energy could hardly be deemed pure, and the barriers he faced were among the most formidable for cultivators. If relying on foundation-building pills to make a breakthrough, he believed that at least 10 high-grade foundation-building pills would be necessary to ensure success, and he was uncertain whether his body could withstand the prolonged effort required for such a breakthrough. Until this issue was resolved, He felt no urgency to cultivate to the peak of qi refinement. Should he mistakenly attempt to break through without being adequately prepared to contain the influx of spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The most favorable solution he envisioned was to practice the cycle of life and death, transforming the spiritual energy within him into both withering and flourishing attributes. However, this technique could only be cultivated during the foundation building stage, and the notoriously high mortality rate associated with it made him hesitant to attempt it lightly. Now, he saw only one path before him: to merge the remaining 4 spiritual roots with spiritual materials, enhancing their quality. By employing the method of the 5 elements rotation, he could enable the circulation of the 5 elemental energies within his body, thereby increasing their intensity and achieving a breakthrough in foundation building. Merging with spiritual materials demanded a high degree of physical resilience. He sensed that with his current bodily strength, even merging with a single piece of spiritual material could lead to his body shattering. He resolved to wait until his physical cultivation reached the late stage of the first tier before attempting to refine and merge with the second spiritual root. Currently, he possessed a drop of heavy water and a piece of titanium crystal. If this soil indeed turned out to be Shi2, he only needed a fire elemental spiritual material to complete the set. While fleeing from the volcanic mouth where the century-old blood vine grew, he had sensed a pure fire elemental energy, distinct from the violent essence of ordinary magma, and he planned to investigate further once he was outside. Having solidified his cultivation plan, the image of his grandfather's frail spirit unconsciously resurfaced in his mind. His grandfather had always shown him great affection since childhood, yet he had suffered greatly due to his misfortunes. He wondered about the fate of the Liu family, his father, mother, the second elder, and the third aunt. All their faces flashed through his mind, causing his eyes to redden and his heart to grow heavy. Liu Tian had always been an optimistic individual. When faced with challenges, he would not wallow in self-pity, but would exert every effort to resolve the situation and retaliate. Enemies only find excitement in your tears. So succumbing to despair is the most futile and cowardly act. He resolved to fight with all his might. Even if he ultimately lost, it mattered not. At least he would have given his all. Grandfather, wait for me. I will surely annihilate the Black Tiger Gang and rescue you. Chapter 62. Nangong Shuer aspires to break through. Liu Tian carved a flat stone platform with his sword and took out talisman paper and ink to begin drawing talismans. Immersed in the creation of these talismans, his suppressed emotions found some relief. As he successfully crafted one high-grade first-tier talisman after another, he gradually adjusted his state of mind. Thanks to his formidable spiritual awareness and abundant spiritual energy, his success rate in drawing high-grade first-tier talismans had now reached 80%. However, due to a lack of complete first-tier talisman paper, he was unable to practice drawing perfected first-tier talismans. After consecutively drawing over 20 talismans, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, prompting him to halt his efforts and meditate to regain his power. He had contemplated leaving this place first, but after careful consideration, he abandoned that idea. Firstly, with his current strength, he undoubtedly cannot contend with the foundational cultivator of the Black Tiger Gang. Not only would he be unable to rescue his grandfather, but he would also find himself in a perilous situation. Whom can he rely on then? Secondly, he requires time to refine his body and assimilate spiritual materials. He is confident that, given a few more years, he will surely grasp the threshold of foundation establishment. However, transcending to the foundational stage hinges significantly on fortune, with myriad uncontrollable factors at play. Thirdly, he cannot bear to leave Nangong Shuer alone in this treacherous land. Although uncertain of how she might treat him in the future, it would be unmanly to abandon her, which he would disdain. Once his spiritual energy was restored, he began to inspect the condition within the Xianling Pearl, where various spiritual herbs he had transplanted were thriving remarkably. However, the spiritual veins within the pearl were severely damaged, and the generated spiritual energy was insufficient to activate the next layer of restrictions. To continue restoring the Xianling Pearl, he could only seek ways to enhance the spiritual veins or seal another vein within. Neither of these methods was within his current capabilities. He would have to find a solution later. The pitch-black, shriveled seed he had discovered within the Xianling Pearl had successfully germinated and now bore a seedling approximately a foot tall. Its predominant hue remained black, faintly adorned with blood red, eye-like patterns, emanating a subtle yet sinister aura. It remained unclear what kind of spiritual plant it was. Perhaps as it grew, its nature would reveal itself. After tending to the spiritual herbs within the Xianling Pearl, Liu Tian boldly admired Nangong Shuer's enchanting beauty for quite some time. He felt that just her visage could captivate him for an entire year without respite. In the days that followed, he delved into the study of the withering and flourishing life and death technique, integrating it with the secret arts of the 5 elements transformation to refine his conceptualizations. Whenever he encountered a bottleneck, He perused various other cultivation techniques, not in pursuit of mastery, but simply to broaden his understanding. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Liu Tian commenced his second round of body refinement. He prepared a large wooden vat, adding various beast blood, medicinal liquids, and boiling water before immersing himself within. The torturous ordeal struck him once more. Having become familiar with the entire process, Liu Tian acknowledged that it was still painfully excruciating. Utilizing various distraction techniques, he endured for 3 days until the medicinal effects waned, concluding this session of body refinement. The suffering was indeed intense, yet the results were markedly evident. The overall strength of his physique had significantly increased once more. If his initial physique was akin to a third-layer qi refinement cultivator, after 2 rounds of refinement, he sensed his body had ascended to the level of a 5th-layer qi refinement cultivator. Following the prescribed procedures, he familiarized himself with the changes in his body and adapted to the transformations brought about by the refinement. After a few days, he would venture outside the cave to assess the situation and check the alert formations. During Liu Tian's 4th body refinement, the blood of mid-tier 1st-grade beasts had lost its efficacy, prompting him to switch to the blood of late-stage 1st-grade beasts. Upon completing the 8th refinement, he felt that his physique had become comparable to that of a late-stage 1st-grade beast. Although his outward appearance had not drastically altered, his strength, resilience, meridians, and internal organs had all seen a substantial enhancement across several tiers. As he indulged in the daily admiration of Nangong Shui Air's exquisite beauty, a tremendous surge of celestial energy converged within the cave, flooding into Nangong Shui Air's being. She remained in a meditative posture, her expression as tranquil as a still pond, yet a formidable aura began to emanate from her form. It was evident that she was on the verge of breaking through to the foundational stage. Liu Tian felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, and he promptly retreated a few paces to avoid disturbing her breakthrough. 10 days later, the potent energy released from her breakthrough permeated the cave, capturing the attention of the beasts lurking outside. Distant roars of various creatures echoed through the air, leaving Liu Tian uncertain whether they were relaying messages or simply expressing their presence. He could only extend his consciousness, standing vigil to ward off any interruptions to Nangong Shui Air's momentous advancement. Suddenly, a powerful presence approached the cave with alarming speed. Liu Tian drew forth a 1st-tier exquisite golden sword he had recently refined, ready to confront the encroaching energy. In an instant, a massive hole was smashed into one side of the cave, debris scattering in all directions. A pangolin, over a yard in length, surveyed its surroundings with its small eyes. Recognizing it as a 2nd-tier pangolin, Liu Tian steeled himself and engaged, unleashing a barrage of 1st-tier superior talismans, fireballs, ice arrows, and golden sword techniques, all crashing against the pangolin's formidable armor. Despite the seemingly fierce assault, the pangolin remained unscathed, its anger ignited by the unexpected onslaught. It charged towards Liu Tian with blinding speed. Anticipating the attack, Liu Tian deftly sidestepped the blow and swiftly ascended the passage, aiming to lure the pangolin away from the cave. However, the pangolin, agile as lightning, pursued him relentlessly. Trapped within the confines of the passage, Liu Tian had no choice but to hurl another set of talismans while summoning a protective barrier of spiritual energy. Yet, the 1st-tier superior talismans posed no threat to the 2nd-tier pangolin, which effortlessly shattered his defenses and collided with his abdomen, sending him crashing over 100 meters into the stone wall of the passage. A sharp pain surged through Liu Tian's chest and back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without the luxury of time to assess his injuries, the pangolin charged again. He hastily rolled away, employing the 2nd step of the 8 steps to catch the cicada, making a series of quick strides to escape the passage. As the pangolin barreled out of the passage in pursuit, Liu Tian unleashed a series of swift sword techniques. Thanks to the physical conditioning he had undergone recently, the potency of his swordplay had significantly increased, each strike leaving its mark upon the pangolin's hide. The final thrust even carved a deep wound that exposed the bone beneath. Reacting swiftly, the pangolin retaliated by swatting Liu Tian away with its tail before launching another charge. In midair, Liu Tian found himself with no avenue to evade. So he summoned the primordial azure wood cauldron from his dantian to strike the pangolin. The cauldron was sent flying, yet it absorbed the force of the pangolin's lethal blow. The primordial greenwood cauldron was originally the life instrument of the Taoist Yangxiazi. Due to severe damage, it had been nurtured in his dantian, and only recently regained a semblance of spirit, yet it suffered further harm from this latest impact. Retrieving the primordial greenwood cauldron, Liu Tian faced off against the pangolin. The pangolin, frustrated by its inability to subdue this qi refinement stage youth despite several attempts, felt its pride wounded. Its head, forelimbs, massive tail, and every part of its body transformed into formidable weapons, launching a frenzied assault upon Liu Tian. Chapter 63. Shredder breaks through to Foundation establishment in the face of the pangolin's relentless onslaught. Liu Tian could only dodge its fierce strikes, skillfully evading using his agility. Fortunately, most second-tier demonic beasts lacked magical abilities, relying instead on physical prowess for their attacks. This provided him with the opportunity to maneuver, yet prolonged defense inevitably led to mistakes. And he was occasionally struck by the pangolin. Although he made every effort to evade direct hits, the residual grazes inflicted significant injuries. Most of his attacks proved ineffective against the pangolin's defenses, compelling him to repeatedly cast vine-binding technique to delay its assaults. Just as the pangolin grew impatient and increasingly agitated, a massive figure plummeted from the partially collapsed exit. With a resounding crash, the gigantic form landed amidst the rubble, unleashing a thunderous roar as it swung its enormous arms to clear the debris from its body. Liu Tian, hiding nearby, finally discerned that it was a black bear towering 2 zhang high. The bear, with its mouth partially agape, revealed sharp fangs, saliva dripping down, exuding an air of ferocity as its dark eyes surveyed the scene before it. Upon spotting the suddenly intruding black bear, the pangolin emitted a series of hissing sounds, seemingly communicating something. Realizing that the bear's gaze was now fixed upon him, Liu Tian inwardly cursed his luck and swiftly leaped aside. Just as he moved, a colossal shadow lunged toward him. The bear's paw, resembling a giant fan, struck his shoulder, feeling as though half his body had been shattered, sending him crashing into the cave wall. Fortunately, the wall was made of earth, mitigating the severity of the secondary damage. In that fleeting moment of being hurled away, he summoned the primordial greenwood cauldron, hurling it at the pangolin, knowing it would seize this opportunity. Indeed, as his body crashed into the wall, the pangolin charged, colliding with the cauldron, which then rebounded back against him, causing him to spew several mouthfuls of blood. As the two beasts prepared to launch another assault, a more powerful pressure from the heavens and earth surged from the passage below. Sensing this formidable force, Liu Tian's heart swelled with joy. Shuer was on the verge of a breakthrough. At that moment, the pangolin hissed at the black bear and then turned to head towards the cave where Nangong Shui was attempting to break through. While the black bear lunged toward Liu Tian swiftly made a decision, summoning all his strength to invoke the earth spike technique, collapsing the cave entrance. The pangolin, taken by surprise, crashed into the fallen debris. He endured another strike from the black bear, leaving deep claw marks on his back, blood and flesh flying. Had it not been for his accomplishments in body refinement, a mere strike from the black bear could have easily shattered his form. Struggling against overwhelming drowsiness, he hurled the remaining talismans from his storage pouch towards the two beasts. Seizing the moment, he extracted a drop of the Millennium Stalactite, its potent healing properties instantly stabilizing his internal injuries, though the external wounds still appeared dreadfully severe. The pangolin abandoned its attempt to burrow into the stone cave and charged at him in a fit of rage, receiving another blow from each of the two beasts. The jade vial containing the Millennium Stalactite was sent flying, and his partially healed injuries were once again grievously impacted, leaving him gasping on the ground. At that moment, the massive form of the black bear agilely leaped, its colossal paw looming above Liu Tian's head, intent on crushing his skull. As the paw grew larger in his sight, Liu Tian struggled in vain to control his body, seemingly stripped of the capacity to resist. Just as he resigned himself and closed his eyes, a gigantic ice spear, radiating a chilling aura, pierced into the side of the black bear, the tremendous force propelling it through the air. The bear let out a tremendous wail as it crashed to the ground. A figure clad in white appeared beside Liu Tian, swiftly grasping him and soaring upwards towards the passage. Realizing the situation, Liu Tian barely managed to form a hand sign to retract the primordial azurewood cauldron. Yet the jade vial containing the Millennium Stalactite had vanished. Upon bursting forth from the passage, Nangong Shui and Liu Tian were immediately met with 5 or 6 attacks. Prepared for such an encounter, Nangong Shui conjured icy shields that firmly protected them both. Without a desire to engage with the other demon beasts, she maneuvered her sword to evade the aerial assaults and fled at breakneck speed. Several demon beasts pursued them relentlessly, while avian creatures, exploiting their aerial advantage, launched repeated attacks against Nangong Shui, all of which were thwarted by her ice shields. After a frantic chase spanning several hundred miles, the ground-dwelling beasts were no longer in sight. Seizing an opportunity, Nangong Shui struck an avian demon beast with an ice spear, successfully shaking off their pursuers. After covering another 100 miles, she found a secluded spot to land and hurriedly examined Liu Tian's injuries. Having barely retracted the primordial azurewood cauldron, Liu Tian slipped into unconsciousness. Nangong Shui retrieved 10 droplets of the Millennium Stalactite that Liu Tian had previously given her, disregarding the cost of swift advancement. She consumed 9 droplets and now offered the last one to Liu Tian. As the Millennium Stalactite entered his body, a healthy flush returned to Liu Tian's face. And within mere moments, he opened his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a chorus of tremendous roars echoed from all directions. Seeing that his injuries were no longer life-threatening, Nangong Shuer felt a wave of relief wash over her and coldly instructed, "I will divert them. You must leave on your own." With that, she soared high on her sword, unleashing her full aura as she charged towards a ferocious tiger towering 3 meters in length. Liu Tian sighed as the sounds of battle receded into the distance, acknowledging his own inadequacy and the wisdom in not complicating matters further. With Nangong Shuer having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, she would surely find it easier to escape without his burden. Donning the expensive cloak he had purchased, he quietly retreated in the direction from whence he came. Not long after Liu Tian's departure, a mysterious woman draped in a black cloak materialized in the vicinity. After a moment of careful sensing, she exclaimed in delight, "The aura of ice spiritual root, it appears to be quite pure." The enigmatic woman withdrew a finely crafted copper mirror from her bosom and reluctantly extracted 4 high-grade spiritual stones to embed within the mirror, casting incantations to activate it. Within 3 breaths, the mirror revealed the visage of a dignified female cultivator clad in palace attire. The mysterious woman bowed respectfully and reported, "Esteemed elder, I have discovered an ice spiritual root practitioner with notably pure spiritual energy." The palace-clad cultivator displayed a hint of joy and instructed, "Quickly ascertain the details." With that, her figure vanished, and the mirror returned to its normal state. Observing the 3 shattered high-grade spiritual stones, the mysterious woman felt a pang of heartache. Carefully storing away the remaining stone while discarding the depleted ones, she then pursued the direction in which Nangong Shuer had departed. Had Liu Tian been present, he would have recognized this mysterious woman as the one who had sold him the cloak and stones at a high price. Liu Tian cautiously evaded the beasts he encountered along the way, sensing that the creatures of the Canglong mountain range seemed to have mobilized. He had not encountered such a multitude of them on his arrival. After 20 days of stealthy navigation, he finally returned to the border town. Chapter 64. Return to the border town. Su Muqin diligently practiced within her cave dwelling, having not ventured outside in recent days for fear that Liu Tian might return and find her gone. When he departed, he had left her with a considerable supply of pills and spiritual stones, more than she had ever possessed before, allowing her to immerse herself in cultivation. Worrying that her insufficient prowess might hinder her benefactor, she had not been frugal with the elixirs. After more than a year of dedicated training, her cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi refinement. At that moment, an alarm resonated throughout the cave, prompting her to rise, filled with both excitement and concern. As she stood at the entrance and dispelled a layer of barriers, she anxiously inquired, "Who is it?" "I have returned." Upon hearing the familiar voice outside, Su Muqin hurriedly activated the formation. There stood a young man in a deep blue outfit, handsome and rugged from his travels, none other than Liu Tian, her long-awaited savior. She quickly welcomed him into the living room and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Observing his weary visage, she silently prepared a bucket of hot water. "My lord, I have prepared hot water. Please freshen up." Liu Tian willingly submerged himself in the bath, noticing that Su Muqin had thoughtfully added herbs for relaxation and invigorating circulation. He silently admired her attentiveness. The scalding water enveloped him entirely, washing away his fatigue and leaving him languidly at ease. As the door creaked open, Su Muqin gracefully entered. Assuming she was merely there to add water, Liu Tian kept his eyes closed, savoring the moment of bliss. Suddenly, he felt a pair of delicate hands resting on his shoulders, warmth radiating from her gentle massage, offering an unparalleled comfort. As Liu Tian was about to decline, he turned to see Su Muqin's blushing face and hesitated to refuse, instead choosing to close his eyes and relish the massage she provided. After half an hour of enduring the arduous bathing process, Liu Tian sighed inwardly, contemplating that perhaps it would have been better to forego the bath altogether. As the more he washed, the more agitated he became, rendering him incapable of any productive activity. Upon returning to the living room, he noticed that Su Muqin had prepared an elaborate feast, prompting him to sit down and eat. Observing that Su Muqin remained standing nearby, he invited her to join him. But upon her refusal, he set down his chopsticks and, with a serious tone, insisted, "If you wish to accompany me, then you must obey." Seeing the gravity in his expression, Su Muqin timidly took a seat and picked up her chopsticks. "There is no need for such formalities among us cultivators. You are not my maid," Liu Tian remarked with a hint of exasperation. At this, Su Muqin abruptly stood, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. From a young age, she had harbored no grand ambitions, desiring only a peaceful life. The destruction of her family left her in a state of bewilderment, and following her grandfather, She had wandered aimlessly until Liu Tian rescued her, imparting an unprecedented sense of security. She remained obediently in the cave to cultivate, fearful of engaging with strangers and preferring to wait for Liu Tian's return, which brought her great comfort. However, hearing the words "you are not my maid" felt like a cataclysm, leaving her utterly disoriented. Liu Tian, bemused by her intense reaction, found it hard to comprehend how someone nearing the later stages of qi refinement could feel so insecure. He sought to reassure her, saying, "I did not imply that I no longer need you. I merely wish for you to be more at ease. Too much formality is uncomfortable for me as well." "Very well, from now on, do as you please. Now sit down and eat." The two finally managed to finish their meal, after which Liu Tian instructed Su Muqin to visit the market in a few days to gather information regarding the impending beast tide. He informed her of his need to recuperate for several days. With the instructions given, Liu Tian retired to the cultivation chamber. Reflecting on his recent treasure-seeking expedition, he realized that had it not been for Nangong Shui's repeated interventions, he would have perished. Ultimately, it was her efforts in distracting the beasts that allowed him to return safely. The sensation of hiding behind others was one he wished to avoid experiencing again, and the helplessness of his grandfather's capture weighed heavily on his heart. Determined not to hesitate any longer, he resolved to continue refining the remaining 4 elemental spirit materials to genuinely narrow the gap between himself and those prodigies. After calculating the time, he acknowledged that over 30 days had passed since his last physical refinement and decided to commence the process anew. The blood essence from the late-stage qi refinement beast had ceased to provide significant benefits, so this time, he opted for the blood essence from fully realized qi refinement beasts. With everything in place, he disrobed and leaped into the wooden barrel to begin his cultivation. The familiar excruciating pains surged through his body once more. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this time, the agony fell short of his expectations. Upon reflection, he realized that the fully realized qi refinement beasts were, in strict terms, still at the late stage of qi refinement. Thus the quality of the blood essence had not undergone a substantial enhancement. It appears that the next opportunity will necessitate the use of the essence of second-tier demonic beasts. 3 days later, after completing his body tempering, Liu Tian chose not to venture outside but instead decided to begin the refinement of the heavy water he had previously acquired. Considering the affinity of water for wood, he reasoned that should the water spiritual root be unable to withstand the immense pressure, he could redirect some of the water attribute energy towards the wood spiritual root. He extracted the heavy water, adding a few drops of his essence blood upon it, and exerted all his spiritual energy and consciousness to refine the heavy water. With the advancement of his cultivation, the speed of refinement accelerated significantly, and within 2 days, the heavy water was fully refined, gradually approaching the water spiritual root. The rejection from the water spiritual root was far greater than he had anticipated. However, with resolve, he pressed on, channeling a vast amount of spiritual energy. He simultaneously directed his soul power towards both the heavy water and the water spiritual root. Under the tremendous pressure, the two entities slowly drew closer, eventually beginning to intertwine. Time became irrelevant in the pursuit of cultivation, as Liu Tian immersed himself in the arduous task of merging the two, deriving immense satisfaction as he witnessed the heavy water gradually assimilating into the water's spiritual root. A month later, the heavy water had completely interwoven with the water's spiritual root, transitioning from resistance to coexistence to their current state of fusion. Even without his active intervention, the two would slowly merge over time, though the process would be significantly protracted. He estimated that if he fully concentrated on the integration, it would take approximately 6 months, while allowing it to merge naturally could extend the time frame to 2 years. At this juncture, his communication talisman illuminated, revealing a message from Su Muqin. Knowing that she would not disturb him without pressing matters, he felt relieved that the fusion of the heavy water could proceed without his constant oversight, and he arose to open the door. Su Muqin, with her petite and delicate visage reflecting a hint of urgency, exhaled in relief upon seeing Liu Tian. "Young master," she said, "rumors are circulating within the market that a beast tide is imminent. Many have already departed the market, and some say that the decree from Wuyage is forthcoming. When it arrives, no one will be allowed to leave. We must remain to withstand the beast tide." Chapter 65. Discovery of the Celestial Spirit Fire. Upon hearing Su Muqin's words, Liu Tian did not hesitate. He quickly gathered his belongings, foregoing the deposit for the temporary cave dwelling, and departed immediately. The market appeared significantly more desolate, with numerous individuals discussing and observing the situation in the streets. Accompanied by Su Muqin, he successfully exited the market, making their way towards the direction of Songlong Market. This market, situated far from the mountains, boasted a higher overall strength, and should remain secure for the time being, with the option of utilizing a high-speed flying vessel to reach Yuehu Market. As they ventured 100 miles beyond the border town, they felt an overwhelming pressure. Above the border town, a colossal decree materialized, its contents visible even from 100 miles away. The decree mandated that no one was to enter or exit the border town, and all were to comply with the arrangements of Wuyiage to collectively resist the beast tide. Shortly, other forces would arrive to join in the defense against the beast tide, and the corpses of the demonic beasts could be exchanged for various rewards. Liu Tian cast only a few glances before dismissing it, cautiously guiding Su Muqin along the path while striving to avoid pedestrians and conceal their movements. As they meandered, they unexpectedly arrived near the volcano where they had once harvested the century-old dragon's bloodvine. Just as he hesitated whether to investigate further, a tremendous roar echoed from miles away, the sound indicative of a late-stage foundation-building beast. Immediately, beasts from all directions dashed toward the source of the noise. The location where Liu Tian and Su Muqin took refuge happened to be on the inevitable path of these beasts, and with no other option, they hastened toward the volcano's mouth to evade. The two leaped into the volcano, carving out a deep cavern near the molten lava, seeking temporary sanctuary. It was uncertain whether it was due to the previous complete eradication of the Jinwu, or if the Jinwu clan had also been requisitioned by higher-tier beasts. But this volcano seemed remarkably tranquil compared to the occasional beasts passing outside. After hiding in the makeshift cavern for 3 days, the outside gradually fell silent. During this time, Liu Tian sensed pure fire attribute energy emanating from beneath the lava, which ignited his determination to venture deeper. Su Muqin, possessing the water, earth, and wood spirit roots, was unable to absorb fire attribute spiritual energy, and lingering too long at the volcano's mouth had already become somewhat taxing, let alone delving into the lava. Thus, he instructed Su Muqin, "Jiner, I will explore beneath the lava. You should remain here. Should I take longer than expected to return, do not worry, for I have means of protection. Just ensure you distance yourself and find a safe place to hide. I shall seek you out once I emerge." Seeing Liu Tian's serious demeanor, Su Muqin hesitated several times, but dared not voice her desire to accompany him. Her face etched with concern as she replied, "I shall certainly wait here for you to return, my lord." Liu Tian was deeply touched by her words. The feeling of being cared for was profoundly comforting. He reached out and gently stroked Su Muqin's head, saying, "Do not fret. I sense there are fire attribute spiritual treasures below, which are crucial for me. Take care of yourself and act within your limits." With that, he conjured a powerful magical shield and leapt into the surging lava, striving to descend deeper. The terrifying temperature and pressure rapidly depleted his spiritual energy shield, compelling him to continuously channel his power to replenish it. After half an hour of descending through the lava passage, he beheld a vast lava lake. The density of the lava was significant, and the pressure increased the further he went. Though he had not penetrated deeply, he had at least reached the volcano's base. Feeling that his spiritual energy had dwindled significantly, Liu Tian exited the lava and fashioned a cave against the stone wall to rest momentarily. Since the pressure was directed upwards, he was not concerned about being inundated by the lava while creating the cave. He quickly arranged a low-tier isolation formation, sensing that the temperature was no longer as terrifying. After swallowing a few recovery pills and grasping 2 medium-grade spirit stones in his hands, he swiftly restored his magical power. Half an hour later, the spirit stones had disintegrated into powder, and his internal spiritual energy had nearly returned to its full capacity. Liu Tian wasted no time. He exited the cave and began to investigate the lava lake. The emergence of that pure energy was not fixed in time, so he remained unhurried, simply expanding his consciousness to sense the fluctuations of the lava lake. After half a day, he sensed the presence of an energy aura at the center of the magma. Opening his eyes, he beheld a small flame, the size of a pinky finger, playfully dancing atop the surface of the magma lake, reminiscent of a mischievous child. The flame's hue resembled that of a burning candle, starkly contrasting against the deep brown magma, as if it belonged to an entirely different species. Upon seeing the small flame, Liu Tian felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, initially thinking it to be some fire attribute spiritual plant or mineral treasure. He was astonished to realize it was, in fact, the rare celestial fire. The celestial fire possesses formidable power, one that even a Yuan-ing stage expert would not overlook. Moreover, given its ability to incinerate all things, attempting to refine such fire with his current cultivation would undoubtedly lead to peril. However, a glimmer of hope emerged from his training in body refinement techniques, which had endowed his physical form with strength surpassing that of his peers, leaving him uncertain of the physical resilience typical of a foundation establishment stage practitioner. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this spiritual fire appeared to have recently been born, exuding a certain charm that suggested it might not be as terrifying as he had feared. Yet, a newly birthed spiritual fire still retained its formidable nature. He felt a strong inclination to depart, Yet the immense opportunity presented by the celestial fire was too tempting to forsake. He sensed that if he were to leave at this moment, this fire would likely elude him for all eternity. As he grappled with his dilemma, the flame vanished back into the magma. He felt assured that he had not disturbed it and harbored no concerns about it disappearing entirely. It would likely re-emerge after a while. Staring into the magma for an extended period caused his eyes to sting. He then settled down cross-legged by the magma lake, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Unbidden images flooded his mind. The hunched figure of his grandfather, the departing silhouette of Nangong Shuer, the indifferent gaze of his enemies, and the plight of his missing kin. After some contemplation, he resolved to seize this opportunity, determined to integrate the celestial fire into his fire's spiritual root. With this resolution, he produced a communication talisman to relay a message to Su Muqing. After waiting for half a day without a response, he sent several more messages before dismissing the matter. He resumed his meditative posture, adjusting his state of being as he awaited the reappearance of the flame. Chapter 66. The celestial fire engulfs the body within the magma cave. There was no cycle of day and night. A dim red glow perpetually enveloped the area. Time passed unmeasured until the familiar aura resurfaced. Liu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the surface of the magma lake, his entire magical essence coalescing, poised for action. Just as the small flame playfully emerged from the magma lake, a surge of immense spiritual energy surged toward it, swiftly enveloping the flame. The small flame, startled by the sudden force, flailed about like a frightened rabbit, its powerful fire creating vacuums in the surrounding spiritual energy. Liu Tian hastily approached the flame, amplifying his spiritual energy output to control its movement, while simultaneously employing his consciousness to connect with the flame in an attempt to soothe it. In that fleeting moment when his vast spiritual energy temporarily contained the small flame, he expelled a mouthful of his vital blood onto it, the blood sizzling and crackling as it met the flame. Unlike ordinary blood, vital blood would not be entirely consumed by the fire. The instant it touched the flame, Liu Tian intensified his spiritual energy, rapidly establishing a connection with the celestial fire through the power of his consciousness. Uncertain whether it was Liu Tian's unwavering consciousness that instigated the effect or the spirit fire's weariness that led to it, after an hour of struggle, the spirit fire relinquished its resistance and gradually forged a tenuous connection with Liu Tian. Seizing the opportunity, he returned to the shore with the spirit fire. This fragile link was constantly subjected to the searing intensity of the spirit fire. Fearing its escape, Liu Tian opened his mouth wide and swallowed the spirit fire, guiding it towards his fire spirit root. As the spirit fire entered Liu Tian's body, it seemed to sense an overwhelming crisis and began to thrash violently, releasing torrents of flames. The searing flames inflicted excruciating burns upon his esophagus and stomach, causing them to rapidly shrink and carbonize. The intense pain rendered him nearly lifeless. Writhing on the ground in agony and despair, the spirit fire rampaged within him, incinerating his meridians, flesh, and organs wherever it roamed. Summoning his formidable willpower, Liu Tian retrieved the last vial of a millennium-old stalactite and consumed half of it in one breath. The stalactite's potent healing properties immediately took effect, visibly repairing the damaged areas within him. Thus, while the spirit fire blazed ahead, the stalactite offered salvation from behind. However, at times, the spirit fire would suddenly turn back, incinerating the areas that had just begun to heal. Liu Tian endured this extreme tug-of-war, rolling and crying out in madness. After a while, he once again bore the pain and sat cross-legged, fervently urging his water spirit root to generate a vast amount of water attribute spiritual energy, which surged towards the spirit fire. The clash of water and fire energies within him was chaotic, yet, in comparison to the celestial fire, the water spirit energy was akin to a single drop of water falling into a roaring inferno, evaporating almost instantly. Even as this drop continued to fall ceaselessly, it proved futile. At this juncture, Liu Tian had crushed several of his teeth, and his skin oozed copious amounts of blood, which was swiftly scorched by the flames within. Adhering to his skin, he experienced severe dehydration, his skin badly burned and desiccated, rendering his form significantly diminished. Observing that the spiritual energy within him could scarcely keep pace with the consumption of the water spirit root, and that the healing speed of the stalactite was far outstripped by the destructive force of the spirit fire, he seemed to be on the brink of despair. Amidst the fog of his mind, the phrase "metal generates water" suddenly emerged, prompting him to swiftly extract a titanium crystal with his consciousness. Without the luxury of refining it, he swallowed it whole, guiding it towards the spirit fire. Utilizing the spirit fire to heat the titanium crystal, he made a bold move and swallowed a piece of soil. Having no time to verify its properties, yet certain of its earth element affinity, he directed the soil to withstand the spirit fire's scorching. And upon seeing the titanium crystal melt into liquid, he maneuvered the molten titanium to adhere to the gold spirit root. The searing metallic liquid met his flesh, instantly producing the aroma of roasting meat. Liu Tian leapt up in pain, grabbing the millennium-old stalactite for another sip, disregarding his shattered body as his spirit once again delved deep within. Controlling the most potent wood spirit root, an immense quantity of wood attribute spiritual energy is generated. A portion flows into the heart, ensuring its rhythmic beating. Another part rushes fervently towards the fire spirit root, compelling it to release a vast amount of fire spiritual energy. This fire energy is divided into two segments. One engages with the spiritual flames, while the other surges into the earth spirit root. The earth spirit root, bolstered by the fire energy, produces a significant amount of spiritual energy, which is then directed towards the metal spirit root, while another portion interacts with the soil. The metal spirit root, having been partially restored by a millennia-old stalactite, barely regains some vitality. Under the impetus of the earth attribute spiritual energy, it expels metal attribute spiritual power, with one segment merging wholly with the titanium crystal and another flowing into the water spirit root. The water spirit root, supported by this subsequent strength, continuously releases water attribute spiritual energy to suppress the spiritual flames, while controlling a portion of the water attribute energy to flow into the wood spirit root. Thus, at Liu Tian's reckless expense, the 5 types of spiritual energy form a grand cycle, with the wood spirit root serving as the engine, vigorously outputting spiritual energy. With each complete revolution, his internal condition improves slightly, and the cyclically interdependent spiritual energy grows stronger. After hundreds of cycles, the water attribute spiritual energy gradually suppresses the spiritual flames, possibly because the power contained within the flames has been exhausted. Observing the flames no longer struggling, Liu Tian swiftly integrates the flames into the fire spirit root. With the mutual transformation of the 5 roots facilitating this process, the spiritual flames entwine with the fire spirit root without much resistance. However, before Liu Tian can even breathe a sigh of relief, his roots, along with his flesh, meridians, and bones, begin to crack under the strain of such a multitude of spiritual substances. Frustration consumes him. Yet with his throat burned to the point of being unable to voice a curse, he swiftly strategizes. First, he consumes the remaining millennia-old stalactite in one go. Next, he retrieves the severely damaged primordial greenwood cauldron, opens its lid, and casts it atop the lava. He pours in the essence of all second-tier demon beast blood and 10 concocted medicinal liquids, along with the spiritual spring water stored in his spatial ring, and then quickly dives inside the cauldron. He tosses the spirit beast pouch into the cave he previously excavated, where the lava's environment has long made the little yellow-haired creature uncomfortable. Having done all he can, his survival now rests upon fate. Inside the cauldron, the amalgamated medicinal liquid rapidly boils under the lava's searing heat, releasing immense energy that floods into his battered body. Liu Tian recklessly integrates the soil into the earth spirit root once more, bringing his body to the brink of rupture again. Undeterred, he fervently urges the 5 elemental roots to release copious amounts of spiritual energy, facilitating their mutual transformation. Thus, under the intense pressure both internally and externally, he perseveres. At this moment, every hair on his body has been scorched away, his flesh and meridians are cracked and desiccated, rendering him akin to a lifeless husk, devoid of vitality, save for the spiritual energy within him that continues to circulate as before. Chapter 67. The Fall of the Nangong Family. Nangong Shuer, having drawn away a multitude of second-tier demon beasts, manages to escape over 1,000 miles, yet the thought of returning to find Liu Tian fills her with dread. Considering the multitude of high-level demon beasts encountered along the way, before she departed, she administered a drop of a millennia-old stalactite to him. His injuries should have healed sufficiently, and with his abilities, he ought to remain unscathed if he exercised caution. She was now deeply curious about the events that had transpired within her family, for it was implausible that the Qian family would dare to strike against the Nangong clan alone. In truth, she was not overly concerned about her family's situation, as she had never harbored profound feelings for them since childhood. Now that she had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, her water spirit root had fused with the ice spirit root, and under the influence of the latter, her emotions felt increasingly dulled. Apart from her sister and that man, it seemed no one else could stir her heartstrings. Perhaps before long, even that man would fade from her memory. At this thought, she unconsciously furrowed her brow. She feared becoming a person devoid of emotions, with her sister's welfare weighing on her mind. She pondered briefly before retrieving her flying spirit vessel and setting off in the direction of Tianya City. Along the way, she dispatched several waves of unwary bandit cultivators, and after a fortnight of travel, she arrived 500 miles outside Tianya City, seeking a concealed location. After stowing away her vessel and altering her appearance, She employed a technique to conceal her aura, masking her cultivation at the peak of qi refinement, before soaring forth on her flying sword toward Tianya City. Tianya City served as the stronghold of the Wuyi, the overlord of Yazhou, constructed atop a third-tier mid-grade spirit vein. The city stretches over 200 miles from north to south, and over 100 miles from east to west. The Wuyi, however, was not located within the city itself but resided high above, occupying a floating island known as the Sky City, which housed a third-tier top-grade spirit vein. Unauthorized entry into the Sky City was strictly prohibited for outsiders. The Nangong family, situated to the east of Tianya City, owned an estate spanning 30,000 acres. Nangong Shui's great-grandfather, Nangong Wudi, was a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator and served as the Grand Elder of the Wuyi, holding significant power and influence. Her father, Nangong Linfeng, was also a Foundation establishment cultivator, and the family boasted 8 others at the same stage, rendering them formidable enough that no one in Yazhou dared to provoke the Nangong clan. Now, the audacity of the Qian family to plot against her indicated that the Nangong family was in dire straits. At the very least, a force equal to their own was targeting them. After paying the 10 low-grade spirit stones for entry, Nangong Shueter successfully entered Tianya City. Within the city, flying was forbidden. Thus, for convenience, the Wuyi had established numerous horse-drawn carriages, pulled by 2-headed horn-scaled horses. As the name suggests, the horn-scaled horse is a first-tier top-grade demon beast, characterized by its horns and scaly hide. Known for their gentle temperament, remarkable speed, and good endurance, they were tamed by the Wuyi for use as draft animals. Nangong Shuer hailed a carriage at the city gate, instructing the driver simply to circle the outer path of the city. The driver, recognizing the depth of her cultivation and her cold demeanor, dared not utter a word, focusing intently on steering the carriage along the outer road of the city at a swift pace. This outer road encircled Tianya City, boasting a width of over 100 meters, allowing more than 20 carriages to travel side by side, facilitating rapid access to all directions within the city. The Nangong estate was situated adjacent to this outer road, and the carriage soon approached the vicinity of the Nangong family's manor, where Nangong Shuer keenly observed her family's estate. The manor, once vibrant, now lay shrouded in an eerie silence, as if death itself had claimed it. The grand gates stood firmly shut, and not a single guard was to be seen at the entrance. A wave of profound unease surged within me. I sensed the presence of unseen eyes observing passers-by and carriages. South Palace Shuer did not linger, allowing the carriage to continue its journey unimpeded. It was only upon reaching the northern outskirts of the city that she commanded the carriage to halt, paid a fare of 30 low-grade spirit stones, and swiftly departed. After wandering for an hour, reassured by the absence of followers, she arrived at a secluded alley. Approaching the third-to-last house in the alley, she deftly executed a spell to unlock the array protecting the courtyard. Upon seeing the gate secured from within, she leaped gracefully into the yard. In midair, she sensed a flying sword hurtling towards her from behind and instinctively grasped it in her hand. "Sister." As she touched down, a delicate figure rushed into her embrace, clinging tightly and instantly soaking her shoulder with tears. Without a doubt, the only person bold enough to leap into her arms was her younger sister, South Palace Yor. Had it been anyone else, they would have found themselves punctured by her sharp gaze. This disguise she wore was also prepared by her sister, and thus it could not escape Yor's keen perception. After soothing her sister, the two of them retreated to the living room, where Yor recounted the events of recent days. The catalyst for the turmoil was the impending demise of the Wuyi Pavilion's master, who secretly decreed that the first disciple to break through to the Golden Core stage would succeed him. Within the Wuyi Pavilion, the only candidates with a chance of achieving this breakthrough in the near future were her own ancestor, South Palace Wudi, and the master's descendant, Gao Fan. Both were at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage and had been preparing for years to enter the Golden Core stage. Gao Fan, boasting superior cultivation and a familial connection to the master, had always held an air of superiority within the Wuyi Pavilion, looking down upon the other elders. He particularly despised South Palace Wudi, whose strength was comparable to his own. Naturally, Wudi would not deign to approach him either, resulting in a long-standing rivalry marked by open and covert strife. The master of the Wuyi Pavilion, pleased to witness this healthy competition, refrained from intervening. Eager to seize the master's position, Gao Fan hastily entered seclusion to attempt his own breakthrough. However, he succeeded only partially, producing a false core instead. A false core is formed when a foundation establishment cultivator, lacking the requisite foundation or aptitude, forces the creation of a core, resulting in a dull and uneven inner core. The power of a false core lies between that of foundation establishment and golden core stages, while it represents a significant enhancement over the foundation establishment level. The path of the false core cultivator is essentially severed, making further advancement nearly impossible. After his own failed attempt, Gao Fan grew anxious that South Palace Wudi might successfully achieve the golden core and usurp his coveted position. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this potential threat by coercing and bribing a trusted attendant of Wudi's. He subsequently tainted the spiritual incense commonly used by Wudi with the odorless and tasteless poisonous godflower. While the poisonous godflower is harmless on its own and even possesses some soul-nurturing properties, when combined with water attribute spiritual items, it produces a lethal toxin that corrupts the mind. Nangong Wudi prepared a water attribute spiritual object for his breakthrough to the core formation stage. Indeed, during this critical moment, the poisonous effects of the breaking godflower erupted, contaminating his entire sea of consciousness. Under the immense pressure of the heavens and earth during the breakthrough, he lost control of his body and perished on the spot. Gao Fan orchestrated a sudden ambush against the Nangong family, enlisting the assistance of the Qian and Zheng families, leaving the Nangong clan utterly defenseless and resulting in their near-total slaughter. Nangong Yue, feeling bored as her sister had not returned from her prolonged absence, stealthily slipped out of the family's confines. She took refuge in a temporary hideaway, intending to leave Tianya City the following day in search of her sister. In the dead of night, she received a transmission talisman from Granny Hua and remained hidden, waiting for her sister's return. To this day, there has been no word from Granny Hua, leading her to suspect that the old woman may have also met with misfortune. This modest courtyard was secretly acquired by their mother during her pregnancy with them. Aware of her low status within the Nangong family, and fearing that her children might lack spiritual roots or possess poor talents akin to her own, she discreetly purchased this residence so that her children would have a sanctuary during times of unhappiness. Before her passing, she confided in Nangong Shuer about this arrangement, instructing her not to tell anyone aside from her sister. The siblings had only visited this place twice in secret, adding a few cherished pieces of furniture and clothing. Chapter 68. Wu Yij. After recounting the information she had gathered over the past days, Nangong Yue eagerly inquired about her sister's experiences during the past year. After a moment's hesitation, Nangong Shuer shared the tale of how she had heard of a treasure with ice attributes, followed the Rose mercenary group in search of it, and fell victim to the Black Tiger Gang's schemes. She recounted the tragic fate of Granny Wu at the hands of the Qian family and how she fortuitously acquired the 5-color ice lotus, allowing her to break through to the foundation establishment stage, detailing everything that transpired, except for the existence of Liu Tian. She was unsure of how to explain this to her sister. Feeling conflicted over the affection she harbored for someone who had become entwined with her life during moments of vulnerability, she decided to postpone that conversation, as it was possible she might never see him again. Upon learning that her sister had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Nangong Yue erupted in joy. Though the family's misfortunes had saddened her and plunged her into panic about the future, her sister's achievement illuminated her previously dark world. After a long moment of regaining her composure, she asked, "Sister, what shall we do next?" "I haven't figured that out either," Nangong Shuer admitted. Faced with the formidable enemies of Wu Yij, the Qian family, and the Zheng family, she felt momentarily lost. Had she been alone, she could have concealed herself and engaged in covert attacks. However, with her sister's safety now paramount, she resolved to protect her at all costs. The desire for vengeance against their clan's annihilation could wait for another day. "Let us rest here for a few days, sister. You must be weary from your journey," Nangong Yue suggested obediently, to which Nangong Shuer nodded in agreement. Gazing up at the floating city in the distant sky, Nangong Shuer murmured to herself, "One day, I will bring you crashing down." In the underground prison of the Endless Pavilion, a middle-aged cultivator found himself bound by formidable chains, his dantian sealed, suspended helplessly in midair. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a chopstick, lashed down upon him, eliciting anguished cries. This unfortunate soul was Gao Fan, the one responsible for the poisoning of the invincible Nangong and the eradication of the Nangong clan. Once the pavilion master discovered the heinous act, Gao Fan was punished by having his dantian sealed and was imprisoned to atone for his misdeeds. At that moment, the prison's array was deactivated, and an aged figure entered. Recognizing his ancestor, Gao Fan cried out in desperation, "Ancestor, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me this once." The pavilion master, witnessing Gao Fan's pitiful demeanor, felt a surge of disappointment. Years ago, his elder brother had perished in an attempt to save him, and in his quest for vengeance, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. It was only after achieving the golden core that he wished to father a child, yet despite all his efforts, he was unable to conceive. Gao Fan, being the great-grandson of his elder brother and the most talented member of the Gao family, had been the focus of his nurturing. However, he had developed a haughty disposition, resorting to the assassination of his peers in pursuit of the pavilion master position. Though he was of his own blood, his methods were undeniably flawed. The fate of the endless pavilion now rested in his hands, a prospect that was both a blessing and a curse. Contemplating his dwindling lifespan, the pavilion master ultimately had little choice. After a moment of reflection, he waved his hand, lifting the restrictions placed upon Gaofeng. As the heavy iron chains retracted, Gaofeng tumbled to the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he crawled eagerly to the elder's feet and knelt respectfully. Gaofeng, my time is short. I can entrust the position of pavilion master to you. But remember, you must act with caution henceforth. Your teachings will be forever etched in my heart, ancestor. Gaofeng pledged. A month from now, we shall hold the ceremony for your succession. With that, the elder turned and departed. As he watched the pavilion master leave, Gaofeng was engulfed in a frenzy of elation, muttering to himself, Nangong Wudi, what can you possibly use to contend with me? Everything belongs to me. It is all the Gao family's. The news of the upcoming succession ceremony for the new pavilion master spread swiftly throughout Tianya City, with the endless pavilion dispatching envoys to deliver invitations to various factions. In a crucial moment, when beast tides could erupt at any time, the entire pavilion seemed to have forgotten about the impending threat, focusing instead on the meticulous preparations for the ceremony. The sisters Nangong Shuer and Nangong Yuer also received the news about the succession ceremony. With various forces sending representatives to Tianya City, the likelihood of their exposure increased, prompting the sisters to decide to leave the city post-haste. Within a lavish palace of the endless pavilion, Gaofeng reclined languidly on a couch, attended by 4 enchanting female cultivators clad in revealing attire. One served him wine, another fed him spiritual fruits, a third massaged his shoulders, and the last attended to his legs. Ever since his path of cultivation had been severed due to a false golden core, Gaofeng had abandoned rigorous training. After more than 2 centuries of arduous cultivation yielding such results, he felt profoundly aggrieved by the heaven's unfairness. While in the presence of others, he maintained a polished facade. But in private, he indulged in a life of utmost luxury and pleasure. In the esteemed Wuyiage, where he holds significant authority, it is only natural that female disciples, eager to find shortcuts, seek to align themselves with him. Even a mere handful of resources he casually dispenses could equate to several years of toil for the average disciple. Master, the heads of the Qian and Zheng families are requesting an audience outside. A young and graceful maid whispered as she approached Gaofeng. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gaofeng gestured for the women to withdraw, straightened his attire, and proceeded to the reception hall. Taking his seat at the head of the table, 2 elderly gentlemen, appearing to be in their 50s, though in the realm of cultivation. One's appearance is often deceiving, entered the grand hall. They greeted Gaofeng with joviality from a distance, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master." Adhering to the adage of not striking those who come with a smile, Gaofeng returned their greeting with a smile of his own and invited them to sit. The maid adeptly served them spiritual tea. After exchanging pleasantries, the two presented Gaofeng with prepared storage rings, containing the spoils from the recent obliteration of the Nangong clan. Initially, they had intended to offer only 60% of their gains, but upon hearing the news of Gaofeng's imminent ascension to master, they resolved to increase their share to 80. Gaofeng examined the ring with satisfaction, expressing, "You have executed this task excellently. Naturally, we must serve the master with utmost dedication," the two replied respectfully. "Let us refrain from calling me master for now. It would not do to have outsiders over here." Gaofeng admonished with a serious tone. "It has only been a month. We are merely familiarizing ourselves in advance." Qianmu, the head of the Qian family, flattered. Gaofeng felt a swell of satisfaction at their deference, envisioning his imminent control over Wuyiage and the entire Yanzhou, which brought a look of pride to his face. "For the upcoming inauguration, I have invited a core disciple from Qingyun Palace, known for his particular tastes. I plan to present the Nangong twins to him. Should we cultivate this connection, no one in the entire southern wilderness will dare to provoke us." The two men were taken aback by Gaofeng's words. Qingyun Palace was the sole yuaning power in the southern wilderness, a true overlord of the region. The core disciples of Qingyun Palace were few in number, each possessing exceptional talents and formidable backgrounds. This realization ignited a fervor within both of them. Gaofeng, perceiving their reaction, adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "You must swiftly capture those twins. This time, failure is not an option." The implicit threat in his tone was unmistakable. As dependents of Gaofeng, they dared not oppose him and could only bow in response, all the while calculating how they could benefit from his association with Qingyun Palace. Consequently, the three factions mobilized, exerting their utmost efforts to track down Nangong Shui, and Nangong Yuer. Chapter 69. The capture of Shui, and Yuer in a secluded training chamber. Nangong Shui sat cross-legged in meditation, the silvery moonlight streaming through the window to illuminate her delicate figure, casting an enchanting glow upon her. Yet, this moonlit beauty appeared troubled, her brows furrowed as if facing some formidable challenge. Nangong Shuer now finds herself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, devoid of any martial arts to cultivate. The majority of her clan, the Nangong family, predominantly possesses water-attribute spiritual roots, which has led to the prevalence of water-based cultivation methods within their lineage. However, her spiritual root has now transformed into a singular ice attribute, rendering the previously applicable water techniques obsolete. Given that the ice root is a rare anomaly, its associated cultivation methods are exceedingly scarce. Initially, she had the clandestine assistance of the venerable ancestor, Nangong Wudi, who had been gathering resources on her behalf. But now she must devise her own solutions. Although she has advanced to the foundation establishment stage, the absence of a corresponding technique not only hampers her cultivation progress, but also prevents her from fully exhibiting her prowess. Currently, she can only slowly absorb ice attribute spiritual energy from the surrounding air to maintain her state. Just as she was about to rise and leave her cultivation chamber upon regaining her peak condition, she sensed a faint pulse of life emanating from her abdomen. Startled, she swiftly focused her mind to investigate, performing numerous examinations, and ultimately had to accept the startling revelation: she was pregnant. As a cultivator, she is inherently attuned to her own body. Through her spiritual senses, every part of her being is vividly discernible. Thus, the subtle life force emanating from her womb could not be mistaken. The influence of her ice spiritual root had rendered her emotionally detached, and she had resolved to forget the unforeseen incident, vowing never to see him again. Yet, this sudden twist of fate shattered the icy barriers encasing her heart. After much internal struggle, she steeled herself. Gathering a surge of spiritual energy, she began to envelop her womb in a protective shroud, akin to soldiers surrounding a besieged city, poised to annihilate all life within at a moment's command. Just as she was about to strike decisively, she felt that unmistakable pulse of life once more, resonating within her heart, gradually shattering the icy faade and revealing the vulnerability beneath. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to cascade from the corners of her eyes. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Nangong Shuer let out a deep sigh and retracted the spiritual energy encasing her womb. With delicate hands, she caressed her abdomen, as if to offer solace and convey her apologies. Immersed in the vibrations of this new life, she felt as though she had discovered a new world, unwilling to extricate herself from its embrace. As dawn broke, sunlight replaced the moonlight, spilling into the chamber. A gentle knock at the door roused Nangong Shuer from her reverie. Realizing the day had fully dawned, she hastily rose to tidy her garments and compose herself before opening the door. There stood her younger sister, brimming with vitality and a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Sister, I have prepared some food. Let us eat before we set out." "Very well," Nangong Shuer replied affectionately, pinching her sister's cheek before they headed off to enjoy their meal. After the two sisters had shared their breakfast and swiftly tidied up, they prepared to embark on their journey. At her sister Nangong Yuer's suggestion, Nangong Shuer assumed the guise of a youthful male cultivator, while Yuer concealed her breathtaking beauty by transforming into an ordinary-looking female cultivator. The pair masqueraded as a couple, boarding a horn-scaled carriage towards the city gates. Upon their arrival at the city entrance, they were met with an increased number of guards, rigorously scrutinizing every cultivator entering or exiting the city. The two sisters could not help but feel a surge of anxiety as their carriage approached the entrance, drawing the attention of the guards, compelling them to bravely step forward for inspection. Tianya City is fortified with 8 gates, strategically established in accordance with the 8 trigrams, serving as focal points for the city's protective array. The security of the gates and the order within the city is managed by the city guard, a collective force formed by Wuyiage and various prominent families, with command always resting in the hands of Wuyiage. After a thorough examination, the guards permitted the sisters to pass. Maintaining their composure, they exited Tianya City and, after a considerable distance, swiftly piloted their flying vessel away, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. However, once they departed, a guard quickly shattered a communication jade slip, prompting the arrival of members from the Qian and Zheng families, who hastily pursued while transmitting alerts to others outside to encircle the two women. As Nangong Shuer and Nangong Yuer flew 200 miles from Tianya City, they sensed that someone was rapidly closing in on them. Upon realizing this, Nangong Shuer swiftly altered their course to escape. Yet, before they could cover another 100 miles, they detected others in that direction as well. After adjusting their path several times, they found themselves completely surrounded. Over 100 individuals, clad in the attire of Wuyiage, the Qian family, the Zheng family, and the city guard, had encircled Nangong Shuer and Nangong Yuer from 4 directions. Each faction had 2 foundation establishment cultivators leading, including the late-stage foundation establishment heads of the Qian and Zheng families. Witnessing such an overwhelming presence, Nangong Shuer was engulfed by despair. Qianmu, the head of the Qian family, approached with a disingenuous smile and addressed the sisters. "Where might my dear nieces be headed?" Although the Nangong family has faced misfortune, we, your elders, are here for you. Come, let us return together. Nangong Yuer, incensed by Qian Mu's shameless words, flushed with anger and retorted, "You scoundrel, crying thief. Have you no shame at all?" Meanwhile, Nangong Shuer silently drew her sword, her expression icy as she regarded their encirclement. Qian Mu, humiliated by a young girl's rebuke in front of the crowd, could no longer contain his fury. "Since you refuse my hospitality, I shall not be courteous. Everyone attack." With that command, he unleashed a massive hand of spiritual energy aimed at the sisters, swiftly following it with his own advance. Seeing Qian Mu's move, the other Foundation establishment cultivators swiftly activated their techniques to pursue the two women. Faced with 8 Foundation establishment cultivators, including 2 in the late stage and 2 in the mid-stage, Nangong Shuer barely managed to fend them off for several exchanges before being apprehended by the combined efforts of Qian Mu and Zheng Tong, the head of the Zheng family. Nangong Yuer, possessing only the cultivation of the 8th level of qi refinement, was seized in a single encounter, her Dantian's spiritual energy sealed. Exchanging a glance filled with despair, the sisters understood the gravity of their situation. Following orders from higher authorities to avoid harming the two, the city guard merely sealed their Dantian and confiscated their storage bags, escorting them back to Tianya City. Once they departed, a mysterious woman draped in a black cloak emerged from the shadows, witnessing the scene. She retrieved a delicate copper mirror from the storage bag, embedded with 4 high-grade spiritual stones, and began to invoke its power. Soon, the reflection of a woman in a plain skirt appeared in the copper mirror. The mysterious woman bowed respectfully and said, "Elder, it has been confirmed that the owner of the ice spiritual root is a 26-year-old female cultivator in the initial stage of Foundation establishment, named Nangong Shuer. Her family was recently annihilated by the local Golden Core powers, and she has now been captured by them." Upon hearing that the girl possessed an ice attribute spiritual root, the aura of the woman in the mirror fluctuated slightly, nearly shattering the copper mirror. The mysterious woman felt a surge of overwhelming emotion. It seemed that Nangong Shuer could stir the elder's sentiments, indicating the significance of this matter. Following this, a cold voice emanated from the copper mirror, "Protect Nangong Shuer well. I shall personally traverse to the Southern Wilderness." Chapter 70. The mysterious woman appears after securing the copper mirror. The mysterious woman released a gourd that expanded in midair, displaying a resplendent array of colors, unmistakably extraordinary. She stepped onto the gourd and swiftly pursued the group that had captured Nangong Shuer. Just as the team apprehending the two sisters arrived at the gates of Tianya City, they sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from behind. The group hastily halted their flying vessel and assumed a defensive stance. The mysterious woman, standing atop the colorful gourd, confronted them with her beautiful yet emotionless gaze. Recognizing her late-stage Foundation establishment prowess, the group hesitated to provoke her. After a moment of silent exchange, Zheng Tong, the head of the Zheng family, stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask who this celestial being is? Why do you obstruct our path? We have taken an interest in these two sisters. If you relinquish them, you may leave unscathed," the mysterious woman stated coldly, her imposing presence disregarding the group entirely. The celestial being is unwilling to provide any information, yet demands the sisters. "How are we to report this to our superiors?" Zheng Tong replied patiently. Nangong Shuer and Nangong Yuer exchanged glances, realizing they were unfamiliar with this woman, and remained silent, awaiting the unfolding of events. "You are not yet worthy to know the forces behind me." The mysterious woman continued to dismiss them. "Very well, I shall test your capabilities." Qian Mu, feeling particularly ill-fated that day and growing increasingly irritable, was further provoked by the mysterious woman's dismissive demeanor. "We are both late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly?" He unleashed a flying sword with all his might, the massive sword shadow imbued with formidable energy, aimed directly at the mysterious woman. Seeing someone take action, the mysterious woman responded with an air of calm, launching her own flying sword. With a swift incantation, she conjured a water serpent over 10 feet long, directing it toward Qian Mu. The enormous sword shadow was effortlessly shattered by her flying sword, which continued its relentless pursuit, slicing through Qian Mu's spell sword. As Qian Mu's spell sword was damaged, he felt a surge of blood and qi within him. Before he could react further, the ethereal water serpent collided with his chest, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a crater a foot deep. Spitting blood, Qian Mu's eyes widened in terror and disbelief as he gazed at the mysterious woman, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that a magical technique?" As the crowd witnessed the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, Qian Mu, fall defeated at a single glance, an oppressive silence enveloped the area, leaving everyone hesitant to move. Observing this, Zheng Tong shattered a jade talisman for communication. The mysterious woman, upon noticing, did not intervene, aware that with so many present, She could not easily escort the two women away. Had it been only Nangong Shui, given her understanding of the girl's character, she would undoubtedly regard her as an adversary. The wrath of the Grand Elder would be too great for her to bear. Thus, both parties remained in a silent standoff. After a short while, a figure radiating immense power descended, stepping upon a resplendent flying sword. This individual was Gao Fan, the soon-to-be leader of the Wuyish. He had pledged to deliver the two women to the prodigies of Qingyun Palace, and he was resolute in ensuring that nothing would disrupt this arrangement. Gao Fan hovered before the mysterious woman on his sword and inquired, "Might I ask who you are to meddle in the affairs of Wuyish?" The mysterious woman's eyes exhibited no flicker of emotion, seemingly dismissing the golden core cultivator entirely. With her lips slightly parted, she conveyed through sound transmission, "I am the ice envoy of Frost Valley, a force of the northern domain. Nangong Shui possesses the ice spirit root and has already caught the attention of our esteemed elder, who will soon arrive in the southern wilderness to escort her into the valley. Have you considered your decision to obstruct me?" Upon receiving her transmission, Gao Fan's expression shifted dramatically. The esteemed elder of a divine transformation force would at least possess the cultivation of the nascent soul, a level he could not afford to offend. However, failing to hand over the women would incur the wrath of the prodigies of Qingyun Palace, leaving him filled with regret. In a whirlwind of thoughts, uncertain of the mysterious woman's claims, he devised a compromise. He then transmitted, "So it is a friend from the upper sect. My sincere apologies for the offense. To express my contrition, might you accompany me to Sky City for a few days? This would allow me to extend my hospitality while we await the arrival of the elder from our sect." The mysterious woman, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze intently upon Gao Fan's eyes, and he, too, held her stare, unwilling to yield. Seeing his resolute demeanor, she conceded. Her mission was to protect Nangong Shui, and the arrival of the Grand Elder would bring decisive action. With her capabilities, she bore no fear of this golden core force. "Very well, then," the mysterious woman replied coldly. Subsequently, she utilized her magical power to transport Nangong Shui and her sister to her gourd, setting off towards Tianshang City. Once the sisters were within the gourd, the mysterious woman cast a soundproof barrier and explained the situation to them. Understanding the unfolding events, Nangong Shui and Nangong Yu felt powerless to resist and only requested to return to their small courtyard. The thought of residing within Wuyish made them feel repulsed. After negotiating with Gao Fan, the mysterious woman brought the sisters back to the small courtyard. Gao Fan arranged for the surrounding residences to be secured and monitored day and night. When the core disciples of Qingyun Palace arrived, he would have an explanation ready. Should they remain unsatisfied, they could confront him directly. Simultaneously, he prepared an abundance of beauties and treasures to offer as an apology to the prodigies of Qingyun Palace. Thus, the sisters settled into the courtyard, knowing that as long as they remained within, none would dare to disturb them. A sense of uncertainty looms over the future, accompanied by a profound feeling of helplessness, as if one were a lamb awaiting the judgment of its master in a sheepfold. A month later, the inauguration ceremony for the new leader of Wuyish Pavilion is set to proceed as planned, with representatives from the prominent families and sects of Yazhou in attendance, bringing gifts of congratulation. Upon hearing that Qingyun Palace would be sending disciples to participate, the Golden Core forces from the other 5 continents also dispatched their elders to the ceremony, presenting their own tokens of celebration. On the day of the ceremony, the entire Sky City is adorned with vibrant decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy. The disciples of Wuyish Pavilion don their finest sect robes to welcome guests from all directions. Gao Fan, clad in a third-tier exquisite crimson robe of the pavilion master, adorned with a third-tier spirit treasure crown and stepping into golden silk cloud shoes, wields the splendid third-tier Wuyish sword, embodying the demeanor of an ethereal master. At this moment, 2 winged white steeds gracefully draw a luxurious carriage, soaring from the horizon towards the Wuyish Pavilion's venue. The guarding disciples, having received advance notice, promptly activate the formation upon sighting the flying horses. The steeds gently bring the carriage to a halt within the ceremonial grounds, and a young man, clad in a white robe embroidered with cloud patterns and crane motifs, steps down. He appears to be in his 30s, yet has already attained the late foundation establishment stage. With a suave demeanor and striking features, his eyes, however, emanate a subtle coldness. Gao Fan hastily approaches and bows, welcoming the friend from Qingyun Palace to the inauguration of Wuyish Pavilion. The visitor is none other than Ning Rui, a core disciple of the Qingyun Palace, the sovereign of the Southern Wilderness. Acknowledging Gao Fan's warm greeting, Ning Rui reciprocates with a courteous gesture and utters a few congratulatory words before being invited to take a seat at the observation area. Following a series of ceremonial rites to honor heaven and ancestors, the cultivators, unable to resist tradition, indulge in a feast. Naturally, given the grandeur of the occasion, The fare consists not of lavish meats, but rather precious spiritual fruits and elixirs. As the gathering enjoys their repast, the resounding toll of the pavilion's report bell reverberates throughout Sky City, its deep and sonorous chimes echoing even to the ears of those in Tianya City. The bell seems to impose a sudden hush upon the lively ceremony, rendering the grand hall and plaza utterly silent. The disciple responsible for the bell swiftly enters the venue, bowing respectfully as he announces, "Master, a beast tide has erupted in the Songlong mountain range of the 10,000 mountains in Yazhou." Upon hearing this news, attendees hastily retrieve their communication jade slips, their expressions shifting to urgency as they absorb the flashing messages indicating varying degrees of beast tides erupting across different regions. Consequently, the guests take their leave in haste. Within half an hour, all visitors have departed, leaving the once bustling Sky City in profound silence. Gao Fan feels a weight pressing upon his chest, a pent-up frustration that he cannot release. Assuming the position of pavilion master at the false dance stage had already drawn criticism, and now the inauguration ceremony concludes in an anticlimactic manner. Noticing that Ning Rue has not yet departed, he steels himself to engage with him. Before he can speak, Ning Rue interjects, stating, "The beast tide has spread throughout the southern wilderness. I must return to the sect swiftly. Ensure that the two women I mentioned are looked after." With that, and without waiting for Gao Fan's response, he ascends into the air and enters the carriage that has just appeared. Gao Fan reluctantly pressed down the speech he had long prepared, summoning everyone to discuss how to confront the impending beast tide. Chapter 71. Nangong Shuer is pregnant. 3 months had passed, and a slight swell had appeared in Nangong Shuer's abdomen. Despite Yuer's persistent inquiries, she deftly deflected them. A mysterious woman immediately discerned her anomaly, casting a meaningful gaze upon her for an extended period, yet she remained silent. On this day, Nangong Shuer once again felt the stirring of life within her. Lowering her gaze to her abdomen, she realized that her secret could no longer be concealed. After much contemplation, she summoned her sister to the bedroom. Pulling her sister to sit at the table, she feigned nonchalance and declared, "Sister, I am with child." Upon hearing her sister's words, Nangong Yuer was struck as if by a thunderclap, rendered speechless and in a state of shock for a long while. As her sister's delicate hand waved before her eyes, she finally snapped back to reality. With wide-eyed curiosity, she focused on her sister's belly, observing intently before cautiously kneeling down to touch it. Her fingers brushed against the still smooth and flat skin, seemingly unchanged. Gently releasing her spiritual awareness, she carefully sensed the life force within. Feeling the rhythmic pulse of that delicate existence, an indescribable connection of blood and kin. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons as they turned to Nangong Shuer, eager to share this miraculous experience. After a considerable time, she emerged from her stupor, her curiosity prompting her to question her sister about how a child came to be from just a single outing. Nangong Shuer recounted the events from beginning to end, and upon realizing that it was because of her that her sister had approached Liu Tian, Nangong Yuer was left grappling with a complex swirl of emotions. Fate's whimsical design. A twist of destiny. So his name is Liu Tian. How dare he deceive me? Nangong Yuer was unaware that their family had already investigated Liu Tian. It was merely that night's encounter, the poetic exchange beneath the moonlight, that lingered in her heart. She had never considered a future with Liu Tian, only cherishing the beautiful memory that compelled her to sketch his portrait in a moment of unguarded emotion. "Sister, do you blame me?" Seeing her sister lost in thought, Nangong Shuer observed her expressions shift from gritted teeth to a smile. What? How could that be?" Nangong Yuer stammered, pulled from her reverie. "I merely feel that rascal has taken advantage of the situation. My sister, with her ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being, has fallen prey to his vile hands. How detestable." Nangong Yuer feigned indignation. "Are you praising me or yourself?" After a playful exchange, Nangong Shuer composed herself and said earnestly, "Yuer, the Ice Frost Valley has its sights set on me. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. I will strive to give birth to the child, and when the time comes, you must take the baby to find Liu Tian. Seek a secluded place where you can live in peace." "Sister." Nangong Yuer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion. Though her demeanor was lively and carefree, she was profoundly insecure. The cold indifference of her sister was her greatest source of comfort, and their mother's early passing had only deepened her yearning for affection. The father is seldom seen, only once a year, and it is through her sister that she feels the warmth of familial affection. She harbors little interest in the pursuit of immortality and instead finds joy in tending to flowers, playing the piano, and painting. Her deepest desire is to remain with her sister eternally, even dreaming of marrying the same man. She has envisioned countless scenarios, knowing her sister's cool disposition would prevent her from seeking companionship. Thus, she resolves to find a reliable man for both herself and her sister. someone who can accompany them through a joyful and blissful life. However, their family now faces calamity, and her sister has caught the attention of the transformation force, soon to be taken from the Southern Wilderness. She has inquired of the enigmatic woman whether she could accompany her. But the woman replied that the Ice Frost Valley only accepts disciples with ice spiritual roots. Initially, she contemplated beseeching the venerable elder to take her along. Even if she could not join the Ice Frost Valley, she intended to find a small mountain nearby to live in solitude, safeguarding her sister's proximity. Yet now, with her sister's pregnancy, she fears how the transformation force might treat her. Her sister, not wishing to expose her to danger, insists she seek out Liu Tian alone, facing the unknown world by herself. At this moment, she regrets not having diligently cultivated her strength. Had she been more powerful, they would not be coerced into actions they dread. Simultaneously, she harbors resentment towards Liu Tian, believing that if it were not for him, her sister would not be pregnant, and she could join her in the Ice Frost Valley. Even in death, she would wish to perish alongside her sister. Meanwhile, Liu Tian endures torment deep within the magma, having survived the initial 9 lives of peril, and his situation is now gradually stabilizing. Presently, he exists in an enigmatic state, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, yet capable of managing the affairs within his body. After 4 months, the medicinal liquid within the primordial greenwood cauldron has been fully consumed, these energy-infused medicines having sustained him through the critical period of his corporeal rupture. However, his severely burned body remains in tatters under the duress of internal and external pressures, showing no signs of repair. His physical form now resides in a peculiar balance, relying on the mutual amplification of the 5 elemental spiritual roots, with the elemental spiritual energy circulating tirelessly within him. Each cycle enriches his body with the augmented wood attribute spiritual energy, preventing further disintegration. The body oscillates between collapse and restoration. Yet the good news is that the spiritual materials infused into the roots are gradually merging. As time progresses, the more thoroughly these materials integrate with the roots, the stronger the roots will become. Consequently, the quality and quantity of the spiritual energy produced will enhance, and if he can endure until then, he may resolve his current predicament, fully restore his body, and experience a meteoric rise in strength. Chapter 72. High-level negotiation. Deep within the Tsonglong mountain range lies a towering peak, home to the ancient bloodline of the Tsonglong clan, with over 100 wolves residing within a 1,000-mile radius. The mountaintop is rich in spiritual energy, perpetually cloaked in unmelting ice and snow. A massive Tsonglong wolf raises its head to the heavens, as its every breath draws in vast amounts of spiritual energy, like sand flowing through an hourglass. The formidable Frost Wolf reigns as the sovereign of the Frost Wolf mountain range, a beast of the mid-4th rank. At this moment, a terrifyingly bloodthirsty aura swiftly approaches from the southwest sky. The Frost Wolf ceases its cultivation and gazes upward, where a majestic golden lion, adorned with a mane like flames, descends upon the winds, the sound of its presence heralding its arrival before it is seen. Frost Wolf, my old friend. A deep voice resonates across the mountain peak. Golden Lion, it has been many years. Your cultivation has flourished considerably. The Frost Wolf observes the Golden Lion nearing the mid-4th rank, its voice rich and magnetic. When a beast reaches the 3rd rank, it can refine its throat bone, enabling it to articulate speech like a human. Upon reaching the 4th rank, a beast may partially transform into human form, and at the 5th rank, it can wholly assume human guise, indistinguishable from ordinary humans, while retaining the ability to revert to beastly form, as most beasts prefer to engage in physical combat. Humans, having evolved over countless ages, represent the most aligned form for the cultivation of the Great Way. The pivotal point for beasts to transcend the 5th rank lies in their capacity to adopt human form and withstand the trials of heaven and earth. At that moment, a man flies in from the eastern sky, adorned in a long robe with blue embroidery, secured by a jade silk sash. His head is crowned with an exquisite golden diadem etched with vine patterns, his complexion as smooth as jade, with eyebrows like swords. He carries a silver fan and wears a smile imbued with nobility. The man gracefully descends upon the mountaintop and speaks. Frost Wolf, Golden Lion. What is the intention behind your unannounced beast tide? The beasts of our kind shall choose when to unleash their might without requiring your approval, Kyunzi. The Golden Lion retorts dismissively. The Frost Wolf interrupts the Golden Lion's continued mockery with a swipe of its paw, stating, "It has been over a century since the last beast tide. The low-ranked beasts in the mountains have multiplied excessively. It is merely time to let some of these unruly ones stretch their limbs." This man is Kyunzi, the master of the Chiyun Palace, the sole 4th-rank power in the Southern Wilderness domain of Mid-Yuan in cultivation. Kyunzi is not his birth name. The title has been retained by all successive masters of Chiyun Palace. Upon hearing the Frost Wolf's words, Qiyunzi's smile fades into a brief silence. After a moment, he replies, the beast tide cannot exceed 3 years and must be confined to a span of 10,000 miles. Those at the golden core stage and above must not intervene. Certainly, the frost wolf responds without hesitation. Upon receiving the frost wolf's acquiescence, Qiyunzi vanishes from sight, only to reappear several dozen miles away in the air. After a few flickers, he completely disappears from view. Watching Qiyunzi depart, the golden lion grumbles in dissatisfaction. Frost wolf, why extend such courtesy to Qiyunzi? This matter concerns the arrangements of Lord Jinping. We must not engage in folly that sacrifices the hen for its eggs. Just instruct them to release those overly abundant species for some exercise. Leave the third-rank beasts out of it. The 6 major states of the Southern Wilderness domain have suffered varying degrees of beast tide assaults, particularly the states of Yenzhou, Qingzhou, and Yunzhou, which lie near the Honghuang mountain range. These regions have endured substantial devastation from the overwhelming tide of beasts. Under the meticulous orchestration of the Qingyun Palace, the formidable factions from Haizhou, Lanzhou, and Sangzhou dispatch personnel to support the remaining 3 states. The human race, fortified by their cities, formations, and an array of potent magical artifacts and talismans, gradually stabilized their defenses. However, the frontline battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, claiming the lives of countless cultivators daily. Undoubtedly, the casualties among the demonic beasts far exceeded those of the human race. Qin Jianzi had contemplated retreating the human race beyond 1,000 miles, but he was unable to do so. Should he fail to fully cooperate in this beast tide, the demonic beasts would launch a comprehensive assault on the southern wilderness, leading to the annihilation of the human race in this region. At that point, his own existence would hold no value. Jinping would surely not spare him. In essence, the human race in the southern wilderness served as both sustenance and a sharpening stone for the great demons of the Honghuang mountain range. Approximately every century, a beast tide would be initiated to eliminate the useless low-level demonic beasts, allowing the more gifted among them to feed on ample human blood and accelerate their growth. In the Funyo mountain range, at Qingzhou Peak, elder Liu Xiaoji of the Liu family returned to their ancestral grounds accompanied by more than a dozen relatives from the Yuehu market. Yet, discontent and indignation filled their eyes. At this juncture, the 800-mile stretch of the Funyo mountain range had become the front line in resisting the onslaught of 100,000 beasts, with Qingzhou Peak serving as the headquarters for the frontline cultivators. This base was under the control of their adversaries, the Black Tiger Gang, which had been assigned to oversee the defense against the beast tide. Due to the impending crisis, a decree was issued prohibiting internal strife among the human factions during the beast tide, with severe penalties for violators, including dismemberment and the extermination of entire clans. Had it not been for this edict, the Liu family members would have surely fallen victim to the treachery of the Black Tiger Gang and the Shin family upon exiting the market. Rumors had already circulated that both the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Mu Hu, and the elder of the Shun family had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. The Black Tiger Gang, leveraging their relationship with the Qian family, was responsible for the defense in this area. After soothing his companions, Liu Xiaoji trudged to the former council hall of the Liu family, now transformed into the frontline command post. Upon identifying himself to the Black Tiger Gang cultivators in charge of task assignments, he received the mission allocated to the Liu family. The task mandated that the Liu family members reach a stronghold located 500 miles away within 2 days, collaborating with the Jing family to defend this position. The enraged Liu family confronted the equally incensed Jing family, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding. Aware that the Black Tiger Gang held the moral high ground in resisting the beast tide, both families reluctantly accepted the death sentence that was the mission. Otherwise, they would not need to wait for the beasts to attack. The law enforcement team from Wuyi would swiftly annihilate them. This time, the Jing family had sent 30 individuals, 10 in the late Qi refinement stage and 20 in the mid-Qi refinement stage, each accompanied by a silver moon wolf spirit pet. Their overall strength was not insignificant, though they lacked critical combat power at the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, the Liu family's strength was considerably weaker, with Liu Xiaoji at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Liu Xinyun at the 7th layer, Liu Xianghao at the 5th layer, and the majority of the remaining Liu family members at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. At this moment, neither family harbored any desire for complaints. After a brief discussion, they set forth toward the defensive stronghold near the 10,000 Great Mountains, located 500 miles away. Chapter 73. Su Muqin's desperate leap into the lava. The beast tide was initially instigated by the Songlong mountain range, with only small-scale attacks by on the human settlements in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Recently, news emerged that human powerhouses had convened with the high-ranking members of the, compelling them to agree that Tier 3 and above would not take action. This renewed the confidence of humanity, prompting various factions to engage in the fray, eager to reap the rewards during the beast tide. The Golden Core factions from various states also offered substantial rewards, allowing individuals to exchange corpses or task points for various prizes, including foundation-building elixirs. Members of the Liu and Jing families arrived at a small hill standing 100 feet tall, which served as a defensive stronghold arranged by the Black Tiger Gang. Within a 10-mile radius, there were also other strongholds manned by different factions. Additionally, a 5-member team of foundation-building cultivators was tasked with slaying Tier 2 along a defensive line stretching 100 miles. While such arrangements were generally sound, the positions assigned to the Liu and Jing families were the most prominent along the entire defense, inevitably bearing the brunt of the pressure. The two families hastily set up their formations within the stronghold, with the Jing family having brought along a top-tier first-grade formation, the Vast Mist Formation, which combined defense and enemy entrapment. After half a day's work, both families had completed their setup and patiently awaited the arrival of the beast tide. At the volcano's mouth, Su Muqin gazed anxiously at the bubbling lava, her heart heavy with worry. It had been nearly 5 months since her master had descended, and there had been no word from him. Had it not been for the transmission she received from Liu Tian, she would have lost patience long ago. In recent days, her unease had intensified. She felt that her master undoubtedly needed her at this moment. 3 days prior, she had attempted to leap into the lava to search for him, but she had underestimated the terrifying nature of the molten rock, becoming lost and sustaining burns on multiple parts of her body, forcing her to retreat. After 3 days of recuperation, she resolved to dive into the lava once more in search of Liu Tian. With a determined expression, she stood at the edge of the lava, took a deep breath, and conjured a soil-based spiritual energy shield before plunging into the scalding molten rock. Learning from her previous experience, she refrained from thrashing about and focused solely on descending deeper. As she ventured further down, the pressure of the lava intensified, and the depletion of her spiritual energy accelerated. Yet, she was resolute, unwilling to turn back. Ignoring the draining of her energy, she propelled herself downward, continuously swallowing recovery pills to ensure her Dantian's energy could be replenished. Time slipped away as she descended. Her clothing was scorched to tatters, and her skin became parched and cracked from the searing heat. Just as her spiritual energy was on the verge of exhaustion, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from below. A surge of joy filled her heart as she recognized it to be her master's. With all her might, she channeled her energy and swam swiftly toward the source of the aura, soon discovering an enormous lava lake beneath her. Reaching the shores of the lava lake, she quickly surveyed her surroundings and spotted a cauldron, roughly the size for 2 people, floating atop the lava not far from the shore. The magma radiated an intense heat, causing the alchemical furnace to glow a fiery red. Inside, Liu Tian was scorched to the point of desiccation, with parts of his flesh even beginning to carbonize. Observing this distressing scene, Su Muqin felt an overwhelming urgency and dared to use her magical powers to move the furnace to the riverbank. Faced with Liu Tian, who was nearly devoid of breath, she found herself at a loss, only managing to carefully extricate him from the furnace to prevent further exposure to its relentless heat. Noticing that he still maintained the meditative posture of 5 hearts facing heaven, she hesitated to disturb him. At that moment, Liu Tian, having narrowly escaped the crisis, found his internal condition temporarily stabilized under the continuous restoration of wood spirit qi. However, once the medicinal liquid within the mixed cloud greenwood furnace was depleted, the furnace transformed into a dry oven. Under the relentless heat of the magma, the temperature inside the furnace escalated, causing the moisture in his skin to evaporate rapidly. Had it not been for the extraordinary origins and high-grade materials of the mixed cloud greenwood furnace, which had managed to shield him for several months, he would not have survived to this day. Yet, the furnace was not in its complete state and had previously sustained damage, thus reaching its limit of protection. Had Su Muqin arrived a few days later, she would have likely discovered nothing but his bones, devoid of flesh. After a careful observation, Su Muqin noted that Liu Tian's skin continued to slowly dehydrate and flake away, revealing stark, white bones beneath. Realizing that she could no longer delay, she once again summoned her magical energy and cautiously relocated him to the cave she had previously opened, ensuring he was distanced from the magma's searing heat. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a large wooden basin, filling it with spring water and then adding a specially formulated healing potion along with a drop of a millennium-old stalactite. This healing potion, crafted by her family, was intended for treating external injuries. In essence, it was a product of their own research, born from the inability to afford expensive healing elixirs. Su Muqin possessed the attributes of water, wood, and earth, and had spent years foraging for herbs in the mountains alongside her kin. She discovered her unique sensitivity to spiritual herbs, often identifying more than her family members. The spiritual herbs and fruits she cultivated surpassed those of her relatives in quality. Recognizing her talent in this domain, she took pleasure in researching and experimenting with potion formulation. The potions she concocted rivaled standard healing elixirs, proving particularly effective for external injuries due to their topical application. The millennium-old stalactite had been left for her by Liu Tian before he faced the magma, intended as a life-saving remedy. Upon preparing the medicinal liquid in the wooden basin, Su Mujin once again concentrated her magical energy to gently place Liu Tian into the basin. As his parched skin made contact with the life-infused potion, it instinctively began to absorb the energy within, visibly revitalizing. However, the potion was being consumed at an alarming rate. Within half a day, its efficacy had been fully absorbed, leaving nearly only pure water. Watching Liu Tian, who had just begun to show signs of improvement, Su Mujin found herself at a loss once more, as her stock of spiritual herbs was entirely depleted. Carefully searching Liu Tian's person, she discovered a storage pouch and a storage ring, but the pouch was damaged and its contents ruined, while she was unable to open the storage ring. With no means of escape, she anxiously paced back and forth. As her hand once again plunged into the bucket to gauge the temperature, a pair of gnarled, calloused hands seized her, pulling her into the wooden vessel. The sudden turn of events startled Su Mujin, and just as she was about to resist, she realized it was Liu Tian's hands drawing her into the bucket. Fearing for his safety, she refrained from opposing him, mustering her strength to observe closely. She noted that Liu Tian's eyes were tightly shut, still trapped in a state of unconsciousness. His body pressed closely against hers, as if he were a weary traveler in the desert who had discovered water, desperate to absorb it into his very being. Liu Tian, having endured prolonged exposure to the searing heat, was in a state of extreme thirst and near death. Su Mujin had provided him with copious amounts of water and energy, which sustained his life and facilitated recovery. However, at this moment, as his body craved energy for restoration, it was depleted. How could he forego any opportunity to replenish his strength? Su Mujin's hand, submerged in water, was sensed by his body, prompted by the intense signals from his physique. His brain reacted, swiftly pulling her into the water. Chapter 74, Breaking Through the Foundation, Part 1. Liu Tian held Su Mujin tightly in his embrace. Yet his body's thirst seemed insatiable. His hands violently tore apart the barriers between them, their skin finally pressed intimately together. Feeling the desiccated and damaged form of Liu Tian, Su Mujin's heart ached, but she dared not move, afraid to harm him or disrupt his current state. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her embarrassment and surrendered to his actions. The wood element aura emanating from Liu Tian enveloped her in an inexplicable comfort, gradually allowing her to relax. In that moment, her fair, smooth skin radiated an enchanting glow, resembling an exquisite piece of art. Particularly striking was her unclad figure, its graceful contours gently swaying in the water. Suddenly, a surge of profound dark energy entered Liu Tian's body. Though not vast, this force was remarkably pure and refined. Upon entering Liu Tian, it seemed to instantly activate a dormant mechanism. The previously functioning 5 elemental spiritual energies were propelled into a frenzied state, operating at an accelerated pace. Under the nurturing influence of the profound dark energy, the fusion of the 5 elemental essences intensified. Liu Tian's body did not merely seek to consume, unbeknownst to them. The two, unversed in dual cultivation techniques, entered a state of mutual connection, exchanging spiritual energies. The spiritual energy within Liu Tian flowed into Su Mujin, circulating within her body before returning to him. This circulating energy carried Su Mujin's unique essence, further purifying Liu Tian's spiritual energy and imparting an extraordinary effect. Exhausted beyond measure, Su Mujin succumbed to the impact of the spiritual energy, falling into a deep unconsciousness. A vast surge of spiritual energy continuously circulated between the two, purifying and solidifying the essence within Su Mujin, gradually enhancing her cultivation. The root cause of this phenomenon lay in Su Mujin's unique constitution known as the spiritual medicine body. As the name suggests, this rare physique is characterized by a trace of primordial yin infused with the properties of spiritual medicine, which emerges at birth and grows stronger with the enhancement of her cultivation. Should a practitioner adept in dual cultivation encounter this, they would regard it as a treasure. For acquiring that primordial yin would offer substantial nourishment to the body, compensating for innate deficiencies, enriching spiritual energy, and elevating one's cultivation level. However, Su Mujin had grown up in a remote place, and after her family's misfortunes, she had been hiding with her grandfather, striving to remain distant from the world of practitioners. Liu Tian, on the other hand, had not considered this direction. Having spent only a brief time in contact with Su Mujin, he had no intention of recklessly probing her body. Liu Tian was in an extreme state of thirst, instinctively sensing the presence of a potent tonic, which led to the current situation. Presently, both were enveloped in an unconscious state, tightly embracing one another as the spiritual energy formed a circuit within their meridians. At some point, Liu Tian's skin began to rejuvenate, flesh gradually filling out, wounds slowly healing, and the charred parts of his body started to slough off, revealing new skin beneath. Internally, the disintegration ceased, and under the influence of the wood attribute spiritual energy infused with the primordial yin of spiritual medicine, his injuries gradually mended. The organs and meridians within his body became more resilient and robust, radiating a soft white glow, with the consumption of spiritual energy no longer needed to combat bodily disintegration. An excess of energy surged into his dantian, slowly filling it. As the dantian neared its capacity, the influx of spiritual energy did not cease. Rather, the immense pressure caused the energy within to become increasingly dense. The energy began to struggle against the overwhelming force, clustering tightly together, showing signs of liquefaction. It seemed the dantian had reached its limit, frantically signaling to his brain. In the depths of his consciousness, Liu Tian felt a voice calling out to him, and he strained to discern its source. After considerable effort, he finally became aware of his body, recalling that he was refining the heavenly spirit fire. Yet he felt no trace of the agony he had previously experienced. Exercising caution, he refrained from making any abrupt movements. Once fully in control of his body, he began to investigate his condition, feeling the smooth, soft form tightly held in his embrace, which startled him into opening his eyes. He beheld Su Muqin nestled in his arms, her delicate features imbued with a hint of springtime, as if she had drifted into slumber. Confusion washed over him. What had transpired? How had Qinjia come to be here? Before he could ponder further, the dantian sent another urgent signal. Thus, he turned his focus inward. Discovering that the energy in his dantian had surged and was now exhibiting signs of liquefaction, with a continuous flow entering the dantian. Regaining his composure, he slowly rose from the barrel and retrieved a robe from his storage ring, draping it over Su Muqin. He then took out a blanket, gently placing it over her while ensuring her garments were properly covered. Completing these tasks made him break into a nervous sweat. He hastily donned a garment for himself, distancing himself from Su Muqin, and began to sit cross-legged, attending to his physical condition. Liu Tian devoted himself entirely to the Long Chun Gong, channeling the wood attribute spiritual energy to comprehensively mend the various injuries afflicting his body. Under his precise control, the internal and external wounds underwent further healing. This ordeal of life and death had significantly enhanced his physical resilience. At that moment, he discerned that although he had managed to control the influx of spiritual energy into his dantian, the energy within it had not ceased its liquefaction process. Gradually, he sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the boundless void, directed squarely at him. This is bad. I've inadvertently touched upon the opportunity for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, I am unprepared. Upon introspecting his body, which had yet to fully recover, he realized that once the chance for a breakthrough commenced, it could not be halted. To forcibly stop it could lead to damaged meridians and dantian, or worse, death. As he gauged the progress of his spiritual roots fusion, he steeled himself and directed the spiritual energy once more into his dantian. The pressure on his dantian intensified, hastening the liquefaction of the energy. A formidable celestial pressure descended, and Liu Tian felt an overwhelming weight, as if he were a diminutive ant easily crushed beneath this force. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge and the memories of his master Yun Shaozi accumulated over centuries, he understood that this was the heavenly Tao's trial for those seeking a breakthrough. Thus, he held his breath, focused intently, and channeled all his energy into the dantian. Above the dantian, a colossal barrier seemed to loom, with the spiritual energy needing to penetrate this barrier to transform into liquid. However, the barrier was exceedingly resilient. Despite the myriad attempts of the energy to breach it, it remained unyielding. At that moment, both his dantian and meridians were under immense strain. Chapter 75, Breaking Through to Foundation Establishment, Part 2, Liu Tian understood that this was the barrier to foundation establishment. Breaching it would allow him to ascend to that stage, opening up vast horizons. Now, it was a race against time to see whether he could break through the barrier before the pressure overwhelmed his dantian and meridians, causing them to shatter. With no other option, he resolved to give it his all. Liu Tian fully activated his 5 spiritual roots, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, while simultaneously accelerating the transformation and circulation of the 5 elemental energies. The purified, copious energy surged into his dantian, gathering to strike the barrier with full force. Boom, boom, boom. Resounding like the tolling of a great bell, the impacts reverberated within his body. With each relentless strike, the barrier began to tremble and loosen. Sensing the glimmer of victory, Liu Tian disregarded the damage inflicted upon his body by the assaults and continued to concentrate the spiritual energy, fiercely battering the barrier. After an indeterminate number of strikes, the barrier appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, unable to contain the surging blood within. A torrent of reverse blood gushed forth, leaving his complexion pale and his spirit waning. His meridians and dantian had reached their utmost limit, teetering on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Liu Tian retrieved a superior foundation establishment pill from his storage ring, a prized acquisition from the five-colored hell, and swallowed it whole. Upon entering his body, the foundation establishment pill transformed into a vast surge of energy, rapidly flooding his entire being, fortifying his meridians and dantian. While a substantial influx of spiritual energy replenished the deficiencies within his dantian. Witnessing the effects of the foundation establishment pill, Liu Tian gathered all his spiritual energy once more, launching a desperate assault against the barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered into countless fragments, and the unimpeded spiritual energy surged forth like koi leaping into the dragon's gate. As the spiritual energy passed through the barrier, it began to condense into droplets of liquid, which then fell into his dantian. With the first drop of spiritual liquid entering his dantian, Liu Tian felt a powerful tremor coursing through him, accompanied by a wave of refreshing vitality, transforming his very essence and elevating him to a new echelon of life. The droplets multiplied and fell increasingly swiftly, gradually intertwining to form a continuous stream, eventually manifesting as a downpour. Within his dantian, a torrential rain of spiritual liquid nourished all things. As the barrier crumbled and the spiritual liquid cascaded down, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth seemed to find a passage, bringing forth torrents of immense power. Under the dual nourishment of this great power and the spiritual liquid, Liu Tian's dantian gradually expanded. The five spiritual roots, under the influence of the great power, became increasingly solidified, merging seamlessly with the spiritual essence around them, forming a harmonious unity. Upon completion of the fusion, the five types of spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, began to slowly rotate, gradually descending into the dantian, transforming into towering pillars based on the diagram of the five elements. These colossal pillars caused the dantian, which had been expanding at a steady pace, to swell exponentially once more. The profound spiritual pearl and the primordial greenwood cauldron, long nurtured within the dantian, also benefited immensely from the nourishing energies of heaven and earth, regaining vitality. As the celestial forces gradually receded, Liu Tian's internal condition stabilized. His meridians became robust and resilient, radiating a luminous glow, while his other organs and bones strengthened several-fold. His dantian resembled a vast lake, at its center a clearly defined platform of the five elements, with five vividly colored pillars reaching towards the heavens. In comparison to the typical cultivator's dantian, which resembled a mere wooden basin during a foundation establishment breakthrough, Liu Tian's dantian had become incomparably more powerful. This formidable dantian bestowed upon him a profound concentration of spiritual energy, enhancing his enduring combat prowess and enabling him to wield even mightier spells. Thus, Liu Tian's breakthrough concluded successfully. After a brief interlude to mend his damaged body, he completed his cultivation. Being within the volcano, the atmosphere brimmed with volatile spiritual energy, tinged with lingering fire toxins that could harm the body if inhaled excessively. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Su Muqin clad in his oversized robe, her expression etched with concern. Upon noticing his awakening, her worry dissipated, blossoming into a radiant, bashful smile. As the vast celestial aura surged forth during his breakthrough, Su Muqin was jolted awake. Observing Liu Tian seemingly on the verge of a foundational breakthrough, she remained anxiously by his side. Liu Tian, touched by Su Muqin's concern for him, approached her and gently embraced her. Feeling her initially rigid, then softening form, he eventually released her and softly inquired, "Jiner, what brings you down here?" "My lord, I waited atop for nearly 5 months. I was so worried about you that I decided to come down. Upon my arrival, I found you nearly scorched in the alchemical furnace. So I took the liberty of moving you to this cave," Su Muqin explained, her gaze filled with unease as she looked at Liu Tian. Listening to her recounting, Liu Tian's memories flooded back. In a moment of desperation, he had cast the primordial greenwood cauldron into the magma to expedite the heating of the body refining elixir. Little did he know that he would descend into a state of unconsciousness. Had it not been for Su Muqin's timely rescue, he might have been reduced to jerky. Furthermore, she had concocted medicinal solutions for him, and, in his dazed state, even harvested some of her essence. It was fair to say that Su Muqin deserved at least half the credit for his successful passage through this ordeal. Reflecting on this, Liu Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He embraced Su Muqin once more, whispering softly in her ear, "Thank you, Jiner." Observing the blush bloom on the young woman's ears, he couldn't help but feel amused. She was indeed quite bashful. "Jiner, would you like to change your clothes? Let us leave this place," he suggested. Came her response, as delicate as a whisper. Su Muqin, flustered, withdrew from Liu Tian's embrace and hurried to a secluded corner where she could change her attire, quickly donning a new outfit. Liu Tian, noticing the spirit beast pouch discarded in the corner, examined it closely and found that the little yellow creature's life force was still stable, albeit deeply asleep. With no time to scrutinize further, he stored the pouch away. Once finished with her change, Su Muqin carefully folded the robe Liu Tian had given her and solemnly placed it in her storage bag. Humph. This dress was given to me by my lord. I shall not return it, she thought, a fresh blush gracing her cheeks at the sudden realization. Before long, Su Muqin reappeared before Liu Tian, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, elegantly styled into an intricate bun adorned with small yellow flowers, reminiscent of twinkling stars. 2 blue ribbons danced in the breeze, complementing her exquisite yellow and blue woven gauze skirt, bestowing upon her an ethereal quality. After appraising her for a moment, Liu Tian enveloped Su Muqin in a powerful aura shield with a single arm, and with a swift motion, they soared towards the surface above the magma. Chapter 76. The cultivation of the cycle of life and death. Now, having successfully broken through to the foundational stage, Liu Tian's prowess had grown tenfold, rendering the magma a trivial obstacle, as he moved through it with the same ease and grace as one would in water. After a brief moment, the two emerged from the molten lava and arrived at the volcano's crater. Upon a cursory observation of their surroundings, which revealed an eerie stillness, they continued their journey away from the volcano's mouth. Jeaner, I have just made a breakthrough and must solidify my cultivation. Let us find a place to rest. As you wish, my lord. Liu Tian had previously advised her against calling him my lord, suggesting instead husband or simply his name. However, Su Muqin stubbornly refused, and Liu Tian did not press the matter further. After all, the title my lord did have a certain charm to it. After flying several dozen miles, Liu Tian selected a secluded hill and, with a few strikes of his sword, opened up a cave. Inside the cave, he roasted some antelope he had casually caught along the way, sharing a meal with Su Muqin before retreating to a partition he had created within the cave to consolidate his cultivation. Once Liu Tian began his training, Su Muqin tidied up briefly and found a quiet spot of her own to commence her practice. Following their battle, she realized she had advanced beyond the late stage of qi refinement, rising from the 6th to the 7th layer. However, upon recalling that her lord had already reached the foundation establishment stage, she felt a sense of urgency, fearing that her lower cultivation would hinder him. Seizing every moment, she diligently practiced. As Liu Tian skillfully operated his Changchun technique, he felt a significant enhancement in the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy, surpassing previous levels. After 3 days of focused cultivation, he had stabilized his progress, and his physical injuries had largely healed, restoring him to his charming and graceful self. Yet, during these 3 days of training, he distinctly sensed that the Changchun technique could no longer keep pace with his advancement. Being merely a method suited for the qi refinement stage, he had been researching the withering and flourishing life and death technique for years and found himself at a standstill. Nevertheless, he was confident that he had thoroughly grasped the techniques of the foundation establishment phase. Recently having made a breakthrough, he felt invigorated and brimming with confidence. Thus, he resolved to seize the moment and further his practice of the withering and flourishing technique. Recalling the technique's principles in his mind, he began to circulate his true energy according to the prescribed path. As the technique flowed smoothly, a torrent of natural spiritual energy surged toward him, which he calmly directed into the corresponding meridians and acupoints, allowing them to circulate along the predetermined route. Soon, the spiritual energy within his body transformed into a vibrant and flourishing life force. Once this transformation was complete, the critical moment arrived. Converting the life force into the withering force presented the first major challenge. According to the principles of feng shui recorded in the dream world, the 5 elements exhibit fluctuations of strength and weakness through the seasons, categorized as flourishing, corresponding, resting, imprisoning, and dying. Currently in spring, the elements were wood flourishing, fire corresponding, water resting, metal imprisoned, and earth dying. Following this pattern, Liu Tian integrated the life force within him into his metal spiritual root, urging the life force to transform into a metal attribute, and subsequently allowing the spiritual energy to interact in accordance with the cycle of the 5 elements. Metal generates water. Water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, and fire enriches earth. Thus, the transformed spiritual energy culminated in earth attribute energy. At this moment, after a complete cycle of transformation, the energy became remarkably pure and substantial, yet there were still no signs of it turning into the withering force. Liu Tian adeptly manipulated the earth attribute spiritual energy, transmuting it into metal attribute energy. Thus, The refined power of vitality transitioned into a cyclical operation of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. However, if he could not swiftly generate the power of decay, the cultivation of this technique would falter, and the uncontrolled vitality would obliterate his meridians and physical form. As the 5 elemental energies revolved in an intricate dance, each transformation bore the intense essence of its respective attribute, the fiery red flames of fire energy and the earthy yellow hue of earth energy. It remained uncertain how long this process persisted, yet the 5 attributes of spiritual energy rapidly transformed and spun, coalescing into a yin-yang fish symbol within his dantian. At last, a trace of decaying power manifested within the earth attribute energy. Sensing this hint of decay, Liu Tian stifled his elation and continued with the transformation of spiritual energy. Gradually, waves of decaying power enveloped his dantian, and once the vitality was entirely converted, he commanded the wood spirit root to generate vitality once more. Thus, he accomplished the transformation of decay and vitality, signifying his successful cultivation of the extraordinary technique known as the decay and vitality life and death secret. Of course, it was premature to claim mastery. He was merely at the threshold of this art, with the conversion of decay and vitality requiring considerable time. Only when he could effortlessly oscillate between decay and vitality would he truly enter the realm of mastery. After years of relentless research, he achieved what even young Xiaozu could not in a lifetime. Unable to restrain his joy, Liu Tian threw his head back and laughed heartily, the resounding sound causing stones and debris to rain down from above. Hearing the commotion, Su Muqin hurried to the entrance of Liu Tian's cave, her expression a mix of confusion upon witnessing his exuberance. Upon seeing her, Liu Tian approached with a grin, lifting Su Muqin into the air and spinning her around joyously while exclaiming, "Qiner, I am absolutely elated today." Her laughter echoed his own, amused by his exuberant demeanor. After a spell of merriment, Liu Tian finally calmed his fervent heart and inquired, "Qiner, how many days have I been cultivating?" "Today marks the 10th day," she replied. "Has it truly been 10 days? He mused aloud. His cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, and he had successfully transitioned his technique, significantly enhancing his power. The longing to return home surged within him. He yearned to see his family, seek vengeance against the Black Tiger Gang, and rescue his grandfather. Departing from the temporary mountain cave, he unleashed a spell to obliterate it, erasing all traces. After orienting himself, he and Su Muqin took to the skies on their sword, traversing the landscape. Along the way, they encountered numerous villages and towns reduced to mere ruins, the ground stained with remnants of blood but devoid of corpses. By chance, they stumbled upon a few fortunate survivors who revealed that a horde of demon beasts had ravaged the villages and towns. With many celestial beings also falling victim to the onslaught, it became evident that a beast tide had erupted, casting a shadow of gravity over Liu Tian's countenance, intensifying his urgency to locate his kin. However, the journey was fraught with increasing encounters with demon beasts, their numbers relentless, and several drew the attention of second-tier beasts. To circumvent further complications and conserve time, he opted to abandon flying on his sword, choosing instead to travel on foot alongside Su Muqin, diligently avoiding the demon beasts. Chapter 77. Encountering the descendants of the 5 poison scatterer a few days later, as Liu Tian and Su Muqin traversed a quaint village, they stumbled upon a pack of hyenas viciously hunting its inhabitants. Led by a formidable hyena at the late stage of its first rank, the pack savagely slaughtered the villagers, with some hyenas even feasting upon the lifeless bodies of the fallen. Observing this dire scene, Liu Tian swiftly activated his movement technique and dashed into the village. Channeling his powerful spiritual energy, he wielded his enchanted sword, dispatching a hyena with a single stroke, and with a few more strikes, he eradicated the hyenas that filled his vision. At that moment, the hyena leader took notice of Liu Tian and lunged at him with alarming speed. Cold determination gleamed in Liu Tian's eyes as he did not flinch. Just as the creature's claws were about to make contact, he swung his sword, sending the hyena leader hurtling through the air. It flew over 10 meters before crashing down, its body severed cleanly in two. Witnessing her companion's prowess, Su Muqin surged into the village from another direction, eliminating other hyenas in her path. After vanquishing the leader, Liu Tian expanded his spiritual awareness to envelop the entire village. Discovering a pair of survivors, a grandfather and his grandchild, huddled together in a cellar at the edge of the village, trembling in fear. They were the sole survivors of the village. And though Liu Tian had slain numerous beasts and rescued many mortals and cultivators along the way, the overwhelming number of beasts made it impossible for him to save everyone. Moreover, he was anxious to return and rescue his own kin. Upon reaching the cellar where the grandfather and grandchild were hiding, he coaxed them out. The grandfather appeared to be in his 60s, frail and diminutive, while the child, around 7 or 8 years old, wore tattered clothes that betrayed a lack of nourishment. Yet his eyes sparkled with an intense, dark brilliance. Upon seeing the slain hyenas, the elderly man grasped his grandchild's hand and bowed repeatedly to Liu Tian and Su Mujin in gratitude. After assisting the old man to his feet, Liu Tian advised, "This village is no longer safe. You must find a place to hide." The old man, his voice hoarse, lamented, "Where is there safety now? Everywhere is infested with beasts. There is no way to survive." Liu Tian understood the gravity of the situation, yet he felt powerless to provide a solution. Just as he resolved to leave with a heavy heart, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable familiarity with the area, as if it had been etched into his memory. "Old sir, what is the name of this village? To which place does it belong?" Liu Tian inquired. "This is downstream of the Shui River, and the villagers all bear the surname Kong. It is called Xia Kong Village, under the jurisdiction of Shui Town," the elder responded. At that moment, Liu Tian recalled the jade slip left by the 5-poison scatterer, Kong Yue, which mentioned his homeland being this very place. He pressed on with his questioning. "Do you know Kong Yue?" At the mention of this name, the old man was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure after a long pause. With a look of disbelief, he replied, "Kong Yue is indeed my grandfather's name. My grandmother said that shortly after my father was born, he went off to pursue immortality and never returned. Does the immortal master know my grandfather? Is he still alive?" Observing the agitated elder, Liu Tian spoke, "I do not know him personally, yet I have seen his lifeless body, which bore a jade slip chronicling his life. Having received some kindness from him, I granted him a proper burial and vowed to care for his descendants when the opportunity arose. Child, come here." Upon finishing his words, Liu Tian beckoned the child over. Placing his hand gently upon the child's head, a surge of pure energy enveloped the child momentarily before retracting. With a tone of astonishment, he remarked, "This child possesses the attributes of gold, wood, and earth as his spiritual roots." The elder, upon hearing the immortal master affirm that his grandson had spiritual roots, was filled with immense joy. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the child tightly and urged, "Tai Dan, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. Look at the hardships of mortals. You must work hard." Having spoken, the old man retrieved the worn dagger from his bosom and plunged it into his own chest. The young boy was taken aback, red blood splattering his face, as he cried out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Liu Tian, bewildered by the elder's actions, advanced to channel his spiritual energy to heal the old man. However, the elder grasped Liu Tian's hand firmly, halting him, and declared, "I have lived over 60 years. I have lived enough. I hope the immortal master can take the child and provide him with a path to life. I shall no longer be a burden to you, esteemed master." Before he could finish his words, the elder took his last breath. Watching the sobbing child, Liu Tian felt a deep sorrow, not solely for the old man, but for the mortals living in this realm, truly living lives worse than weeds. After placing the elder in a cellar, he used his magic to collapse it, thus granting the old man his final rest. Observing the child, who was both heartbroken and bewildered, Liu Tian approached and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Kong Chang'an. My nickname is Tai Dan," the boy replied, wiping his tears. "Do you wish to take me as your master?" Liu Tian asked sternly, gazing intently at the boy. Without hesitation, the child knelt and prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Master." Seeing the obedient and understanding child, Liu Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. An 8-year-old with 3 spiritual roots, his potential was indeed commendable. Having accepted this disciple, he felt he had fulfilled a duty, repaying the chance bestowed by the 5 poisons hermit. The intricacies of cause and effect are truly mysterious. Su Mujin stepped forward, lifting the boy and offering him several unranked spiritual fruits from her storage bag. "Thank you, sister," Kong Chang'an said gratefully as he accepted the fruits. "Call me little mistress," Liu Tian interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Mujin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly withdrew, pondering whether the young master had taken another companion. Yet, she felt no displeasure. As long as she could remain by his side, she felt content. The 3 of them spent some time burying the bodies of the villagers in a large pit, ensuring they would rest together in peace, free from the disturbance of wild beasts. After providing them with a proper resting place, they departed the village. Little Chang'an turned back and bowed 3 times toward the village before following Liu Tian away. Though still young, he understood that this departure might mean never returning. Mortals endure great suffering. Their lives and deaths are not their own. He must endeavor to cultivate and master his own destiny. Chapter 78. A fortuitous encounter with Jiang Yunhe. Traveling with a small child, Liu Tian and his companions found their pace somewhat slowed, for they had to consider the child's necessities. The area was teeming with demon beasts, making it unwise to fly through the skies, as attracting a horde of second-tier beasts would pose significant trouble. while Liu Tian felt confident in his ability to escape. Su Muqin and Kong Chang'an faced a more daunting challenge. During their journey, Liu Tian tossed a tome of the Longevity Sutra to Kong Chang'an, urging Su Muqin to teach him literacy and how to channel energy into his body. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, Liu Tian pondered the Xianling Pearl and the Hunyuan Qingwu Ding. During his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he had channeled some of the power of the Tao to restore both the Xianling Pearl and the Hunyuan Qingwu Ding. At present, the Xianling Pearl remained shrouded in a thick mist, obscuring its inner workings from his divine sense, though the swirling fog hinted at a process of restoration. Conversely, the Hunyuan Qingwu Ding had benefited from the influence of the Tao's power and spiritual energy, mending the damage it had sustained in battle and now had returned to the level of a first-tier, supreme magical artifact. This ding had become his most formidable treasure, serving not only for alchemy, but also as a versatile weapon for both offense and defense. Recently, he had been contemplating the creation of a set of 5 elemental swords, conforming to the principles of the 5 elements' mutual generation and restraint. However, he currently possessed only 3 swords acquired from the 5-colored hell, which represented the attributes of water, fire, and metal. He still aspired to forge a suitable second-tier sword, for if the 5-element sword formation were feasible, he would require 5 swords in total. A prospect that overwhelmed him. After several days, the trio arrived at an area 1,000 miles from the Moon Lake Market. At that moment, they heard a violent surge of spiritual energy in the distance, accompanied by the flickering light of formations and talismans. Jin wait here with Chang'an. I shall investigate, Liu Tian declared, donning his concealment cloak and swiftly departing. Brothers, 2 second-tier demon beasts are approaching. The formation can no longer withstand them. Prepare to retreat. A middle-aged cultivator shouted while manipulating the formation plate. Within a soil-based formation, over 20 cultivators unleashed a barrage of various talismans and spells against a horde of demon beasts outside. Initially, the cultivators enjoyed considerable success under the protection of the formation, dispatching numerous beasts. However, the appearance of 2 second-tier blackhorn rhinos changed the tide. Their sharp horns relentlessly battered the formation, which soon began to falter. These scattered cultivators, under the command of the Black Tiger Gang, were unable to deal with second-tier beasts, and now they could only rely on their wits to escape. As the 2 blackhorn rhinos simultaneously charged the formation, it shattered instantly. Seeing their protective barrier collapse, the scattered cultivators fled in a frenzy. Having fulfilled their obligations to their superiors, a man clad in a white cloud-patterned robe activated a first-tier superior soil talisman, instantly burrowing underground. The blackhorn rhinos, momentarily thrown off by the sudden disappearance of their target, became intrigued by the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from below and swiftly pursued. After the incense had burned halfway, the effect of the talisman faded. Just as the man in the white robe emerged from the ground, he was confronted by a second-tier black-horned rhinoceros charging towards him. The sight of its sharp, dark horn momentarily paralyzed him with fear. Just as he braced for the impending impact, a fierce flash of sword light sliced through the air, sending the black-horned rhinoceros flying sideways. As it landed, 2 more beams of sword light swiftly severed its head. At this moment, a strikingly handsome man clad in black attire approached and collected the corpse of the rhinoceros. It was Liu Tian. He walked up to the still-dazed man in white and cheerfully greeted him. Taoist friend Jiang Yunhe, it's good to see you again. The man in the cloud-patterned white robe was Jiang Yunhe, a casual cultivator with whom Liu Tian had formed a friendship in the Moon Lake Marketplace. Jiang Yunhe had made significant progress in his cultivation, having advanced from the 5th to the 7th level of qi refinement. Staring in astonishment at Liu Tian, Jiang Yunhe exclaimed incredulously, "You are Liu Tian? You've established your foundation? Just fortunate." Liu Tian replied, feeling a wave of joy at encountering a familiar face. "No, I should now refer to you as Senior Liu. Thank you for saving my life." Jiang Yunhe suddenly bowed respectfully. Liu Tian rolled his eyes. "Come on, brother Jiang. We are still friends. No need for such formality." Hearing this, Jiang Yunhe felt a surge of happiness, realizing that his brother remained unchanged, just as he had been years ago. "By the way, Liu brother, where have you been all these years? The Liu family has faced such great calamity, and I have been unable to assist. I feel quite guilty." Upon hearing Jiang Yunhe's words, Liu Tian's heart tightened, and his expression grew solemn. Aware that this was not the place for conversation, he quickly pulled Jiang Yunhe away, flashing to safety until they reached the refuge where Su Muqin and the others were hiding. "Brother Jiang, I've been away all these years and haven't returned. Please tell me in detail what has transpired with my Liu family," Liu Tian said, his demeanor grave. Seeing the seriousness in Liu Tian's tone, Jiang Yunhe too became earnest, carefully deliberating his words. "I've heard that after you went missing due to the Su family's pursuit, your family head went to the Pan Snake Mountain Marketplace to bid for foundation establishment pills. On his way back, he was ambushed by Mu Chun of the Black Tiger Gang, resulting in the destruction of his physical body and the entrapment of his soul within the 10,000 Souls banner. Subsequently, the Shun family attacked Funyo Mountain, and the Grand Elder perished in self-detonation. Lu Xinming and over a dozen Lu family members were captured by the Shin family and have been missing ever since. This is what I learned from your aunt during my visit to the general store. As Jiang Yunhe recounted these events, he sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere, as though an ancient behemoth loomed nearby, exuding an aura of terror. Glancing at Liu Tian, he noticed his eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, barely containing his fury. What about the others? Liu Tian asked in a hoarse voice. I heard that your father and mother, along with over a dozen clan members, went to Haizhou. The second elder, your third aunt, Lu Xianghao, and several others have remained in the Moon Lake Marketplace. However, during this beast tide, the Black Tiger Gang has summoned your family to Qingzhou Peak for standby, and I've heard rumors that your family has been assigned a very perilous mission. As Jiang Yunhe's voice dwindled, he found himself increasingly hesitant to meet Liu Tian's gaze. After Jiang had finished speaking, Liu Tian took several deep breaths to swiftly regain his composure. Brother Jiang, what are your plans moving forward? Is Yuehu Fengshe still secure? Our mission here is halfway complete. We retreated upon encountering a second-tier demon beast, and there is little more to discuss from above. Yuehu Fengshe is currently safe, though I initially intended to return there. However, the outside world is fraught with peril. Very well, I shall escort you back to Yuehu Fengshe. Brother Jiang, I ask that you look after the two of them for a while, Liu Tian stated earnestly. Rest assured, Brother Liu, I will protect them well. Jiang Yunhe replied solemnly. Before young Master Su Muqin could finish her words, she was interrupted by Liu Tian. He summoned his sword, which expanded in the air, and swiftly placed Jiang Yunhe and Kong Chang'an behind it. He then held Su Muqin in front of him, channeling all his energy into the sword as it soared rapidly towards Yuehu Fengshe. The sword, radiating a golden light, transformed into a brilliant streak across the sky, leaving a white trail in its wake. Chapter 79. Timely rain. After 2 hours, Liu Tian arrived outside Yuehu Fengshe with the three companions. Along the way, they encountered several second-tier avian demon beasts, all of which chose to retreat upon sensing Liu Tian's formidable spiritual pressure. At that moment, Yuehu Fengshe was enveloped in a verdant luminescence. As Jiang Yunhe explained, this was a second-tier initial stage 4 flood dragon array established upon the foundation of the Yuehu spiritual vein. When fully activated, the array could conjure 4 water dragons capable of exterminating second-tier demon beasts. However, as the spiritual vein of Yuehu was only of first-tier quality, it could not sustain the array's activation for long, though it could provide protection for several hours. After placing the 3 at the entrance of Yuehu Fengshe and issuing a few brief instructions, Liu Tian took flight on his sword, hastening towards the Funyo mountain range. With his foundational strength, Liu Tian could traverse approximately 500 miles each hour while piloting the flying sword. His magical power far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, allowing him to achieve a speed greater than most in the initial stages of foundation establishment. Yuehu Fengshe lay about 3,000 miles from the Funyo mountain range, and Liu Tian reached its outskirts in 6 hours. The closer he drew to the mountain range, the more demon beasts he encountered, including a significant number of second-tier ones. To avoid trouble, Liu Tian stored his flying sword upon entering the Funyo mountain range and activated his cloak to conceal his presence as he journeyed onward. Along the way, he encountered numerous defensive outposts that were strategically positioned to fend off the beast tide. Without the involvement of second-tier demon beasts, human cultivators managed to handle the situation relatively well, achieving substantial kills. However, once second-tier demon beasts joined the fray, the shortcomings of the human cultivators, lacking foundational combat strength, became painfully evident, leading to severe difficulties and heavy casualties. In his quest to locate his family, Liu Tian did his utmost to evade detection by the demon beasts, swiftly eliminating any that could not be avoided before retreating. Along the path, he rescued several cultivators, inquiring about the whereabouts of the Liu family's members, and then pressed on with all his might. After the Liu and Jing families had fortified their defensive stronghold, they awaited the impending beast tide, a wait that extended for 10 days. Just as both families began to lower their guard, the beast tide finally arrived. Fortunately, the initial wave consisted mainly of low-tier and mid-tier demonic beasts. Though numerous, they inflicted minimal losses on the two families, and after a brief period of chaos, they stabilized their formation. Utilizing their array and various tactics, they successfully vanquished a significant number of these demonic creatures. The demonic beasts did not rush in unison. Rather, they attacked in waves according to their respective species, with considerable intervals between assaults. In truth, the demonic beasts were not harmonious. Many species existed in a predator-prey relationship, harboring deeper animosity toward each other than toward the human race. The lower-tier beasts possessed limited intelligence, acting solely on primal instincts. Although the presence of higher-tier beasts mitigated large-scale infighting among the lower-tier creatures, expecting them to cooperate was a naive hope. Nevertheless, the higher-tier beasts cared little, as their primary role was to cull the rapidly proliferating lower-tier beasts. After enduring for over 10 days, a crisis emerged when a second-tier forest python, accompanied by its kin, launched an assault on the stronghold. The appearance of the second-tier python posed a significant threat, as 3 silver moon wolves fell victim to its might. Liu Tian and several late-stage Jing family cultivators, relying on their formation, struggled greatly to slay the python. The cost was steep. Several of them nearly exhausted their magical artifacts and talismans, and one Jing cultivator sustained severe injuries, rendering them incapable of further combat, while others bore their own wounds. Just as the two families deliberated on whether to retreat, a pair of second-tier white apes charged into battle. Reluctantly, they assigned 10 of their strongest late-stage cultivators to hold off one of the second-tier apes, while the rest relied on the formation to contend with the other. The strength of the white apes surpassed that of the forest python they had previously felled, and with their current capabilities, attempting to restrain 2 second-tier white apes was akin to striking stone with an egg. Indeed, upon engagement, the apes swiftly dispatched 2 late-stage cultivators and 3 late-stage silver moon wolves. Given the Liu family's relative weakness, and with Liu Tian having been injured during the battle against the python, they took refuge within the protective formation. Although the situation was dire, no one from the Liu family had yet perished. The second-tier white ape relentlessly assailed the formation, causing it to tremble. Fortunately, this high-grade array possessed commendable defensive capabilities, holding firm against the onslaught. Frustrated by its repeated failures to breach the formation, the white ape pounded its chest in fury and howled at the heavens. Meanwhile, the other white ape, restrained by the Jing cultivators, suddenly surged with power, repelling them and swiftly advancing towards its counterpart. As both white apes gathered strength, 2 colossal illusory forms of white apes materialized in the air, their fists poised to strike. With a thunderous boom, the formation was shattered, resulting in a deafening explosion. Those within the formation, despite their timely defenses, were still hurled away by the blast. Fortunately, those of higher cultivation were positioned at the front, while the weaker ones were at the back. Although they sustained injuries, none met their demise. Quickly flee. The cultivator responsible for controlling the formation shouted loudly, prompting the members of the Jing family to swiftly retreat. Liu Tian hurriedly pulled the last of the young Liu disciples, shouting hurry, after which she summoned a tungsten steel shield to protect the Liu family members as they evacuated. At that moment, a white ape leaped forward, striking the shield with tremendous force, shattering it into countless pieces. Liu Tian was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth, her arms hanging limply at her sides. Second elder, Liu Tian and the other Liu disciples, upon witnessing this, unhesitatingly turned back to form a protective line in front of Liu Tian. Liu Tian quickly helped Liu Tian up, feeding her 2 healing pills. The white ape, seeing the Liu family members blocking its path, pounded its chest in a furious roar, then leaped again, its massive paws accompanied by the looming shadow of the great white ape, crashing down. The Liu family members felt their lives were forfeit, some even resignedly closing their eyes. With a resounding bang, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, a man clad in a black robe appeared before them, his hands supporting a massive energy shield that thwarted the white ape's lethal strike. The crowd, having narrowly escaped death, looked at the figure of the man, feeling a surge of gratitude. With a powerful thrust, he pushed the white ape back several steps, and then delivered a flying kick to its chest, sending it sprawling away. Turning to the crowd, the man smiled and asked, "Are you all right?" The onlookers, dumbfounded, exclaimed with joy, "Brother Tian, young master, Tianer." Before they could continue their conversation, 2 second-tier white apes roared and charged again. Seeing the second elder's severe injuries, Liu Tian's joy instantly morphed into fury. He summoned his sword and unleashed the Thunderbolt sword technique. With his current strength, he truly embodied the essence of Thunderbolt. To the others, Liu Tian transformed into a blurred shadow, a flash of sword light flickering as he cleaved the 2 second-tier white apes into pieces, their bodies scattered across the ground. Without pausing, he swiftly dispatched the nearby first-tier white apes as well. Following this, he roused the still-dazed clan members and urged them to retreat hastily. Not long into their escape, Liu Tian sensed fierce battle fluctuations from all directions, along with the presence of numerous powerful beasts. He immediately halted the group and took cover in a dense thicket. Approaching Liu Tian, he examined her injuries and exclaimed, "Aunt, good child, it's wonderful that you're back." Liu Tian's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. "Aunt, this place is too perilous. I possess a spatial treasure that can shelter you all inside, though cultivation is not possible within." Given the dire situation, Liu Tian resolved to find a way to ensure the safety of his kin first. On his way, he discovered that the Xianling Pearl had fully restored its power, allowing his consciousness to probe within. He had been contemplating how to safely evacuate his kin. Alone, he could not protect so many. Thus he pondered whether the Xianling Pearl could contain living creatures. After capturing a few demon beasts for testing, he found that they could indeed be stored within the pearl. However, the spiritual energy inside was limited. If one were to cultivate within, a moment's carelessness could drain the pearl's energy, leading to its shattering. Have you established your foundation? Liu Xiaoji inquired, concerned for Liu Tian's safety. I was fortunate to break through. Liu Tian replied. Wonderful. From now on, you shall lead the Liu family, and we shall heed your guidance, Liu Xiaoji said joyfully. Liu Tian nodded solemnly, approaching his elder brother Liu Xianghao. Brother, close your eyes and relinquish your resistance. Upon hearing this, Liu Xianghao unhesitatingly shut his eyes and surrendered. Liu Tian summoned the Xianling Pearl and cast a spell to confine Liu Xianghao within it. Feeling his body lighten, Liu Xianghao entered another realm and curiously opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a spiritual field, spanning 200 acres, sparsely dotted with spiritual herbs and plants, surrounded by a dense fog. Alongside the field stood a row of bamboo houses, and when he looked up, he saw a thick mist enveloping the sky above, 1,000 meters high. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Brother, are you feeling uncomfortable inside? No, not at all, Liu Xianghao responded, glancing around but seeing no one, feeling somewhat bewildered. Has Tian become this powerful? Seeing that Liu Xianghao was adjusting well, Liu Tian felt a wave of relief, as this was his first experience bringing someone inside. He then approached a group of young clansmen, all in their 20s. You all must close your eyes and abandon your resistance. I will transport you to a safe location. Since Liu Tian had been avoiding them earlier, they were still unaware of the current situation. However, they held a deep trust in the young clan leader's words and complied, closing their eyes and yielding. Liu Tian successfully gathered 10 clansmen into the Xianling Pearl and then moved to his aunt Liu Xinyun and grandaunt Liu Xiaoji. Aunt, grandaunt, once you enter, please comfort everyone and ensure they remain calm inside. When we reach safety, I will release you. If anything arises, you can call for me. I will hear you. Tianer, we owe you so much, Liu Xinyun expressed gratefully. Do take care outside. I will keep them in line, Liu Xiaoji added. Liu Tian then brought both women into the pearl, surveyed the surroundings, activated his cloak to conceal his presence, and departed from the area. Chaos reigned in this region, with battles erupting everywhere. Numerous defensive strongholds had fallen to second-tier demon beasts, causing the human populace to scatter in flight. The scant foundational cultivators valiantly resisted the onslaught of the demon beasts, striving to grant others a glimmer of hope. Yet, the sheer number of demon beasts was overwhelming. From time to time, cultivators were caught and brutally slain, devoured by the beasts. Witnessing the human defense collapse and descend into chaos, Liu Tian felt powerless to effect any change. Allow him to slay a few second-tier demonic beasts, yet he undoubtedly cannot alter the current predicament. With utmost caution, he concealed his form while journeying forth. Under the cloak's cover, most of the beasts remained oblivious to his presence. After 2 hours, he arrived at the foot of Qingzhou Peak. Gazing upon the place where he had grown up, now transformed into a tool in the hands of his adversaries, a surge of fury ignited within him. Just as he grappled with the dilemma of whether to take a closer look, he spotted a man in a green robe, accompanied by 4 others, hastily descending from Qingzhou Peak and heading towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. Muchun. Liu Tian fixed his gaze upon the departing figure of the man in green, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he growled like a wild beast. After a moment to regain his composure and suppress the murderous glint in his eyes, he pursued the direction in which Mu Chun and his companions had fled. Along the way, Mu Chun's group deliberately avoided encounters with beast hordes, though they could not evade them entirely. They were forced to engage in battle several times and encountered a few second-tier beasts, which they collectively dispatched alongside the 4 companions. Observing their repeated skirmishes, Liu Tian discerned the strength of the group. Mu Chun appeared to be at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the other 4 were all at the foundation establishment stage, 1 in the mid-foundation stage and the other 3 in the early foundation stage. The group pressed deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains, and Liu Tian, curious about their intentions at this critical juncture, wondered why they were not defending against the beast tide. Mu Chun and his companions exhibited remarkable caution, their wealth of outdoor survival experience rendering Liu Tian unable to find a suitable opportunity to strike. However, he was no longer anxious. Once they entered the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Mu Chun would find it exceedingly difficult to evade his pursuit. His curiosity about their objectives grew. Regardless of their intentions, he was determined to seize an opportunity to stir up some trouble. Chapter 81. Human-shaped spirit ginseng. This journey spanned over 10 days. And as they delved deeper into the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the number of demonic beasts dwindled significantly. The pace of Mu Chen's group quickened considerably. They had now ventured 4,000 to 5,000 miles into the mountains, becoming increasingly vigilant in concealing their presence and avoiding the territories of higher-tier beasts. Liu Tian's curiosity regarding their mission intensified. Even from a distance, he could sense several third-tier beasts nearby, rendering the area perilous. Should any commotion arise, escape would be daunting. One evening, the group gathered to rest, consuming spirit meat and sipping spirit wine. Although Foundation establishment cultivators were capable of abstaining from food, the exhaustion from their relentless journey, the depletion of spiritual energy, and the heightened tension of their nerves warranted sustenance. Partaking in spirit meat and wine satisfied their cravings and rejuvenated their spiritual energy, alleviating their taut nerves. Furthermore, it was impractical to allow Mu Chun to dine alone. To avoid fluctuations in spiritual energy, they refrained from setting up formations or shields, opting instead for quiet conversation. Sometimes, the most primitive methods proved to be the most effective. Their hushed discussions reached Liu Tian's ears, clear even from a kilometer away. Esteemed seniors, Mu Chun spoke softly after taking a sip of spirit wine. According to the information, a valley 200 miles ahead is our destination. Oh, we have finally arrived. This journey has nearly exhausted me. At last, the final tremor. Should we seize that elusive entity, our fortunes would surely soar. Yet, we must not be careless. The vicinity is guarded by formidable high-level beasts. This venture may prove perilous, so it is prudent to report our findings. Whether we can actually uncover it remains uncertain, for we have identified numerous suspected hiding places, and we are merely one of many groups. Let us take our rest. Tomorrow's exploration shall reveal the truth. May fortune favor us. If we do indeed discover that elusive item, what rewards await? Liu Tian, overhearing the discussions among his companions, grasped the situation's context. They had been tasked with seeking a particular object. However, its true nature remained undisclosed. The fact that multiple teams had been dispatched to search for it indicated that it was no ordinary object. The power and status of those orchestrating this endeavor were undoubtedly extraordinary, as they had the means to mobilize so many Foundation cultivators at this juncture. As dawn broke the following day, Mu Chun and his team set forth, with Liu Tian trailing as usual. By midday, they arrived at a secluded valley and concealed themselves. The five dispersed, silently observing the entire area. Recognizing their strategic positions, Liu Tian understood they had reached their destination. Upon identifying a vantage point, he too settled into a place with a clear view of the valley below. The valley, though modest in size, lay nestled between two towering mountains, exuding an abundance of spiritual energy amidst its picturesque scenery. The group remained perfectly still, striving to mask their presence. While Liu Tian scrutinized the valley, he remained acutely aware of Mu Chen's location. The most critical aim of his journey was to eliminate Mu Chun and rescue his grandfather's soul. As evening descended, the setting sun bathed the valley in a warm glow, creating a breathtaking tableau. Suddenly, a vibrant surge of life emanated from the valley, revealing a plump little spirit ginseng doll, adorned with 7 small red fruits atop its head, emerging from the ground. Standing about a foot tall, the doll wore a bright red apron, with a slender branch atop its head bearing the glistening fruits. Liu Tian stared in astonishment at the spirit ginseng doll, his heart racing. A spirit ginseng matures enough to bear fruit after a century. This doll must be at least 700 years old, having attained a humanoid form. Such a ginseng could extend life by a century, capable of reviving even the lifeless bodies of golden core cultivators. Moreover, ginseng possesses no offensive capabilities, only remarkable evasion skills. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Tian could only sigh in silence. Even in the presence of such a powerful spirit, he found himself powerless to capture it. Mu Chun, gazing at the spirit ginseng doll, could not suppress his salivation. The doll seemed to sense something, glancing in Mu Chen's concealed direction before vanishing without a trace. The group had not witnessed how the ginseng disappeared and dared not make any rash movements, instead intensifying their efforts to conceal themselves and suppress their auras. Mu Chun, paralyzed with fear, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If it were due to his actions that the ginseng doll was startled away, even 10 lives would not suffice to appease the wrath of those above. After a stick of incense had burned, and seeing no signs of disturbance, the ginseng doll re-emerged, casting its gaze around before joyfully engaging in play within the valley. It splashed in the stream, caught a couple of small fish, picked wildflowers, and teased insects, reveling in its solitary amusement. It was not until the sun had completely set and darkness enveloped the land that the ginseng doll vanished once more. Observing its disappearance, Mu Chun and his companions cautiously retreated, running for 100 miles before finding a secluded spot to regroup. The mid-foundation cultivator fixed a fierce glare upon Mu Chun, his face a mask of murderous intent as he stated, "This time we shall let it pass, but should there be a next time, not even 10 of your lives would suffice." With that, he disregarded Mu Chin's grim expression and moved to sit among the others. "Report to the higher-ups. With our strength, it is utterly impossible to capture this ginseng doll." "Agreed. I concur. No objections." Upon hearing the consensus among the other three, the mid-foundation cultivator did not seek Mu Chin's input and withdrew to produce an exquisite talisman. This talisman was indeed a second-tier premium sound transmission talisman, capable of transmitting sound across vast distances. As he activated the talisman, the sound coalesced into a thread and entered it. Discovered the 700-year-old ginseng doll, location at. After sending the message, he returned to the group and instructed, "Tonight, we shall take turns to keep watch in pairs. We cannot afford any mistakes at critical moments." The others readily agreed, while Mu Chun remained aloof, unnoticed, with a cold glint of malice flickering in his downcast eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Tian, not far away, was observing everything. Realizing that the message had been sent, he anticipated that more formidable cultivators would arrive shortly. Liu Tian felt a twinge of anxiety, as the group was always together, leaving him unable to find an opportunity to strike. Thus, he could only bide his time patiently. The Liu family, numbering over 10, remained within the Xianling Pearl, and upon noticing Mu Chun, he felt compelled to act with even greater caution. In the following days, the group observed the ginseng doll during the day and returned to rest at night. Liu Tian shadowed them, yet after several days, he still found no chance to isolate Mu Chun. Chapter 82. The emergence of the Elder of Wuyage. It was not until the evening of the 7th day that Mu Chun and his 4 companions continued their vigil over the ginseng doll, with Liu Tian lying in ambush not far from them. As usual, the ginseng doll frolicked leisurely in the valley when suddenly, a colossal surge of spiritual energy enveloped the entire area. From above, a figure cloaked in black robes materialized, immediately sealing off the valley with spiritual energy, conjuring a massive hand of energy that reached for the ginseng doll. Upon witnessing this figure suspended in midair, Liu Tian realized that the newcomer was a golden core cultivator, and a sense of retreat began to stir within him. Just as the enormous hand was about to grasp the ginseng doll, it vanished from sight, and a little chubby figure appeared nearby, head down and backside up. The spirit ginseng instinctively retreated underground upon sensing danger. However, the subterranean realm was ensnared by the ethereal aura of the robed figure. Consequently, the spirit ginseng doll collided forcefully with the protective barrier of this aura. As the spectral hand moved to seize it once more, the spirit ginseng vanished from its original position. After several unsuccessful attempts to capture the spirit ginseng doll, the cloaked figure conjured 3 additional ethereal hands, encircling the doll with a total of 4. Within this confined space, the spirit ginseng flickered incessantly, soon becoming fatigued and breathless, emitting a unique cry of frustration. This distinctive cry pierced through the aura barrier and reverberated into the distance. Moments later, 2 furious screeches echoed back, revealing 2 diminutive black figures advancing towards the robed figure from either side. As they drew nearer, it became evident that they were 2 white-headed black divine eagles, each boasting a wingspan exceeding 10 zhang. The heads and tails of these majestic creatures were adorned with pure white feathers, while the rest of their bodies were cloaked in darkness, thus earning them their name. Both eagles, exhibiting the might of early 3rd-tier beasts, launched their sharp talons towards the robed man. In response, he summoned 2 magical shields to intercept the oncoming assault. However, the eagle's razor-sharp claws effortlessly tore through the ethereal shields, continuing their relentless assault on the robed figure. Seizing a fleeting moment afforded by the shields, the robed man nimbly evaded the eagle's onslaught. At that moment, the spirit ginseng doll found itself cornered by the 4 ethereal hands. Observing this, the robed man hurled an ancient jade vial, which swiftly ascended above the spirit ginseng doll and released a faint purple glow. Enveloped in this violet radiance, the spirit ginseng doll instantly lost its ability to resist, as though bound by invisible chains. Despite its frantic writhing, it could not move an inch. Gradually, the purple light intensified, drawing the spirit ginseng doll toward the jade vial. The robed man, exhibiting formidable prowess, adeptly dodged the combined attacks of the white-headed black divine eagles, while simultaneously controlling the ethereal hands and the magical vial to ensnare the spirit ginseng doll, all while the aura shield encompassing the valley remained undisturbed. Witnessing the capture of the spirit ginseng doll, the eagles emitted piercing shrieks capable of shattering eardrums, escalating their assault on the robed figure. At this juncture, the robed man dispelled the aura shield and the 4 ethereal hands, summoning 2 ethereal fists in their stead. As the 2 eagles lunged forward, he struck each with a powerful punch, sending them flying. Feathers rained down from the sky as the eagles were propelled far away before regaining their composure. The robed man, without a glance at the two eagles, retrieved the magical vial and prepared to flee. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. "Gao Xuan, you seek death." The voice arrived before the figure. As a massive tiger claw descended upon the robed man, propelling him several hundred meters away, his robe torn to shreds, yet he clutched the vial tightly. The robed man stowed the vial within a storage ring and swiftly discarded his tattered robe, revealing an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a deep blue Taoist robe, hovering in the air. Opposite him stood a colossal white tiger with majestic wings, which bellowed at the elder. "Gao Xuan, release that spirit ginseng, or I shall annihilate your endless pavilion and eradicate all your disciples. Today, you shall not escape from these formidable mountains." As White Tiger spoke, a multitude of terrifying demonic presences began to converge around them. Sensing the arrival of reinforcements, White Tiger ceased his idle chatter and, with a swift movement of his wings, charged towards Gao Xuan. Liu Tian and the group of Mu Chun felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere. The ground trembled violently as numerous high-tier, demonic beasts approached. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned any pretense of concealment and scattered in a frantic escape. With a chilling glare, Mu Chun pursued the mid-foundation cultivator who had previously insulted him, while Liu Tian trailed behind. The air was thick with violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. As the group desperately fled the area, Mu Chun and Liu Tian followed closely behind the mid-foundation cultivator, who adeptly intercepted any demonic beasts they encountered along the way, allowing them to conserve their strength. This cultivator was remarkably powerful, swiftly dispatching two early-stage second-tier beasts. It was only after traveling over 300 miles that they encountered a late-stage ancient crocodile, prompting them to halt. A fierce battle erupted between the cultivator and the crocodile. After a brief period, the ancient beast remained largely unscathed, while the cultivator suffered significant injuries from the creature's powerful tail strikes. "Come help me, or I shall strike you down first," the cultivator shouted towards Mu Chen's hiding spot, having already noticed his presence. Throughout their harrowing escape, he had neglected to acknowledge Mu Chen, who, in turn, had opted not to conceal himself too meticulously, following openly ensured he did not raise any suspicion, as they were ostensibly allies, with one hand wielding a sword and the other summoning the 10,000 Souls banner. Mu Chen joined forces with the cultivator to fend off the ancient crocodile. With Mu Chen's assistance, the cultivator felt an alleviation of pressure. The shoes on Mu Chen's feet seemed extraordinary, enabling him to evade the crocodile's attacks with remarkable agility. After a brief incense's time, the crocodile, realizing it could not overcome the two, decided to retreat. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it forced the duo back before hastily fleeing. As the ancient crocodile retreated, the cultivator sighed in relief, though the pain from his injuries surged through him, eliciting a suppressed groan. Without delay, he activated his agility technique to leave the area swiftly. Mu Chun, unperturbed by the cultivator's silence, followed suit. Liu Tian, having witnessed the entire spectacle from a distance, trailed behind, pondering. Mu Chun is vengeful. He will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to deal with that mid-foundation cultivator. The drama unfolds, and more entertainment awaits. After running over 100 miles, the cultivator felt his internal energy surging uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of collapse. He sought refuge in a natural cave, entering hastily, and then addressed Mu Chun. "Youngster, guard this cave for me. I need to recuperate." Without waiting for Mu Chen's confirmation, he ventured deeper into the cave. Mu Chun smiled in response and proceeded to set up a defensive array at the cave's entrance. After a brief interval, Mu Chun rose and entered the cave, noting that its interior was rather compact and entirely sealed, devoid of any alternate exits. Upon seeing Mu Chun enter, the cultivator, in a fit of anger, bellowed, "Who permitted you to enter?" Mu Chun produced a vial of elixir, respectfully stating, "Senior, I have a revitalization pill here. Considering I may trouble you further on this journey, I thought to present this to you." The cultivator fixed his gaze upon Mu Chun for a considerable time before responding, "No need. Just guard the cave entrance and do not disturb me." "Yes, Junior shall do so," Mu Chun replied, turning away with a cold smile. Chapter 83. Capturing Mu Chun. Mu Chun sat cross-legged not far from the entrance of the cave, and as midnight approached, he gradually awakened. Sensing the orderly fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within the cave, he realized that the cultivator was in the midst of his meditation. He retrieved a dark ebony incense stick from his storage ring, ignited it, and gently placed it behind him. The incense slowly burned, releasing a faint plume of smoke that wafted into the cave, carried by the gentle breeze that entered from outside. This smoke bore no discernible scent, dissipating effortlessly in the wind, rendering it nearly undetectable. Mu Chun then consumed a yellowish pill, exuding a foul odor and roughly the size of a soybean. and with a smile on his face, he gazed at the vast expanse of stars outside the cave. 2 hours later, as the ebony incense finished burning, Mu Chen rose and entered the cave. The cultivator lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Mu Chen. Hee. Weren't you quite pleased when you were cursing me? Why the change in expression now? Mu Chen remarked with a smile. The cultivator, drenched in sweat, felt as limp as water, lacking the strength to even speak. He realized he had fallen victim to this cunning boy's treachery. He had heard tales of Mu Chen's vindictiveness, but had underestimated him due to his own foundational cultivation. He never anticipated that this boy would dare to strike against him. Had he known, he would have eliminated him preemptively. Now, he was filled with regret. Observing the cultivator's shifting expressions, Mu Chen surmised his thoughts. Are you regretting not killing me earlier? Perhaps you should be more cautious in your next life. Oh wait, you might not have a next life. I shall keep your soul to torment you properly. With that, he drew his sword and severed the cultivator's limbs, watching as the agony distorted his features, but soon found the act devoid of pleasure, lacking the thrill of revenge. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the soul banner, calling forth several malevolent spirits. Go! Extract his soul and torment it daily, but do not kill him. As the spirits lunged forward, the cultivator, overwhelmed by pain and fear, finally mustered a fragment of strength to curse. Mu Chen, you shall not die a good death. Hearing his curse, Mu Chen felt amusement rather than anger and laughed heartily. Exactly. This is more entertaining. Otherwise, it would be like dealing with a lifeless corpse, utterly dull. The spirits advanced, tearing at the cultivator's soul, gnawing at it as he trembled in torment, growing increasingly frail. After a while, Mu Chen intervened. Enough. If you devour him entirely, there will be no fun left. With that, he retracted them into the soul banner. As dawn broke outside, he rose to gather his formation, preparing to return to Funyo Mountain. As Mu Chen stepped out of the cave, a colossal shadow of a fist descended upon him, striking his chest with ferocity, propelling him back into the cave and crashing him against the stone wall. The impact threatened to crush his chest, causing blood to erupt from his mouth. Before he could react, several beams of sword light flashed by, severing his legs and left arm. A heart-wrenching scream, more akin to that of a beast than a human, escaped Mu Chen's lips as he writhed in agony. Gazing upon a man clad in black attire who stood before him, his face contorted, he cried out, "Who are you?" "Young Master Mu, your memory seems rather feeble," Liu Tian replied nonchalantly, brandishing his sword. Struggling to suppress his pain, Mu Chen scrutinized the figure before him, and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So it is you, you little ant." Liu Tian responded with 2 swift strokes of his sword across Mu Chen's body, silencing any further mockery. Instead, Mu Chen began to plead, "Spare me, I implore you. I can give you anything you desire. Release my grandfather's soul." "Very well. I shall release him." Mu Chen gritted through the pain, retrieving the 1 banner from his storage ring, and with great difficulty, he cast a spell to release a faint, nearly extinguished soul. Upon seeing the spirit, Liu Tian was instantly moved to tears. A sword pierced Mu Chen's lower abdomen, and with a soft thud, he was engulfed in agony, crying out in despair, "How dare you destroy my Dantian?" Liu Tian, lacking a vessel to contain the soul, helplessly placed his grandfather's spirit within the Xianling pearl. As the soul entered the pearl, the blood-red eyes of an almost forgotten, nameless black plant in the corner abruptly opened, emanating a crimson light that swiftly drew the soul into its depths. Liu Tian, taken aback by this development, summoned the Xianling pearl and entered through a portal. The Liu family members, startled by Liu Tian's sudden entrance, were about to speak when they saw him dart toward a small black tree, over a meter tall, adorned with blood-red eyes. They rushed over, inspecting the ominous tree, but upon gazing at its eyes for too long, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them and quickly averted their gaze. "Tiangu, what kind of tree is this? It feels so terrifying," one inquired. "I have no idea," Liu Tian said, having observed it for some time without uncovering any anomalies. At that moment, the second elder, whose injuries had nearly healed, stepped forward and remarked, "This resembles the legendary Bloodwheel Eye." Upon hearing the second elder's words, Liu Tian recalled the lore surrounding the Bloodwheel Eye, which was considered merely a myth. It spoke of a pitch-black demonic plant, its trunk covered in blood wheel eyes. When these eyes opened, a person's soul would be drawn in, becoming a servant bound to the blood wheel eye for eternity, unable to escape. Moreover, the blood wheel eye was invincible among its peers, rendering any prey of equal or lesser rank unable to evade its gaze. Thousands of years prior, a blood wheel eye had reached the 4th tier, transforming an entire region into a wasteland. If not for the blood wheel eye's immobility, neighboring regions would have met the same fate. Later, a powerful figure could not bear to watch any longer and swiftly eradicated the blood wheel eye. Regardless of the rumors circulating, with grandfather's soul now ensnared within, All that remained was to patiently await the unfolding of events. His memories of the blood wheel were scant. He would have to devise a means to inquire further in the future. Everyone, please step back. No one is to approach this tree henceforth, Liu Tian commanded, urging the crowd to distance themselves. He then produced a low-tier mist formation and set it up around the blood wheel enveloping it in isolation. Whether it would prove effective remained uncertain. But it was the only course of action available at present. Tianer, what transpired that caused your sudden arrival? Upon returning to the bamboo hut, the second elder inquired. Liu Tian pondered briefly before choosing to divulge the entire account, without reservation. Upon hearing that Liu Tian had captured Mu Chun and rendered his dantian useless, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, clamoring to place Mu Chun within the Xianling Pearl, eager to attend to the young master properly. However, when they learned that the old patriarch's soul had been siphoned away by the small tree, a wave of concern washed over them. After offering a few words of comfort, Liu Tian hastily exited the Xianling Pearl. After all, they were still deep within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where dangers lurked at every turn. He also worried that someone might discover the cave and seize the Xianling Pearl. Chapter 84. The initial manifestation of the withering and flourishing life and death technique upon emerging from the Xianling Pearl, Liu Tian found Mu Chun already in a state of unconsciousness. His dantian destroyed, and without spiritual energy to protect him, Mu Chun was now on the brink of death. Without close inspection, one would scarcely notice his feeble breath. It was the perfect opportunity to test the potency of the withering and flourishing life and death technique. Liu Tian channeled the essence of the flourishing spirit into Mu Chun's body. As soon as the spiritual energy penetrated, he observed that the bleeding from the severed limbs had ceased, and the wounds began to heal slowly. However, it was impossible for mere spiritual energy to regenerate severed limbs. Mu Chun's pallid complexion showed signs of recovery, his breathing steadied, and his heartbeat grew stronger. After a period of observation, Liu Tian felt satisfied with the effects of the flourishing spiritual energy and infused Mu Chun with another surge. Mu Chun's condition improved markedly, and he gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Liu Tian before him, a look of terror washed over Mu Chun's face. He hastily exclaimed, "Liu Tian, I was wrong. I should not have provoked your family. I am willing to make amends. Please spare my life. My dantian is ruined. I will no longer pose a threat to you. Just release me, and consider me your loyal servant." Mu Chun pleaded pitifully. Noticing Liu Tian's lack of response, he continued, "I have a life token at home. Should you kill me, my father would undoubtedly seek vengeance. My family is backed by the Qian family and the Wuyiage. I am not someone you wish to antagonize. If you let me go, I assure you they will not trouble you." In truth, Liu Tian was torn over whether to send Mu Chun into the Xianling Pearl, allowing the younger members of his clan to vent their frustrations. After deliberation, he decided against it. While the realm of cultivation often frowned upon compassion, tormenting a powerless individual seemed unnecessary. He had always believed that eliminating an enemy sufficed. There was no need for excessive cruelty that would render oneself a monster. Mu Chun, witnessing Liu Tian's continued silence, descended into a state of madness, exclaiming with a frenzied intensity, "Liu Tian, go ahead and kill me. You have ruined my dantian. My life is over. My father will undoubtedly seek vengeance, annihilating the Liu family without a trace. And let us not forget about Nangong Shuer and Nangong Yuer. They shall not escape unscathed either. You may be unaware, but the Nangong family has been obliterated by us. Both Nangong Shuer and Nangong Yuer have caught the eye of prominent figures above, destined to be taken as furnace vessels." Upon hearing the names of Nangong Shuer and Nangong Yuer, Liu Tian felt a surge of anxiety. Mu Chun's current demeanor did not suggest deceit. Moreover, such fabrications would serve no purpose other than to provoke him. Observing Mu Chun's hysterical state, Liu Tian resolved to cease this neurotic exchange, channeling his spiritual energy to infuse a stream of withering spirit energy into Mu Chun's body. Indeed, it is far easier to harm than to heal. Under the influence of the withering spirit energy, Mu Chun visibly aged, his skin wrinkling and blemishing, his hair falling out and becoming brittle. He felt a cloudiness in his vision, the figure before him becoming blurred. Realizing something, he raised his only remaining right hand to scrutinize it closely. The skin was covered in wrinkles, devoid of luster, resembling that of a dying man. A profound terror welled up within Mu Chun, trembling as he uttered, "What have you done to me?" The voice that escaped his lips startled even himself, sounding so frail and aged. At that moment, Mu Chun acutely sensed life slipping away from him. He was on the brink of death, his thoughts muddled as he murmured, "I do not wish to die. I beg you, spare me." In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Mu Chun aged into death. It was not merely the terrifying potency of the withering spirit energy at play. Rather, it was the fact that Mu Chun's dantian had been destroyed, leaving him devoid of spiritual energy, akin to an ordinary mortal. indeed, even less robust than some healthy commoners. The withering spirit energy did not dissipate with Mu Chen's demise. It continued to sap the vitality from everything around. After a stick of incense had burned, Mu Chen's corpse lay entirely devoid of life. A gentle breeze swept into the cave, reducing the entire body to a heap of useless dust. The initial attempt at the death of withering and flourishing technique demonstrated its unique power. Employing the withering force against foes could rapidly consume their spiritual energy, and those of lesser strength could see their life essence evaporate, leading them to age and perish. However, further practice in real combat is essential for Liu Tian to master this technique. For now, he could only observe its effects on a lifeless body. Liu Tian removed the storage ring from Mu Chen's severed left hand, along with a high-quality storage pouch. Judging by the remnants of the corpse, it likely belonged to a mid-foundation stage cultivator. A few blasts of withering energy swiftly reduced the remaining limbs and severed arms to ash. Excited for the prospect of inspecting the spoils, Liu Tian eagerly anticipated discovering what treasures a mid-foundation stage cultivator, a clan's young master, might possess. Retrieve the exquisite storage pouch belonging to that middle-aged cultivator. Do not be misled into thinking that mid-foundation cultivators still rely on such modest storage pouches. In truth, the vast majority of foundation-level cultivators continue to utilize these bags. This is primarily due to the extreme scarcity and exorbitant cost of storage rings. Moreover, a premium storage pouch possesses an internal capacity of 30 cubic units, ample for daily needs. Cultivators have numerous expenditures for spirit stones, requiring the purchase of various elixirs, with those for cultivation representing the most substantial outlay, in addition to acquiring various magical artifacts and formations. Following every battle, they must also spend spirit stones on healing and repairing their artifacts, among other necessities. Thus, aside from a select few resource-abundant second-generation cultivators or core disciples of powerful factions, most cultivators refrain from lavishing vast amounts of spirit stones on storage rings that do not enhance their strength. If one pouch is insufficient, one can simply carry multiple. After all, these items are not cumbersome. The storage pouch belonging to the mid-foundation cultivator did not bring Liu Tian any particular delight. It contained only a few elixirs for daily cultivation, gathering spirit pills, second-tier recovery pills, healing pills, and detoxification pills. Additionally, there were some second-tier low-grade talismans, valuable parts of captured demon beasts, and assorted clothing and miscellaneous items. The magical artifacts included a second-tier middle-grade fire attribute sword he used and a second-tier low-grade fire attribute shield. His robes and boots were severely damaged and difficult to repair. He found over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than 200 middle-grade spirit stones. After briefly organizing the materials and setting aside the items he would not use, he picked up Mu Chen's storage ring. His formidable spiritual sense swiftly extinguished the mental imprint left by Mu Chen. The contents of Mu Chen's storage ring were significantly more valuable than those of the mid-foundation cultivator. Though most items were suitable for late-stage Qi cultivators and thus of little use to him at present, he discovered a middle-grade foundation pill, which was a pleasant surprise. And upon a fleeting thought, he recalled that this pill might be the very one his grandfather had purchased, which dampened his spirits once more. He continued to examine the low-grade spirit stones, discovering over 100,000 and more than 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. A cursory glance at the other items revealed nothing of use to him, prompting him to lose interest in them. He unceremoniously cast both individuals' materials into the Xian Ling Pearl and communicated with Elder Tu to oversee their allocation, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. He spent some time re-refining the second-tier middle-grade sword and the second-tier low-grade shield used by the mid-foundation cultivator, thus acquiring two artifacts that matched his cultivation level. However, the quality of these artifacts was mediocre. He resolved to forge a weapon more suited to himself when the opportunity arose. With the objectives of this venture accomplished, Liu Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had never contemplated contending for the spirit ginseng doll. Such an object held a fatal allure for those ancient beings nearing the end of their lifespans, and he dared not entertain any thoughts in plain view. Presently, he needed to find a place to settle his family and journey to Haizhou to locate his parents, uncertain of their circumstances. Now that he had also learned of the Nangong sister's situation, he could not simply ignore it, for his conscience would not allow it. Chapter 85. Deceived again. As Liu Tian emerged from the cave, he suddenly sensed several terrifying auras approaching from 100 miles away. Hastily activating his concealment cloak, he darted into a nearby thicket. Just as he contemplated an escape route, he realized that numerous formidable presences had already encircled the area, leaving him paralyzed with fear. He could only hope that those third-tier powerhouses would dismiss him as an inconsequential entity. Moments later, an elderly man with white hair and beard stumbled down from the sky, accompanied by a colossal white tiger with wings. Following closely were 7 or 8 third-tier demon beasts surrounding the old man. The white tiger growled menacingly, "Gao Ziyuan, relinquish the spirit ginseng, and I shall allow you to leave." The old man remained silent, surveying his surroundings. As he noticed the multitude of third-tier demon beasts encircling him, a flicker of despair crossed his weary visage. Liu Tian observed the old man's tattered garments, marred with claw marks and bite wounds, his disheveled hair presenting a picture of utter disarray. The white tiger opposite him fared little better, with a wing nearly severed and several sword wounds oozing blood. The initial pair of white-headed black divine eagles had vanished, possibly slain by the old man. The other third-tier demon beasts bore injuries as well, leading Liu Tian to marvel at the old man's formidable strength. Had the white tiger not arrived so swiftly, he might have succeeded. "Gao Ziyuan, my lifespan wanes, and I require this spirit ginseng to prolong my existence. Are you truly willing to fight me to the bitter end?" The old man spoke with a calm demeanor, seemingly undaunted by the presence of the third-tier demon beasts. "The spirit ginseng is a treasure of the 10,000 mountains, one you cannot covet. Surrender it at once, or when the Lion King arrives, you shall be flayed alive. Given the Lion King's temperament, your endless pavilion will surely be annihilated," exclaimed a three-tailed white fox participating in the encirclement. "I am beyond caring for my own safety. If you wish to destroy the endless pavilion, go ahead. Just grant me a path to survival, and I shall repay you richly in the future." The old man retorted defiantly, "Dream on. Today, you shall perish." The white tiger roared in fury. "Should I be provoked, I can take a few of your beasts down with me before I die. Who dares to come forth?" Gao Ziyuan declared boldly, undeterred by the tiger's intimidation. Upon hearing his fierce words, several third-tier demon beasts instinctively recoiled. Once a beast reaches the third tier, it can not only communicate but also possesses considerable intelligence, rivaling that of many human cultivators. Some races, particularly the fox demons, are renowned for their cunning. Liu Tian felt a deep sense of dread. He was no more than 10 miles from the old man, a mere leap for the third-tier demon beasts. He remained motionless, striving to conceal his presence, fervently wishing for these powerhouses to divert their attention elsewhere, indifferent to their battles, whether they fought to the death or otherwise. "You worthless creatures. If you allow this old man to escape today, see how the Lion King will deal with you." The three-tailed white fox berated the visibly hesitant demon beasts. Gao Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he chuckled and addressed the myriad of demonic beasts. "Do you truly believe that I have no contingencies? Onward. Run swiftly." No sooner had his words faded than he retrieved an exquisite jade vial from his bosom, casting it toward Liu Tian's hiding place. Following this, he hurled over 100 talismans of various ranks and functions toward a particular demonic beast. As the multitude of talismans detonated simultaneously, they erupted with a dazzling array of lights, accompanied by swirling mist that obscured the vision and consciousness of the surrounding beasts. At that moment, the demonic beasts discerned Liu Tian lying in ambush not far off. Earlier, they had surveyed the area, but under the cloak's influence, Liu Tian's aura only revealed him as a mid-tier first-grade beast, leading them to dismiss him as a mere minor creature. "Split up. Do not let a single one escape," roared the white tiger with a thunderous voice. Seeing the jade vial hurtling toward him, Liu Tian felt a chill run down his spine and cursed inwardly. How shameless. And he calls himself the Lord of the Endless Pavilion. Realizing his cover was blown, he rose and unleashed a fireball spell toward the vial before making a hasty retreat. Upon impact, the vial shattered spectacularly, releasing a waft of fragrant, pale red mist. As he fled, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "You have been deceived by that old man. I am not allied with him." The third-grade white fox turned to several other beasts, declaring, "You pursue that old man. I will chase after that lad." With that, it darted in Liu Tian's direction. The other beasts, witnessing the white fox's audacity, could only grumble as they pursued Gao Ziyuan. Liu Tian propelled himself with the second step of the 8 steps to catch cicadas to its utmost limit, moving with the swiftness of lightning. After some time, the white fox found itself unable to close the distance, seething with rage, berating itself for taking on such a task. Should it allow this foundational cultivator to escape, it would face ridicule upon returning. Activating its innate secret technique, the white fox's tail expanded, shimmering with a lustrous glow, while its entire form grew more splendid. Its fur gleaming with vibrancy, exuding an irresistible allure. Amidst a series of light-hearted giggles, the graceful white fox sped toward Liu Tian, its 3 tails twisting elegantly in the air, enhancing its velocity. After running for an hour, Liu Tian felt he had covered several hundred miles. Yet his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. This endurance was largely due to his expansive dantian, allowing a far richer reservoir of energy than his peers of the same rank. The 8 steps to catch cicadas inherently consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy. A typical foundational cultivator would exhaust their reserves within a mere incense stick's duration. Though he had drained much of his spiritual energy, it seemed to have yielded some results, as he detected no pursuing beasts behind him. Nevertheless, Liu Tian dared not pause, an unsettling sense of danger lingering in his mind. He withdrew the spirit recovery pills he had seized from the mid-foundational cultivator, noting only 6 remained in the vial, and promptly swallowed them all. The 6 pills detonated within him, flooding his meridians with an immense surge of spiritual energy, yet he felt a sharp pain coursing through his veins. Damn it, I overindulged. As he randomly reduced his running speed, he became distracted, manipulating the spiritual energy to slowly enter his dantian. After a considerable time, he finally managed to handle the immense spiritual energy within his body. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he silently rejoiced, grateful for his previous intense physical training. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the several pills he had consumed. Besides, without that training, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to ingest so many at once. A series of charming giggles interrupted Liu Tian's wandering thoughts, as a white figure flashed before him, startling him into an abrupt halt. The laughter echoed from all directions, causing Liu Tian to look around frantically, his brow drenched in sweat, yet he could not discern the source of the sound. Chapter 86. Breaking the illusion. Liu Tian felt as though something was watching him from behind, prompting him to turn around suddenly. Before him stood a magnificent white fox, its 3 tails swirling behind it, and its crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. The fox then broke into a wide grin, and a melodious, alluring voice reached Liu Tian's ears. Suddenly, the white fox's scarlet eyes emitted a beam of red light directed at his own. In an instant, Liu Tian found himself in an ancient village residence, embodying a delicate scholar, seated in a study illuminated by candlelight, engrossed in a book. After a prolonged period of reading, he felt fatigued and rose to stretch, gazing through the window at the bright moon in the night sky. At that moment, the door to the study swung open, and a woman entered, carrying a tray of tea. As Liu Tian turned to behold her, he was captivated by the sight. She wore a flowing white gown, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, her enchanting eyes piercing into his soul, and her fair skin complemented by fiery red lips, rendering her irresistibly alluring, akin to an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. Liu Tian was momentarily entranced, as the woman sweetly covered her mouth with a smile and gracefully approached him, tenderly leaning into his embrace. The beautiful scenery and the moonlight cascading upon them created a picturesque tableau. However, the delicate hand resting on Liu Tian's back transformed into a furry paw, adorned with glistening blades that threatened to pierce his body. Just then, the woman emitted a muffled groan of agony. Looking down, she discovered a sword had pierced her abdomen, with disbelief etched on her face. She gazed at Liu Tian and asked, "When did you realize?" Liu Tian swiftly drew his sword, retaliating with a strike that sent the woman flying away. A single gesture from him caused the scene before him to dissipate like ripples on water. Not far off, the 3-tailed white fox lay dejectedly on the ground, bearing 2 severe sword wounds, blood seeping from its injuries. Liu Tian cast a glance at the 3-tailed fox before hastily departing. He did not believe that a mere stroke of luck had granted him the ability to slay this 3rd-tier fox. He had sensed the fox's presence from the moment it approached, and, upon hearing its enchanting laughter, suspected it might employ illusionary tactics against him. Thus, he had played into its hand, deliberately succumbing to its illusion. He knew that if the fox had engaged him directly, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, with the white fox's illusionary skills, he was quite confident in the strength of his own consciousness, and surely would not be easily deceived. At the moment when the white fox's meticulously crafted scheme was on the verge of success, it was likely that he would fall into the euphoria of his perceived victory and lower his guard. Seizing this opportunity, he would deliver a devastating blow to the white fox, thus earning himself a chance to escape. The white fox, in her excessive cleverness, relied on her most proficient magical abilities to confront Liu Tian. Little did she expect to encounter a being with formidable mental prowess, honed through rigorous trials. In truth, the injuries sustained by the 3-tailed white fox were not severe. With her strength, she still possessed considerable combat capability. Yet, the fact that a mere foundational-level cultivator had shattered her proud illusions was a bitter pill to swallow. Additionally, out of caution, she had prepared her countermeasures in case that cultivator attempted to eliminate her while she was momentarily vulnerable. To her astonishment, however, the cultivator chose to abandon his hard-won advantage and fled decisively, causing her to momentarily forget the pursuit. By the time she regained her senses, he was no longer within her perceptive range, providing her with an excuse for not chasing him down. Liu Tian, fearing the continued pursuit of the 3-tailed white fox, exerted every effort to conceal his presence while fleeing. He ran for over 1,000 miles until his magical energy was nearly depleted. Once he sensed no lingering threat, He sought refuge in a secluded natural cave to replenish his spiritual energy. After an entire night of cultivation, by dawn, Liu Tian had restored a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Without lingering, he cautiously made his way toward the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. At that moment, when most of the beastly creatures were engaged in attacking human strongholds, the 10,000 Great Mountains were remarkably tranquil. As long as he avoided provoking third-tier beasts, he felt considerably safer than usual. While journeying, a sudden call from the little yellow-haired lightning weasel echoed in his mind. Upon checking the spirit beast pouch, he discovered that the little yellow-haired weasel had awoken at some point. Hastily, he released the little creature from the pouch. The weasel, upon seeing Liu Tian, immediately leaped onto his neck, showing affection. During the time he was refining the heavenly spiritual fire, the little weasel had also suffered severe injuries and lost consciousness. If he had not swiftly thrown it into the corner of the cave, it would likely have been reduced to ashes. Even so, the little weasel had remained in a deep slumber. After observing carefully and noting no further abnormalities, he allowed it to continue resting. Given his current strength, the little weasel could not contribute much, but as a companion since his childhood, their bond was profoundly deep. Even with its diminished capabilities, he never considered abandoning the little weasel. Having it by his side was a source of comfort. Sensing the little weasel's current essence, which was akin to a late-stage first-tier beast, he thought to seek out some rare treasures to help enhance its strength, still holding hope for its breakthrough into foundational cultivation. As the little weasel affectionately nuzzled his neck, it began to chirp excitedly. Looking into its small, bean-sized eyes, he chuckled and inquired, "Have you discovered some treasure?" The little weasel, thrilled, jumped a few times on his shoulder, making its delightful chirping sounds. Liu Tian was puzzled, wondering what marvelous discovery had brought it such joy. Previously, I had never witnessed you so exhilarated despite discovering so many treasures. While my mind was filled with musings, my feet did not falter, as I followed the directions of the little yellow-haired one, meandering through the mountains. After half an hour, we arrived at a valley, where an unpleasant odor greeted us as we entered. On one side of the great mountain, there lay a natural cave, and the little yellow-haired one signaled that the treasure resided within. Extending my consciousness into the cave, I discerned that it was quite spacious. A passage diverged into 3 directions, leading to varying chambers, from which I detected 2 faint life forces. Cautiously, I ventured into the cave, where the noxious stench compelled me to hold my breath. Approaching the source of the life forces, I encountered 2 golden-hued young rhinoceroses, each standing just under a meter in height and stretching about 2 meters in length, adorably endearing. The 2 rhinoceroses, taken aback by my sudden appearance, gazed at me in bewilderment. Noting that they appeared to be newly born juvenile armored rhinoceroses, I paid them little mind and let my gaze drift beyond them. Inside the cave, I spotted a vibrant green spiritual herb, standing about a foot tall, adorned with 3 elongated leaves, surrounded by a mound of dung. The little yellow-haired one, upon sighting this herb, leapt with joy, eager to rush forward, yet hesitated at the sight of the surrounding excrement, signaling me to retrieve it. At that moment, I recognized that this was a first-tier exceptional transformation herb, offering tremendous benefits to first-tier demonic beasts, capable of purifying their bloodlines and enhancing their cultivation, thus increasing their chances of breakthrough. No wonder you are so elated. You have encountered a spiritual item of your own use. With that, I playfully flicked the little yellow-haired one on the head. With a wave of my hand, I used my magical power to clear away the dung surrounding the herb, approaching it with caution to extract it, carefully observing it. I also discovered several shriveled seeds nearby. After cleansing them with my magic, I collected them as well. Noticing the little yellow-haired one gazing at me with eager anticipation, I retorted with mock sternness, "You shall have it once we exit. I shan't deprive you." Upon hearing my assurance, the little yellow-haired one settled down. Years ago, in the Moon Lake Market, I had heard of Jiang Yunhe and others attempting to procure transformation herbs, only to be thwarted by 2 armored rhinoceroses. I had envied them immensely. It was likely this very specimen they had sought, presumably retained by the armored rhinoceroses for a breakthrough, exploiting the herb's potency to ascend to the 2nd tier. In the end, however, it was fortunate for the little yellow-haired one. I then examined the other 2 chambers, but found nothing of interest and prepared to depart. Observing the 2 young rhinoceroses trailing behind me, I pondered that this group of armored rhinoceroses must have been dispatched to attack the human race. Leaving behind these recently born offspring, I wondered if rhinoceros meat was palatable. Never mind, I would simply consider them as playthings. Channeling my magical power, I controlled the 2 young rhinoceroses and placed them into the Xianling Pearl. Chapter 87. The demonic beasts prepare for a full-scale assault after harvesting the transformation herb. I swiftly departed, making my way back to the Moon Lake Market with the little yellow-haired one. Along the journey, the little yellow-haired one stumbled upon several other commendable spiritual herbs. Collecting those conveniently along the way, while foregoing those that were too distant. It is imperative to hastily depart from this land of turmoil. Uncertain if the master of the endless pavilion has emerged, the thought of nearly losing his life due to that old wretch sends a shiver of resentment through Liu Tian. 2 days later, he successfully arrives at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, feeling a slight relaxation in his tense nerves as he approaches the exit. Suddenly, a familiar roar echoes from afar, followed by a thunderous bellow that reverberates through the heavens. Gao Ziyuan, you may escape the monk, but you cannot flee the temple. All demonkind, heed my command. Launch a full-scale assault. Inform all third-tier demon beasts to assist me in annihilating the endless pavilion. The weight of those booming proclamations weighs heavily on Liu Tian's heart. Previously, he had heard that the human upper echelons had negotiated with the demon race to restrict this beast tide to third-tier beasts and below, forbidding any higher-tier involvement. Now, Gao Ziyuan, disregarding the broader interests of humanity, has brazenly ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains to seize the transforming spirit ginseng, inciting the wrath of the demon race. This is akin to adding insult to injury for the already beleaguered human race. Should the demons and humans engage in all-out war, it is highly probable that humanity would face utter annihilation, with the South Wilderness region being completely enclosed, leaving no avenue for escape. As for the Endless Sea, Liu Tian remains oblivious to the specific circumstances, as the records merely state that humans find it exceedingly difficult to venture beyond 1,000 miles. Once the colossal sounds faded, he concealed himself for half an hour and, upon sensing the absence of further commotion, resumed his journey with all haste. His immediate objective is to reach the Moon Lake Market to rendezvous with Su Mujin and Kong Chang'an, before assessing the situation further. Soon, he exited the 10,000 Great Mountains and arrived at the front line where the human race confronts the demon beasts. Most human strongholds have been breached by the demons, who are currently in a state of relentless retreat. The next course of action must rely on various markets and cities for defense. Liu Tian suspects that the powers above seem intent on allowing the cultivators and demon beasts below to exhaust one another, despite knowing the futility. They refrain from organizing a retreat and instead resist vigorously. With his current strength insufficient to sway the course of events, he can only strive to preserve himself and his family. Along the way, he witnesses the remnants of destruction, with signs of battle strewn everywhere. Upon nearing Qingzhou Peak, he observes that the cultivators stationed there have already evacuated. From a distance, he gazes upon Qingzhou Peak, now marred by the devastation wrought by its former defenders. Its buildings reduced to rubble. The sight of the place where he grew up now in such a state of desolation fills him with profound sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he decides against approaching for a closer look and swiftly turns away. One day, he shall return to rebuild the Liu family in Funyou. For now, wherever humanity resides, there lies home. Navigating through various demon beasts, Liu Tian spends an entire day reaching the Moon Lake Market. The market is now bustling with activity, with a considerable throng gathered at the entrance, queuing to enter. Observing this scenario, Liu Tian can only join the crowd in the line. Just as he is about to enter the market, someone suddenly emerges to halt further entry, proclaiming loudly, "The Moon Lake Market is at full capacity. Henceforth, only those with late-stage qi refinement cultivation may enter." As the man's voice faded, a cacophony of discussions erupted outside, with many elders and children beginning to wail. "Let us in. Are you sending us to our doom? Mother, I am frightened." At this moment, Liu Tian, devoid of energy to concern himself with the turmoil outside, stepped forward and unleashed his formidable aura. The powerful pressure startled the guards stationed at the entrance, causing them to hastily step aside, no longer daring to obstruct the doorway. Only after witnessing Liu Tian disappear into the formation did they exhale in relief. Wiping the sweat from their foreheads, Liu Tian hurried to the Liu family's general store, the place where he had instructed Jiang Yunhe to shelter Su Muqin and another. At the entrance, he sent a sound transmission jade slip to Su Muqin, and soon the door swung open, revealing a beautiful woman with an anxious expression. After assessing Liu Tian and confirming he was uninjured, Su Muqin sighed in relief, inviting him inside to sit. Kong Chang'an quickly brought a cup of tea and respectfully bowed, saying, "Master, please enjoy this tea." Liu Tian accepted the tea, taking a few sips before placing the cup down and inquiring, "Where is Jiang Shixiao?" Jiang Shixiao went out to gather information. He should return shortly. Su Muqin replied. No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Yunhe entered, his face lighting up upon seeing Liu Tian. "Liu brother, was your journey smooth?" "Quite smooth. I have a few individuals for you to meet," Liu Tian replied. Summoning the Xianling Pearl to bring forth the second elder Liu Xiuji, third aunt Liu Xinyun, and his elder brother Liu Tian from within, while the others remained inside temporarily. Jiang Yunhe, Su Muqin, and Kong Chang'an stood in astonishment as Liu Tian effortlessly summoned 3 individuals. Liu Xiaoji and the others merely smiled, observing the group without uttering a word. Prior to their emergence, Liu Tian had already conveyed an overview of the situation outside to them, calling them forth to discuss their next course of action. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Yunhe, with a look of delight, lowered his voice and said, "Liu brother, is this a cave treasure? Please keep it confidential, Jiang brother." Liu Tian responded with a grin. "Rest assured, I won't breathe a word." After everyone was seated, Liu Tian made brief introductions. When he reached Su Muqin, she interjected, "I am the young master's maid." The group, seeing her blushing face, regarded her with motherly smiles, refraining from further inquiries. Pulling Kong Chang'an forward, Liu Tian introduced, "This is my disciple, Kong Chang'an." Kong Chang'an politely bowed to each person in turn. "Enough with the formalities. We have no time for such niceties now. The beast horde may soon launch a full-scale assault on the human territories, and even third-tier beasts are likely to join in. I suspect the Moon Lake market will not withstand the onslaught. We must deliberate on our next steps," Liu Tian stated, sharing the information he had gathered. He found himself in a quandary, torn between the desire to lead everyone to Haizhou to find his parents, a place likely to be less affected by the beast tide due to its distance from the Honghuang mountain range, and the necessity to ensure the safety of his parents and other clansmen in the face of impending danger. On the other hand, upon learning that the third-tier demon beasts were set to attack the Wuyiage Pavilion, and with the Nangong sisters still within its confines, he could not remain idle. Yet, he was reluctant to involve his family in such perilous ventures. After all, facing numerous third-tier demon beasts left him with little confidence. "Brother Liu, is the information accurate?" Jiang Yunhe inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. Seeing Liu Tian nod, the group fell into a heavy silence. Confronting a multitude of first-tier demon beasts had already posed significant challenges, and the involvement of third-tier beasts exceeded their capabilities by far. Chapter 88. The demon beasts assault the city. After a moment of silence, the second elder, Liu Xiaoji, spoke slowly. "Finner, you have now attained foundational strength, becoming the first in our Liu family's history to break through this stage. You are also the officially recognized young patriarch of our clan. Given the current circumstances, this is beyond our capacity to manage. From now on, you shall be the leader of the Liu family, and we shall all unconditionally follow your directives. In the Southern Wilderness, life is as cheap as grass. You need not bear any burdens, just do your utmost." Liu Tian felt deeply moved as he observed the trust in the eyes of those around him. "Brother Jiang, what are your plans moving forward?" "Brother Liu, I wander alone and aimlessly. If you would allow me to accompany you, I would serve you faithfully," Jiang Yunhe declared solemnly, aware that aligning himself with Liu Tian was the best chance for survival. Though he roamed unencumbered, he could not resign himself to death without a fight. "I will treat Brother Jiang as I do my other kin," Liu Tian assured him. "However, there is another matter at hand. I must make a trip to Tianya City. Will you remain within the Xianling Pearl with me, or would you prefer to head to Qingzhou to find my parents first?" After contemplating, Liu Tian decided to leave the choice to everyone. He needed to visit Tianya City, but his family's safety was paramount. "I will follow you, young master," Su Muqin declared, while Kong Chang'an added, "I too wish to accompany my master." Having previously feared being a burden, they now felt reassured with the Xianling Pearl, knowing they could simply remain within its protective confines. "Tian'er, the world is fraught with danger. Let us stay within the Xianling Pearl. Act according to your own judgment without concern for our opinions. Once the beast tide subsides, we can find a place to settle our clan." The second elder, Liu Xiaoji, expressed his concerns. Liu Shiyun echoed, "Tian'er, we will heed your guidance. Pursue your course without hesitation." Liu Tian favored keeping his clan close, reluctant to let them venture out alone. Observing that no one opposed him, he gathered them into the Xianling Pearl and prepared to set forth for Tianya City. "Little yellow hare, eat this," he said, allowing the creature to consume the transformation grass before placing it within the Xianling Pearl to digest slowly. In such dire circumstances, every increment of strength was a glimmer of hope for survival. Liu Tian arrived at the exit of the Moon Lake Square, observing a multitude of elegantly dressed men and women hastily departing from the marketplace. It appeared that news had spread among them. As he noticed a middle-aged man approaching him with an unfriendly demeanor, Liu Tian unleashed a wave of spiritual pressure, proceeding directly towards the formation's exit. The crowd was enveloped by an overwhelming force, causing them to stand frozen in place, too intimidated to move. Only after Liu Tian had departed did they exhale in relief, pondering when such a youthful foundation establishment cultivator had emerged in the Moon Lake Square. The middle-aged man, who had intended to reprimand Liu Tian, was left trembling on the ground, his face pale and beads of sweat forming on his brow. Once Liu Tian left the Moon Lake Square, he swiftly made his way towards Tianya City. Numerous beasts had already congregated near the Moon Lake Square, and he dared not fly carelessly on his sword. as attracting a horde of second-tier beasts would spell trouble for him. Tianya City lay over 10,000 miles away from the Moon Lake Square. If he were to fly at full speed for 7 days, he would arrive. However, the magical energy of a Foundation establishment cultivator could not sustain such relentless speed without respite. Consequently, without the option of flying, Liu Tian estimated that he would require twice the time to reach his destination. Half a month later, Liu Tian's eyes caught sight of the immense city in the distance. The formidable 8 Gates Golden Lock formation enveloping the entire metropolis. Above the city, a floating island was faintly visible, also within the confines of the formation. Liu Tian had heard that this airborne island was the location of the Wuyage Pavilion. From afar, he could discern that over 30 colossal beasts surrounded Tianya City. Leading the pack was the white tiger with wings, a creature Liu Tian recognized all too well. Seeing that the city remained unscathed, Liu Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally arrived. Approximately 100 miles from the city, he found a secluded corner to recuperate his spiritual energy while awaiting the unfolding events. The white tiger, with its wings slightly fluttering, hovered in the air and bellowed towards the city. Gao Ziyuan, come out. Various other third-tier beasts also brandished their massive forms, collectively unleashing thunderous roars towards the city. The resounding clamor reverberated through the air, causing the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation to tremor. And the human defenders atop the walls were left in a state of panic at the sight of so many third-tier beasts. At that moment, the current master of the Wuyage Pavilion, Gao Fan, adorned in a magnificent crimson robe befitting a third-tier master, crowned with a third-tier spiritual treasure, and garbed in golden-threaded cloud-soled shoes, appeared in midair, exuding an ethereal presence. Gao Fan called out to the assembly of great beasts outside the formation. Gao Ziyuan is no longer affiliated with the Wuyage Pavilion. He is not present here. You are at the wrong place. I implore you to leave. The white tiger, scrutinizing the ostentatious attire of the man before it, revealed a hint of disdain and roared in response. If Gao Ziyuan is absent, then his disciples shall repay his debts. Attack! At the tiger's command, its colossal wings unfurled, unleashing a massive energy sphere that hurtled towards the formation. The other beasts, witnessing this, displayed their own formidable powers, bombarding the formation with fierce assaults. Despite the fact that the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array is a superior third-tier formation, it struggles to withstand the simultaneous assault of numerous formidable demons. The array quivers under the relentless bombardment, its once imposing barrier of spiritual energy now as tenuous as parchment. The array masters, tasked with its operation, pale in the face of the violent backlash, some even spitting blood and succumbing to unconsciousness. Gao Fan, startled by the sudden onslaught, nearly lost his balance and fell to the ground. The soldiers defending the city, witnessing their current leader in such a pitiable state, harbored disdain in their hearts, with some rogue cultivators even mocking him audibly. Aware of his loss of composure amidst the derisive laughter, Gao Fan felt a surge of fury rising within him. Once the beasts retreated, he vowed to slay those who had reveled in his misfortune. Steadying himself, he shouted nervously towards the array's exterior. There exists a prior agreement forbidding third-tier intervention. Do you demons intend to breach this pact? It is you, the human race, who are treacherous, having been the first to strike against my kind in the vast mountains, roared a massive white-headed black divine eagle in indignation. The great demons howled in fury, unleashing yet another round of assaults upon the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array. Everyone, exert your utmost to stabilize the formation, commanded the elder responsible for the defensive array. The group channeled their spiritual energy into the formation, and with a resounding crash, they were once again hurled away by the overwhelming force. Looking up, they saw the once indomitable 8 Gates Golden Lock Array now riddled with fissures, appearing as though it might shatter with the slightest touch. The elder gazed at the formation, blood trickling from his mouth, murmuring, "It's over. Everything is lost." As the array began to crumble, the demons howled in triumph, launching another barrage of attacks. Sensing the imminent disaster, Gao Fan hurriedly summoned his powers and fled towards the floating island, calling out, "Quickly activate the protective array." At last, the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array could bear no more and shattered. Gao Fan managed to escape to the floating island just before the formation collapsed, activating the island's protective array. After the array's destruction, the horde of demons surged into the city, engaging in brutal combat with the cultivators. However, among the cultivators, there were no Golden Core practitioners. Most were still at the Qi refining stage, with only a handful at the Foundation establishment stage, rendering them incapable of contending with the third-tier demons. Wherever the beasts traversed, the defenders fell like wheat before the scythe. Chapter 89. Rescuing the two maidens. Upon witnessing the myriad cracks in the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array, Liu Tian embarked towards Tianya City. By the time he entered the city, over a dozen demons were wreaking havoc, slaughtering human cultivators, while another 20 circled overhead, surrounding the floating island. Seeing the streets littered with the bodies of slain human cultivators, Liu Tian felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain whether Schwer and Yuer were within the city or on the floating island. For now, the island remained protected by the array, leading him to focus solely on the situation within Tianya City. Concealing his presence, he navigated swiftly through the alleyways of the city, carefully evading the attention of the third-tier demons. An hour later, the cultivators within Tianya City had suffered heavy casualties, with over a dozen third-tier great demons ruthlessly slaying many of them. These formidable demons had encircled the cultivators, leaving few with the chance to escape. As the encirclement tightened, the cultivators erupted with a fierce fighting spirit, fully aware of their grim fate. They chose to engage the great demons in combat with unwavering determination. Although they had yet to vanquish any third-tier beasts, the presence of these relentless creatures began to wane as they sensed the threat posed by their defiant adversaries. However, despair loomed over the cultivators as they gazed upward at the 20 great demons, their piercing gazes fixated upon them. Today, they resolved to take a piece of flesh from their foes, even at the cost of their own lives. A foundational cultivator roared as he charged at a massive third-tier black bear, disregarding the creature's enormous paw. In the moment he was struck, he drove his sword deep into the bear's eye. The black bear, its eye pierced, let out a heart-wrenching scream, while the cultivator was sent flying, his body shattered and lifeless. This act of bravery ignited a fire within the hearts of the onlookers, prompting many cultivators to retaliate with equally reckless abandon, inflicting numerous wounds upon the great demons. Liu Tian, hiding in the shadows and following the rhythm of the demons' assaults, advanced cautiously. Spells flew in all directions within the city, and thanks to his cloaking cloak, he successfully evaded the notice of the third-tier great demons. As the encirclement of the demons drew ever closer, Liu Tian felt a surge of anxiety. He had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the Schwetter sisters. Were they among the fallen, or had they managed to escape the city? At that moment, Liu Tian spotted a third-tier multicolored deer attacking a nearby residence, thwarted by the protective array above. From the courtyard, a woman clad in a black robe emerged, engaging the third-tier multicolored deer in fierce combat. A flicker of recognition struck Liu Tian. She was the mysterious woman who had sold him the cloak at a high price. Her ability to withstand the assault of a third-tier multicolored deer suggested her cultivation level was at least at the late foundational stage. As the multicolored deer struggled to overpower this enigmatic woman, a third-tier swift-wind wolf launched a surprise attack from the side. In that critical moment, another figure in a white dress soared from the courtyard, conjuring a thick ice shield to protect the mysterious woman from the impending strike. The ice shield shattered upon impact, sending the white-dressed woman staggering. Seeing her, Liu Tian was overwhelmed with joy. Schwer, noticing the swift-wind wolf preparing to strike again, he exerted all his strength to activate the 8 steps of the cicada technique, blinking into the battlefield just in time to catch the woman who had been flung away by the wolf's attack. As she felt herself being embraced, she instinctively raised her sword to strike, only to halt mid-motion upon recognizing the familiar face filled with concern. "Schwer, are you all right?" Liu Tian softly inquired, gazing at her flawless visage. Just as Nangong Schwer was about to respond, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, causing her to furrow her brows and place a hand on her belly. "I think I'm going into labor," Nangong Schwer said, her voice laced with discomfort. Liu Tian looked down at her pronounced belly, a wave of inexplicable emotions flooding his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. At this moment, the fierce winds once again roused Liu Tian from his daze. He gently set down the woman in his arms and, employing the dragon and serpent steps alongside the swift wind sword technique, launched a frenzied assault against the Gale Wolf. The relentless barrage of swift strikes left the Gale Wolf bewildered, its body marked with numerous sword scars. Once the Gale Wolf regained its composure, it swatted Liu Tian aside with a powerful blow. It was only then that Liu Tian fully came to his senses. He needed to rescue the others and not underestimate a third-tier demon. He hurled a flurry of talismans at the Gale Wolf and swiftly made his way to Schwer. Observing another woman in the courtyard who had managed to control the formation, he scooped her up and flew into the courtyard. "Sister, are you all right?" Nangong Schwer rushed over anxiously after deactivating the formation. "Schwer, I possess a celestial treasure. I will send you inside where someone can assist with your delivery," Liu Tian hastily declared, his focus solely on the task at hand. Nangong Schwer was acutely aware of the dire situation. Her combat ability was depleted, forcing her to place her trust in this man before her. The only person in this world she could rely on, apart from her sister, was him. "Take my sister with you," Nangong Schwer urged through gritted teeth. Enduring her pain, disregarding the risks of revealing the celestial treasure, Liu Tian summoned the Xianling Pearl, urging the 2 women to enter swiftly. He communicated telepathically with the elder and his aunt within the pearl, instructing them to assist with Nangong Schwer's delivery. The Liu family members were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the two stunning beauties. Upon noticing the agony on Nangong Schwenner's face, Liu Xiaoji quickly dispersed the surrounding clan members, leading the two women into the bamboo house to prepare for the delivery. Su Muqin and Liu Xinyun hurried in to assist, while Nangong Yuera remained steadfastly by her sister's side. Once the sisters were settled, Liu Xiangtian suddenly realized, am I about to become a father? Before he could ponder further, the Gale Wolf unleashed a ferocious attack that shattered the courtyard's formation and demolished the building. Liu Xiangtian swiftly executed the second step of the 8 steps to chase the cicada, narrowly evading the onslaught, then made a quick dash for the exit. Having secured the sisters, there was no time to linger. He propelled himself outward with all his might. The mysterious woman, relieved to see Liu Xiangtian carrying away the Nangong sisters, felt a wave of ease wash over her. While she could escape on her own, she could not carry both women with her. Dodging an attack from the colorful deer, she hurried in pursuit of Liu Xiangtian, observing the Gale Wolf relentlessly pursuing him. The mysterious woman cast a talisman radiating a unique luminescence, which instantly sent the pursuing Gale Wolf flying. The creature crashed into nearby homes, demolishing several structures and bleeding profusely. Letting out a furious roar, a glint of cold light flickered in its eyes as it resumed its chase, though its speed had noticeably diminished. Liu Xiangtian, undeterred, raced towards the outskirts of Tianya City, relieved that in this direction, only the Gale Wolf and the colorful deer pursued him, while other beasts were still far behind. In the sky, 20 formidable demons initiated their assault on the floating island, dismissing the trivial commotion below. Liu Xiangtian raced ahead, heedless of the chaos, while a mysterious woman behind him valiantly contended with the pursuit of 2 demonic beasts, her frustration reaching a boiling point. After running over 100 miles, the 2 pursuing beasts, alerted by a series of furious roars emanating from the direction of Tianya City, finally turned and retreated. Upon witnessing the retreat of the beasts, Liu Xiangtian halted, panting heavily from the exertion. Engaged in a fierce battle with a 3rd-tier demon and subsequently fleeing for such a distance had taken a toll on his considerable magical energy and physical endurance. Soon, the mysterious woman appeared at his side, equally breathless, casting a reproachful glare in his direction. After a brief respite, she fiercely remarked, "You certainly are a man." Sprinting ahead while I fend off the rear. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her icy tone, Liu Xiangtian chuckled, "Isn't it because I saw how powerful you are? Fair maiden, by the way, you did take quite a few spirit stones from me last time. If you return my belongings, I shall refund you." He laughed off the revelation. Never mind. Sometimes misfortune is a blessing. Do you possess a treasure of the cave? The mysterious woman, undeterred by the previous topic, inquired curiously. Indeed, Liu Xiangtian admitted candidly, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. He then became curious about how this mysterious woman was acquainted with his wife. And he asked, "Who are you, and how do you know my wife?" Such audacity. She has not acknowledged you as her husband, the woman scoffed, rolling her eyes. My identity is confidential for now. You may inquire with your so-called wife. Yearning to enter the Xianling Pearl and see Schwer, Liu Xiangtian hesitated to reveal the treasure in the presence of the mysterious woman. Once inside the Xianling Pearl, he would have no means of resistance and would be at her mercy, for her prowess was formidable, and he was certain he could not match her. "What are your plans next, fair maiden?" he asked. "I intend to protect Nangong Schwerer closely. Wherever she is, I shall be." Liu Xiangtian, feeling somewhat helpless, sought a secluded hill and casually carved out a cave, consuming a spirit recovery pill and sitting cross-legged to restore his energy. The mysterious woman merely followed him, not hindering his actions, yet he remained vigilant in her presence. However, unable to restrain himself any longer, he cautiously projected his consciousness into the Xianling Pearl while remaining wary of the mysterious woman. His formidable and specially honed consciousness allowed him to multitask effectively. He sensed that the Liu family was waiting outside the bamboo house, while Schwerer and the others were likely inside. Unable to resist, he probed the interior, only to see Schwerer cradling a child, with others gathered around to admire the infant. Suddenly, Schwerer looked up and huffed, causing Liu Xiangtian to feel his consciousness forcefully expelled. It is not that Schwerer's consciousness is particularly formidable. Rather, he sensed her spiritual presence urging him to depart, and thus he complied. There exists a certain embarrassment in clandestinely witnessing the childbirth of a woman. Observing that the child had been successfully born without any complications, Schwerer felt a sense of relief. After all, they are both highly skilled practitioners, possessing intricate control over their own bodies. For mortal women, childbirth may be fraught with peril, yet for female cultivators, it is a relatively effortless endeavor. They can easily manage muscle contractions and envelop the fetus with spiritual energy to facilitate a smooth delivery. Nevertheless, after a full term of pregnancy, giving birth still impacts the body, necessitating several days of proper rest. Alas, In the haste of the moment, he forgot to ascertain whether it was a boy or a girl. What name should be bestowed upon the child? What if Shui heir, having given birth, decides to leave him with the child? Liu Tian began to entertain such whimsical thoughts. The sudden arrival of a child stirred a complex array of emotions within him, excitement intertwined with bewilderment. When the colorful deer and the swift wolf returned to Tianya City, the battle within had already concluded. Over 33rd-tier great demons were besieging the Wuyage atop the floating island. The protective formation of Wuyage was a low-grade 4th-tier array known as the Xuanwu Formation, a purely defensive array of formidable strength. Despite the relentless assault of numerous great demons for several hours, the array remained unyielding. Witnessing the overwhelming number of great demons attacking Wuyage, the occupants within were understandably anxious. Yet they found themselves encircled and could only brace themselves to defend with all their might, as each fierce attack was perfectly repelled by the formation. The spirits of the Wuyage inhabitants lifted slightly. During the siege of Tianya City, they had sent out distress messages to various factions and Qinyun Palace, believing that with perseverance, reinforcements would eventually arrive. However, the 3rd-tier spiritual vein struggled to sustain the high-intensity consumption of the 4th-tier array for an extended period, compelling Wuyage to expend a substantial quantity of mid- to upper-grade spirit stones to replenish the formation's spiritual energy. Additionally, all disciples of Wuyage took turns channeling their spiritual energy into the formation. After 3 days of assault by the 30-odd 3rd-tier beasts, the protective formation of Wuyage still stood firm, yet the spirit stones in storage had been significantly depleted, and the disciples' spiritual energy was entirely exhausted. They now relied on elixirs to regain their strength. Observing that the great demons showed no sign of ceasing their onslaught, and with reinforcements yet to arrive, the disciples of Wuyage gradually fell into despair. Many inwardly cursed the former sect leader for provoking these 3rd-tier beasts, abandoning them to bear the consequences. At that moment, a young cultivator appeared in the sky not far away, clad in a long robe with green embroidery, adorned with a jade sash, and crowned with a finely crafted golden diadem featuring vine motifs. His complexion was as smooth as jade, and his dark brows resembled swords. Holding a silver-white folding fan, he exuded a terrifying aura that enveloped the multitude of beasts, who, sensing an overwhelming threat, immediately ceased their attacks and gathered, warily observing the young cultivator. The white tiger, flapping its wings, boldly inquired, "Who might you be, and why do you interfere with our dealings with Wuyage?" The young monk lightly waved his folding fan, remaining silent, his gaze drifting past a monstrous beast towards the horizon. Shortly thereafter, a colossal azure wolf and a golden-furred lion descended from the distant sky, treading upon the clouds, and positioned themselves before the gathering of beasts. The assembly of creatures bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "We pay homage to the great king." The golden lion, disregarding their reverence, approached the young monk and exclaimed, "Kinjiunzi, it is your human race that has breached the rules. What do you have to say for yourself? This matter is solely the doing of Gao Ziyuan. Do not implicate others. I shall provide you with an explanation," the young man replied in a gentle tone. Just as the lion was about to retort, it was halted by the azure wolf. Moments later, the wolf spoke, "Within a month, bring Gao Ziyuan and Ling Shun before me, or else." As it spoke, the wolf lifted its right paw, and a colossal paw print materialized in the air, lightly clawing at the protective array of Wuyage. With a resounding crash, the array shattered, and the disciples within were struck back by the backlash, spitting blood. While some fainted from the impact, Gao Feng of Wuyage and the elders stared in terror at the azure wolf, their faces pale. "Leave," commanded the wolf as it departed, followed by the retreating beasts. Kinjiunzi merely furrowed his brow, observing without intervening. In Chapter 91, Whispers in the Cave, Liu Tian was lost in thought within the cave, his spiritual energy restored after consuming several pills. Distrustful of the mysterious woman, he refrained from immersing himself fully in cultivation, fearing that any mischief during his practice could ensnare him. Watching the enigmatic woman cultivate with disregard for his presence ignited a flicker of indignation. She truly seemed to consider him an outsider. Amidst his musings, he heard the voice of Nangong Shuer, "Let me out." Startled, Liu Tian sprang to his feet, summoning the Xianling pearl from his dantian and casting a spell to open a portal. Through the shimmering gateway emerged a stunning woman clad in white, cradling an infant, accompanied by another woman who bore an identical visage but exuded an entirely different aura. Dressed in a pink gown, her expression one of displeasure as she glared at him. Liu Tian stared blankly at the two women, and the one in the pink dress, Nangong Yuer, could not help but huff at his astonishment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he awkwardly rubbed his nose, having previously courted both sisters and now confronting them simultaneously. Indeed, his fortitude was being tested. "What are you dawdling for? Don't you wish to see your child?" Nangong Yuer teased. "Oh, Liu Tian hurriedly approached, glancing at the flawless, expressionless face of Nangong Shuer, and cautiously peered into the swaddling cloth at the infant. Before him lay a delicate little face no larger than his palm, peacefully slumbering with closed eyes. The baby's skin was fair and luminous, adorned with delicate, arched brows, a petite nose, elfin ears, and a cherubic mouth. Upon encountering the infant Liu Tian, an inexplicable emotion struck his tender heart, a sense of kinship coursing through his veins, compelling him to take the child into his arms. Nangong Shuer, seeing his intention, furrowed her brow in hesitation, nearly voicing her refusal. Yet, upon witnessing his devout expression, she restrained herself, standing nervously at his side. Observing Liu Tian's adept handling of the baby, his movements seemingly more proficient than hers, her concerns began to dissipate. Cradling the infant, Liu Tian felt as if he were embracing the entire world, a sensation beyond articulation. As Nangong Yuer gazed at Liu Tian with the baby, her lingering discontent gradually faded away. When Liu Tian summoned the Xianling Pearl, a mysterious woman sensed the occurrence, pausing her cultivation to observe the group without interrupting. Noticing Liu Tian's rapturous demeanor while holding the infant, the enigmatic woman couldn't help but smirk before rising to exit the cave. The sound of her departure roused the entranced Liu Tian, who looked up at the two women and softly inquired, "Who is this mysterious woman?" Nangong Yuer responded, "She claims to be an emissary from the Frost Valley, a power in the northern region, tasked with seeking talented individuals with ice attributes for her sect. She inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient teleportation array that brought her to the Southern Wilderness. They have taken an interest in my sister's potential and wish to take her back to their sect. Previously, when we were captured by the Wuyage Pavilion's Gao Fun, she was the one who rescued us. She has already notified the sect's elder, who intends to personally come to the Southern Wilderness to retrieve my sister." Nangong Yuer succinctly recounted the situation, leaving Liu Tian feeling somewhat bewildered. On one hand, the will of the transformation powers was not something they could resist. On the other, he was uncertain of Nangong Shuer's stance on the matter, whether she desired to join this transformative force. Observing Liu Tian's furrowed brows, Nangong Shuer gently spoke, "This is not a situation we can oppose. Let us wait for the elder to arrive and see how matters unfold." A pervasive sense of helplessness enveloped the three of them. After a moment, Liu Tian broke the silence, asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" Unable to contain herself, Nangong Yuer rolled her eyes and replied, "You, a grown man, seek our counsel instead of making a decision yourself. Our family has been annihilated, leaving only us sisters. How could we possibly know what to do?" Liu Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Deep down, he harbored feelings of inadequacy. He believed that as his cultivation progressed, he would gain the confidence to stand unafraid against anyone in this world. However, at present, he had only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And during his earlier acquaintance with the two women, he had been considerably weaker. Thus, he instinctively chose to respect their perspectives. Yet, after the destruction of their family, the sisters had been left feeling vulnerable, longing for someone to shield them from the storms of life. Having come to a realization, Liu Tian resolved to protect them and provide a warm home. "Given the current onslaught of demonic beasts against human territories, we should head to Haizhou. My parents and relatives are still there. Furthermore, Haizhou is distant from the Hongluang mountain range and should be less affected by the beast tide." Indeed. Nangong Shuer nodded in agreement with Liu Tian's arrangement. She then turned to Nangong Yuer and said, "Sister, you should enter the Xianling Pearl first." Understanding that her elder sister might have matters to discuss with Liu Tian, she cradled the baby and stepped into the Xianling Pearl. Nangong Shuer slowly spoke, "The elder of the Ice Frost Valley has personally come to seek me. We are certainly powerless to resist, and the outcome is already determined." Hearing the gentle tone of Nangong Shuer, Liu Tian felt a pang of sorrow. Just as he was about to speak, Shuer raised her hand to silence him. "Yuer has a great affection for you. I hope you will marry her and lead a good life with your daughter. If I succeed in my cultivation, I will return to find you." Liu Tian once again felt the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where the weak are devoured by the strong. The elder of the transformation god level must possess at least late-stage nascent soul cultivation. With such a formidable figure, his life could be extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. He realized that he needed to cultivate to at least the nascent soul stage to protect his family. Observing the hint of helplessness and reluctance on Nangong Shuer's cool visage, Liu Tian's heart ached. He stepped forward and embraced her. Upon inhaling the comforting scent emanating from Liu Tian, Nangong Shuer's tense body relaxed, her once restless heart finding solace. Gradually, she began to relish Liu Tian's embrace, feeling warmth and security that made her wish for time to stand still, to remain in this moment forever. After a long while, Nangong Shuer softly spoke, "Let us give our daughter a name. How about Liu Tian? Aren't you worried that your daughter lacks a spiritual root?" "Absolutely not. Although her father's spiritual root is mediocre, Her mother is an extraordinary genius among millions. Daoyun, Daoyun, it sounds quite pleasing, doesn't it? Well, in your family. Nothing sounds right. That can only be blamed on my illiterate great-grandfather. The whispers of the two reverberated through the depths of the cave, and unbeknownst to them, their hearts drew ever closer. Chapter 92. Rescue of the Liu family's mortals in the early morning. Liu Tian emerged from the cave to find a mysterious woman admiring the sunrise. He had conversed with Nangong Shuer late into the night, only to be hurried back into the Xianling Pearl when their daughter awoke, hungry for nourishment. The mysterious woman sensed Liu Tian's presence beside her, but chose to ignore him, continuing to gaze at the crimson horizon where heaven and earth converged. Liu Tian remained silent, standing nearby, watching the sun rise. As sunlight bathed the earth, all things pulsed with vitality. When the crimson hue transformed into a blazing light, Liu Tian asked, "May I know the name of the fairy?" Initially, the mysterious woman did not wish to engage him, but considering Nangong Shuer's connection to him, she decided it prudent to build a rapport to avoid unnecessary troubles. Once the elder arrived, her task would be complete, allowing her to joyfully return to Ice Frost Valley to claim her reward and break through to the Golden Core stage. Liu Tian, delighted that the mysterious woman was willing to converse, inquired, "Fairy, could you share some tales from beyond the Southern Wilderness?" Wu Nian felt a sense of agitation. Ever since she discovered her spiritual roots, her days were consumed by either cultivation or acquiring resources for her practice, leaving little room for interaction with others. She had scarcely engaged in trivial conversations, which made her irritation towards this individual palpable. Observing Wu Nian's reluctance to speak further, Liu Tian did not press her, continuing instead, "I am heading to Haizhou now. You must accompany me. Wherever Nangong Shuer is, I shall be," Wu Nian replied with a frigid tone. "Then let us depart," Liu Tian exclaimed, swiftly making his way towards Haizhou, while Wu Nian adeptly followed, her agility surpassing his. For Wu Nian, the destination held little significance. Her sole concern was ensuring Nangong Shuer's safety. Once the elder arrived in the South Wilderness, she knew he would contact her. For the South Wilderness posed no challenge to someone of his stature. Luoshui City, a mortal settlement with a permanent population exceeding 200,000, was currently under siege. Over 100 warriors clad in unified blue attire, wielding swords and blades, were assaulting an ordinary courtyard. Inside, several individuals armed with weapons fought back, but they were outmatched by the cohesive group of attackers, and one by one, they fell to the ground. Suddenly, a couple in their 40s burst forth from the rear courtyard, their swordplay fierce and their martial skills exceptional, swiftly repelling the invading warriors and rescuing their injured kin as they provided cover for their retreat to the back. However, another wave of attackers soon surged in, and as they covered the retreat, the couple found themselves encircled. Back to back, they stood defiantly against the multitude of assailants. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, Lu Yan. You remnants of the Liu family shall find no escape today. The entire courtyard is surrounded," boasted a man in his 30s, who appeared to be the leader. "Shinsong, we have never wronged you. Why do you persistently target the Liu family?" Lu Ming retorted. "The blame lies with your Liu family, who have provoked our Shun clan's celestial lineage, and thus you must perish." The man continued with a malevolent expression, "Attack. Leave none alive." The group of blue-clad warriors lunged towards the couple. Despite the duo's evident superiority in martial prowess, they were gradually overwhelmed, sustaining numerous injuries. Just as despair began to envelop them, an immense pressure descended upon the courtyard, forcing the blue-clad warriors to the ground, rendering them immobile. Their eyes bulged, faces reddening as if the weight of the oppressive force would crush them at any moment. Lu Ming and Lu Yan, who had narrowly escaped death, were still grappling with the situation when a familiar voice reached their ears. "Brother, sister, are you all right?" They looked up to see a striking young man in a black robe soaring towards them from the sky, reaching their side in an instant. He assessed their injuries and waved his hand, channeling a stream of energy into their bodies. The moment the energy entered, they felt enveloped by an exceptionally soothing aura. Their wounds healed almost instantly, and their vitality surged significantly. Lu Ming felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, and suddenly recalling something, he turned to the man before him and inquired, "Are you Tian?" The man smiled in response. "Brother, it is indeed I. We should not linger here. Soon, monstrous beasts will invade. Quickly summon our kin, and I shall lead you all to safety." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He instructed his sister, Lu Yan, to hurry to the backyard and inform everyone to come forth. He then observed the members of the Shin family, still struggling on the ground. With a flicker of movement and a swift swing of his sword, within a matter of moments, over 100 warriors from the Qin family lay slain at his feet. Coming from a lineage of cultivators, he was aware that practitioners must refrain from indiscriminate slaughter of mortals, lest they incur the wrath of the heavenly path and sever their own paths to cultivation. Thus, He resolved that these mortals of the Shun family would be left for him to eliminate. Liu Tian remained unfazed, waiting for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Soon, over 200 individuals from the backyard had gathered. Upon hearing that their celestial kin had arrived to save them, they were filled with excitement, abandoning all they had to rush forward. Liu Tian, upon seeing his kin gazing at him with expressions of elation, returned their smiles. After inquiring briefly, he approached Liu Tian and said, "Tian, everyone is assembled." Surveying the crowd, Liu Tian declared in a clear voice, "Everyone, close your eyes and do not resist." The crowd complied, and Liu Tian summoned the Xianling Pearl, channeling his mystical energy to transport everyone inside it. The second elder and others within the pearl would handle their accommodations, a matter Liu Tian need not concern himself with. "Shin family, you must survive well. I will return to deal with you properly." Liu Tian surveyed the area with his divine sense, ensuring nothing was overlooked before departing with Yu Jian, who had been observing from the sky. Chapter 93. Family Reunion. After more than 3 months of arduous travel, Liu Tian and Wu Nian finally arrived at Haizhou, following the family's directions to the mountain where the Liu family resided. At this moment, the modest peak had been overtaken by a horde of ghost-faced demon spiders, with the remnants of structures transformed into their lairs. Upon careful inspection, he found no signs of battle, surmising that his parents must have relocated in advance. While Liu Tian sought clues regarding his family's departure, a massive white spider web descended from the sky, enveloping him. Liu Tian was both amused and enraged. How dare a first-tier ghost-faced demon spider attempt to attack him? Without hesitation, he swiftly eradicated all the spiders atop the mountain. As the battle concluded, he noticed a beam of sword light approaching from the sea. The figure did not draw near but remained aloft, observing the situation from a distance. Elated at the sight of another, Liu Tian called out, his voice coalescing into a thread, "Fellow cultivator, do you know where the people of this mountain have gone? Who are you?" came the response, with the magical fluctuations indicating the person was a late-stage qi refinement practitioner. Liu Tian, wary of startling the individual, did not rush closer and replied, "I am Liu Tian of the Funyo Liu family." Upon hearing this, the figure's face visibly brightened. After a moment of contemplation, they finally spoke, "How can you prove it?" Liu Tian felt a pang of frustration. How could he prove he was indeed himself? Thus, summoning the Xianling Pearl, the second elder and his aunt were called forth. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 2 individuals, the man was startled and turned to flee. The second elder hastily called out, "Are you not the husband of that girl, Xiaoyu?" Upon hearing this, the man paused, slowly approached, and after scrutinizing the group, he expressed his excitement, saying, "You are the second elder." "Indeed, it is I," replied the elder. Wang Ming greeted the second elder and the third sister, acknowledging the 2 esteemed elders. Liu Tian, noticing Wang Ming's salute, quickly stepped aside and remarked, "There is no need for such formalities, little uncle." The second elder chuckled, "He is the child of your elder brother, and also the patriarch of the Liu clan." Wang Ming gazed in astonishment at Liu Tian, who appeared to be in his 20s. To achieve such a breakthrough at this age suggests that the Liu family is on the rise. "Little uncle, what has transpired here? Where are my parents?" Liu Tian's voice interrupted Wang Ming's thoughts, and he swiftly replied, "There were reports of a massive beast tide emerging from the Honghuang mountain range, and the demon clans of Haizhou are also showing unusual activity. We organized an evacuation to the islands deep in the ocean ahead of time. Allow me to escort you there. It is a journey of 1,000 miles. I appreciate your assistance, little uncle." Liu Tian and the others followed Wang Ming as they soared through the skies on their swords, heading towards the depths of the sea. 3 hours later, they arrived above a slender island, approximately 100 miles long, with its widest point spanning over 50 miles, tapering at both ends. The island was lush and verdant, home to a variety of flora, and possessed a low-grade spiritual vein. In the center of the island stood rows of simple bamboo houses, serving as temporary lodgings for the Liu and Wang families. As Liu Tian and the others landed before the bamboo structures, the sound of their arrival drew the attention of the inhabitants, who emerged to investigate. Upon seeing their parents at the forefront of the gathering, Liu Tian rushed forward to pay his respects, exclaiming, "Father, Mother." Jing Tongru, upon seeing her long-missed son appear before her, stood in disbelief for a moment before reacting. Embracing Liu Tian, tears streaming down her face. After comforting his mother for a while, he said, "Mother, look who else I have brought." With that, he summoned the Xianling Pearl, releasing the others. The sudden appearance of more than 10 individuals stunned those on the island. After a long pause, they began to murmur, "Is this the legendary cave treasure? It can contain living beings. It must be. Tiangu is truly remarkable." Lu Ming and Lu Yan, upon seeing their parents, were equally moved, and Jing Tongru embraced the 2, weeping joyfully, while Lu Xinyun wiped away tears nearby. Liu Tian instructed the Liu family on the island to quickly arrange accommodations for the ordinary Liu family members and went to join Nangong Shuer and the others, who were holding children. After several months of interaction, Su Muqin and the Nangong sisters had grown familiar with one another, enjoying a pleasant camaraderie. Primarily, Su Muqin exercised utmost caution, diligently serving the two sisters in her role as a maid, prompting the Nangong sisters to continually dissuade her. They had grown fond of this beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Furthermore, subtle hints from Liu Tian indicated that this young lady was far from an ordinary servant. After a day of bustling activity, everyone finally settled down. At that moment, Liu Xinyun and his wife, Jingtong Ru, approached Liu Tian, inquiring eagerly, "Tanner, we heard from the second elder that you have a child? Let your mother see." Seeing Liu Tian's parents enter with such urgency, Nangong Shuer had no choice but to step forward, cradling the child, and shyly greeted, "Greetings, father and mother." The couple, taken aback by the ethereal beauty of their daughter-in-law, who was also a foundational stage cultivator, felt a wave of nervousness wash over them. Initially, they had only noticed several strikingly beautiful female cultivators, engrossed in reminiscing with the child, without paying much attention. Now, witnessing this flawless foundational cultivator addressing them as parents was indeed a profound shock. Jingtong Ru hurriedly approached Nangong Shuer, exclaiming, "What a stunning young lady! How did she come to be interested in my son? Does he truly deserve such a gem?" As she spoke, she led Nangong Shuer and the other girls aside to engage in hushed conversation, alternating between teasing the child and discussing mundane matters. This left Nangong Shuer feeling quite anxious, as she had never experienced such warmth and closeness in conversation. Gradually, she became immersed in the affectionate atmosphere, especially upon realizing that Liu Tian's mother was a genuinely pure-hearted individual, solely devoted to her children, reminding her of her own mother. Liu Tian and his father, noticing the women engrossed in lively conversation, discreetly exited the room to allow them to enjoy their time together. That evening, a grand bonfire gathering was held on the small island, featuring an array of spirit meat, spirit fruits, and spirit wine. The entire Liu family of cultivators reunited, now totaling 26, not including the Nangong sisters, Su Muqin, Kong Chang'un, and Wu Nian, who had accompanied them. The Wang Ming family brought along a dozen members, creating a lively atmosphere as numerous cultivators mingled over drinks and conversation. The ordinary Liu family members were arranged separately, as the mingling of mortals and cultivators was rather uncomfortable. Liu Tian's childhood companions, Liu Gang, Liu Hu, and Liu Hui, also joined him for drinks and reminiscing. All were now mid-stage qi refiners, with Liu Hu, possessing 4 spiritual roots, being the most accomplished at the 6th level of qi refinement. The others had recently broken through to mid-stage and were at the 4th level. After such a long separation, the group spent the entire night reveling in drinks, laughter, and playful banter. Chapter 94. The Search for Spirit Veins as Dawn Broke. The sun slowly ascended from the horizon, casting gentle rays of light upon the island. The aftermath of the revelry left a scene of disarray, with inebriated individuals sprawled haphazardly on the ground, the joy of their long-awaited reunion having led everyone to indulge in a moment of carefree abandon. Last night, Liu Tian refrained from his usual cultivation, opting instead to revel in merriment with his companions until the early hours. Today, he resolved to inquire about the circumstances of this maritime region. The duration of the beast tide remained uncertain, and the majority of his family's disciples possessed limited strength. If this coastal area posed minimal danger, Liu Tian planned to establish a temporary residence for his family, awaiting the conclusion of the beast tide before reassessing their return. He sought out his uncle-in-law, Wang Ming, to glean information regarding the waters. Wang Ming recounted that historically, humanity seldom ventured into the depths of the ocean, confining their activities to a few hundred miles from the shore. Rumors circulated of high-tier magical beasts lurking beneath the waves and elusive fogs shrouding the deep, deterring most from exploring the abyss. In light of the beast tide, many rogue cultivators and minor factions had fled into the ocean's depths. They had now lingered there for half a year, encountering little peril thus far. Liu Tian scoured the vicinity of the island for hundreds of miles, discovering only second-tier marine creatures and no other threats. However, the island's spiritual energy was woefully insufficient to sustain their cultivation. They required at least a low-grade second-tier spiritual vein. Wang Ming and his companions had limited knowledge of the area and could not furnish him with valuable insights, leaving Liu Tian to rely on his own exploration. After a few days on the island, observing that everyone had settled in well, he decided to venture out. After all, one could not simply cultivate in isolation. With Wu Nian and Shuer remaining on the island, both foundational stage experts, his temporary absence would not pose any issues. He bid farewell to the group, intending to say goodbye to Shuer and his daughter. Just as he was about to leave, He was called back by Nangong Shuer. Wait, take Yuer with you, she insisted. Initially inclined to refuse, Liu Tian reconsidered upon noticing Shuer's serious demeanor, as well as the shy but compliant expression of Nangong Yuer. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, saying, very well. I shall take Yuer along for a little excursion. Come Yuer, let us go. With Yuer offering no objections, he grasped her hand and soared into the sky, directing his sword towards the ocean's depths. Nestled in Liu Tian's embrace, Nangong Yuer gazed at the boundless azure sea and sky, her heart soaring with uncontainable joy. They beheld dolphins leaping from the water, pursuing schools of fish, their playful sounds echoing through the air. Unable to suppress her excitement, Yuer called out to the dolphins, only to later chuckle at her own youthful exuberance. Seeing Yuer so exhilarated brought Liu Tian immense happiness, and he too burst into laughter. After a lively interlude, the two felt as though they had returned to that enchanting night by the moon lake, their hearts free of any lingering grievances. Acknowledging the unpredictable journey ahead, they resolved to savor the present moment. Thus, they embarked on their adventure, exploring islands, hunting magical beasts, and foraging for spiritual fruits. After satisfying their appetites, they rested beneath the stars, using the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed. If no island is found, they release the spirit boat, allowing it to drift freely upon the sea, while the two lie within, swaying gently with the waves. After half a month, they encounter an expanse ahead shrouded in impenetrable mist, seemingly reaching a dead end, with no path in sight. Liu Tian realizes they have arrived at a depth of 10,000 miles, where it is said that the waters near the southern wilderness are enveloped in this fog, rendering any creature unable to enter or exit. Gazing into the vast mist, Liu Tian resolves to investigate further, deeming it essential to understand the nature of this fog, as he plans to remain in this region for an extended period. Yuer, wait for me here for a moment. I shall venture forward to examine the mist, he instructs. Tiangu, please be cautious. Do not approach too closely. Merely glance from a distance, Nangong Yuer replies, her expression filled with concern, though she does not impede Liu Tian's actions. He steers his flying sword slowly towards the mist, sensing an invisible tether restraining it. The fog churns and shifts incessantly, yet does not cross a certain boundary, coexisting distinctly with the surrounding waters. Liu Tian attempts to probe the interior of the mist with his spiritual sense, only to find that the deeper he ventures, the greater the resistance he encounters, limiting his exploration to a mere 100 meters. Stretching his hand into the fog, he feels that the expenditure of his magical energy within it far exceeds that outside. Having gained a preliminary understanding, Liu Tian decides against entering the mist. With his current strength, venturing within could spell disaster. There is no necessity for such recklessness. After a brief inspection, he returns to Nangong Yuer, who rushes forward, anxious, and asks, Tiangu, are you all right? Seeing the worry etched on her face, Liu Tian tenderly ruffles her hair, reassuring her, do not fret. All is well. The path here is blocked. Let us seek elsewhere. Thus, Liu Tian and Nangong Yuer change direction to continue their search for spiritual veins. Along the way, they discover two islands rich in spiritual energy, yet both occupied by cultivators, and both possessing only low-grade spiritual veins, which Liu Tian dismisses without further consideration. 20 days later, they come upon two larger islands, situated closely together, separated by merely a kilometer of water. The islands are nearly identical in size, approximately 500 miles long and 300 miles wide. Upon closer inspection, they find that the southern island harbors a low-grade spiritual vein, while the northern island boasts a mid-grade spiritual vein. After more than a month of searching, they finally make a significant discovery, bringing them both great joy. Yuer, I shall investigate the northern island. Wait for me here, Liu Tian declares. Tiangu, that island is quite expansive. You cannot explore it alone in a short time. I will accompany you, Nangong Yuer insists. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Tian concedes, and together they alight upon the sandy shore of the northern island. The unexpected arrival of the two guests startles the sunbathing sea turtles and crabs, causing them to scuttle back into the ocean. Nangong Yuer surveys the island's picturesque scenery, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Tiangu, the scenery here is simply breathtaking. The aura of spiritual energy was notably dense. Let us choose this place, exclaimed Nangong Yuer, playfully tugging at Liu Tian's arm. We should first ascertain if any danger lurks here. Liu Tian affectionately pinched Yuer's delicate nose before leading her deeper into the island. The island boasted lush vegetation, towering trees, and a few first-tier, low-grade demonic beasts. At its center stood a magnificent mountain, over 2,000 zhang high, occupying two-thirds of the island's expanse, with its main peak steep and formidable. After surveying the surroundings, Liu Tian found the island's topography quite satisfactory, offering ample flatlands suitable for transformation into spiritual fields. However, he noted a peculiar anomaly. This second-tier, mid-grade spiritual vein island seemed to harbor only first-tier, low-grade demonic beasts, which struck him as illogical. He surmised that either human cultivators of foundation-building level or second-tier and above demonic beasts inhabited this place. After advising Nangong Yuer to remain vigilant, he continued to explore the island.